Programming has been the driving force behind the remarkable advancement in the IT industry, bringing wonders like artificial intelligence, marvels such as ChatGPT, Bard, Midjourney, and more. Even though there are over 700 plus programming languages out there, one that stands out tall as a leader for developing these innovations is Python. Over the past decade, Python has come to the top and become the most popular programming language across all domains of IT and computer science. The reason behind its widespread adoption lies in its simplicity, adaptability, and open source nature, making the development task a breeze. The list of products developed using Python will leave you amazed. Industry giants like Netflix, Instagram, YouTube, Spotify, Uber, Dropbox, Google, and Reddit are all powered by the magic of Python. This language acts as a magical wand, bringing these platforms to life and shaping the digital world as we know it. So if you are looking to dive into the world of programming, Python is the ultimate choice. Having said that, hello everyone. Welcome to this extensive session on Python programming language by Intellipaat. Today, we are going to help you understand the nuts and bolts of the Python programming language. Also, we will be creating a real-time application project using Python. So make sure to stay tuned until the end of this video. First of all, let me take you guys through the agenda for this session. We will begin this session with a friendly introduction to Python programming language. Then we will cover what are variables and their types, Python operators, data types in Python, types of operators, etc. Once done with these topics, we will cover what are bitwise operators, list, tuples, and dictionaries in Python, and Python strings. Once we are well equipped with the above fundamental concepts, we will cover Python conditional statements, what are functions and their types, OOPS concepts in Python, etc. Next, we will converse about why do we use inheritance in Python, what is encapsulation and polymorphism. And finally, we will create a Python project for handwritten digit recognition. I hope you guys are clear with the agenda, but before we start, make sure to enable both the subscribe button and the bell icon for Intellipaat YouTube channel to come across multiple technical updates from our team.
Python is a programming language that was first introduced in the late 1980s and has since become one of the most popular programming languages in the world. In 2023, Python continues to be a powerful and versatile language used by developers and businesses alike. So what makes Python so special? One of the biggest advantages of Python is its simplicity. The language has a straightforward syntax that makes it easy for beginners to pick up and start coding. At the same time, Python is also a very powerful language with a wide range of libraries and modules that allow for complex tasks to be completed with ease. Another key reason for Python's popularity is the versatility. Python can be used for a wide range of applications, from web development to data analysis to artificial intelligence and machine learning. This versatility makes it a great choice for businesses as they can use Python to automate a variety of tasks and processes. So why use Python in 2023? There are several reasons. Firstly, Python is constantly evolving language with a growing community of developers and users. This means that there are always new tools, libraries, and modules being developed that make it even more powerful. Secondly, Python has a large and growing number of job opportunities available in the market, making it a great choice for anyone looking to enter the tech industry. And finally, how can you get started with Python in 2023? The best way to learn Python is by doing it. So start by downloading the language and working through some simple tutorials and exercises. As you become more comfortable with the language, you can start working on more complex projects and developing your own applications. In conclusion, Python in 2023 continues to be popular, versatile, and powerful programming language that is well worth considering for anyone looking to get into the tech industry or simply improve their coding skills. Whether you are a college student, a professional, or just someone interested in coding, Python has something to offer to you. So why not give it a try today and see what you can create.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a data science course in collaboration with IIT Madras. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of data science from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data science.
So in this session, we'll start with the basic of Python, where we'll be learning like what is Python, who invented Python, and why did he name it so. I will also tell you about why you should learn Python and what are the popular companies and tech giants in the market who are already using it. So without delaying any further, let's start this session. Let me start this session with some facts and research based on Python. According to Stack Overflow's 2018 developer survey, it was found that Python is the most wanted programming language of 2018. Even if you talk about the career in Python, Python developers are in a great demand for a wide range of jobs all over the world. These include machine learning, databases, data analysis, cloud infrastructures, website designing, web scraping, security, mobile developments, and many more. Let me just give you an example. If you search for a Python developer job on any major job website like Indeed.com or Monster.com, you will find thousands of job opportunities out there. Based on Indeed's March 2018 data, the average salary of a Python developer in US was around $115,835. Such high average salary indicates that many companies are competing to hire knowledgeable Python developers. And it also supports the fact that Python is an in-demand skill. Okay, so let's start our session with Introduction to Python. So what is Python? Well, Python is a high-level object-oriented programming language for general-purpose programming. It is one of the most widely used high-level programming language and is well known for executing basic tasks with less code, which makes it more compact and an economical language to learn. If you see, Python code is often 3 to 5 times shorter than the Java codes and around 5 to 10 times shorter than C++ codes. Well, if you talk about its history, it was developed by Guido van Rossum in the year 1991, and since then its open source community is still growing. So how do you think he came up with this name? Was it because of a snake? Well, no. Rossum named Python over the name of a sitcom TV series, Monty's Python Flying Circus. It seems he was highly impressed with the show, right? So these were some of the high-level introduction to Python. Now a question might arise in your mind that what made Python so popular or why you should learn it. So let's discuss it one by one. So the first point we have is simple and easy to learn. Well, if you compare Python with any other language, for example Java or C++, you'll find that its syntax is way lot easier than them. You don't have to worry about the missing semicolons in the end. And its syntax is more readable and you are safe from writing multiple lines of code just for printing a statement, like in case of Java. If you talk about Python, all you need to write is just one line of statement. For example, print, and within the double quotes, mention whatever you want to print. So this is how it is simple and easy to learn. The next point comes the career opportunity. Well, like I told you in the beginning of this video itself that Python has a huge career opportunity in the IT industry. Almost every other IT company, be it a startup or a multi-billionaire company, are using Python in some or the other ways. So if you're a Python developer, you will be in a huge demand for a wide range of jobs in the domain of machine learning, databases, data analysis, cloud infrastructure, website designing, website reliability, testing, scraping, security, mobile developments, and many more. If you don't trust my words, just go and look out for Python developer job on any major job website. You will find thousands of job opportunities out there with an average salary of around $116,000. This indicates that there are many companies out there who are competing to hire a knowledgeable Python developer for them. So yeah, you have a huge career opportunity in Python. It all depends on your skill. Alright. Next is large open source community. Well, if you become a Python developer and when you are stuck or you want to learn something new, then you don't have to worry about it. You'll find a large number of resources like reference manuals, books, tutorials, videos, forums, etc. out there on the internet. If you have any doubt or some technical issues, you can directly seek help from thousands of Python community members on forums, Twitter, Facebook, and pretty much everywhere. Now, since Python is an open source community, you will always find people who are trying to improve it, keeping it fresh and up to date with current trends and bringing out newer version of the language. Right? So yeah, it has a damn large open source community. Next we have is reliable and efficient. Ask any Python developer or anyone who has ever used the language, and they will agree that it's speedy, reliable, and more efficient. You can work with and deploy Python applications in nearly any environment, and there's little to no performance loss, no matter what platform you work with. Again, because it's versatile, this also means that you can work across several domains, including web development, desktop application, mobile applications, and many more. You're not bound to a single platform or domain, as it offers the same experience almost everywhere. Alright, so next we have is the extensive library. Well, Python has a huge set of library list which would be useful for any programmer interested in Python depending on their area of interest. For example, you have NumPy for scientific computing, Matplotlib for data visualization, NLTK for natural language processing, Django for web framework, Pygame for game development, and there are many more. It can be used in a lot of places and has a wide variety of application. Like for web development, you can use Python web framework like Django, Flask, and Tornado. If you are into developing desktop application, you can go with PyGTK and Cocoa. If you are planning to use Python in the field of machine learning or deep learning or data science, you'll find many Python libraries for it, like sklearn, TensorFlow, Theano, NLTK, and many more. If you talk about cloud and DevOps, you can use OpenStack Python Software Development Kit, which is generally used to write Python automation scripts to create and manage resources in your OpenStack cloud. You can even use a Python library named Fabric for streamlining the use of SSH for application development or system administration tasks. Alright, last word we have is hardware programming. Next, if you're planning to switch over to hardware programming, you have Raspberry Pi to connect your project to the real world with Python. Well, now that you know how important is Python to the world, let's see the popularity of Python in industry. Well, big tech giants are using Python. In fact, Python is one of the Google's favorite languages. They are always hiring experts in it, and they have even created many of their popular products with it. Well, I don't think I should again mention that since many big companies like Yahoo, Facebook, Netflix, Dropbox, YouTube, BitTorrent, NASA, and many other rely on Python developers. So these companies are always in search of talented professionals who have already worked on and have some experience in Python. There is and there always be a demand for Python developers and Python web developers, and they are even offered some decent packages. Well, this was all about the background check of Python.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data science course in collaboration with IIT Madras. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of data science from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data science.
So if we start the programming, so programming, the very first thing, okay, the very first thing that is a basic unit, okay, the basic unit of programming is what? That is, just suppose, what is programming? Programming is to communicate with our system, right? So if you want to communicate, so you might need some data, right? You might need some data to be transferred to your system. So, but if you want to transfer that data to some system, you need that data to be stored somewhere, right? Let's say, if you're just suppose I'm, for example, if you are having a movie in your, if you're having a movie and you want to share that movie with your friend, so how will you share? How you can just share that movie with your file? You will be just definitely uploading that movie in some pen drive or some memory device, right? So, and then you will be just providing that device to your friend so that that friend will be getting that movie, that data. So similarly, whenever you want to communicate with your system and whatever data you want to transfer to your system, right, to your computer, you just need something where you can store that data. Okay, you need something where you can store that data, and for that purpose we will be using variables. So variables are basically what? If as for the given definition, variables are containers to store data. Okay, so let's suppose right now I am printing this, suppose. Okay, now we know what is this print. If you want to print something in your output, so you have to use this print statement. Okay, so what is the syntax to use print? Like this, print, and in the braces you have to put braces, and inside the braces you have to put what you want to put. Let's say I want to put 10. Okay, so if I run this, so you can see 10 is printed here in my output, right? This is the syntax of print, right? And if you want to print some alphabets, so in that case you have to put inverted commas, right? Double inverted commas here, and then let's say my name Tanmay, like this. So you can print this like this. Now what are variables? Now you can see, guys, if I just print here, print, let's say 5, what you have to do now, you can see, guys, if I just print 5, okay, it is printing 5. But if just suppose I want to transfer the data, I want the same 5 again and again, right? But I can't remember this name again and again, right? Every time I can't remember, like right here 5. I want this 5 to store somewhere. So how I can do that? So in order to do that, what I'll be doing, I'll be just creating a variable. So you can give any name to the variable, but there are some rules that you need to follow to give a name to a variable. That rules we'll be discussing tomorrow. But right now, let's say I'm creating a variable x, y, z, a, b, c, d, everything, any name you can give, right? A, b, c, d, x, y, z, anything. So let's say I'm writing x. So x is equals to, let's say I'm writing 5, right? So right now what I'm doing, I am doing an assignment. Basically, I'm assigning the value 5 to the x so that x can hold this value. Okay.
So let us take a look at a quiz question, guys. The question is, which of the following statements is true about Python? Your options are: Python is a low-level programming language, Python is an object-oriented language, Python is a compiled language, or Python is used for web development only. Please drop your answers in the comment section below.
For the digits, you just need to put directly. You don't need this inverted commas. You can directly write 5. Now you can see I'm creating a variable. X is my variable where I can store the value. So I am writing x equals to 5, right? I am writing x equals to 5. Now you can see, now if I write directly x, see this time you can see now x is a variable, right? So for the variables, you don't need this inverted commas. Okay, inverted commas doesn't matter if this is a letter, x is a letter, right? But we are assigning some values to the x, which means now x become a variable. Now you don't need to put here like this inverted comma like this. If you put inverted comma like this, it will be printing me the x as it is. But if you don't put the inverted comma, and now if I just run the output, now you can see it's giving me 5, which means it is giving me the value that x is holding. Right now x is behaving as a variable. Okay, yeah, everyone, are you clear with the variables? So variables are basically what? That are storing some values, right? So if I write here x and I want to print the x, so it is giving me 5. This time I don't need to put inverted commas. What else I can do? Let's say I'm writing y equals to, can I store only numbers? No, I can also store strings also. Let's say in the comma I'm putting, this is Tanmay. Okay, this is I'm writing in the inverted commas, I'm writing y is equal to this, and I want to print my y. Okay, let's suppose I'm printing y with the inverted commas. With inverted commas I'm printing, so it will be giving me the y. But if I just remove the inverted commas, so it will be printing the value of y. And what is the value of y? This is Tanmay. And if I just run this output, you can see the answer is this is Tanmay. Now, what are the variables we have just discussed right now? How to name the variables, and we will be having more practice of variables, right? Let me just again, if you want to see the steps again, you can just see right now. Just move to the file and download as. And from the download as, you have to choose this one, the notebook. Click on the notebook and it is being downloaded up there. You just need to type here in your browser, just type Google Colab. What you have to write? Google Colab. Okay, so you can see there is a first link here. So when you will be clicking in this first link, okay, guys, in the chat box I have pasted a link. Kindly take that link and click on that link for those who are unable to download the Jupyter notebook, right? So after clicking that link, guys, you can see this kind of interface will be there, right? As you have, if you are opening it from Chrome, right? So you might have already logged in with your Gmail accounts, right? So you don't need to create any account. It will be automatically taking your Gmail account. So you can see in the bottom, you can see there is an option for new notebook, right? So just click in the new notebook. Okay, so you can see when you will be clicking on the new notebook, right? So an interface will be there. this kind of interface. So this is exactly similar to your Jupyter notebook. See, there is a cell, and if you want to increase cells, so you can increase the cells also. You can write your code here also like this, print hello, like this. Okay. Yeah, everyone, is that clear? So this is an alternative to Jupyter Notebook. If you don't have a Jupyter Notebook, you can't install. So you can just use some online platforms. And this Google Colab is an online platform, which is an alternative to Jupyter Notebook.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data science course in collaboration with IIT Madras. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of data science from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data science.
Now let's just talk about the conditions that we are going to call it. Let's say rules for naming a variable. Okay, so in order to give, you want to give some particular name to a variable, you have to follow some rules. And what are those rules? And those rules are, the first rule is saying a variable name cannot start from a digit. Okay, so basically we can never start a variable name from a digit. Okay, so this is the first rule I would say. Let's say I'm giving here an example. Let's say if, as I say, you can see I can give any name, like name, roll number, any letter, but I can never start a variable with a number. Okay, let's say if I'm doing here 4x, instead of x I'm writing 4x equals to, let's say I'm putting some values, let's say 100. So if I run this, now you can see an error will be there. Why so? Because we are putting what? We are just starting our variable name with the digit, which is an syntax error. Okay, so according to the rule, we cannot start a digit with the number. All right, but yeah, it doesn't mean that we could not include the numbers. We can include the numbers, but in between somewhere, right? We could not start the variable name with the number like this. We cannot write 4x, but we can write x4 equals to, let's say 100. Okay, equals to 100. So now you can see, and also I want to, let's say now if I run this, so you can see I'm starting with letter, right? Starting a variable name with letter, and I'm using digit in between somewhere, that is x4. So this is my variable x4, and this is a valid variable. Now if I try to run this, you can see it's running fine. Now if I want to print also, let's say print x4, you can see it's also giving its value. Getting it? So the first logic is saying, first rule is saying you can never start a variable name with a number. All right, yeah, the first rule is clear. So guys, yeah, so every time, let's suppose I'm just until you are not running that code, okay, you cannot continue that execution in the further line. Let's suppose, you know what error Pankaj was facing right now. So Pankaj have given us the example. So let's suppose I'm writing here x, let's say I'm writing a variable a equals to 20. Okay, a equals to 20 I'm writing. Now you can see, okay, just suppose I'm also having another cell here. Now you can see, just suppose I have written here a equals to 20, and in the next line I'm writing print a equals to, I'm just writing print, and I want to run this a print. Okay, I want to run this a print. Now if I run this, you can see I will be definitely getting an error. Why? Because our interpreter have not any knowledge of a. What is a? Because we haven't executed this line yet, right? Until we are not running this line, interpreter is not checking this line. Okay, when we will be pressing this run, so run means interpreter will be checking our code, is there any error or whatever we have written. So if we are not running the code, right, for this line, so which means this a is not defined. That's why you can see in the error it is saying name a is not defined. Right, so what is the solution? So in order to do that, very firstly you need to execute the previous line, then the next line. So let's say the previous line I'm executing a equal to 20, and then this line, this. Now you can see I can see the answers here. So you can see this is the first rule that we discussed, that is a variable name cannot start with a digit. Now let's see the second rule. So second rule is saying we cannot use any special symbol, but exceptions are there, except underscore. Okay, so basically guys, like what are the special way symbols? Let's say if I'm talking about special symbols, what are the special symbols in our keyboard? This at the rate, let's say hash, dollar, any symbol, percentage, this, any symbol we are having. So we cannot use these symbols to name our variable, right? We cannot use these names. Let's say I couldn't say at the rate, let's say at the rate x equals to, I'm giving value 20. So if I run this, it will be definitely giving me an invalid syntax. All right, so this is a rule. We cannot use any symbol, but only one symbol is allowed. Okay, and that symbol is this underscore. All right, so if we just put here underscore like this, okay, then it will be a valid. Okay, and it will be valid. And if you want to print this, so you can also print like underscore x like this. All right, this is a valid now. So that's why only this symbol is allowed in naming a variable, not others. Now, why only this symbol is allowed? Because guys, the rest of the symbols, okay, all the rest of the symbols like this at the rate, this hash, this dollar, right? Every symbol is having a different meaning in our Python. Okay, in our Python programming, in some syntax. Okay, like at that we already used to as a decorator that we were gonna study further. Okay, no issues. So different symbols we use for different purpose, but we don't use this underscore for any purpose. So that's why only this underscore is being used for naming a variable, right? So and why it is helpful underscore. Let's suppose the second example I'm saying. Okay, now this is what second rule, that is you cannot use any special symbol, right? Now the third rule is saying what, like spaces are not allowed. Basically you can just only give a one word variable, right? You cannot use two word like this. Let's suppose I want to use a variable, I want to create a variable, let's say here, yeah. So here I'm using what, let's say my name, anything. Let's say I want to put first name, I want to create a variable first name, let's say first name. So first name equals to, let's say my first name is Tanmay. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. Now if I try to run this, see, now I want a space, right? Now I want a space, but I couldn't, this is not allowed in naming a variable. If I run this, again an invalid syntax. But what I need, I just need to, make it two separate thing. So what I can do, I can just remove the space like this. That's also working fine. Or else what I can do, I can put here an underscore like this. Sorry, like this. Yeah. So this is the naming, this naming will be also allowed like this. So now if I just print, okay, just a second. So now if I just print, I want to print this. Let's say copy this and I'm going to use here print. See now, my first name is being printed. Okay. Yeah, everyone, is that clear? So how this is how we are like we have some rules to create a variable. If we are following these rules, yeah, then we can create a variables definitely. Like for even we can name a variable, right? So we cannot. So let's just summarize the rules. Okay, so the rules are what? That is, a variable cannot start with a digit, the first rule, but we can put this digits in between somewhere, and we cannot use any special symbol except for this. Okay, this underscore, we can use only this underscore as special symbol, and others are not allowed. And the third, spaces are not allowed. We could not put spaces in between a variable name, right? It should be a single entity. A variable should be a single entity, not two different words. All right, so this is the third rule, and along with that, a fourth rule. It's not a rule, but it is a fact of Python actually. So as you know, the Python is case sensitive, right? So Python is case sensitive. Okay, so guys, any idea what is case sensitivity? You might have heard about this. Yeah, upper cases and lower cases are different basically. So exactly as Python is a case sensitive, so variable name, let's say x is not same as x. Okay, yeah. So basically capital X and small x are totally different thing. Okay, so let me just comment it down. So capital X and small x are totally different things. Let's say if I'm writing x equals to 100, and I'm also writing the capital X equals to 50. So if I run this and I want to print here, let's say I'm just printing small x, so it will be giving the value of 100. If I just make it capital X, it will be giving me the 50. So which means both are different variable, which both will be considered as different variable, not the same variable, because of their case sensitivity. Okay, but see now in that, this is now a single entity, the same thing you have to use here, right? So whenever you're going to use this, like print x and capital X like this, so it will be giving me the output. But just suppose somehow you mistakenly printed, you try to print like capital X then small x, like you are just changing the order, right? In that case you will be getting an error because that is a different variable now. All right, okay. So so this is not a rule, but this is actually the property of Python, that is a case sensitivity. All right, so that's why. Yeah, what are you saying? No, you can use small x and capital X also. You can give any name, Sitar, like only these rules should be followed. Okay, so this is not actually the rule of naming a variable. This is extra thing that I just told. Like this is a property of Python, right? Like whatever name you are writing here, let's say x, whatever thing you are writing, but the next variable, if it is exactly same, that will be reassigning. Otherwise, it will be not the same. If I write x equals to, let's say, 20, right? Okay, let's say anything I win. Okay, next, then I am writing then next what's the tab? What's your query now? Okay, if I want to print now, yeah, definitely it will be printing the same now. All right, but yeah, one thing, let's say again you are putting the same thing. Let's say this time x equal to 20, and in the next line you are writing x equals to 40. The same thing you are doing, right? Now the value of x will be 40, because it will be, the interpreter will be always considering the latest updated value. Now this is the old value, the new value I have given for the same variable, that is 40. So always a new updated value will be considered. Okay, all right. So this is guys naming rules for your variable, right? Now let's just discuss the next point we are having, that is operators. Okay, now what are the operators in Python? So guys, we are having in Python, we don't have any some particular operators. We are having a huge category of operators, right? Like all the operators are classified into various categories. Okay, so let's say what are the categories. So Python operators includes, let's say, the first category, that is your arithmetic operators. Okay, so let me just name them already. Okay, let's say, let me just write them their name once, and then we'll be explaining one by one. So in operators we are having, okay, now before moving to the types, so I want to know what is operator, right? So operator is what? Operator is a special symbol, a kind of a special symbol, right? Special symbols that performs some actions or operations, we can say operations between any variables. Okay, any variables. Now special symbols that perform any actions between any operations between any variable, right? So this is a definition of your Python operators. Okay, now what are the operators? Well, you have already like done in mathematics, right? So let's say if I'm writing, I want to print, let's say x is there, x equals to, let's say, 10 is there, and let's say y equals to 20 is there. And what I want to print now, I want to print x plus y. So basically x plus y will be equals to 30, right? It's giving me 30. Now this plus is an operator. Okay, now this plus is an operator which is acting as, it's a special kind of symbol that is performing some operations between x and y. right? So x and y are variables, and this special symbol is performing some operations between these variables. So that's why this symbol is called as in your operator. All right. So this is the work of operator. You can also write, let's say, x minus y and all that, right? Like this. So it will be giving me minus 10. You can also multiply them like this, like this. So it will be multiplied also. So this is a operators that performs some operations between the two variables, or it's not always the two variables, for single variable also, for three variables also, like that. Okay. So this is how operators work. Now let's just come to the category of operators. Okay. Now let me just write here the plus. Now types of operator. Now, what are the types of operator, guys? So types are basically, we have a huge classification, but let's just discuss some major classifications. All right. So the first classification is arithmetic operator. Okay. So first time, okay, what I'm going to do is, right now I'm just naming all the operators. Okay. And later on we'll be discussing one by one. So the first type is arithmetic operator. Then second type is, let's say, assignment operator. And third type is we are having, that is your logical comparison operators. Okay, so second type we are having comparison operators, and third type, and fourth type we are having logical operator, and then we are having fifth type, that is your bitwise operator. Well, some operators are not that much important, but let's say still we will be discussing, right, for the knowledge or facts. And then sixth one is we are having membership operator. And then we are having, just a second, and the last one is basically identity operator. Okay, so guys, these are the 7 categories of Python operators we are having. Okay, so that we majorly use. Well, in these category also we are having very like rare categories that we use very, these are very, which are very important, right? But some operators are very rare, like bitwise operator we don't use as much as we will be discussing it. Okay, so we will be having the more focus on arithmetic operators, assignment operator, comparison, logical. Okay, so these 3 operators are not that much usable. Okay, but still in somewhere if you want to use, that's up to you. Okay, but we'll be discussing all, right, one by one. So let's just start with our arithmetic operators. So this one, I hope this one will be definitely clear to you guys. This is because the simplest type of operators. So here, what things we have, right? So let's say the first operator that we have in arithmetic, that is plus, that we have already discussed, that is like a plus b or something. Then we are having minus, that is addition operator is there, subtraction operator is there. Let's say I'm writing here, subtraction operator is there. Then let's say multiplication operator is there, right? Let's say the division operator is there, right? And the next is, okay, now these are the basic thing, like plus, minus, multiply, and divide. Now some additional operators we are having, that is, let's say, a floor division. Just a second. This is called as, let me just write here the name also, the floor division. Let me write it here. This two slashes, okay, is called as a floor division operator. And the next is we are having, let's say, this this is called as modulus operator. Okay, this is a modulus operator. And then we are having this is your exponential operator. Okay, so these are the basic things. I don't think like we should cover these, right? You might know this, like plus, minus, multiply, and division. Let me just still take a small example here. Yeah, here. So what we'll be doing here, let's say I'm taking a variable a equals to anything, let's say 50, and let's say b equals to, let's say anything, let's say I'm saying 10. Okay, so if you now just perform what I want to perform, I want to print a plus b we have already performed. Let's say a plus b we can do, right? A plus b, that will be 60. A minus b, okay, that will be 40. A into b, that will be your 500. And a division b, that will be your 5.0. Okay, so guys, now this much is very much clear, right? Like these four operators we already know. Now what is this floor division, guys? Like this is a double division. You can see this is a single divide, and this is, we have used a double slashes, right? So what is the meaning of that? Now you can see, guys, in the print, okay, here I'm dividing a divided by b. So you can see output is in floating point, like it's in the decimal, right? Output is in the decimal form. So you can see, let's say if I just see here, if I, let's say I'm just putting here some, this thing 0.3, let's say I'm writing 3. Now you can see, now I can see if I divide a with b, a divided by b, I'm getting 16.6666 till 8, right? So this is the output where I'm getting when I'm dividing my a with b. Now what is the floor division is doing? Let's say I'm just going to perform the same thing. I'm going to perform, but this single, not the single slash, with the double slash. That is now to become a floor division. Now what is the purpose of floor division? The floor division's purpose is to round the number to the previous number. Okay, so previous whole number. So, or basically what, in short, we can also say it will be removing the decimal part. Okay, it will be taking only the whole part. That is, this is a whole number, right? And in this whole number, a floating part, that is a decimal part is attached. So if we floor divide this, so it will only taking this number, it will not take the rest of the decimal points. Okay, so let's say if I just get the output of this, so you can see we are not getting 16.6666 something, we are getting only 16, right? So this is the purpose of floor division, when you want to gain only the whole number, the whole value of that division. Okay, so this is how a floor division works, right? It will be removing the decimal part. Now what are the next we are having? The next is here a modulus operator. Okay, so now what is this modulus operator, guys? So modulus operator is an operator that we will be just taking out the remainder. Okay, let's suppose I'm just dividing, here it is 50, and let's say I'm just 3 is there, right? So if I divide 50 with 3, what could be the answer? Let's say 50, 3 ones are 3, meaning 2, and then 0 carry here, and 3 6 18, and here it will be 2, right? So remainder will be 2. So if we see, if we divide, it will be taking 16.66, that is whatever the output will be there. If we perform floor division, it will be taking only 16, it will not be taking the further 16.666 something. But if we are performing a modulus, so modulus will take the remainder. Okay, you can see here the remainder is 2, right? Before moving to the decimal form, the remainder is 2. So this 2 will be the answer whenever we are performing modulus between a and b, that is 50 and 3, right? So let's say if we run this, let's just try a practical example we are having. Yeah, so here if I just try print a modulus b, so you can see the answer is what? 2. So this is a work of modulus operator. Okay, so this is how we use modulus operator. Okay, now modulus. Okay, now what is the purpose of this modulus operator, like in programming, how it is helpful, like this modulus operator, right? So this is helpful in order to perform some minimum mathematical programming, right? Let's say I'll give you a small example. Let's say if you want to find even and odd number, so with this help, with the help of this operator, you can find, because we know that whenever we are dividing an even number with 2, right, so remainder will be definitely 0, isn't it? Like if we are dividing even number, let's say I'm having even number, let's say I'm having 8. So if I'm dividing 8 by 2, so I will be definitely getting 2 4s are, I will be definitely getting 2 4s are 8. So definitely the remainder will be 0, right? Because this is even. Now if I just divide this odd number, any odd number, let's say 9 is there. So similarly 2 4s are 8. and a 1 will be the remainder. So whenever we are dividing our odd number with 2, so remainder will be obviously 1. And if we are dividing even number with the 2, remainder will be obviously 0. So we can find whether the number is even or odd. Getting it? So this is how we can find. Okay, so this is what about modulus operator. And the next one is we are having exponential operator, right? So what is this exponential operator, guys? Exponential is simpler nothing. Let's say if we want to write like this, let's say 10 raised to power 2, 10 raised to power 2, that will be your 100, right? So if you want to perform this task, you want to give some raised to power something. So in that case, you have to perform this exponential operator. Let's say now, if I just want to print a is basically what? Your 50. Okay. So 50 raised to power. So raised to power, how I will be giving? Not if we use single star like this, let's say single star 2. So a into 2, basically 50 into 2, that is 100, right? But if I use here double star like this, which means now this is a raised to power 2, which means 50 raised to power 2. Now 50 raised to power 2 will be your 2500. Okay, so this is how an exponential operator works. Okay, so these are basically the arithmetic operators we are having: plus, minus, multiply, divide, floor division, modulus, and exponential. Okay, so yeah, I hope this one is clear. So well, I just left the data type. You just always need to put only 2 star only. So instead of 2 here, you can change the value if you want to put 3 star like that. Let's say if I'm taking print like this, let's say b is 3, right? So let's say b raised to power 2, so that will be your 9. And if b raised to power 3, if you want to perform, then instead of 2 you can write 3 like this, 27. B raised to power 4, that will be your 81. So star will be not changing, or every time you have to put 2 star. But if you want to change some power, you can just, this is the power, right? This is the power, so you can give here 2, 3, 4, 5, anything, right? But stars you have to keep same. Okay. Okay, so guys, okay, we have just covered the arithmetic operators, and we'll be covering the rest of the operators also one by one. But I just skipped one other topic that I was thinking I will be moving to that part later on. But in order to understand this operator, you must need to know that. Okay, so like we'll be covering the rest of the operator later on. But very firstly, let's just complete the data types. Okay, so data types are more prerequisite like before this operators. Okay, so let's say I'm gonna start from here. Okay, so well, let's just talk about the data types. Okay, so we will be moving back to the operators also, but we need a prerequisite, that is your data types. You must need to know about the data types. What are data types, right? Only then maybe you can understand the operators. So we have already covered the arithmetic operator, and the rest of the operator we will be covering once we have covered the data types concept. What are the data types? Okay, is that fine for you guys? All right. So now what are the data types? So, as the name suggests, you can see, guys, it's saying like data types, like which type of data that you are storing. As I said, like variable are what? Variables are basically containers that store data. But which type of data? Because data could be of any type. It could be a number, it could be a words, right? It could be a line, single lines, like sentence. So what kind of data we are storing? So that data type must be defined, right? So exactly. So let's suppose we are having majorly categories of data types. So we are having 2 types of category of data types. That is, the first is built-in data type, right? This is your built-in data type. And second is basically, okay, so these are 2 major category: built-in data type and sequential data type. So built-in data type is also called as an universal data type. Okay, this is called as an universal data type. Okay, so basically universal data types are basically the, okay, we'll be discussing now. Let's just talk about the built-in data type. So in the built-in data type, we are having what? We are having, let's say, integer we are having, then we are having float. Then we'll be discussing them one by one. Don't worry if you are very beginner. Integer, float, then we are having Boolean. Okay, so these are the 4 built-in data types that we are having. Okay, and yeah, okay, let's see the chat box. I can see lots of answers in the chat box. Jatesh is saying integer tuple loop. No, tuple loops are different. Like tuples are also data type, but that comes under sequential data type. Okay, we'll be discussing it one by one. Loops are different thing. Okay, yeah, integers are also data type. Okay, so we're also saying numeric, string, boolean, objects. Yeah, objects. Yeah, objects we can't say as data type. It is it's a different thing. Okay, but yeah, string, boolean, and numeric we are having. Yeah, string, integer, or alphabet. Yeah. Very firstly, we are having universal data types: integer, float, boolean, and strings. Now, in our sequential data types, whatever we are having in sequential data types, we are having lists. Okay, then we are having tuples, then we are having sets, and then we are having dictionaries. Okay, so these are basically sequential data types, and then we are having built-in data types. Okay, so guys, for now what we'll be doing is we'll be doing only built-in data types. Okay, sequential data type maybe we'll be doing tomorrow, or if we get time today, so we'll be definitely covering the sequential, because sequential data types are basically a very major part, right? So let's see if we today we get the time. So by the end of the session, we'll be definitely discussing some data types among the sequential data types. Okay, so because right now we have to also cover the operators also, right? So we'll be moving to the sequential data types later on. So only we are discussing only built-in data types right now. Okay, majorly I'm asking, see, we are having different data types that we can say, right? Complex is also there, but majorly we are having these 4 built-in data types: integer, float, boolean, strings. Okay, so now let's just discuss our built-in data types. So what are the integers? Let's say I'm just talking about integers. Okay, integers are basically what? Integers are basically numbers that whole number. Let's say I'm writing 55, 67, 89, anything. Let's say 1, 2, anything. Or it could be also a negative numbers also, negative integers. Let's say minus 45, minus 67, etc. Okay. So these are called as basically integers. So if we are storing these values, okay, if we are storing these values in our variable, then it will be an integer data type. Okay, then it will be what? It will be an integer data type. But if we are storing like this, let's suppose this is your float. Now, what is this float? Float is if you are storing in the decimals, let's say 55.667 or 67.8, or even also negatives also, like negative 12.44 and negative 67.5, anything. Okay, so anything that you are that is having the decimal form, right? Any number that is having a decimal form will be a floating data type. Okay, will be a float data type. Are we getting? Okay, so integer is what? In which a whole number is there, doesn't matter either positive either negative, and floating point is there, that decimal should be there, doesn't matter even. Okay, just a second, if I cannot see here points. Yeah, I think now it's clear. So if you are having points, that is decimals in your number, that will be considered as your float data type. All right, so this is what your float, and you can see previously we worked on integers, right? So this is your floating data type. Now the third data type, that is your strings. Okay, so strings are what basically? So guys, strings are basically the collection of letters. Okay, let's suppose anything, the name you are writing, anything that you're writing within this double quotes, that will be becoming a string, right? So it's not like only alphabets can be a string, you can also put numbers also, but string is a data type, kind of data type that will not be manipulated. Okay, like you are writing something in a string, so that will be taken as it is. As I give the examples also, let's say in the previous question, in the previous topic, we also discussed, like when I'm gonna write this, like print, let's say hello, so the hello will be exactly printed, right? So let's say hello at the rate 1 2 3 4, anything I'm gonna write, so it will be exactly printed as it is, it will not be manipulated at all. Why? Because this is a string, and because we are putting it inside this double quotes. So if we remove this double quote, so definitely an error will be there, you can see guys. Okay, so if we because if we remove the double quotes, then this is not giving any particular syntax. You can see at the rate we cannot include anywhere like this, so we are having some restrictions. But if we are putting this double quotes, so which means when this double quote is started, so interpreter know, like, okay, this is a string. Now interpreter will ignore everything whatever in between there, doesn't matter whatever code is written, all the code will be considered as a single unit. Okay, so this entire thing will be considered as a single unit. Till where? Till we have put it the ended inverted comma like this. Even if you can put spaces also, like here, like this. So this will be your string. Okay, it will interpreter will be taking the starting inverted comma and the ending inverted comma, and entire thing enclosed between that inverted commas, pair of inverted commas, will be considered as a single value, that is a single string. Okay, this is a single string. I'm having, let's say, a equals to 20, right? So in this case, it's gonna print this hello, right? So if I just put here comma a like this, so it will be giving me a different values because I'm putting comma. If I'm not putting comma here, so it will be just giving me an invalid syntax. Okay, it's giving an invalid syntax. As well as we may not be able to concatenate both. Well, with this a we can concatenate, right? But right now we can't, because one is variable that is in numerical form and other is a string form. Okay, so we cannot concatenate both of them. Okay, so I hope you are aware of concatenation well. So yeah, what I was saying, yeah, so this is what your string you are having. So anything that you are enclosing within this double quotes will become a string. You can write someone's name like this, or anything you are writing. Okay, so that will be becoming your string. So this is how you work on strings. You can also concatenate strings also. Let's say I'm writing a equals to let's say a equals to Tanmay, or let's say I'm writing b equals to anyone's names. Let's say Suresh. In the comment I can see Suresh. Okay, so if I just wanna do what? If I just wanna concatenate them, so I can do what? Let me change this to code. Yeah, so I want to concatenate them. So I will be writing print a plus b like this. So you can see it is concatenating both the strings. Now concatenation means what? It will not take any space between them. It will just merge both of the strings. This is string 1, this is string 2. So a plus b will be Tanmay Suresh without any space. Okay, so this is how concatenation works. So in order to concatenate, you have to use this plus string like this. Okay, now it doesn't mean that you can also use like this negative also, right? This will be definitely giving you an error, but it will be only happening with this plus symbol, because this plus symbol is an overloaded symbol, which means it can also act as additional symbol and it can also act as concatenation symbol. Okay, so this is a property of this plus symbol. Okay, so when you will be passing a string, it will be acting as plus concatenation, and if you are passing a numbers, it will be acting as an additional. Okay, so Satar is saying string also case sensitive. Yeah, strings are also case sensitive, bro. Like what you can do is, let's say if you change it, let's say I'll show you the case sensitivity. Let me just give the case sensitivity. Yeah, okay, when I'll be just comparing the coming to this point now, because you haven't done yet the membership operator and the identity operator, right? In that case, I'll be just comparing the both string. In that case, you can just have an example like how strings are case sensitive. Well, yeah, actually like strings are also case sensitive, so that okay. So I'll be give the demonstration in the membership operator and identity operators. Okay, let's say this is your a and b. Now putting the space between here and here will not make the output different. Okay, output will be same. What you can do is you can just put the space in the in that, what we can say, in the string itself. Okay, let's say Tanmay is ending here and Suresh is ending here, so either you can put space here or you can put space here. It's up to you, right? In the variable you have to make the changes. Yes, correct. So in the both of the side, wherever you want to change, let's say I'm changing in Tanmay only, so in the back, so you can see if I run, now you can see a space is there. Okay, yeah, everyone, is that clear? So either you can put space here also, if you are also going to put space here also, so this will be giving me a double space like this. See, more wider area is there. All right, so this is how you can make spaces, but changing spaces here will not change space in the output. Okay, so that is a quite different thing. Okay, so this is what you have we have done here. So these are basically strings, right? So this is all about strings. Now let's just talk about what the third data type, that is your Boolean data type. Okay, let's say put more cells. So you're having Boolean data type. Now what is this Boolean data type, guys? Boolean data type is nothing, just is having true value or false value. That's it. It is having two values, that is either true or either false. And one thing, see, every time you have to put capital T and capital F to write true and false like this. Okay, so it is holding only two values, either it is true or either it is false. Okay, so we'll be discussing this boolean in more detail, like when we'll be comparing this comparison operator, right? In that case you will be getting the output more clear. But boolean operator, you can say it is storing only true or false. Okay, the two values it can store. All right guys, now this is all about your built-in data types. And let's suppose we are having some functions. Okay, we are having a type function that will be telling us the type. Okay, let's suppose I'm just writing here, let's say x equals to, let's say 20 I'm writing. If I just check the type of x, now which type of data am I storing here guys? X equals to 20 int, right? So the type of int will be also giving, type of x will be giving me the output. You can see the answer is what? Int. So basically this type function will be printing like the data type, like which data type is it. Okay, it will be checking which data type we are storing, and it will be predicting the type of x. Okay, now let's suppose now I'm doing, now which data type is it? Yeah guys, what should be the output? Yeah, float. Correct. So it will be giving me the float. So this is floating point. Okay, let's suppose now if I just make changes like this, now what is the data type? String. Correct. So string is there, so type will be, you can see str. So in the short form we write str, right? So it is a string basically. So str is a short form for string. For int, for integer it is int, and float is written as it is. And just suppose now I'm writing here, let's suppose true. Now what will be there? Output? Yes, correct, boolean. So the output will be bool. You can see that is your boolean data type. All right, so this is how you can just check the type, like which type of data we are storing. Okay, just tell me guys, this is true, right? This is true, I'm writing, that is your boolean data type. But just suppose if I enclosed it, in double quotes, then what could be the output? str. Correct. Because doesn't matter whatever thing is there, if you have put it inside the double quotes, then it will be automatically becoming a string. Okay, you can see now the output is str. All right, okay, then that's fine. Now what we have to do is okay, so this is all about your built-in data types. Okay, so this is your built-in data types. Now we'll be discussing these sequential data types. Okay, sequential data types we'll be discussing like in further sessions. Like let's say by today also, if we complete the entire operators, then we'll be definitely covering it today, otherwise tomorrow. Okay, so let's say later on. Okay, yeah, one more thing guys, I haven't told you. You can see here I'm putting a hash. Now this, what is this hash is? Hash I'm putting because just to make it comment. Okay, so you have any idea what is comments guys?
Let us take a look at a quiz question, guys. Which of the following is not a valid data type in Python? Your options are int, string, boolean, or char. Please drop your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a data science course in collaboration with IIT Madras. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of data science from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data science.
So basically, the comments are basically the non-executable part of your program. Okay, so let's suppose you can see here, let's say in this code, anywhere, let's say here what I'm performing a division, right? So I want to put here a heading like division. Let's say I'm writing division of numbers. Okay, this is a comment I want to write, right? In this code I want to write additional information. But if I run this, okay, if I just run it here, you can see guys, it will be giving me an error because my interpreter is not getting this syntax. Interpreter is saying this syntax is not valid because the interpreter will be only checking the syntax, right? The basic syntax, whatever is defined in Python programming. But this is the normal words that we are using. So that's why interpreter is giving us an error. So how we can write additional information for our reference, right? So you can see to do that, what I'll be doing is I'll be just putting here a hash. So this hash means now I'm commenting this line. So whenever a hash is interpreted, right? Whenever a hash is encountered by the interpreter, so interpreter will be doing what? Interpreter will be ignoring that entire line. Okay, so interpreter will be ignore this line, which means interpreter will not throw error for this. It will directly jump to this side and it will be just checking only this code. It will not be checking this code. Okay, so that's why we put here hash. So hash will be a comment that allow us to put additional information. So now if I run this, you can see if I run this, now it's running perfectly. Just a second, like this. Just a second. Okay, just a second, like this. Yeah, now it's fine. You can see the division of numbers we are writing as in comment. So that's why you can see in every point we can I'm just putting a comment here, type of operator, like this, right, for your reference and all. Okay, so this is what comment you are having. Actually, what just happened in our complex programs, like that how complex is program, right? Right now we are just dealing with very basic things, but when you will be having a good hands in programming, so you have to write like codes of 100 lines, 1000 lines codes also, right? So that's how you can put references, right, to help yourself. See, we have two options. Let's suppose let's say, okay, let's suppose you want to, this is a big code, let's suppose 7 lines, different line, right? So you have two options. Either you can put hash in all lines like this, okay, like this hash you can put in every line will be becoming comment, but it will be time consuming. So what else you can do is, very firstly, you can just select all the code. Okay, you are just selecting all the code and just press control and slash. Okay, just control and slash. So when you're pressing control slash, you can see it will be automatically putting hash in all the lines, all the text that you have copied, okay, selected. So this is how you can do. Okay, this is the first method. Let me just remove the comments. Okay, so this is the first method, and second method is what you can put here like this: 1 2 3. Okay, just a second, 3 lines you can see here. See, so 3 commas I'm putting here, inverted comma, and ending at the ending line, like starting till, let's suppose I want to put comment till here only. So 1 2 3. So you can see this is a multi-line comment, I can say. All right, yeah, Arvin, is that clear? So either you can select the entire code and put hash in all the lines, or what you can do is you can just put these 3 inverted quotes here like this. So this, all the red part is your comment. Okay, so this is how you can do, guys. Now let's just move to the second part, that is your assignment operator. Now what is this assignment operator? Okay, so guys, let's say if I just write here, copying this and paste it here. So this is your assignment operator we are having. Now guys, like the first operator that we have worked in our Python, like in our Python programming, is the assignment operator. Now what is that assignment operator? That is your is equals to, yes Jatish, that is your is equals to operator. Okay, this is your first assignment operator. Whenever we are assigning a values to some variables, so we use this assignment operator, right? So in this assignment operator, we are having is equals to, but we have also more assignment operators. Not only a single operator is there, we have also created more assignment operator that we can use with the help of previous operator that we have studied. That is the arithmetic operator that we have studied: plus, minus, multiplication, division, floor division, modulus, exponential. Along with this, we can use the combination of this assignment operator. How? Let's say is equals to we are having. Let's say you can also create plus equals to. Okay, you can also create minus equals to, also create division equals to, and let's say multiplication equals to, let's say floor division equals to, and let's say exponential equals to, and modulus equals to. Okay, so with the combination of previous arithmetic operators that you have already worked on, you can create new assignment operators. All right, so let's say have a practical demonstration of this. Let's say I'm gonna create a variable a equals to okay, now the question is, why do we use this, the combination of two operators, right? So basically we use this assignment operator, like the combination of arithmetic and assignment operator. We use this if we want to like change the particular value with respect to its previous value, like that. Like how? Let me just give you a demonstration. Let's say I'm having a variable, let's say v equals to, let's say 10, right? And I am doing what? I'm just doing v equals to, I want to change the value of v. Okay, I want to change the value of v. Let's say if I directly change this, okay, so that will be definitely gonna change. Let's say I'm gonna change it to v. So this will be definitely changed, right? But see, right now I am making the changes from myself, but I don't want to change it myself. I want to make changes with respect to the previous value. Basically, let's suppose I want to add 5. I want to add 5 in this. So how can I write? I can add like this, v plus 5, right? Like I am just reassigning the value of v. Initially the value of v is 10. So v, I'm changing the value of v. V should be the previous value of v. That is what? That is a 10, right? The previous value of v is 10. So 10 plus 5. So 10 plus 5 is 15. And this 15 value will be reassigned to the v, which means that now the new value of v will be what? That is your 15, correct? So if we run this, let's say, now if I'm gonna run this, you can see the 15 is there, right? Why? Because I'm just reassigning the value of v, and that v I'm changing with respect to the previous value of v. So previous value is 10, so 10 plus 5. Getting it? So this is how you do like the perform operations with respect to the previous value. But this is let's say huge syntax, we can say, just to make it a shortcut. So what we can do is we can do the same syntax, but removing, instead of writing that variable name again and again. Okay, so what we can do is just remove this and shift plus here and equals to like this, plus equals to. So if we do like this, that is also meaning the same, like this 15. So let's say for I'm changing here 100. So 10 plus 100, like this, 110. Okay, so this is how you can do plus equals to. Now let's suppose I'm gonna do minus equals to. Minus equals to, let's say 5. So what should be the output, guys? Can I even predict? If I just perform minus equals to 5, it's 10 here. So basically what we are performing, we are assigning the new value to 5, and the new value will be the minus 5 from the previous value. So 10 minus 5, which will be equals to 5. Okay, all right. Okay, so this is how you can do your assignment operator. And with this you can also try like with division, with multiplication, with floor division, with exponential, right? With all the operators that you have already worked with, the arithmetic operators. Okay, you can try this. All right, so you can try at your home like this. Okay, at your side. Now this is all about your assignment operators. Okay, the rest of the operators you can try by yourself. Okay, now the next is we are having comparison operators. Okay, next is we are having comparison operators. Okay, so this is your comparison operators. Now comparison operators are basically what? The operators that you use to compare some values. Okay, as the name suggests, like comparison, you are making comparisons between some variables. Okay, so which kind of comparisons? How you can compare the variables with respect to their values? You can compare like this. Let's suppose you can say any variable is less than other variable, or we can say it is greater than other variables, right? You might have studied like these symbols in mathematics, right? So less than, a variable is less than other variable, it's greater than other variable, or we can say is equals to other variable. Okay, now equals to, we have already used here this symbol, right, to check to assign the value. So how we can check like both the operators are equal or not? To do that, instead of this equals to, we can put here double equals to. Okay, so if we are putting here this double equals to, which means we are saying like both the operator, both the left hand side and the right hand side, both are equal. Okay, to check the equality, we use this double is equals to. Okay, now a double equals to, then we are having less than equals to, comma, then we are having greater than equals to. Okay, this is things we are having, and next we are having not equals to. Okay, so etc. We can use the various combinations of these operators also, right? So these are the operators that we are having. So let's just have a practical implementation of this. So okay, so let's say I'm creating a variable a that will be, let's say, 10 and b equals to 20. I want to print what? Now you can see, guys, now you will be seeing here the role of your Boolean operators, that is true and false. Okay, so you can see, guys, a point here to be noted, that is a comparison operator always gives an output in the Boolean form. Okay, now what is the Boolean form? That is either true and either false, right? It will be always giving the values in the true and false, because we are comparing, right? We are checking whether this condition is true or false, whatever condition we are putting. Let's say if I'm just comparing two variables, so if they are same, okay, then it will be giving true. If they are not same, they will be giving false. So comparison operator will be always giving the answers in the Boolean form. Okay, so you can see, guys, here I'm taking a 10, b equals to 20. So if I write a less than b, I'm saying my a is less than b, right? So now if I run this, you can see what is the output? True. Why? Because yeah, actually the a is less than b. But if I change it, if I'm checking, is my a greater than b? If I run this, now what will be the output? You can see this value is smaller and this value is b is larger. But what we are saying like print whether a is greater than b. So this condition is what? You can see false. All right. Yeah, correct. So this condition is false. Why? Because you can see we have assigned the values. We know that this is not true. So that's why the answer is false. Okay. So what else we can do? Let's say I want to print a equals to b. I'm just checking either my a and b are equal or not. So if I just run this, you can see false. Like, yeah, they are not same. If I just change the value, let's say like this. Now I have made both the values equal. A and b both are equal, right? And now if I run this code, now you can see it's giving us a true value, right? Which means now a and b are equal. So this double equal is used to check whether both the side variables are same or not, right? Correct. Now let's say not equal. Now what is this not equal here? This is not equal. Not equal will be opposite of equal, definitely. So if they are equal, right, then it will be giving false. If they are not equal, okay, then it will be giving true. So you can see I'm saying a is not equals to b. Now if I run this, it's giving false. Why? Because I'm saying a and b are not equal, but they are actually equal. That's why it's giving me the false. But if I make them unequal like this, and now you can see now this value is true. Why? Because I'm saying a and b are not equal. Okay, so this is the symbol of not and equals to equal. All right. And then the third, fourth we are having, okay, like here, if I want to check this, print a should be less than equals to less than equals to b. So I'm saying my a is less than. Now this is a combination of equal and less than operator. So here I'll be just checking if my variable left hand side is less than b or is both equals to b, right? If any of the condition is true, it will be giving me the true. Otherwise it will be giving me the false. Okay, so now you can see you have to check whether any of the condition is true. Very first condition is a is less than b. Is it true? No, it's not true. Let's say a is equals to b. Is it true? No, it is not true, which means both are false. It means the answer is false. Okay, now let's just make it true. Let's say this is the output question. Okay, so now let's suppose, now what could be the output? I'm just checking a is less than b or a should be equals to b. Now you can see a is less than b, which means this condition will be definitely true. Even if they are same also, even if they are false, still the answer will be the same. So these are very simple operators. Okay, so see guys, right now as I'm performing on my screen, so sometimes it looks very easy. Okay, these are very easy. Well, they are actually easy, but only when you are having a daily practice on this. Okay, like today, right now, let's say in the session you are thinking, okay, this one is easy. Yeah, it is easy, but if you are not practicing it at home, right, like say today you didn't practice this, okay, so you will be saying, okay, it's easy. So tomorrow you will be definitely forgetting what are the topics we were having and how to implement it. Okay, so just keep practicing as much as you can. Okay, all right. So this is about your comparison operators, how you can compare the values. Next we are having logical operators. Okay, now what is this logical operator, guys? So logical operators are basically the operators, okay, that takes the input in the boolean. As I said in the previous comparison operator, they take input in which form? In basically your normal data type, that is in numerical strings. You can compare both also, right? But if we see, like it is taking numbers or whatever data types, but it is giving the output in the booleans, right? But logical operator will be always taking boolean input and always giving boolean output, right? It only deals with the boolean. It will take inputs of booleans and always returns the output of booleans. Okay, that is we cannot compare like this. Like, okay, let me just tell you what are the logical operators we are having. So logical operators we are having and, okay, or, and not operator. So these three operator we are having. You might already have studied these kind of gates, right? Logical gates in your let's say higher education, secondary education, right? So you might have studied in your school time, like we used to study about gates, logical gates, and or not gate, right? So it's quite similar to that. Okay, it's having the similar functionality with that. So now how to work on them. Okay, now let's just have a practical implementation of it. Let's say, okay, let me just put it here. Let me just, how we can check. Okay, so very firstly, whenever you are working with logical operators, you need to pass very firstly comparison operators also. Because why? Because we and or and not logical operators always takes boolean inputs. So boolean inputs will be given if any boolean outputs are there, like from comparison operators. Okay, like this, let me just tell you, we cannot directly compare like 55 and, like say 55 and 56. We could not do that. Okay, this will be an invalid. It's giving like 56 directly. Okay, so we need to do what? We just need to put the conditions. Okay, so we have to put the conditions. How we will be doing? Let's say if I'm just taking a equals to 45, okay, and let's say b equals to 67, anything. So now what I'm taking here, I'm gonna print here, print, let's say a less than b, okay, and b is greater than a. Okay, so how AND operator will be working? I'm using here AND. Now AND, you know that, let's say I'm having creating here a truth table. Let's say true, false, false. Let's suppose I'm having a truth table here, true, false, false. And here also, let's say true, false, true, and false. Okay, so guys, you can see how an AND operator is working. Now we are using AND, right? Just a second. So we are going to use here AND operator. So how an AND operator is working? If both the conditions, okay, it needs both the condition or all of the conditions should be true. Okay, if all the conditions are true, only then it will be giving true. Otherwise, it will be giving us the false. Like you can see here, I am having a false and a true. So false and true, which means and is asking what? And is asking like both of them should be true. So here only one is true, which means it should be giving us the false. Here both are false, which means definitely the answer will be also false. Okay, and here both are true, so which means it will be giving us the true, because this is the requirement of AND operator, right? AND operator wants like both of the sides or both the inputs should be true. Okay, so you can see both are true. Yeah, it's giving us the true. So here one is true, one is false, which means definitely the false will be there. Okay, yeah, this much is clear, guys, like how AND operator is working. So this is how you can deal with, right? So you can see A is less than B. Okay, A is less than B, which means, can you see A is less than B? Yeah, correct, it is true. Okay, it's, let's just write here true. And you can see B is greater than A. B is greater than A, correct, it is also true. So let's just write true here. So one true and here is also true, which means both are true, and in between and is using, and left both the sides and both the inputs are true, which means the resultant value of your AND operator will be also a true, right? So definitely your true will be the answer. So how you can do that? Let's say run this. See, the answer is what? True. Why? Because both of them are true. Okay, I can see like few people have already also given the answer false. So guys, just look again carefully. Okay, so just see when both the true will be there, so output will be also a true. See, in AND operator, what we need to do check, like all the input ports must be true. Okay, if a single false is also there present, so it will be definitely giving the answer false. Okay, not a single false will be there. Okay, all inputs must be true, only then it will be giving us the true. Okay, now you can see here one is false, one is true, which means all are not true, right? So false is there, one is false, other is also false, which means definitely a false. We need all of them to be true. Then here true, true, so you can see both are true, so which means answer will be true. And here one is true and one is false, which means definitely false will be the answer. Why? Because we need all of them to be true. Okay, Smitha is asking something. If any one condition is false, then output is false. No. Yeah, correct, Smitha. Yeah. Okay, so this is how your AND operator is working. So you can see in this case, this condition is true because you can see A is less than B, and B is greater than A, right? This is also true. So both are true, which means the resultant answer will be also your. Now let's suppose if I just make some changes here, let's say like this. So now what could be the output? Any ideas? False will be there. How false will be there? Now you can see A is less than B. I'm checking. A is less than B, which is a false condition, right? And here I'm writing B is greater than A. B is greater than A, which is also false. So definitely false, false. The resultant will be what? The resultant will be your false. Okay. So if you run this, just like this, if you run this, you can see false is there. All right. And let's suppose I'm just now putting here less than. Let's say I'm putting here both of them to be. Okay, just tell me guys, now what will be the output? Yeah guys, what will be the output now? False. Why? Because one condition is true, that is B and A are equal, right? But it is not satisfying, like A is less than B, right? Which means the definitely answer will be false. Yes, correct. Okay, so this is how you can just do your we can say operations, right? That is your AND operation. If we run like this, so it will be false also. Now just suppose now we are gonna perform our OR operator. Okay, yeah, we can also compare that also. Yes, actually that's why I said now, because comparison operator gives the boolean inputs, right? So and operator and or not, all the logical operator will be taking the only boolean inputs, so which means you can use all the comparison operators that we are having. This also not equals to, greater than equals to, like equals to, less than equals to, greater than equals to, anything, whatever things comparison operators we are having, you can use all of them. Okay, so let's say now we are doing OR operator. So let's say I'm doing A is less than B. Okay, or B is, let's say, less than A. Okay, so as I said, like in the what we can say, in the AND operator, right? In the AND operator we discuss. Let's say I'm creating a truth table here also. True, false, true, false. So here let's say false, false, and let's say true. Now in OR operator, what we do in OR operator, like if at least one of the output is true, it will be definitely giving us the true. Okay, if all are false, so the answer will be definitely false. But even if a single true is there, it will be definitely giving the true. Doesn't matter how many falses are there, but if a single true is encountered, it will be definitely giving us the true. Okay, so here you can see false and true. One is there, one true is present, so definitely answer will be true. Now both of them are true, so answer is definitely true. And false and false, so answer will be false, because everything is false, so definitely answer is false. And true and false, at least one of them is true, which means answer is true. Yeah, Nivita, yeah, correct, Nivita. Okay, So this is how OR operator will be working. Now let's just check the working of this operator here, the output. Now you can see I'm just saying A is less than B. A is less than B, which means it is true. And I'm saying B is less than A. B is less than A, which means this is false. Now what output I can expect, guys? So yes, so you can expect the true. Why? Because the resultant output will be definitely a true, because true and false, and if we performing OR operation, so answer will be definitely true. Okay, so this is how OR operator is working. So if we just run this program like this, okay, it's giving us the true. Okay, all right. So this is what about your OR operator. Now let's just talk about the NOT operator. Now what is this NOT operator? Well, that is a very simpler operator. Okay, so even the work of NOT operator is to just invert the output. Okay, let's say if I'm just checking print, let's say A equals to, or let's say A is less than B. Okay, now I'm saying A is less than B, which is correct, right? If I just run this, which is correct, we know that A is less than B. A is 45, B is 56, it is less than B. But if I put here not like this, so now the output will be inverted. You can see false. Getting it? So by putting a not, the output will be just inverted directly. All right. So guys, this is what you are having logical operators. Okay, print here A is less than B, right? And B is less than, okay, let's say B is greater than A, which will be definitely true, right? Which will be definitely true. Now here, if you are applying note, right, now you should be careful like where you are applying a note. If you want to revert the output of this entire, okay, this entire output you want to revert, so let's say what you have to do, you have to put here a braces like this, okay, like braces, and in the braces, out the braces, you have to put here note. So definitely output will be automatically inverted like this, false, right? If you want to invert the output of this entire thing. But let's suppose if you put inside, let's say if you are not putting the braces, so you know what will be happening. So this not will be considered with this condition. So very firstly, what will be happening? Initially it was true, right? So now what will be happening? A is less than B. A is less than B. Where is A is less than B, which is true, right? Now this part will become false. Why? Because of this not. Okay, this will become false, and this is already a false. This is a true. So false, true. The answer will be still a false. Membership operator and identity operator. Okay, so two types of operator that are very small operators. Okay, that's why I said like we should cover it before the bitwise operator. So let me just cover very firstly the membership operator. Okay, so you can see guys, membership operator, you know what is a membership operator? And the membership operator is, now just suppose in membership operator we are having only two operators, that is in and not in. Okay, in and not in. So how this membership operator works? Let's say I'm having an, let's say A that is having a string, let's say hello. Okay, and I'm gonna check print A, print let's say E in A. Now what I'm doing, guys, just a second, I'm putting in inverted quotes. Okay, so basically membership operator is what? It will be checking whether something that we are comparing is present in any other sequence or not. Okay, so it will be checking. Let's say I'm creating here a sequence that is a string. So I'm just checking whether this small e is present in A or not. So if it is present, it will be giving me a true. You can see it is present, right? Let's say if I choose any letter, let's say Z, which is not present in A, in this my A string. So if I run this, now you can see it's giving me a false. Why? Because Z is not present. So basically the purpose of this membership operator is to check whether something that we are comparing is present in any particular sequence or not, right? So that's why we are checking Z in A. So that is giving me a false. If I check L, which is present, actually it is present, we are having in a string, right? It's giving me true. Now as one of you was asking like whether this is case sensitive or not, right? String is case sensitive or not, and yes, I just told you like we will be covering that in membership operator. So you can see, as we know, H is present here, right? You can say true is there. But if I use here capital H present is there or not. So if I just run this, so you can see it's giving false. Why? Because of the case sensitivity of our string, because small h is present, but capital H is totally different, right? So capital H is not present in my string. So that's why it's giving me a false. Right now in this membership operator, it will be just returning true or false, right? Whether it is present or not. But yeah, with the help of loops that we will be discussing in further topics, okay, loops, we are having conditional statements. Applying those, we can definitely count the number of else also. So this is what you are having membership operator, and the second membership operator we are having not in. And definitely, as we already discussed various not operator like not, logical not, right? As well as we discussed not equals to in comparison, which means it will be definitely doing the inverted, right? So if I'm just checking h not equals not in, if I'm writing not in, so you can see if h is not present in, so it will be doing the reverted, which means it will be giving me the true if h is not present. See, h not in a, which is not. And it's, if I'm saying if E is not, I'm saying E is not present in A, but actually E is present. So which means it will be giving me a false. Okay. So this is exact opposite of your in, it will be inverted your output. So this is a list, and how to create list I will be definitely like sharing with you tomorrow. Okay. So just for your reference, I'm just checking print, let's say 65 li. Okay. If 65 is present in li, it will be giving me the true. Okay. Let's say I'm checking 100. So 100 is not present in li, right? So it will be giving me false, right? So this is how we can also check with the numbers also. But right now we haven't done any list, tuples and all that. So that's why I wasn't giving the example. Okay. Yeah, Arvind, is that clear? So we can do it for the integers also. Now this is your membership operator, and the last operator we are having, that is your identity operator. That is also similar to membership operator. Very small operator it is. Okay, let's just copy this thing. And here, let's say, yeah. Okay, so this is my membership operator, identity operator. Similar to the membership operator, it is also having two operators, that is and other is not. That's it. So two operator is there. Well, right now the use of these operators are very obsolete. Why? We don't use them much. Why? Because we are having alternative to these operators, identity operator. Why so? You can see we use identity operator to check whether two variables are same or not. Right? Let's say if I'm just checking a equals to, let's say, hello, and I'm checking v equals to, let's say, also hello. Okay, now if I'm gonna print this, let's say I'm gonna print, okay, just a second, where am I? Yeah, so here let's say I'm gonna print a is b. I'm just checking whether my a is similar to b or not, identical. A is identical to b or not. If both are identical, it will be giving me true, right? If both are not identical, let's say if I make some changes, let's say I just remove the e from here. See, the both are not identical, right? So now if I run this, you can see it will be giving me a false, right? Which means it will be checking the identicality of this. And what else we can do is like is not, if we use similar to the identity, it will be just reverting the values. If false is there, it will be doing true. If true is there, it will be doing false. Okay, so this is how your is not and not will be will be working. Okay, just to check the identity. But now why I said it's an obsolete, like we don't use it as much, because we have alternatives. So guys, can you please tell me like what alternatives we are having? Like we just discussed one of them. So we can just directly do now like this, a print, we can do like this, print, and we can say like print a equals to b. If it is both are same, then it will be giving true, otherwise it will be giving false, right? So which means if we are also having this comparison operator, we don't need this identity operator. So that's why the use of identity operator is very obsolete now. Okay, yeah, sort of correct. And for the note, we can also do like this also. So we are having an alternative, so that's why we don't use these operator as much. But just for your fact, just for your knowledge, okay, you can just have a look into these operators.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data science course in collaboration with IIT Madras. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of data science from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data science.
So what are the bitwise operators, guys? as in the beginning of session, as I said, like our machine works on binary, right? That is 1001 and all that. So you were also asking, like, is it possible, like in our high level language, that is Python, we can write the low level language codes? So in that moment, I just explained, no, we cannot write, but we do have some functions, some operators that may help us to deal with the binary digits. Okay, so that's why this is the bitwise operator, which means it work with bits basically 10010, that is called as in bits. Okay, like if we are having 100010 like 1, this is a bitwise binary code, and each digit is called as a bit. So this operator works in bitwise. Okay, so it works on each bit, so that is why it's called as in bitwise operators. So now the question is, what are the operators present in a bitwise operator? Okay, so if we just take that, so bitwise, types of bitwise, or we can say what all bitwise operators are present. Okay, so the very first bitwise operator is bitwise AND. Yeah, here it is. You can see we just discussed the logical AND, right? So similarly, we also have bitwise AND. Okay, and that bitwise AND is not, now the previous one was written like this, right? Bitwise AND, but for this we don't write like AND, we just use a symbol, particular symbol, and that symbol is this. Okay, this symbol we use to represent bitwise AND. Next we are having bitwise. So this bit, for the representation of bitwise OR, we use this symbol. Okay, this symbol you can see. And for the, then we are having bitwise NOT also. Bitwise NOT. For this purpose, what do we use? We use this symbol. Okay, you can see this symbol on your left hand side, like the top left hand side of your keyboard. Okay, so this is a symbol for bitwise NOT. And apart from this, we do have two more operators, that is bitwise left shift, that is denoted by your this symbol, and then we are having bitwise right shift. Okay, so these are the major bitwise operators that we are having. Well, there are others also, but we don't use them as much as, okay, like we have bitwise XOR and all things, so we will not be covering that. Okay, so as of now, these 5 operators we will be discussing right now. Okay, advantages of bitwise and logical operators. Okay, so see, logical, for the logical operator, if I tell, okay, so for the logical operator is like, just suppose if you are creating any kind of machine, right? So which basically these operators help your machines to take decisions, we can say, right? Like both the, if let's suppose if I give you an example, let's say in the logical gates also, right? In the logical gates we use that thing. So in order to take decisions, like our machine use these operators. Like for taking the decisions, it can use logical operators as well as conditional statements that we'll be discussing in the further in the like today's session. Okay, further. So in that case, we will be telling you the logical operators. But for the bitwise, you can say we don't use as much, like bitwise operator, we don't have much use like in a programming part, right? But if you move to the what we can say, that automation part, right? Like when we comes to the machine automation, like machine programming we are having, in that case only we use the bitwise, where we have to deal with the machine level language, right? So that's why I said like bitwise operator is not that much important, because right now we are not studying the automation part, right? Because this course is related to your Python programming. So in the programming we don't use bitwise operators. Okay, it's just only for the automation purposes and all, like giving the instructions to the machine if you want to create machines, right? Like the robotics fields and all that. So in order to give the instructions to the machines, we use these bitwise operators. So that this is the use of bitwise operator, but in Python programming we don't have much use. Okay, so that's why I'm just going to give you the only a brief introduction to all the operators. Okay, I hope your query is clear. So okay, so this is about it. Now let's just elaborate in our bitwise operator we are having. Okay, so let's say here I'm tapping. Very firstly, let's just discuss what is this bitwise AND. Okay, so bitwise AND is basically used, like just suppose if I'm gonna perform some task, let's say A I'm having 20 and B I'm having, let's say, 45, anything. Now I want to print A and B. Now what output I can expect, as I'm using here a bitwise AND, what output I can expect? Let's see. If I run this code, you can see answer is 4. Now you might be wondering, like, how a 4 came? Like, what operation does this operator is performing? Okay, what operation does this operator is performing? That answer is 4 if we apply it between 20 and 45. Okay, so this is a kind of like, confusing. So how we can see the answer? It's like, just suppose I'll give you the working, like how bitwise AND work. So bitwise AND, to know the working of bitwise AND, we need to know, actually, bitwise operators always works in the bits. So very firstly, how the working, we got confused with the output. Why? Because you can see, very firstly, interpreter will be doing what? Interpreter will be converting the 20, okay, converting the 20 into respective binary form, okay, in the respective binary form, and it will be converting B, that is 45, into its respective binary form. Okay, then when both will be having a respective binary form, in that binary form it will be applying the AND operation. Let's see now how it will be giving the output. Let's say here I'm going to print, let's say, binary of A. Now guys, which function I'm using here? A bind function. Okay, this is a binary function. This function is used if you want to print the binary form, okay, the binary format of any number. Okay, so let's say I'm just checking the binary form of A, and I also want to check the binary form of B. Let's say here I'm typing B. Okay, so if I run this now, you can see, guys, this is a binary form of A and this is a binary form of B. All right, and let's suppose I also want to check the binary form of our answer. Answer is basically A and B. Okay, so I want to check binary of this. Now see, guys, very firstly, let me just introduce how binary representation is working. So you can say 20 is represented as 10100. Okay, and this 0b is nothing, it's just an prefix. Okay, it is not the part of your output, it is just an prefix which tell us that the number is a binary. Okay, the number that you are taking is a binary. So this is the representation of binary number 20 in binary format, and this is the representation of your 45 in binary format. Okay, so on applying operations on this binary form and this binary form, we will be getting this output. Okay, 100 this output we will be getting, and then this output is respectively converted into our human readable language. Actually, what is happen whenever we're taking a bitwise operator? Interpreter very firstly convert this numbers, variables, into respective binary. Okay, converted, then it will be for both of them it is converted. Now it will be applying this AND operation. Okay, after applying this AND operation, the result will be this. Now, as like we can only understand high level language as we are human, right? So interpreter will not return this, rather interpreter will convert this binary format into respective decimal format that we can understand. So after returning into the decimal format, it is returning the 4. So that's why you can see after applying this we are getting 4. Okay, now which operations is being performed here? Okay, which operation is being performed here so that 100 we get? So let's just check. Here you can see A is we are having 1 0 1 0 and 0. This is the A we are having, right? Let's just take the value of B. 1 0 1 1 and 1 and okay, that's it, I guess. I guess one more is there. 1 1. Okay, 0 is there. Just a second. So 0 and 1. So this is the binary form of your B, A and B. Now you can see the name is AND. Okay, AND operator. So just tell me, guys, when will AND logical AND is gonna give the true? What is the condition? Like if when will a logical AND will give the true value, true result? What is the condition for that? All the conditions must be true. So similarly, in the bitwise operator, okay, so we want, like, see, we can consider here 1 as a true and 0 as a false. That's it. So the same thing we have to do that we did in the logical operator. So you can see 0 is a false and it is a 1. 1 is a true. So here we are using an AND operation, right? And Here we is using AND operation. So this is false, this is true, which means definitely the answer will be true, false, right? So that means 0. This is false, this is false. Answers will be definitely false, right? Now this is true and this is true, which means that both will be true, right? Both will be true. Okay. See, Star, actually what is just happening here, very firstly, we took the binary form of A and then binary form of B, because that's what interpreter will do. Okay. So actually, see, this bind function is not it's not needed here. Okay, we only need to print the output, that's it. Okay, this is the program whenever we will be using a bitwise. Okay, this is what we have to do. Why am I using this function? Because just to explain you like how interpreter is working, right? Just to show you the working of interpreter, because if we don't see their binary form, we will not be able to understand like how we will be getting the 4 output out of the 20 and 45. Okay, how we are getting 4. So this is what we have to figure out now. So you can see binary we have written here, therefore this and this. So this is binary of A and this is binary of B, right? Now we have to perform an AND operation. So AND operation, we know that if both are true, only then it will be giving true, otherwise it will be giving false. Now this is a bitwise, so in this we will be considering 1 as our trues, all right, and 0 we will be considering as our false. Okay, so 1 is our considered basically our trues and zeros are basically false. So you can see here 0, see you can, this is false and true, so definitely we will be getting a false, right? And then we are having false and false, that is zeros and zeros, so definitely answer will be 0, that is false. Then we are having trues and trues, which means answer is definitely true. And here also you can see false will be there. Why? Because at least all of them should be true, right? But here you can see at least 1 is false, and here also 1 is false, so definitely answer is false. And here also, because here is nothing, so which means we can put here 0 like ahead, so you can see 0 and 1, so that means definitely 0 will be the answer. Now what we are getting, if 0 is in front, so it don't mean anything, right? So we have left with only what part, that is your 100 so you can see this is the 100, and this 100 when converted into respective decimal form, so we will be getting a 4, right? So you can see answer was given by 4. If we check the binary form of 4, it's 1000. Okay, so this is how bitwise operators are working. So but as you know, as I said, like we could not understand this 100, right? Because in human readable language this is not 4, this is 100, right? So that's why interpreter will be doing what? Interpreter will be converting it to the human readable language. So 100 is converted to the respective human readable language 4. So that's why on performing this operation, okay, this A and B, we are getting directly 4 answer out of the 20 and 45. Okay, so this is only understandable if we are checking the binary form of this. If I don't write this binary form, we will be directly getting like 4 output and we will not be understanding how it's working. Okay, now if I just clean it now. Okay, so this is what a bitwise AND will be doing. Okay, now let's just talk about bitwise OR. Okay, so if we just talk about bitwise OR, so this is also similar to that. Okay, so let me just copy this and let me also write the entire program here. The same thing I'm gonna write here is, but now A is 20, B is 45. Now instead of this AND, I'll be gonna performing here OR operation like this. Okay, OR operation, and here also I'm gonna check the binary of OR. So answer we are getting 61. Okay, when we are performing 20 and 45, when we are performing OR in between 20 and 45, what we are getting 61. Now how we are getting 61? In order to check that, we need to find out the binary form of both. So as we know, the binary form of A, that is 20, is this, and the binary form of 45 is this, right? That is given by your machine. Now the answer will be 61. Okay, so how answer will be 61? Let's just check. So here here you can see we have written here some points. Okay, now here instead of performing AND operation, we will be performing OR operation, right? So we are going to perform OR operation. So what is this OR operation? So what is the condition for the OR operation, guys? So at least one of them should be true, right? If a single truth is encountered, then the result will be definitely true. So you can see here it is 0 and 1, so which means at least one true is there. We are considering ones as true and zeros as false, right? So this is false, this is true, which means answer will be definitely true. and this is false, so answer is false. Okay, so if we check, this is true, both are true, which means definitely true. One is true, one is false, again the true, and the one is true, one is false, again a true, one is true and one is false, again a true. So output we are getting 1 1 1 1 0 1. So you can see the output 1 1 1 1 0 1. This is the binary form. Now as we cannot understand this 1 1 1 0 1, so just our interpreter just convert it into the respective human language, that is your 61. Okay, so this is the binary code of your 61. Now let's just talk to the now let's just move to the bitwise note we are having. Okay, so this is what we are having, bitwise note. Okay, if we just copy it and if I just paste it here, this is my bitwise note. Now bitwise note is, you know, exactly like it will be just performing. Now in the previous things, okay, we just said like, okay, if trues were there, it just convert the trues into false, and if false are there, it just convert it into trues, right? Basically the inversion operation it will be performing. So is it same with in case of our bitwise note also? Let's see, if I'm just taking a, let's say x I'm taking equals to, let's say 30 I'm taking. Okay, so you can see x is equals to 30. So if you want to perform the note form of, let's say x, okay, x note, if I'm gonna perform, it's giving me 31. Now it's not minus 31, so minus is basically a prefix to tell that it is a bitwise note. Okay, so here I'm getting the output 31. Okay, so why 31 I'm getting? So let's suppose if we check the binary of let's say I'm gonna print the binary of, okay, if I'm gonna print the binary of let's say 30, let's say x, okay, and this is the binary of x, and if we want to check the binary of r, this inverted x, that is not x, not x. So you can see, so now you know what will be just happening in bitwise not, we have to add 1. Okay, we have to add 1 like this. Let's say if this is a binary form of, let's say 30, 1 1 1 1 0. Is this the bitwise form, right? You can see, guys, this is the bitwise form of binary form of your 30, right? Now if you want to perform bitwise not, it's not like, okay, in the previous thing we were doing trues to false and false to true, which means we will be converting this as 1 and this as 0 0 0 0. No, it's not like that. In bitwise not, we need to add 1. Okay, if we are adding 1 here, let's suppose we need to add 1 only, like this. Now adding is different and performing AND operation is different. Okay, so don't get confused in between. So you can see we have to add here 1. So let's say 0 plus 1, that will be obviously your 1. So 1 1 1, that is all are 0, right? Like we don't have anything, so all are 0. So 1 1 1 1 and 1. Now don't think, okay, someone will be just thinking, okay, let's say if we put zeros here, let's say if we have to add it, right? Let's say like this. Okay, so if we don't have anything, so we are going to put 0. Okay, if we are going to put 0 here, that's fine, we can put 0 because nothing is there. So you know we have to add them. Now adding is different and performing AND operation is different. So AND operation was saying what? If one is false and other is true, which means definitely answer will be false, right? But in this case we are not checking trues, false and nothing like that. We are just adding the normal addition we used to do in our normal mathematics, right? So 0 plus 1 is basically 1. So 1 plus 0 is basically 1. So 1 1 and 1. So you can see this is the output I'm getting, 1 1 1 1. So this is your binary form of your 31. Okay, just a second. Now let me just check a complex example if I'm getting. They all are still same. Okay, this one I can do. Okay, so now you can see, guys, answer is 20 minus 20, and this is a binary form. Now you can see, as I said, to figure out the value you just have to add it, right? You just have to add it. So how you can add it? So let's see if I'm writing here, this is a binary form, 1 0 0 and here 1 1. This is just giving me that it is just a prefix. Okay, it's just to interpret is telling this is a inverted form. This is an inverted form of your given x. Okay, it's not included in the output, just like you can see in the binary form also. It is giving me the prefix 0b. So this 0b is not a part of my output. This is only given by the interpreter. Like, this is not your normal. See, if we just directly see this in output, okay, so what we can expect? We can expect, okay, it's 10,011, right? We can just make like that. So in order we are not getting confused, interpreter is giving some prefix also, that is 0b, which is telling us this is not our normal 10,000 something. It is just a binary form, right? So similarly, it is giving us the minus, which is just telling us like this is an inverted form of your x. That x you are providing, this is an inverted form. That is a not form of your that. Okay, so just for the representation is it, right? So what we were doing, let's say the example 10011. Okay, so here I'm just adding 1. So if just I add 1 in this, as I said, whenever we are going to perform not operation, we have to add 1. So anyone can predict the output of this? If I add 1, let's say like this, if I just remove the plus also, let's say 1 I have to add, and here is nothing, so I'm putting 0 0 0 and 0, and here I need to perform add, right? Because I want to perform add 1. So what could be the output here, guys? So what you have to do, guys, like this, just suppose okay, we have to perform here a normal addition. Now let me just write here the manually some binary form. Let's say for 1 2 3 4 5, right? Like this. Okay, so you can calculate it from the right side. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so what you have to do, see, for the 1, the binary form, okay, let's say from starting from the 0. For the binary, in binary, okay, this is my decimals, okay, and this side I'm gonna write binary forms, okay, respective binary forms for that. So right now the binary form for 0 is 0, okay, so for the 1 it is 1, okay, for the 2 it is 1 and 0, okay, 1 0 for the 2, for the 3 it is 1 1, okay, for the 4 it is 1 0 0, okay, and for the 5 it is 1 0 1. Okay, so this is the binary form of respective, let's say, first 5 digits. Okay, so as you know, how to convert it manually, right? So manually we are having 2-3 options. Okay, let's say the first option, this is the most easiest one. Okay, so you can do one thing. You want to see the entire list. Now you can just tell me after 0. See, in binary we are only allowed to use zeros and ones, right? Yeah, everyone, in binary we are only allowed to write zeros and ones. So that's why, so for the 0 we are writing 0, okay, for the 1 we are writing 1, but for the 2, if we are only allowed to write zeros and 1, so after 1, which is the next digit in our normal counting, that is including only ones and zeros, which is the next number, that is 10, right? 10 is having 1 and 0, so that's why 2 is having the 1 and 0. And after 1 and 0, which is the next number, that is only having ones or only having a zeros or both, so that is your 11, right? So that's why this 11 is given for the 3. And after 11, which is the next number, that is only having 1 and zeros or maybe 1 ones or 0 zeros or something like that. So the after 11 we are only having 100, right, which is having only one combination of ones and zeros. So that's why 100 will be given for the 4. And after 100 there is 101, that is 101. So similarly it will be going on so far. Like for the 6 it will be having after 101, which is the next digit, that is only having one combination of 1 and zeros. Yeah, everyone, so what could be the binary form for 6? Yeah, correct, 110. So this 110 will be the binary form for your 6. Okay, so this is how binary numbers are being calculated. And yeah, Saurav have given 111. Yeah, Saurav, that 111 will be for your 7. Okay, for the up to next, like for the 7, next will be 111. So this is how binary will be calculated, binary number for all the numbers. Okay, all right. So in this case, now you can see, guys, here I was saying 1 and 1, so we don't need to perform AND operation here, we need to add it, right? So 1 plus 1 in our normal mathematics, what is our 1 plus 1 in our normal mathematics? So basically in normal mathematics 1 plus 1 is basically what? Your 2, right? So we could not write here 2. So but what we will be writing, we will be writing the respective binary form of 2. So what is the respective binary form of 2? That is 10. So we are writing here a 10, that is 1 0. So 0 we have written here, and 1 we can't write here, we will be just putting it as an carry forward here. Okay, if we just carry forward here, and now again 1 plus 1, that is 2. So again 0 and 1 will be carry forward here. Okay, so now 1 plus 0 plus 0, that will be definitely 1. So here it is already a 0, and here 1 plus 0, that is 1. So you can see 1 0 1 0 0. So this 1 0 1 0 0 is the respective form of your what, that is 20. Okay, so that's why we are getting this output. So now, okay, so this is all about this binary note. Now we will be discussing where it is. Okay, just a second, let me see, there is a question. Let's see. Now next I think we have to move to the bitwise left shift. Okay, so guys, bitwise left shift, okay, bitwise left shift is also there. So let's just copy this, and I do want to paste it here and this. Okay, so left shift and right shifts are basically very simpler. Okay, so let's just perform a let's say a, if I'm having any number, let's say 45, and I want to print the a left shift with 2 bits. Okay, it's giving me 180. How it's giving 180? Let's just check again the binary form of what? Binary form of a. Okay, the binary form of a is basically this, and let's just check the binary form of our output. Let's say print the binary form of your output, that is your 80. Right, let's just check the binary form of your 180, sorry, it's 180. Okay, so this is the binary form of 80. So as you can see guys, I am just shifting, okay, I'm just shifting my bits to the left side. So left side I have to shift the bits. So basically, just suppose this is a plane. Okay, just suppose this is your plane, and here you can see till here you can see the same output is there. Okay, this is your input and this is your output. Till here the same numbers are there, 1 1 0 0 1 1 1 1 0 1. Till here the same numbers are there, right? But it is saying to shift it to the left side with 2 bits. Okay, so basically when it will be shifting to this side, just suppose if we shift this to this side, so here 2 places will be vacant, right? Let's say 2 spaces will be vacant, so we have to put 2 zeros here, that's it. Okay, so this is how binary left shift is working. Like in the left shift, it will be shifting the entire binary form into the left side by the 2 bits. Okay, it will be just shifting by the 2 bits, so you just need to put 2 extra zeros. Okay, yeah everyone, you go the left shift. For the left shift, you just need to do what? For the given input, binary input, you just need to add the 2 more zeros, that's it, and then that will be converted to the respective human readable form 180. So that will be your output. So for the left shift, you need to put the 2 zeros, and let's do the same thing for the right shift. Let's say to copy this, and I'm going to perform this thing for the right shift now. The symbol, this one symbol, and similarly we are going to perform the right shift. Okay, so this time, okay, so this is the output I'm getting. Now let me just clean this very firstly. Yeah, so you can see we are getting 1 0 1 1. So this is exactly opposite of your bitwise right shift. Okay, so just a second, this is a right shift, previously we did the left shift. Okay, so let me clean these drawings, and yeah, so previously guys, you can see we in the left shift, we just shift our binary form into the left. Okay, in this side we shifted, and from the back side we just put 2 extra bits because we are writing here 2. See, it's up to you. If you want to shift 3 bits, 4 bits, 5 bits, it's up to you. So I have given here 2, which means I will be putting 2 extra zeros. But in this case guys, in the right shift, what will be happening? Just suppose this is a plane now. Okay, now you can see all the bits are same, 1 0 1 1. Only the difference is that instead of putting 2 extra bits, we will be just deleting these 2 extra bits. Okay, these 2 extra bits will be deleted, so the rest of the part will be your answer. Okay, so which means this time you are just shifting the bits. Let's suppose this is a plane and you're shifting the numbers to this side. So after shifting it's 2 times, so these 2 bits will be removed, right? So only we will be getting these 4 bits. All right, so you can see, so let's say if I just conclude the both of them, so in the left shift you just need to put 2 more zeros, right? And in the right shift you need to delete 2 2 bits. Okay, it's not every time 2, it depends like which number you have given. Let's say here I'm just giving 3, let's say 3 I'm giving. So you can see just a second, also the change A3. Now you can see capital A I have written, Yeah, now you can see it's giving me 3 extra zeros, okay, and the rest of the code is same because I have using here 3 bits. And similarly here also, if I just write 3, so you can see it's removing the 3 bits from the last. Okay, let's say here also 3, and yeah, you can see the 3 bits are not there and the rest of the output is same. Okay, so in the left shift we have to add 2 zeros, like we have to add the shift bits, and in the right shift we have to remove the bits. Okay, so guys, this is all about your operators. Okay, well, that, as I already said, like bitwise operators are not that much usable in our normal programming. Okay, so we will not be that much focusing on this. Okay, now let's just move to our main topic of the today's session, that is your sequential data type. So this is the sequential data types we are having. So what all sequential data types we are having? The very first, we are having a lists. Okay, then we are having tuples, then we are having sets, and then we are having dictionaries. Okay, so these are the basic 4 sequential data types we are having, and one more data type is also there, guys, and that is, well, you have already discussed, but let's just still write that is your strings. Okay, so strings, you know that we have already discussed the strings in our built-in data types, right? But still we also consider strings in our sequential data types. Why? Because string also follows a particular sequence. How? We will be just discussing it. Okay, don't worry about it. So strings are also considered as your sequential data types. Okay, so now why we are saying it as a sequential data type, right? Which means all the data types which we are having in the sequential data type, like list, tuples, sets, dictionary, strings, every data type contains a particular sequence in it. Okay, basically it does not hold only a single value, it holds multiple value, a sequence of values. Okay, it is holding, so that's why it is called as in your sequential data types. All right, now let's just take a few examples here. Now I'm gonna complete your list. Okay, so just suppose, what is list? So list is basically a variable, we can say a variable which stores multiple values. Now if I just say, let's say if I just say a equals to 20. Okay, so if I just say a equals to 45, equals to this, so it will not be able to store the multiple values, right? Because a variable can only store a single value only. But if we want to make any variable to hold multiple value, we need to create it as your sequential data type. Okay, so we can create a list for that, tuple, sets, dictionary, strings, like if we want to store multiple values. Okay, so how to do that basically? Okay, so let me just give you the symbolic representation of your list. So whenever you're gonna create a list, you have to create a list using this square braces. Okay, like if you are using a square braces, which means it is your list. And just suppose if you are using this round braces, okay, round parenthesis, then which means it is your tuple. Okay, and let's suppose if you are using this curly braces, that is your sets, as well as dictionaries also we use in this curly braces. Okay, and strings we use in double quotes. You know, I think, right? We have already discussed. So for the list, if we want sequence of items, we will be enclosing them in a square braces. Tuples we will use enclosing in the round braces. Sets we will be enclosing in the curly braces, and dictionaries also in the curly braces, and strings in the inverted quotes. So now it comes to like how to create a list. Okay, so list creation, let's say, is very simple. Okay, so let's say I'm just gonna create a list. Let's say li, I'm just taking a name. You can give any name, a, b, c, d, x, y, z. The same naming rule you have to follow that we have discussed for the naming of a variable, right? The same name we have to discuss. So we are having list, let's say, equals to, I'm saying here anything, let's say any element I can put. Let's say this number I'm gonna put, let's say I'm gonna store 34, I'm gonna store 4, anything. So this number will be stored in the list. Okay, multiple list. So this is my list has been now created. Now if I want to print my list, okay, I'm gonna print my list. Let's say list. So you can see this is the list I am having right now. Okay, now the question is, okay, whenever we want to deal with see why we are storing multiple items. Okay, see, because we don't know like particularly which element right now we need. Like at any point in a program, we must like we might need any of the numbers, any of the element, right? So how we can fetch any particular element? Okay, how we can fetch any particular element from the list? For that purpose, we are having a concept of indexing. Okay, we are having the concept of indexing. Now, what is the indexing, guys? So indexing is basically, see, if we want to access this particular element, just suppose if we want to access this particular element, this 45. So how we can access, right? So if we want to access only this, we don't want to access. Right now I'm just printing my list. Okay, I'm just printing my list, so it's just only giving me the entire list, right? But I want to fetch some particular element. So how we can do that? In order to do that, see, whenever we are going to create a list, a particular index number will be automatically given to all the elements. So an index numbers always starts with a 0. So this will be having a 0 index number, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, right? So index number is basically an address, we can say, to this entire list. So which element if we want to fetch, for that purpose we have to put the what we can say, the index number of that element. Okay, so let's suppose right now, as I said, I want to access this 45. So what I'll be doing is I'll be doing print like li of, let's say, in the square braces. So for the indexing, every time we use a square braces, right? It's not like, okay, we are using a list, that's why we are using square braces. For the tuples, we'll be using round braces in the case of indexing. No, indexing we always do with the square braces. Okay, so for the indexing, if we want to access this third element, okay, so for the third element, no, the third element, it's a fourth element. So fourth element is having the index number 0, 1, 2, 3. Third index. So we will be putting here li of 3. So if we run this, now you can see we are getting our output, what, 45. Okay, if you want to check the element at index 4, then let's say if I write 4, so it's giving me 345 like this. Okay, even we can store strings also, Satar. In the list, there is no any restrictions. Okay, we can store strings also. Let's say if I just create a list, let me just give a example here. Let's say I'm going to create a list L equals to, let's say, very firstly, see, I'm going to enclose some integers, right? I'm going to enclose some floats, let's say 56.6667, right? See, I can also enclose float. Even I can also enclose our strings also, right? And even I can also enclose our booleans also, right? Any data type we can store in a particular list. Okay, and if we run this and if I print L, so that is your output. Right now, if you want to check any particular index, let's say L with the index of, let's say, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's say for third index I want to print, that is your hello. This is the third index. All right, so this is what we are having lists now. Okay, now guys, along with this list, okay, so okay, let's just move, let's just discuss slicing also. Okay, so as we said, like this thing like indexing we have done. Now let's just start with the slicing. What is the slicing now? Okay, slicing is basically if you want to fetch some particular part. Okay, in the, see, when it's up to indexing means fetching any particular element, but we are fetching only a single element from that. Okay, only a single element like this. Let's suppose here I am using 0, 1. Let's me just put here the index numbers. Let's say 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So here I just put here 3, which means this only third index will be going to fetch. But just suppose if I want to fetch some particular part, like sublist, we can say I want to fetch. So how we can fetch that we can do with the help of slicing purpose. Okay, so you can see, let's suppose if I only want from this to this, okay, I want to fetch the output as 56.667 and hello. Only this part I want to fetch. I don't want this 34 and true to be included in my output. How we can do that? In that case, we need to use the concept of slicing. Okay, so how we can perform that slicing? Let me just do here. Erase it very firstly. Let me erase it. Yeah. Now this is our slicing. My task is to do what? My task is to fetch only these 3 elements in the list. Okay, I don't want to fetch this 34 and true. So what I'll be doing is I want to print what I want to print. I want to print, let's say, from the list L. Let's perform this now. For a slicing also you have to use this square braces. Okay, now if we want to fetch, let's say, this third element, we can directly do like third. Okay, but no, we don't want to put this only third element. We want to put like these 3 elements in between. So what we can do is we want to start it from, let's say, this is 0 index. Let me just put here index values also. that is your 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay, so this is what we are having. Now we want to start from fetching from first index, that is 0, 1, 1 index. So let's write here 1, 1, 2. Which index we want to fetch? Let's say till the third index. Okay, so first index and third index we want to fetch, right? This is the code 1, 2, 3. But guys, one more thing, like as we know the right hand side range. Okay, so every time we are working with the range or something like that, okay, in the next questions and next concepts also, whenever we are specifying the range, so left hand side range is okay, that is inclusive, but the right hand side range is always an exclusive range. If you are mentioning here 3, it will take up to 2 only, right? It will not take 3. Okay, it will take up to 2 only, the second index. It will not include the 3, but we want to include 3 here. Let's say if I just run it by 3, so you can see we are getting it's only up to 2, 1, 2. You can see 1 and 2 output we are getting. So if you want to include 3 also, you have to give always a 1 extra, that is your 4. Yeah, correct, Jitesh. Yeah, Pias, yeah, you're also correct. Yeah, so 1 extra you have to give. So if you give 4 here, so again it will, now it can give me this part. Okay, yeah, now it's clear. Okay, so we can also perform the same thing with the, okay, let's just do, okay, now there is a concept. If you want to also see, what you can do is you can directly, even you can put 5. Okay, if you just give extra, doesn't matter if the fourth index is there, you can give 5 also, right? But you know, this feature, this one is basically is not that much, you know, we can say it's not a good approach, right? Because right now fifth index does not exist, right? Fifth index does not exist, but still we are putting 5, so it means definitely it is taking to the 4. Right now it is correct. But when we are working with the loops, right, when just suppose in the further session when we'll be working in the loops, so what will be happening if we just give the extra value, okay, extra index that does not exist, then it will be giving us an error. Okay, right now we are not working with the loop, so that's why it's just fine, we are putting here 5, so it will not that much problem. But if we are working with the loop, so putting 5 will may cause any kind of issues and all that, because the index is not existing. So what else we can do is, Shivang, what else we can do? Instead of putting 5, 4 or something, we can just remove it directly. That's it. So if we keeping it empty, so you know what does it mean? It means it will be starting from the first index, because we are putting here first, and if we are keeping it empty, which means by default till the last of the last element of your list, okay, it will be printing till the last element. So if we are putting it in empty, so it will be just keeping till the last. So if you run this, so you can see still the output is including the true. So, and one more thing, and even the same rule you can follow in the starting also. Let's suppose in the last you want to include till 4, that is your, you want to include till hello only, right? Let's suppose till this, but you also want to include the starting one. So for that purpose, what you can do is you can also put 0 also, right? Or else you can just keep this empty also, so that will be also working fine. See, keeping the empty, which means till the last element, that is till the first element, starting from the first element it will be keeping. Okay, as I said, like 5 will be also gonna work. Okay, so 1 to 5 you're writing, that will be also returning this. But that's what I'm saying, whenever you are working with a loop, so include so please avoid taking one extra index, because right now fifth index does not exist, we don't have any element in the fifth index, but still we are putting, so which means definitely it will be taking a one less range, right? But when we will be working in the loop now, in such case it will not it just show the index out of range like this. Reverse indexing is also there, that is called as your negative indexing. Okay, so negative indexing you can also use basically. Okay, negative slicing. So let me just erase this. So negative slicing is what, like guys, in the indexing also there is a negative indexing and negative slicing also. What is negative indexing? Let's say if I put here, so negative indexing is nothing, just fetching the elements from the backside. Okay, so let's say instead of fetching it from here, here, we have to fetch from this side. Okay, so now, but whenever you are doing a negative indexing, see, positive indexing, the index numbers are what, 0, 1, 2 and so on, right? But in case of negative indexing, if you are fetching the element from the backside, so then index numbers will be -1, -2. It will not start from 0, it will start from -1, -2, -3 and all that. Okay, so this is how you will be doing. And let's say if I just check here, copy here like this, and I paste it here as, so here I'm putting, let's say -4. Okay, so it's giving me 56 output. Why 56? This is -1, -2, -3, -4. This is -4. So that is your 56. Okay. So this is what negative indexing or reverse indexing is called. That is, you are not fetching the element from the beginning. You are fetching the element from the last. So now I will be just starting with negative slicing also. Okay. So what is this negative slicing, guys? That is, you want to, similarly to the indexing, you want to fetch the element from the last. Okay. So how you can do that? Okay. Now let's say my aim is to perform the same. I want same output, like these three middle terms I want, but I want to fetch it using a negative slicing. Okay. So let's say negative slicing. Okay. So negative slicing I want to use. So how can I do? Let's say print. I want to print here from the list. Now, from the negative slicing, let me just give here a slice index number. So this is my -1. Okay, just a second. So here I'm gonna put let's say index number, negative index number. So this is my -1. This is -2. Okay, no, this is not the list. Okay, just a second. Let me just print here a list also. Okay, this is my list, and now I will just putting here the index numbers. Let me erase it. Okay, so this is, I'm having negative indexing now, -1, -2, this is -3, and this is -4, and this is -5. Okay, this kind of indexing I'm having. Now what we have to do now, I want to start from, let's see, from the negative, which part I want to fetch. I want to fetch only this part. Okay, as I said, let's say using a blue marker I'm going to use so that you can just understand more visibly. So I want to fetch only this part. Okay, I fetch only this part. So how I can fetch it? So to fetch it, I will be using here, starting from what? Which index is it? This is -4, right? So starting from -4, I want till -2. Okay, I'm gonna do till -2. And if you run this, you can see. But it will, as I said, the last range will be always an exclusive range, right? So as I'm putting -2, it will be taking only till here. So which means one extra I have to give. So instead of -2, I'll be putting -1 here. So if I just remove here -2 and put here 1, and there we go. You can see we are getting the output. Okay, so this is what negative indexing is called. Okay, so even also you can do one thing. You can just what we can say, put some steps also in the third parameter. You can see -4, -2, and let's suppose here I'm putting 2. Now what is this 2? Let's say if we just put here 2, you can see. Now what is this, guys? This third parameter I'm taking. So third parameter is what? Third parameter is to put how many steps you want to jump. Okay, so you can see I'm writing here 2. So from 56 it will be jumping 2 steps. So 1, 2. So in the second step it's hello, like how many jumps you want to perform, right? For that purpose this third parameter is there. Okay, we can do in the reverse order also. So very firstly, just suppose this is your list, right? This is your list, right? Let's suppose you want entire list to be printed in reverse order. Okay, very firstly I'll be doing for the entire list, then for this 3 part also. Okay, let's say if you want to print the entire list in reverse order, so what you have to do is list starting from, let's say the entire list you want, right? You want entire list. So starting from here ending till here, which means we don't need to put in the first position also and second position also, right? Don't need to put. Now in the steps, okay, in the steps, like let's suppose right now if I write 2, just suppose. Now what is the meaning of 2? Which means it will be having jumps. Let's say 34, then 1, 2. After 2 jumps 56.66, and after 2 jump 1, 2, it's giving me print. So this is how steps work, right? Now we can also perform negative steps also. So now if I just put here -1, so we are checking a negative steps. Now if I run this, now you can see it's inverted, right? So now it's taking negative steps from here, like this one, this. Okay, so this is how you can reverse your entire list, array, and whatever thing you are having. Okay, so this is how you can reverse it. Now as I said, so you can also reverse some particular part also, right? So to do that, what you can do is list of, let's say now let's say the negative steps you want to move, but from where to where you want to move negative step. Let's say -1, -2, -3, -4. From -4 to, let's say, -1, you want to take negative steps. Okay, sorry, just a second. I'll be putting here -1. Sure. This side -1 I'm gonna put, because negative steps we are taking, right? So here we can see, now you can see we are getting till the last, let's say true, hello, and 56 till here, like this. All right, now this is all about your slicing and all that. Okay, now let's just move. Okay, slicing done, indexing done. Now we are having some methods. Okay, we call it as methods, Python methods, that are basically used with list. Also we are having list methods, tuple methods. For every sequential data types we are having some particular methods. Okay, so now what are the methods? Let's say list methods we are going to talk. List methods. So list methods are nothing, just functions, additional, that is built-in function. Okay, the function that we have done already. Okay, in this case, I think the last line, maybe you are asking about the jumps, right? So here I think, see, this is what we are using, -1. So which means the jumps will be negative jumps. Okay, the jumps will be negative jumps, which means it will be taking only one jumps, which means definitely moving directly, but it will be moving in a backward direction, not in this direction. That's why. All right, this will work, but this will not reverse. Okay, this will just give you what? This will just give you output from here to here, right? In the like forward direction. It will not reverse your output. Okay, the code that you have written. For that case, like reverse will not be there, but yeah, it will be giving you this thing in the forward order. In the slicing, what we did is, let's say if you want to fetch some particular part from your or sub part of your list or any sequence, so you just need to put take the help of slicing, right? So let's say if you want to fetch from here to here, let's say here I'm putting 1. So I also only want to fetch this part from your list. So what I will doing is I'll be just putting the index number, like from where to where we want to fetch from the index first, because the indexing start from 0. So this is 0 1 2 3 4, starting from 1 and adding till 3. Well, third index we want to include, but if you want to include the third index, you have to put give one extra, because the last range is always an exclusive range. So always you have to put one extra. So that's why we have taken here 1:4, which means it will be printing the 3 elements. All right, now if we talk about negative slicing, then it will be just starting from the last. Okay, so we are fetching the element from the last, and if now how we will be giving the index numbers, instead of 0 1 2, we will be giving -1 -2 -3 -4, like this from the backward, and that's how we can just fetch it. So you can see I'm just slicing -4 to till the last. So -1 -2 -3 -4, this is my -4, right? Now from here to here I'll be fetching the entire list. So you can see I'm fetching from 56, I'm fetching the entire list. Okay, so this is how we just perform slicing. And there is also third parameter that is called as a new step. Okay, the steps you were mentioning, it will be skipping that that elements. Let's say if I just put here 2. Okay, if I just put here 2, so it will be just putting in the reverse in -2. So you can see true 1 2 2 jumps, 56, and then 1 2 2 jumps again, because I'm putting here 2, right? So this is all about your jumps. Okay, now guys, there are some list methods. Okay, now what are the list methods? So methods are basically functions. Basically in Python we called functions as your methods. Okay, so methods are basically built-in function that we have created just to manipulate our list. Okay, that Python developers have already created. We don't need to create them. Python developers have already created some methods, so that methods we have to use here. Okay, now what methods we are having? Okay, Kumar is saying, can we have break? Okay, Manoj, we will be having a break. Okay, just let me just complete this method point. Okay, and then we'll be having a break. Okay, so now methods, how we can use the methods. So let's say very firstly I'm creating a list. Let's say a list, I'm having any elements. Let's say any elements. Okay, it's up to you which element you want to put. Let's say this is my list. Now I want to perform, now the first method I'm having, append. Okay, now what is this append method? Let's say list.append. Okay, so here I'll be using append. So what list.append will be doing? Append will be just adding one element if you want to add more elements. Okay, if you want to add more elements in the list, so append will be used. So append will be just adding the elements by the end of your list. Let's say I want to append 100. Okay, right now you can see in the list I'm having only these elements. In the list dot append, I'm using the function, I'm using dot append. So dot append will be adding 100 to this list. So now if I run this, and let me just check my list, you can see This is the list I'm having. So you can see previously I was only adding till 45. I have only added till 45, right? And 100 is also added because of this append function. Okay, yeah, everyone clear? So this is how your append function will be working. And let's suppose now you want to remove some element. So how you can remove? For that purpose, we are having list dot, that is your list name. Then we are having a pop function. Okay, so how this pop method will be used? So append we use to add the element, pop we use to delete the element. So in the end, append, we know that the element will be automatically added in the last point. Okay, but so that's why we only put the element, which element we want to add, right? But in case of pop, we need to put the index number of that element that we want to delete. Now just suppose I want to delete let's say I want to delete this 88, just suppose, okay, from the list. So what I'll be doing, what is the index number of this 88? That is 1, right? So I'll be putting here 1, list dot pop 1. It's 88 giving. Now let's just check my list. You can see now in this list I'm having 67 and the rest of the all elements, but from here the 88 is missing. Why? Because I have done what? I have just popped out the 88. This is how we can put the elements in between. Okay, there is an insert method. That how insert method will be working, it will be taking two parameters. The first parameter is basically in which index you want to insert. Okay, so I just said I want to put in the second index 0 1 2. So if I'm just inserting in the second index, so what will be happening, this index, that is the element that is already present in that index, will be shift to the right side, and that index will be empty, and in that index I'm going to put that 50. Okay, so very firstly you need to mention which index and which element you want to put. So that second index I want to put 50. So this is how I can put 50 here. So guys, we are having these kind of basic methods, right? So we are having more methods also. Let me just show you. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, Anshu is saying, can we replace? Yeah, we can also replace. See, for replacing purpose, we don't need any what we can say, we don't need any methods. We can directly replace. Let's say now you want to replace, let's say, any element. Let's say this 3. Okay, this 3 you want to replace with, let's say 60. You want to replace this 3. So what you will be doing is directly, you don't need any method. So list of, you need to know the index number of this 3. 0 1 2 3 4 5. This is the 5, right? So in the 5th index you want to replace it with, you have to reassign it. Let's say reassign it to 60, like this. Now if you check the list, you can see this 3 is being replaced by your 60. So this is my list. Now what I'm trying to do, guys, very firstly I'm just starting from -1, right, and ending till -4. That is -1 is what? This is my -1, right? Where is it? This is my -1. True. This is my -1, right? So starting from here, ending till what? -4, -1, -2, -3, -4, till here. Till here I want to fetch, okay? But till here I want to fetch, and I want to fetch in reverse order, right? As I have mentioned, -4. But as I said, like the right hand side range is always an exclusive range, which means it will not include 4, right? Which means if I have written -4, it will take till -3 only. -1, -2, -3. Okay, because right hand side is always an exclusive. As I said, it will be taking only to the previous one, that is previous one is -3. So -3, it will be taking till -3 only. That's it. It will not include 56. So till here I want to perform negative steps. Negative step means, it means instead of going in forward direction, I want to go in backward direction. So that's why it will be going to place true, hello, 56.6. Okay, in this order. When it comes to the slicing, right, you cannot pick some sub list in between the list, right? You cannot eliminate any number between them. Either you can just pick this, or you can just pick this. If you just want to eliminate this, so what you can do is you can just choose only the rest of these things. You cannot merge this 34 with this. Okay, this is not possible, just to skip the some elements. The alternative to do that is only just to, you can just delete. So what is the meaning of this line is basically, okay. So guys, now this is I know this seems to be complex and this seems to be confusing, right? But yeah, as much as you will be practicing, it will be good for you. Okay, you will be having a good hands-on. Now okay, we were talking about list methods. Okay, so we are having lots of other list methods also, right? We could not discuss all of them. Let's say, let me just show you, give you a small summary of that. Okay, just a minute. Let me just change the screen access. So what you have to do, guys, for the practice purpose, you just need to type, let's say, list methods. Okay, I'm just typing list methods. in Python. So here I'm writing list methods. So let's just click on any of the link. Let's say I'm going to W3. Okay. So you can see, guys, here are the list of entire methods, whatever methods we are having. Okay, because we could not cover all of them. So you can see append we have done, right? We have done insert also, we have done pop also. So we are having different methods here that you can perform with that. Okay, so the syntax of every method is same, right? Just the name of your list and then dot, then the name of your method, like list dot append, like list dot clear, list dot copy. And why they use, you can also check, like this is to add the element, like to remove all the elements, right? And we can also use reverse also, right? Instead of slicing, we also having this reverse method. So if you just do list dot reverse, it will be going to reverse your list. Okay, if you want to sort it, right, according to ascending order, descending order, so that sort will be also working fine. So these are the some kind of methods that you can apply, right, in your lists. So this is how you can just practice more functions. Okay, we will not be discussing all the functions. Let's just discuss the list we have already done. Now we have to discuss the tuples. Okay, now what are the tuples? Well, tuples are not just different things, they are also similar to the list. Okay, the things that we can do with the list, let's say now we are going to tuple. Now here, let's say I'm going to write tuple. So what are the tuples? Tuples are basically similar to your, we can say similar to your list. Okay, so how you can do, let's say tuple for creation of tuple. Let's say I'm going to create tuple t. Let's say now the difference is what, in the list we used to use a single square braces, right? We used to use single braces, but in the tuples we are using round braces. Now let's say I'm going to put some elements like this, and like this. Okay, this is the tuple you're creating, and this is the T I'm writing. So you can see tuple is being created, right? So what is the difference now? Like why do we need like what is the difference like between tuple and list, right? So as we can, you put same elements also, right? The sequence of elements we can put the same thing we are having in the list. What is the difference? Now the difference is that tuples are basically immutables and lists are basically mutables. Now the new concept came here. What are the mutables and what are the immutables? Okay, now let me just classify these data types. Okay, let me just classify these data types into mutables and immutables. So basically tuples and sets, still strings. Okay, these comes under the immutable string, sorry. Okay, so tuples and strings comes under the immutable, and list, sets, and dictionary comes under the mutable. Okay, now what are these mutables and immutables? As the name suggests, mutable means mutate, which means we can manipulate dictionaries, lists, and sets easily, right? Yes, as Adarsh is giving the answer, mutables mean changeable and immutables mean not changeable. Correct. So basically, we can make changes, we can manipulate our lists, sets, and dictionaries. But if we want to perform the same operations with the tuples and strings, that is not possible, right? So let me just give you the example. Now you can see, guys, in the list, we could do lots of things, right? We can just, you can see from here the list. Here, let's say see, we just appended the elements, we just also remove the elements, we insert the elements in between, right? But if we try to do the same things, even we just change the element also, let's say the list of fifth element 60, right? So if we try to change that, let's say this is my tuple, I want to make some changes. Let's say tuple third element, I want to change it to, let's say, 100. Sorry, it's not possible. You can see tuple object does not support item assignment, which means tuple, as we know, tuple is an immutable. We cannot change the value. Once we have declared the tuple, we cannot change the values of tuple. But in case of list, once it is declared, we can change it, right? That's why it's mutatable, that is changeable. But tuples are immutable, so once we have declared it, we cannot make changes in that. Okay, so you can see if we just try to change the third index, that is not changeable. And let's say even if we tried t dot append, I want to append 100. See, tuple object has no attribute append, right? We want to try t dot pop, that will be also not going to work. See, tuple object has no attribute to pop. So which means we are not able to make changes in our tuple. because tuple is your immutable. Okay, so we are also having some methods in tuples also, right? But not as much as we are having in the list. Okay, so let's say if I just write tuple methods. So let's say maybe we are having only two methods, tuple methods. Yeah, a count and index methods are there. Now what is this count and index methods for the tuple? So count will be using basically, let's say t dot count. Count will be using basically to check the count. Okay, let's say if I check in the tuple, here I'm having tuple, well, I haven't repeated some elements. Let's say if I just repeat some elements, let's say 45. Yeah, so now if I just try to take the count, now if I want to check the count of some element, now you can see here I'm using 45 multiple times. Okay, so I want to check the count of 45. So in the tuple, what is the count of 45? So if I run this, so see it is returning 3, which means 3 times I am having 45s in my tuple. You can see 45, 45 and 45. So only this count method is available, and we are also having t dot index. Index will be basically to check the index number of that. Okay, if we just check 45 here, so you can see it's giving me first index. Why the first index? You can see the very first point when 45 is being encountered. Okay, so this file is being here, so you can see 45 here, the first index it is having. Okay, so this is what I'm having, t dot index, to check the index value, right? To check the index value of your 45. So it doesn't matter if the multiple 45 is present, the first encountered 45 index will be given. Okay, so this is how index will be working. So everything, so this is the difference between tuples and your lists. So basically tuples are your immutables and lists are your mutables. So let's just discuss the rest of the sequential data types we are having. Okay, so what about the, okay, we have done with the tuples, we have done with the lists. Now let's just talk about the sets. So sets are nothing. Okay, let's just write here sets. So you might already have studied this set in your mathematics, right? Like if we were used to do union of sets, intersection of sets. Yeah guys, have you heard about these sets, like in your secondary education, when we used to perform the union of sets, intersection of sets, right? Yeah, the same thing you have to perform here only. So sets, how you can create a sets. So let's say S, I'm having a set in which, let's say, you have to use this curly braces. That's it. Now let's say I'm okay, before moving to the sets, okay, you just need to know some what we can say basic requirements of set. Okay, rules of set. Okay, let's say if I just put here some elements, let's say 45. Okay, these are some elements. So if I run this, if I just check the set S, okay, now some rules or some properties of set, I think I can say properties of sets. Okay, so Adarsh is asking something, tuple is heterogeneous. Yeah, tuple is heterogeneous. We can put multiple elements like similar. No, it's not exactly heterogeneous. I mean to say homogeneous also, right? Like it's not only mandatory like different element will be there. We can put same elements also. But sets are basically heterogeneous, right? We cannot put same elements into that. So that's the property I'm going to explain about the set. So you can see the first property of sets is sets are unordered. Okay, the very first property, sets are unordered. Okay, and second property, sets.
Let us take a look at a quiz question. What does the self keyword refer to in a Python class? And your options are, it refers to the current instance of the class, it refers to the parent class, it refers to the class itself, or it is used to call a superclass method. Please drop your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a data science course in collaboration with IIT Madras. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of data science from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data science.
Does not allow duplicate elements, or which we can say homogeneous, right? Duplicates. And the third property I'm going to say about the sets, that is sets are unindexed. Okay, so these three property you need to keep in your mind. Okay, yeah, I'm going to explain, Kumar Manoj. Just give me a moment. So this is the three properties of sets. Now why I'm saying that these three property, now you can see. Now if I just what I given in the set, I gave 56 56 4 3. Okay, just look carefully. Now if I just try to print my set, okay, print my set. Now you just see, very firstly, why I'm saying it's unordered, because you can see it will not follow the same order. Okay, it will not follow the same order that we have given. Okay, so you can see in the first position I have given 56, then 45 is there, right? If we just remove that duplicate, not we not consider the duplicates, then 45 should be there, but it is giving 34, which means it is unordered. It does not follow any order, right? So this is called unordered. So it will be randomly giving the location. It will not having a fixed index numbers. Okay, so and second point we are having, it does not allows the duplicates. As you can see, I have written 56 56 two times, but it will be only considering it one time only. Okay, only one time. And here also 23 23 is there, it is considering it one time. Okay, and unordered, it is also an unordered, which means like any order it can take, right? It's not mandatory, like if we have written in the third index, it will be already always occupying the third index. No, it can take any index. And the third point is sets are unindexed. As I said, like they will not be having a fixed index number, so that's why it is unindexed, right? Getting it? Let's suppose if I put more elements here, let's say 17, let's say 14, let's say 18, like this. Now if I try to run this, you can see now 17 is coming in the front, right? It is not having any fixed location, so that's why they don't have any order in between them. Okay, like they don't follow the same order in which we have placed the elements. In the first position I have placed the 56, but 56 is in middle right now in the output, right? So they don't follow any order, as well as they do not allow duplicates. If duplicates are there, it will be only considering them at once, as well as they're unindexed, like they don't have any particular index number. Why? Because they are unordered, right? Because if we try to give this index 1, but after printing the output, it will not having the same thing, right? Yeah, what are you asking? Sets cannot contain strings. Sets can, maybe it can contain strings also. Let's say if we put here like this, see, strings can also be contained. Okay, but duplicate strings will not be allowed. If there's second string, if we are putting that is duplicate, that is not allowed. Okay. Okay, so this is the properties of sets. Okay, and yeah, let's just perform some operations of sets. Okay, let's say now I'm creating a S1 that is having elements, let's say 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, and let's say there is a set 2 also, S2. let's say some duplicate elements also, let's say 6 6 6 4. Okay, in the set 2 I'm putting, let's say 4 5 6 7 comma 8. Yeah, thank you, Shivang. Thanks for the, yeah, actually I just skip out of my mind. Okay, all right, so this is S1 and S2. I'm using two sets. Okay, now what operations we can perform? Let's say set 1, let's say I'm just gonna do what, S1. Let's say I'll show you the methods of. Okay, so you can see set methods. There are lots of methods, we could not cover all of them. Okay, but let's just cover few of them. So similarly to the list method, tuple methods, we are having lots of set methods also. Okay, so you can see here, just a second. Here you can see lots of methods. Pop we are having, remove we are having, right? So majorly we use this union and all that. Okay, so how we use that? Let's say like this. So let's say I'm just creating a Z, another S, let's say capital S, a new subset set I'm creating. S set equals to, let's say S1 dot union S2. Okay, let's say I'm not going to save it, directly running it. So you can see union means what? Union means it will be containing all the elements in the both the sets, all the elements present in the both the sets, but it will be just removing the duplicates, only containing them in one time. So you can see 1 2 3 4 5 6 still here, and 7 8 are here, like this. Okay, this is how union will work. You might have already worked on this union and intersection, right? Let's say S2 Now I'm going to perform s1 dot intersection. Yeah guys, intersection will be, yeah, common, correct. So if we just run this, so you can see 4, 5, 6, that is the common elements between the both the sets. Okay, so this is how various operations we are having. You can try to perform all of them. Okay, so you can see here, yeah, this one. These we are having lots of update we are having if you want to make changes in your section, right? So everything you can just try to perform at home. Okay, next we are having dictionaries. Okay, so what are the dictionaries, guys? Dictionaries basically, set is mutable, but you know, this is a kind of a confusion for every learner. Like they said, like sets are mutable or immutable, because sometimes, let's say if I just perform, let's say, you know, some says like we can't append. Let's say I'm just performing here s1 dot append, s1 dot append. Let's say if I'm gonna append 100. Okay, it's not giving. So which means some says like, okay, set object does not support a append function, which means it's an immutable. But no, set is not immutable because we don't have append, but we have other options. Let's say s1 dot add, 100 is there in the s1, right? So that's why sets are basically mutables. Okay, so now we are trying to do is dictionaries. Okay, now what are the dictionaries? Now dictionaries are used to do, if you want to fetch some elements. Okay, fetch some elements with their name, not with the index number. Let's suppose if you create a list, right? In the list you are having, let's say my name is there, let's say my age is there, and let's say anything, let's say gender, I'm writing, right? This thing I'm gonna store in my, so yeah, this is a list I'm having. So if I want to fetch, let's suppose I want to fetch my gender from here. So how can I fetch from the list? Like this, right? 0, 1, 2. So in from the second index I want to fetch like male, right? But this is what about list. So in that case we need to remember the keys for them, right? The key value, the index for them basically. So if you don't want to call it by their index number, you can also call it by their names also. So how you can do that? For that purpose we need to give them a special keys with which basically we need to give them a special name with which we want to call them. So that is possible with the use of dictionaries. So in the dictionaries we use the key value pairs. Okay, so key value pairs. So how to declare a dictionary? So very firstly, let's suppose I'm creating a dictionary. Let's say dictionary. Okay, so dictionary. Okay, let's say d be my dictionary. So here also I'm gonna use curly braces, but here I'll be using the key value pairs. Now key value, it will be in the form of like this, key and values, like this. Okay, so keys, for the key, let's say I'm gonna take name, and for the value, let's say I'm gonna take my name. Okay, and here also for the keys also, if you are having strings, so as I said, whenever you are going to deal with the strings, you have to put inverted quotes. Okay, so here also, this is my key name and the value is what? 10, right? Comma, next key I'm going to put, let's say, my age, and what value I'll be giving for that? The value will be, let's say, 39. Okay, now let's say the next key I'm taking the gender, and the value I'm going to take for that is your male. Okay, so this is how I have declared a key value pairs in a dictionary. Okay, so keys I'm having names, age and gender, and values I'm having Tanmay, 29 and male. Okay, so these things I'm having. So if I just run this, and this is my dictionary, I want to print my dictionary. This is my dictionary, right? Now I want to fetch some particular elements from the dictionary. Now I don't need to fetch it using the index numbers, right? So how I can fetch? I want to fetch like print. What you want to print? Let's say dictionaries, again with the square braces. Instead of putting here the index number, what I'll be putting, let's say I want to fetch the gender, right? Let's say I want to fetch the name. The name is Tanmay. I want to fetch, let's say, age. That will be your 29. Okay, so this is the difference between list and dictionaries. Instead of calling them from the index number, you can just call them, use them with their specific key values, key names. Okay, now we are also having some dictionary, what we can say, we are also having some dictionary methods, right? So what else dictionary methods we are having? Okay, let's say you are having d dot index. not the index, d dot keys. So what are the d dot keys? Just suppose from this dictionary you also you don't want to take the values, okay, you only want to take the name of the keys, what all keys are present. So you can use d dot keys. So that will be giving me, you can see these are the key names, name, age and gender. Okay, only these keys I'm having. If you want to fetch only values, so d dot values like this. Okay, so you can see I'm getting only values, Tanmay 29 male, right? Yeah, D is for dictionary. See, Pias, you can give any name, right? Right now I'm just giving the D, right? Because I have to clear the dictionary with the D. You can give any name, just like a variable. It's not mandatory for the dictionary. You have to use D. For the sets, you have to use S. This is right now I'm using. You can give any name, whatever name you want to give, but following the names that we have, following the rules that we have discussed for the naming a variable. Okay. So these are the various things we are having, right? And the dictionary also, we are having lots of we can say methods. Okay, dictionary methods also there, you can see here. Let me discuss some important ones. Yeah, update is also an important in the dictionaries. Okay, so how you can update your dictionary? Okay, so just move to this side. Let's suppose here I want to update, let's say my name I want to update, right? So what I'll be doing is d dot update. Now here I'll be putting it in a dictionary form. Now I'll be doing what? I'll be just directly taking it as, let's say, name. I'm going to change it name to, let's say, instead of Tanmay, I'm going to put, let's say, any name. Let's say, let me just check on it. Let's say Saurav I want to put. Okay, so Saurav I'm going to put here. So if you run this, now if you check the D, now you can see instead of Tanmay, the name is Saurav. So well guys, this is all about your dictionaries. Okay, and the rest of the functions, whatever you're having methods, okay, you can study, practice them. Okay, well, all of them are not important, just important like copy is there, right? Pop is there, keys and all, items and all. Okay, so you can just practice them one by one. Where is that? I have written, yeah. So in this thing we have just done with the list, done with the sets, done with the dictionaries also, done with the tuples also. Now only strings are left. Well, you have already worked on the strings when we are used to learn built-in data type, but how to manipulate your string, that's we're going to learn now. Okay, so let's just learn about string. I'll be taking only 5 minutes more. Okay, then we have to end the session. Now what is string, guys? So yes, strings, lists, sets can also contain, but yeah, we must follow these 3 properties I just mentioned here, right? It should not it should not disturb these properties. If you are not disturbing these properties, you can, like, it we should not duplicate them. You should not unordered like this. Duplicate should not be there. It can contain. Okay, now just talk about sets, strings. So let's say I am writing a string, let's say any string, let's say S, I'm having a string. Okay, and string, let's say I'm writing my name is Tanmay. Okay, this is string I'm writing. This is my string, right? Now, as similar to the dictionaries, similar to the lists, tuples, you can also have access to the some particular element of your string. Let's say you can, which means I'm saying you can also perform indexing, slicing in case of strings also, right? It's not like only, okay, you have inverted commas, it will be taking it as it is, but you can also access some particular index numbers of that. Okay, so which means it will be also having indexing. So you can see this is 0 index, index 1, the space is also having index. So index 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 3, like that, from 0, from like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and all that. It is also having index. How? Let's say if I were to print the index number, let's say set index number, let's say 2, I want to print. Now it's going to print, just a second. Just let me just make it to code. Okay. So actually 2 index is not I have to print because it's space, right? So yeah, let's say if I print 1, so it's giving y, because 0, 1. Before it was taking the space. That space is having the second index, right? If you take second index, so the space is there. You can see the output like this. See, this is a space. Okay. So how you can, similarly as you have performed in the list tuples, you can perform list indexing. Also you can perform the slicing also. Let's say from 1 to, let's say, 7 you want to perform. So you can see from 1 it's starting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's still printing like this. Okay, you can slice them like in the previous way. Even in the negative slicing you can perform, negative indexing you can perform. So everything you can perform in your string. Okay, but yeah, as I also mentioned here, with along with the tuples, right? Tuples and strings both are immutables, right? Here you can see I have mentioned immutables are tuples and strings. So similar to the tuples, we cannot make changes to the strings also, right? We cannot add some elements in the string. We cannot remove some elements from the ring, or even we cannot change some strings. Let's say as of fifth, I want to change. Let's say if I want to change it to, let's say, instead of any particular letter, I'm going to put here G. So that is not available because string object does not support item assignment, which means we cannot make changes in our string because string is basically your immutable. Okay, so this is all about your strings also, like the similar functions you can perform. And similarly, like we are also having string methods also, right? You can also go through that. You can see string methods we are having, like capitalize. Okay, let me just write any of them. Okay, just a minute. Yeah, so how you can do, let's say here in this, if I use some string methods, let's say s dot upper. Now you can see upper is basically to just convert your string into the upper cases. You can see my name is Tanmay, it's all converted into your uppercase. Okay, if you want to perform s dot lower, that will be all in lower. Okay, if you perform f dot capitalize, that will be doing what? Only the first letter will be the capital, that will be, then other will be your smaller. Okay, so rest of the whatever things we are having, okay, functions of your strings you can perform, but not all of them, only important of them, major of them. Okay, like this is how you can make some practice. Okay,
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data science course in collaboration with IIT Madras. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of data science from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data science.
now conditional statements as the statements, okay, that helps our machine, right? Let's help our system to take some decisions, right? Whenever we have given some commands to our machine, so in that case, so whatever the things, okay, whatever the state decisions that we want to take, that will be just decided by the conditional statements. Okay, so how it will be decided? Let's say the very firstly, there are three types of conditional statements in Python, right? The very first is if statement, and then we are having if else statement, and then we're having elif statement. Okay, so these three statements we have in our Python. All right, so these are the three statements, well, that comes under the conditional statements, which helps our systems or which helps our machine to take some decisions. Okay, now how decisions would be taken? So basically what will be happening, we will be applying some conditions. Okay, as the name suggests, conditional statements, we will be applying some conditions, and on the basis of that condition we should also give some statements. Okay, like if the condition is true, then what actions machine should do, right? And if the condition is wrong, then what actions the machine should do. Okay, so this kind of thing we have to do. So in case of let's just start with our first conditional statement, that is if statement. Okay, let's say if statement is there. So what if statement will be doing, in the if statement we will be putting some condition. If this third condition satisfied, then this statement should be executed like this. Okay, so how we can do that? Let's say I'm writing a basic command. Let's say I'm writing a equals to 10. Okay, a basic variable is there, and b equals to 20. So just suppose I need to figure out, well, I know that which one is greater, but just suppose I need to figure out from user I want that my system should predict like which one is greater, a is greater or b is greater, right? This is what I want to, and on the basis of that greater and smaller, I want to give some respective statement. I want to perform some respective actions, right? So how we can do that? Let's suppose if Very firstly, what is the syntax of if statement? If, then write your condition, whatever condition I'm writing. If A is less than B, okay, if this condition is true, that is. And one more thing, guys, so these statements, okay, conditional statements, if else and else if, so these statements always, okay, in the always we have to put some conditions. So conditions basically we can put on the basis of comparison operators, right? Because comparison operators, we give the conditions like A less than B, greater than B, equals to B, or something like that, okay, which will be the state, the operators, or the proper what we can say, the element, right, that will be returning a boolean answer. Only that thing we can use with the if statement, because in the if else we only need answers in the true or false. If true, then this statement will be executed. If false, then other statement will be executed, like that. Okay, so we just need to pass true and false value. So how we can get true and false value? If we are passing this, see, this comparison operator between A and B. So if A is less than B, which means if this condition is true, this condition, this part, if give true value, then some operations will be executed. Like how I'm saying, if A is less than B, okay, if I'm saying A is less than B, see, now I am using here a colon, then I'll be writing here, that is print what I want to print, that is A is greater than B. Okay, sorry, B is greater than A, sorry. B is greater than A. Okay, so this much thing I am writing. So what is my code is A equals to 10, B equals to 20, and I am checking if condition I'm giving A is less than B, then print the answer that B is the greater than A. Okay, so if I run this code, you can see now I'm running this code, and yeah, so you can see the answer is B is greater than A. Just suppose if I, right now we know that the conditions are true, right? Because 10 is less than 20, that is A is less than 20, and the condition is true, that's why it's printing this. But just suppose, what if the condition is false? Let's suppose I just make it 100, right? So now A is greater and B is smaller, which means this condition will be giving me the false, right? So this condition will be giving me the false, which means this line will not execute. Okay, so you can see, guys, this space why I'm taking, well, in Jupyter Notebook, when you will be just pressing space after this colon, okay, after this space, when you will be pressing this colon, so this space will be automatically taken, right? But actually this space is called as an indentation. Okay, this is called as an indent. Okay, now what is this indentation, guys? Indentation means specifying a specific block. Okay, like you can see now, if I'm taking here a space, which means this is a block of my if statement. Okay, this is a block of if statement, so you can see this space over here, right? So why I am not writing like this, just suppose like this. Okay, so if I run like this, it will be an error. See, expected an indented block. Okay, so which means I need to put here spaces. Okay, so this white space I have to put here, and if there is a space only, then it will be executed. So what does this space mean? This means if this condition will be true, then if block will be executed. And how to recognize the if block is there? By this space. Okay, so let's suppose anything other thing I'm writing here, let's say print anything, whatever thing I'm writing, that will be a part of if statement. Okay, so everything I'm writing, that will be a block of if statement. So see, in every code line I am having a particular space, same we can say length of space we are having, which means this entire block belongs to your if statement. Okay, but when I come back like this, I remove the space and I start typing from here something, so that block will not be the part of if statement. Okay, which means we will be come out of the if statement. Okay, so let's suppose now here what I'm doing is, okay, so right now you can see I'm just writing here if A is less than B, then you can see I'm taking it as an indented block, which means now this is the part of your if block. So only if the condition is true, the entire, okay, if the if condition is true, the entire thing that we are enclosing in the if block will be executed. Okay, so if we run this, so now you can see now it's not giving the answer. Why? Because you can see we changed the value. Initially the value was what? Value was this, so it's giving the answer that B is greater, which means when the condition is true, then it will be executing the statement. But if the condition is false, let's just make it false. You can see now the condition is false, A is not less than B, right? So it means it will not do anything. See, it's not giving any output right now. Okay, so what like why it's not giving the output? Because we haven't given any alternative statement to be executed, right? We have only mentioned, like, see, the if block, okay, the if statement only works for the true statements. If true statements is there, then it will be giving the answer, whatever thing we have enclosed in the if statement. But if the statement is false, like it's no matter for the if statement, right? It's not if statement's problem. So if statement does not give any reaction or any output if the condition is false. It will be only reacting when the condition is true, and what reaction it will be giving, that whatever statements we have written inside the if block. Okay, got it? Now just suppose right now it's giving the output that B is greater, which means this is, I have created a very small program in which I have to figure out which one is greater. A is greater and B is greater. So if I'm using a normal if statement, right? So if statement, with the if statement, I can only check whether B is greater than A or not. I cannot revert back the output that A is greater than B, right? Because alternatively we could not have any statements to be put here, right? So how we can do that? In order to do that, to put alternative statement, we have to use here if else. Okay, this if else we have to use. So let me just put here if else, and here also if I'm putting the if statement. Okay, this is the comments I'm doing. So if I'm using the same thing, same program I have to create, but with the help of if else. Okay, so let's say I'll be doing here same thing, print if A is less than B, then print this, right? Now I'll be putting some condition more. Now you can see, guys, if I start typing here, okay, anything if I start typing here, that will be the part of your if block. But I want to come out of the if block, right? I want that other alternative statement should be performed. Like if the statement is false, then I need to perform something else. So what I'll be doing, I'll be just now removing this space also, right? You can see this space. So I'll be removing that also. Now I'll be coming back like this, and I'll be going else. Okay, now else. Now you can see again putting else, and again I have to put here a colon. So after putting colon, now if I pressing the enter, right? Now you can see. Now again a space is there. Why? Because now this space, after this space, whatever I am writing, that belongs to the block of else. That is the else part. It belongs to the else part, and this space, after this space, it belongs to the if part. Okay, so after else, what I have to write here, write else print. I will be giving the alternative statement. That alternative statement will be like A is greater. Okay, so A is greater than B. So this is how I can define two alternative statements. Like if this condition is true, then this will be executed. Else, if the condition is false, then this will be executed. So this is how I can give the alternative statements also, right? For the condition true this, for the condition false this. So now if I run this, now you can see A is greater than B, because we know that A is greater than B. Now if we make it small, then B is greater than A. We can put two conditions also, but two conditions, how we can put two conditions? For that purpose, we need to use another operator that is called as a logical operator, right? So that logical operator we will be using, like if you want to check two conditions, right, simultaneously. So we have to use there a logical operator. I'll be using that. Okay, I'll be using that when I'll be explaining this if else. Okay, I'll be using that. Just give me a moment. So this one is clear. I hope the if else is clear. Like if the statement is this and else this is the statement. Okay. Now what is this elif, guys? Elif is similar to the else if. Okay, like it will be also providing, well, elif is a short form for else if. Okay, so basically it will be written, it will be used when we want to give more than one alternative statements. Okay, when we want to give alternative conditions, sorry, when we want to give more than one conditions, in that cases, okay, we can like use this else if. Okay, so how we can do that? Now just suppose you are having three numbers. Let's say let's say x equals to 30, let's say y equals to 40, and let's say z equals to 50, right? So these three numbers I'm having. Now I want to check the greatest of all of the three. Right, listen carefully, guys. So in the previous question we were checking the two numbers only. So I was having a clear logic. Now this is a part of programming. Well, we have the basic programming we have started. Like if we want to build a such program in which we want to check the greatest of two numbers, so that will be easy. Like we are saying, if this is greater than this, then definitely this is the greater, else this other left one will be the greater. Okay, like if A is greater than B, okay, then write this, or else write this. We know that if A is not greater, then definitely B will be the greater, right? Because we are very clear, okay, if A is not greater, then B will be greater. So just suppose if we are having the three numbers, so how we can find out the three bigger than like bigger of three number with this if else? We can do that, but that will be very tricky, right? So let's suppose this is X, Y, and Z is there. So I want to check if, let's say if I want to check conditions if X is less than, let's X is greater than Y. Okay, so how can, okay, just give me the statements, okay, give me the conditions when I can say when I can print that X is the greatest of all, like X is greatest of Y as well as greater of Z also. So for that, what conditions we need to evaluate? Like not programmatically, like in your basically, let's say, how can I say X is greater? Because if such conditions become true, that X is greater than Y as well as X is greater than Z, right? And then I can say the X is the greatest. Yeah, everyone. If I just put the condition that X is greater than Y as well as X is greater than Z also, so then can I use? Then it means X is the greatest of all, right? So yeah, guys, your answers are correct, okay? But small correction will be there. See, you are writing X is greater than Y, right? And like X is greater than Z. This is what you are writing, correct? But you just forget this AND is for your bitwise AND, right? So here what we have to use, you have to use logical AND like this. Yeah, everyone, clear? Because that symbol you are using that we discussed yesterday when we were discussing operators and all, so that symbol was used for the bitwise AND. So for the logical AND you need to use this one, okay? So I'm just checking if X is greater than Y and X is greater than Z also, then print what you want to print. I want to print that X is the greatest of all. Okay, X is greatest of all. This is what I want to find out. And let's suppose if I use here else, now I'll be just see, I'm just pressing enter. Now I'm not gonna write here, I'm gonna take one space back to start my else block. So when I put here else, okay, so if I figure out, okay, if X is greater than Y and X is greater than Z, then X is greatest. Now if I use only if else, so can I prove like which one is greater? Now if this condition is false, let's suppose this condition is false, now we are clear that X is not the greatest of all, but still we have to check two more conditions. Now we have to compare in Y's and Z's, so we cannot give a particular alternative statements, right? Directly we cannot give the alternative statements, which means we have to put more conditions. So in that case, instead of using else, what we will be using, we will be using elif. Now what is elif? Elif will be giving me the alternative statement. Like if this statement is not true, if this condition is not true, then check other condition. If other condition is not true, then check one more other condition, like so on. So we can put multiple conditions, okay, how number of conditions that we want to check, and in any of the condition, if the statement is true, then it will be printing the output. Okay, so let's say I'll be putting elif. Now in the elif I'll be putting statement like, okay, now for the X we have checked. Now if Y is greater than X and Y is greater than Z, right? Only then we can say Y is the greatest. If Y is greater than X and Y is greater than Z, right? Then Y will be the greatest. Okay, so we are putting condition L if Y is if Y is greater than X and Y is greater than Z, then what we have to print? We have to print this line. This is what you have to put, that is your Y is the greatest of all. Okay, and then elif check another condition. Elif check condition if Z is greater than X and Z is greater than Y also. Now if Z is greater than X, Z is greater than Y, only then it will be gonna print what? It will gonna print that Z is the greatest of all. Okay, so you can see right now Z is the greatest of all. It's giving the answer. Why? Because you can see Z is 50. Let's just make some changes. Let's say now you can see Y is the greatest of all. Okay, so this is a program in which you can figure out the greatest of all the three numbers. Okay, so with the help of multiple conditions. With the if else we could not do that, right? We could do that also. For that we need to make more and more comparisons and all. That will be very complex. Okay, so easy way to do that. is that using multiple statements, okay, multiple conditions. So you can see instead of putting only one condition, we are putting multiple condition, condition 1, condition 2, condition 3, and even in these one single condition we are having two conditions, condition 1, condition 2, like this. Okay, so this is how we can work on. And guys, instead of elif, okay, in the last you can see, and we can also use here else also. Let's say if I don't want to put extra condition, I can remove this also. Let's say if I'm just removing this, right, like this, and instead of else elif, I'm gonna put here else also. I can do that also, right? Still it will be gonna working fine. Why? So because if we know that if by this statement we are saying x is greatest, by this statement we are saying y is greatest, right? So which means if this is not true, this is not true, then definitely we have left with only one condition, that is z will be the greatest. If this is not the greatest, this is not the greatest, then definitely z will be the greatest. So why do we need to check the statement condition for that, right? So you can exclude that checking the condition. Like instead of doing this, okay, instead of doing this, putting zx condition, you can just remove this and you can just drop here else, like, so this will be also fine. Else we can use only one time, okay, but elif we can use multiple time, because else is, you know what else is means, like if anything, if nothing will be true, like any of the given condition is not true, like at the end, so last point we have left for the program, like for the machines, the last step, last choice for the machine, it will be the else statement, okay. So it will be the by the end of the last, like if this is not true, this is not true, so the last option we have left with this one, else. So in the else we only put the last choice, okay. If any condition is not true, then the last choice will be given in the else part. So we could not repeat else again and again, we can take else only single time. Okay, so this is all about your conditional statements, okay. So you can just practice more and more questions of conditional statements, okay, like how we let's say let me just give you some small examples, okay. Let's say you can just check whether the like whether any number is even and odd, right? So this kind of thing you can figure out, okay. So now I think this is all about your conditional statements, okay. So now next point we are having, that is your loops, okay. So what are the loops actually? Yeah, so we're going to start with our loop, okay. So guys, now we are going to start with the loop, okay. So loops, what are the loops? So as we know that, right, in a normal language, loop is what, like if we are starting from here and after some time we will be coming to the same point again, right? This is called the loop. Let's say infinity we are having, right? This is how infinity is there, starting from here, and after coming to in loop it will be moving back to it, right? So this is what a loop we are having, like this is the starting point, and the ending point is the same, okay. So that's what called as a loop. So but let's now discuss in programmatical way. So in programming, what is the loop is, just suppose you want to perform number of tasks, okay. They're having a lots of tasks, you want to perform the same task again and again and again and again, right? Let's suppose I want to print let's say I want to print my name, let's say Tanmay. I want to print this 10 times. So what should I have to do? Like copy this like this and paste here, then paste here, then paste here, then paste here, and so much. I have to write this 10 times. And just suppose if I say 1,000 times, so I have to write 1,000 times, right? But now if you want to perform same task again and again and you don't want to put burden on you, okay, so what you can do is you can use the loop. So loop will be automatically doing your task for specific number of times, okay. So if you want to repeat a task again and again for a specific number of times, right, or until the specific condition, so you can just use your loops, okay. So that's why the loops are being used to perform a task in the repetition form. So what are the types of loops we are having? So very first type we are having, that is while loop, okay. So while loop we are having, then and the second loop we are having, that is for loop, okay. So only these two types of loop we have available in our Python, while loop and for loop. Let's say loop I'm writing here and while loop, okay. These two loops we are having, okay. So how we can use them? Let's just let's just start with the while loop, okay. So what is a while loop now? So while loop is, guys, is a loop that will be like repeating your statements, whatever statements you want or whatever task you want to perform, it will be performing your task in the repetition form, but until until the condition that you are specifying is true. Okay, once the condition becomes false, the execution loop will be stopped, terminate up there. Okay, like how, let's say I'm just saying, okay, Shivang is also giving some points. Okay, that's good, Shivang, you're having knowledge about this. Okay, so now let's just suppose I'm putting a variable I equals to 0. Now just suppose I want to implement a series. My aim is what? My aim is to print 1 to 10. Okay, I want to print 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. This is what I want to print. So how can I print using a while loop? So let's say I am choosing I equals to 1. This is, I'm giving a normal variable I equals to 1. So I'll be putting a condition here. So as is mentioned, while loop will be only executing until the statements are the conditions are true, right? Once the condition becomes false, it will stop the execution. Like while, I'll be writing here while. Now in the brace, it's up to you want to use braces or not. It's an optional, right? So while if I'm using here I is less than equals to, let's say 10 times we want to print, right? So I'm going to print less than equals to 10, the condition I'm applying here. Till that, what I want to print is my I. Okay, so what condition I'm checking? Until the I is less than 10. Okay, like till the I is less than 10, print my I. Okay, I want to print I like if it is less than 10. Okay, once it become greater than 10, then loop will be stopped. Okay, now as I said, I have to print 1 to 10. So what I'll be doing is I'll be also increasing the value of 1 after each iteration. Okay, so initially it's 1, I want to make it 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, and I want to print those all values. So what I'll be doing is by the end I'll be putting here I should be equals to I plus 1, like this. So now what I'm doing here, I'm giving one iteration count here. Okay, that is I'm just changing the value of I, okay, to the new value, that is 1 plus 1. So or else what we can do is I can use here assignment operator. We have discussed the assignment operator if you remember. So I plus equals to 1, which means the new value of I will be the previous value plus this 1, that will be 2, and after each iteration the value will be of I will be coming increasing by 1. Okay, so this is we have to do. Now if I run the code, you can see my output 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Now how it is working, let me just show you the what we can say working of your for loop. So what is just happening, guys? Very firstly, I is less than I is 1, right? So condition is being checked here at this point. If I is less than 10, then print I, and you can see this condition is true, right? I is less than 1, that's why print I. So I is being printed here. Okay, now next we are putting I should be I'm changing the value of I, that is I plus equals to 1, that is now the new value of I will be the previous value plus 1. So previous value is 1, new value of I will be 2. Okay, so at this point the value of I will be 2. Now until we are not this condition is not false, we will not come out of the loop. Again the execution of program will move here to check the condition. Okay, again it will be coming to the same point, a loop is there. Okay, after finishing here all the statements, again it will be moved to the top. So again it's moving to the top. Now again it's checking the value of I as compared to 10. So like is it less than equals to 10 or not? So now right now the value of I is what? 2, right? The value of I is 2. The previously it was 1, so now it's 2. So it is checking 2 is less than equals to 10 or not. So it is less than equals to 10, then print 2, then a 2 is being printed. Then again the value of I will be increasing. So right now the value of I is what? 3, right? 2, originally it's 2, now 2 plus 1, again that now it will be becoming the 3. Now the value of I will be 3, and again the execution of program will be moving to this part, in the starting part, that is checking the condition. Then again the condition is being checked that 3 is less than 10. If it is less than 10, then print the 3. So 3 is being printed, and then again the value will be increased, and value will be increased to 4. So again and again this loop will be going on until till the last position. So now just suppose if it's a 9, right? For the 9 it's printing. Now after the 9, the value of I will be coming 9 plus 1, that is 10. So now at this point again the loop will moving here. Now the value of I is 10, right? Value of I is 10, and it is less than, it's not less than 10, but it is equal to 10. So which means it is printing my 10 also, which means this condition is true, then printing the 10. So 10 is being printed here. Now again this time the value of I will be coming what? 10 plus 1, so which means 11. So which means again if we move to the same part to check the condition, now condition is what? We are checking 11, the value of I is 11. less than, we are checking I11 is less than equals to 10, right? So which means this condition is false now, because 11 is not less than 10 and even not equals to 10, right? Which means this condition is false. So once the condition is false, the loop will be stop up there. Okay, so loop execution stops. So you can see we will be getting output till 10 only. It will not move further 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Why? Because the condition that we are specifying is false now. Okay, so once the condition is false, it will stop the loop up there. Okay, like if we increase here the values, just suppose if you want to stop the loop till, let's say, till 100 you want to stop. Okay, so you can run this. Now you can see it's giving me the entire counting till 100. See, till 100 I'm getting the output. Okay, so you can increase, decrease, like how many times you want to perform. So here right now I'm just performing a basic operation that I want to print I also. Now just suppose if you are having very complex operations and all that you want to perform again and again, so you can perform that same operation 100 times, 1000 times, any number of times you want to perform that complex task. Instead of this printing, you can perform any complex task here, and that task will be performed again and again and again. One more thing here, guys. Okay, so there is a question, sir, how can we print this in single line? Okay, if you want to print in a single line, so in that case, what we are having see, actually in other programming languages, okay, there is, if whenever you are using a print or whenever you are giving the output, so it will be definitely taking in a single line. Okay, but in Python, the what we can say property of this print function is that every time you are printing something, so the next time whatever you are printing will be automatically moved to the next line. Okay, it will not continue in the same line. So but in other programming language you can do in the same line also. But yeah, in the Python, in this print, we can use this something else, right? Like you can do like this, like comma, if you put just here and, okay, and here you can put and equals to this. Okay, that's it. So if you put only this thing, so now if you run this, now you can see 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Okay, you can do like this. All right. Yeah, Jatish, is that clear now? You just need to put here and. So you know what this and means, like which we are specifying at the end of I. Okay, once the I is, this is printed, by the end we need to put this. So right now I'm not including anything. If I include here one space, okay, I'm including here space. Now you can see spaces will be there in between 1 2 3 4 like this. Okay, all right. Even if you want to put comma, let's say I'm putting here a comma, so you can see I'm getting commas also by the end. Okay, so this is how you can define your and also. You need to put these spaces, right? You can see this space is specifying like whatever you're writing will belong to the while loop. You might be doing like this. You might be just removing this space like this. Okay, you're writing like this. So if you run this, so definitely see the same output I will be getting, expected and indented block. So what you have to do is, so what you have to do, guys, you just need to put here, you just come to this point. Okay, the thing that you want to put in while loop, just press here a tab like this, space is there, and here also a space. Actually what is happening, see, if we don't use this and, so by default the property of print function is saying that after the, by default and is what, the by default the print function's property is saying after completing whatever you have written here, after completing that, and automatically enter will be pressed. Basically, for your explanation I'm saying an automatic enter will be pressed, which means after you have written this, whatever we have given to write, okay, after that is printed, automatically it will be moving to the next line. Okay, automatically next line command will be updated, right? But if you don't want to put that automatically command, so what you have to do is you have to make some changes here. You have to put here and, so which means you don't want like default end of the line should be there, you want to put your end of the line. So how you are gonna put the end of the line, you're gonna put, let's say I'm not taking here any spaces, see, so which means I don't want to put any space between them, this is the end of the line I want. Okay, so you see now no spaces are there. Just suppose if I put a space there, that is at the each iteration when the I will be printed, at the end of each print statement I want a space. So if I write a space and now if I run this, now you can see a space will be there. Okay, or else you can change anything. I want after the end of each statement that we have written, we want what, we want a comma. Okay, you can put here a comma also like this space. Okay, this space is called as your indentation block. Okay, now what is the indentation block? Let's say let me just come out of this loop, print, let's say x I'm writing, let's say print 10, let's say print 50. Now you can see, just a second, now let me just remove this end from here. Now just think, see, so in this case now you can see Mahima, how you are specifying the while loop, as you might be getting confused with the other programming language like C, C++, in which we use the curly braces to to specify a particular block, right? Yes, but in Python we don't use curly braces, but what we use else, we use indentation. Now what is this indentation? You can see, if I want to specify a while loop in other programming language, what do you use curly braces, right? You enclose everything in the curly braces, so you specify like this is the end of your while loop and this is your start of the while loop, right? But in this case in Python we don't use curly braces, we use spaces. So how we use spaces? See, now I have, after writing a while condition, I have taken a space here. This is a space, this is a space. Now which means until I'm taking space, which means all the part will be included in the while loop. Now you can see in the next line I'm not using a space, which means now this statement is not the part of while loop, which means in the previous line the while loop is ended, right? So which means until we are providing the spaces, that will be included in the while loop. So once we are not providing the spaces, we delete the space in the next line, so that line will not be considered in the while loop. Like basically you just need to put spaces to include your block, some particular block. Okay, so similar thing we did in the if else also. You can see in the if else also we are putting some spaces. The space is specifying like this is a block of if, this is the block of elif, this is the block of else, right? And here in these two things will be belonging to the while loop. And just suppose, let's suppose if I write here, now just suppose I am not taking this, see I haven't taken this here the space, right? Which means this is not a part of while loop. Just suppose if I take the space here, now this, which means this print will be also a part of your while loop, which means the while loop is executing 10 times, which means if I include this print 50 in the inside the while loop, and this 50 will be also printed 10 times. So now if I run this, now you can see it. See, after each iteration 50 50 50 50, it's giving me the 50 iteration in each between, right? So that's why I'm not including, which means now this is also the part of while loop, right? But I don't want to make it the part of while loop, so I will be just removing the space. Now you can see it is not at all the part of while loop. So once the while loop is completed till 10, only then in the last it will be executed the print 50. So this is all about your while loop we are having. Okay, now one thing that we missed in the while loop. Okay, so whenever you are putting your this I plus 1, okay, so whenever you're working with the while loop, what thing you have to need like keep in your mind. Okay, a special point that you always have to keep in your mind whenever you're dealing with your while loop, and that point is like this statement is mandatory, which means let's suppose if you're specifying some conditions, okay, that conditions must be like must be false somewhere. Okay, must be false somewhere, only then you can use a while loop. Okay, let's suppose I am putting a condition, then I should be less than 10 somewhere. Okay, I should be less than 10 somewhere. So if just suppose if I don't use this statement, okay, I don't use this statement, just suppose, so which means I'm just saying I is 1 and checking the I is it is less than 10 or not, which means this will be executed. And again moving to upside, still the value of I is 1, so again it is printed, and again it will be printed until it will not stop. Okay, it will be now moving to the infinite loop. So this will, we are gonna stuck in infinite loop if we are not incrementing or if we are not making this condition to false somewhere. Okay, so the whatever the condition that we are putting in a while loop, that must be false somewhere. Okay, only then we can use a while loop. So how? Just suppose if I'm not using this statement, what will be happening if I'm not increasing? So which means the value of I will not increase, it will always remaining 1, which means this condition will never false, right? This condition will be true forever. So now if I try to execute it, now you can see what is happening. Now we are stuck in infinite loop. You can see output is 1 1 1 1 1, and it will be till infinite. It is not stopping. You can see it's working continuously. My interpreter is working on this query and trying to print 1 1 1 1 1. Okay, so now this is your infinite loop, it will not ending somewhere. Okay, so every time you are working with a while loop, you have to avoid this thing. Okay, that is, you should always put some conditions. Okay, always put some statements that will make this condition false. Okay, so now let me just reuse it. Okay, so why I'm saying like you should not get stuck in infinite loop, because infinite loop is not good for programming. Okay, so now even you can see now I have corrected the statement. Okay, now if I try to run this, see, still I'm not getting output. Why? Because you can see I have updated the value, but still if I just try to run this, you see it's not running, right? Why? Because of that infinite loop. That loop is being performed right now. Because of that loop, my kernels got crashed. Actually, what just happened? My interpreter is trying to find the false condition. Okay, my interpreter was continuously trying to make this condition false, but the condition wasn't false. So interpreter was finding the end of while loop, so it was not there. So that's why it was a huge load to the interpreter, so that kernels got crashed. Okay, so you can see still I can't run my any output. You can see it's not giving the output. So what you have to do, you have to restart the kernel, then you have to run the output. Okay, so that's why the infinite loop are always avoided. Okay, so if I restart, you can see now it's connected. Okay, kernel's ready. Now if I run this, see, now it's giving me the output. Okay, so every time in a while loop you need to put a condition that must be satisfied somewhere. Okay, now the next point we are having, that is your okay, this is all about your while loop. Now let's see if I just talk about a for loop. Okay, let's say a for loop we are having. Okay, now what is this for loop, guys? Now for loop is a loop that we use what we can say, like if we want to fetch some particular sequence, okay, in Python. Like in other programming language we use for loop for any other purposes also, but in Python we use to fetch, or we can say to retrieve a particular sequence. Okay, it must be a sequence. So how it must be a sequence? Let's say I'm using a for loop. Let's say a list I'm creating. Okay, a list I'm creating. Let's say I'm a sequence I'm creating. Now what are the sequences? List, tuples, right? Dictionaries, sets, everything, whatever we are having, sequential data types, strings we are having, right? So everything is a sequence. So in Python we use maximum for loop along with the sequence. We always need a sequence that we can iterate. Now what is the difference between for loop and while loop? So as I said, while loop will be executing until the specified condition is true, right? So basically in while loop we don't have idea how many times our loop is going to be executed, right? We don't know how many times loop is going to be executed. But in for loop, the how many times the loop will be executed, we know in the prior. Okay, so that information is already provided to us. Okay, so this much time the loop will be executed, which means if we know that how many times the loop will be executed, then there will be no chances to get stuck in infinite loop. Okay, so in for loop we cannot get stuck in infinite loop because we know the starting and the ending range of our for loop, right? But in while loop we don't know like where it's going to be end, whether the condition will be true somewhere or not. So that's why that is always gonna risk to get stuck in infinite loop in case of your while loop, right? So there will be an infinite loop. So a for loop is always recommended so that we cannot stuck in infinite loop. So let's just say how we can use for loop. Let's say there is a list is there. So in the list I'm putting some elements. Let's say these elements I'm putting. Okay, any elements. Now as I said, whenever I'm going to use for loop, I always need a particular sequence. So that's why I'm creating here a sequence. Okay, you can create list, tuples, let's say strings also, dictionaries also. You always need a sequence through which you can iterate. Okay, so let's say what is the syntax of using a for loop? So let's say I want to fetch all the elements. I want to fetch all the elements of my list. So what I'll be doing is for, let's say I will be creating a variable, let's say x, any x, I, whatever you want to say. Let's say I am saying for I in. So now see, I am using here in. Now what is this in, guys? We discussed in the last sessions. What is this in here? You might have heard about this. So basically here in we use, as I said, like it's a membership operator, right? Which will be checking inside the which will be like going inside a particular sequence, right? So exactly. So this is a membership operator that we are using. Now we are referencing. Now here we are providing reference of I inside in my list. Okay, like list. Like this. So which means now what we are doing in the why we are using in, which means we want to make this I as your member of your list. Okay, so we are making this I as member of your list, whatever list you are having. So which means this I will be pointing giving the reference to the all elements of your list. Now how it will be giving reference to all elements? So you can see here, if I want to print here I, now you can see. Okay, just a second, let me just run this program and then running this. Okay, you can see now it is printing all elements of your list 4, 5, 34, 2, 42, 4. Now what is just happening here? Now in the for loop, what just happened, as I am using a membership operator inside, so which means this I is pointing in, that is all elements inside the list. So which means in the first iteration, in the first loop, the I will be pointing to 4, right? And I'm printing the 4. In the second loop, I will be pointing to the 5, then I'm printing the 5. In the third loop, it will be pointing to the 34, and so on. It will be printing to the all elements of your list. Basically, the for loop, we want to access like or iterate a particular sequence. So this is a sequence. So we are starting from here and ending till here, like all the points we want to fetch from the list. Okay. So this is how we use a for loop. So basically, we cannot apply here some conditions. On the basis of conditions, we could not run the for loop. But yeah, we can run the for loop by in specific number of time, like starting of list and ending to list. So we know that our list is specific, right? So there are no infinite element in our list. That is not possible. So that's why the list will be, see, the number of elements we are having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 elements are there. So we know that the loop for loop will be executing 6 number of times. Okay, 6 times. So in the for loop, it is fixed like how many number of times a loop is going to execute. But in while loop, we have no idea whether the condition will be true or not, like that. Okay, so we don't have no idea like how many times the loop will be going to execute it. Okay, so this is how you can iterate your list. Okay, now just one thing, as I said, now 1 to 50 I have to use, right? Okay, 1 to 10 numbers I want to print, starting from 1 ending till 10. So it's the same task that we have performed with the while loop. Can we do with the for loop? Let's suppose so as I said, for loop always need what we can say sequence, I said, right? So for loop always need a sequence so that we can use it along with it. So what if we want to print the 1 to 10? So do we need to create a list like this? Do we need to create a list equals to like this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Do we need to do that? Yes, we need to do that. But if there is requirement till 100, so do we need to create a list till 100? No, we cannot do that, right? So what we will be doing is we will be using here a specific function that is called as in your range function. Okay, that is called as in a range function or range method, you can say. In Python we call it as range method. So now what is this range method or range function? So as I said, for loop will be always executing with the sequence. So as right now, if we don't want to create if we don't have any particular sequence with elements 1 to 100, let's say if we want to print 1 to 100, so we don't have any particular sequence. So what we will be doing, we will be creating our own sequence with the help of range function. So how we will be doing that? Let's say for, let's say x in, so x I'm just presenting a variable. You can use I also, it's up to you which variable you want to use. Okay, so let's say again I use for your reference to the previous one. For I in range I will be using. Now I am taking a range. Now what range I am taking? I am taking a range, let's say 1 comma, let's say 10. Okay, let's say 1 to 10 elements I want to print, just suppose. So now again I'm using, now what is the meaning of this statement? In the previous one I was pointing to the all elements of your list, okay, because of this membership operator. So here also I'm using a membership operator, and right now I is pointing to the all elements in that particular range. So which means range is 1 to 10, which means the all elements that comes between 1 to 10. So I will be pointing to all the elements. Okay, so if we execute this like this, now print, if I print here I. Okay, so now you can see this is the output I'm getting 1 to 10, but I'm not getting till 10. Why? Because as I already mentioned, even in the slicing, okay, when we were discussing the slicing, so as I mentioned, the right hand side range, whenever we are putting some range from something to something in Python, so right hand side range is always an exclusive range, which means if we are mentioning the 10, it will not include the 10. Okay, so this is your exclusive range. Let's say right hand side, right hand side limit is exclusive. Okay, so here this limit, that is 10, is an exclusive, which means if you want to include 10, you need to put one more extra. Okay, so right now we are putting 10, it will be taking till 9 only. Okay, if you want to include 10, you have to put here 11 like this. Okay, so this is 1 to 10, it's printing the same task that we are doing in a while loop. Okay, now you can see, as we know, starting from 1 ending till 11. So is there any case to stuck in infinite loop? Yeah guys, can we stuck in infinite loop? We can't, right? Because we know that the starting and the end point, we know that. So there is no any chance that we can stuck in infinite loop. But in this case, we don't know like statement will be true or false. So if we don't put there that statement, so it will be definitely gonna stuck in your infinite loop, but not in case of your for loop. Okay, So by default, you know what is happening here? Let me just tell you what is happening. Let's suppose here, instead of putting, if you are not putting, if you're putting only a single limit, okay, let's say if you're starting and ending, but by somehow if you're putting only single limit, so you know what will be happening? If only single limit is there, still the program will be running. So what range function will be doing? So range function will be by default range function will be starting it from 0. Okay, so if you're putting only single number, so range function will be by default starting it from 0 and adding it till the number that we are specifying. And what number we are specifying? 11, which means it will be printed till 10. Okay, so this is what will be happening if we are specifying only one number. So if you want to start from 0, you can just keep it as 0 only, only one number, that is till what you want to print. Okay, so this is what you're happening now. As who said, I think Anish was saying, so Anish said like just print like this 1 comma this. So if in the second range we are not putting here something, right, which means the range function automatically saying you are putting the range only 1, right? So 1 it is saying, it means it is starting from 0, and ending till 1, and 1 is an exclusive range. So whatever we have left with, we have left with only 0. So that's why we are getting the output here 0. So well, this is about your yeah, sure, not very thanks. Okay, so this is how we can do that. Okay, even numbers. So what you can do, guys, so we have two options. Okay, let's say for the even numbers, I'll give you two options. So very first option is, let's say starting from 1 ending till 10. Okay, so you will be getting 1 to 10. Okay, now here you can apply a condition. What condition you can apply, guys? Here, let's say here I'm going to use, I'll be putting here if. Now you can see inside a for loop I am putting a if statement. Now I'm just checking if I is less than, equals to, let's say, if I is even number. For the even number we are saying, right? So I'll be just checking a condition for the even number. Now if I modulus 2, that is if I divide I with 2, if the remainder is 0, definitely, as I said in the last sessions, like if the remainder is 0, if we divide something by 2, if the remainder is 0, then it is an even number, right? So I want to print only even numbers, then print I. So now you can see, again indentation I'll be using. Now this space is specifying like whatever we are writing is belonging to the for loop, right? Now I want to print only if the condition is true. So which means I want to put this print statement inside the if, right? So again I will be taking a space here, which means now this is specifying this belong to the if part and this entire thing belong to your for part, that is block of your for. Okay, so now if the condition is true, only then it will be going to print it, otherwise it is not going to print, right? So now if I run this, now you can see 2 4 6 8 10. So alternatively what else I am having, well, that is not an even number, but still let's say still I'm giving you some other trick. Okay, let's say now this time I'm using a for loop. Let's say for x in range here, let's say starting from 0 to 11. Okay, starting from 0 to 11, and here I'm writing I want to print my x. Okay, now you can see what we are doing, we are printing 0 to 10, right? But just suppose if you want to print even number, but right, this trick, that trick I'm going to tell you now, that is not specifically for even number, but that is also an alternative way to like present even number. Because why? We are just along with the range function, see, along with the range function we are having third option, that is your steps, as we discussed in the slicing also, right? How many steps you want to jump. So we can press here 2. So if we jump 2 steps, so it will be just printing 0 2 4 by the jump of 2 steps. Okay, so if you just run like this, now you can see 0 2 4 6 8 10. So this is how you can work with your for loop. Okay, so you can practice more and more questions like even and order. You can try in while loop also, right? So this is a major logic, right, to check the even number. So you can try this for if else, you can try this for loop, for while loop, for everything you can try. Okay, we have left with the last topic of our Python basics. Okay, and that last topic is basically what? Python functions. Okay, so Python functions we want to take. Now what are these Python functions, guys? So functions are basically, as I said, you might have already studied some functions, right? Like a range function is also there, and in when we were working on your what we can say, when you're working on your lists, right? So we used to do some functions up there, right? Like append function was there and all that. So these functions are basically we can say the entity of our program that help us to perform specific task operations like anywhere in a program again and again. Okay, now let me just tell you. So very firstly, the functions Now, what is the difference between functions and loop? As I said, functions we use to perform the same task in program again and again whenever we want to use it again. Okay, so the same definition I just give maybe for the loop also, that is the same task again and again. Yeah, everyone. So what is the basic difference between loop and function? So basically, I was asking the difference between loops and functions. So basically, loops are basically what? Loops are, you are performing the same task again and again, but in a particular point of your program, right? Like this. Let's just suppose you're writing a code like this. This is your 1 line, 2 line, 3 line, 4 lines of code you are having. Okay, this is your code you are writing. So let's suppose I am using loop here. So here in the loop, if I want to perform the task, so let's say I'm putting the range 1 to 10. So 10 times I can perform here the task like this, but only at this specific location. But you have created a function for some particular task, so you can perform that task again like wherever you want at different points. You can call it in this line you can call the function, in this line you can call the function. At different point of your program you can call the function, right? You don't need to be fixed in some particular range. You can call it like anywhere in your program. Okay, so this is how your function works. Okay, so now just let's have a small. Okay, so functions are basically what? So they definitely, that is predefined code. Okay, so how you can see, so there are two types of function we are having, that is user defined, and then we are having built-in function. Okay, now built-in function, you know that. What are the built-in function? Basically the append function we are having, right? The function that we worked on already, that is your append, right? So this is your built-in function that we worked. Append we are having, range we are having, and let's say pop we are having. So these all are your built-in function, right? Let's say even type function, right, to check the type and all that. So these are basically built-in function that are already created by Python developers, right? That are already being created by Python developers. We don't need to create them, we just directly call them, right? But there are some user-defined functions that you can create to perform some specific task according to your requirement. Okay, like how, let's say if I'm going to create a function, let's say here I'm going to create yeah, so let's say here I'm going to create. So how to create a function? Let's say user defined function we are going to discuss here. So to create a function, the syntax is what? You need to use a def keyword, this def. So this def stands for define. So basically you are defining your function. So let's say I'm defining a function with the name of with any name. Let's say you want to create a function to find the multiplication of any two number. Okay, to find the multiplication of any two number. So let's say define I'm giving the function name mul, that is multiplication. You can give any name to the function. Okay, this by following the same rule as we use for the naming a variable, right? You can use the same name, like you put any name you can use here, right? So we are defining a function and the function name is mul that we will be using for multiplication, right? You can give any name, let's say multiplication, product, anything you want to give. So I'm taking multiplication, let's say multi. Now in the braces, what I'll be putting putting some parameters. Now what are the parameters, guys? So basically whatever the variables that you are going to use in your function. So let's say a comma b I'm going to put here, right? So like two values I want, a and b, because I want to check the multiplication of two numbers, right? So a and b I'm saying here, and I'll be doing here let's say c. Let's say I'm going to create a variable c equals to a into b. So basically a into b I'm doing, and I want to print c. I will be printing. So this is the function I'm going to create it. I have created. Now whenever in my program, so this function I have created in which a and b are parameters, a and b. Okay, so c I am taking a variable that will be storing the result of a into b, and that c will be gonna print it directly. Okay, so now I want to check, let's say make it more let's say more, like make it more interface, user interface. Let's say the multiplication of given numbers like this. Okay, so this is I'm writing this. I have created a program. Now, so if I run this, so you can see nothing will be there, output will not be there. Why? Because whenever you're defining a function, it will be just giving, okay, what thing it have to perform when we will be calling it, which means we have to call a function. Until we are not calling the function, it will not gonna execute. Okay, so we need to call a function. So how we can call? Let's say I'm just calling a multiplication. Now here I'll be passing in the A and B, I'll be passing some actual arguments, okay, some values we can say. So what arguments we can pass? Let's say I want to check the multiplication of 5 comma 10. Okay, so that will be definitely 50. If we run this, you can see the multiplication of given numbers are 50. This is what you are getting. So this is basically a predefined code that you have already defined a code. Okay, so you don't need to define it again, right? You don't need to define it again. It will be automatically like taken. Okay, that thing you have defined, and next time whenever you want to use this functionality in your program, you just need to call it and put the values, and it will be giving you the result like anywhere. Okay, so let's say I'm just gonna call again, let's say multiplication of this number comma this number. Okay, let me just remove the t. I want to multiply this number with this number, hard multiplications also. So this is the answer for that. Okay, so this is how your functions will be working. All right, so okay, one more thing we are having in a functions, like how to return your function, right? So let's say right now we are using a print statement, right? Just suppose I'm creating another variable, let's say define, let's say addition this time, or let's say sum, add. So I'm using here add. I want to check the addition of, let's say, 3 number, let's say a comma b comma c or xyz, whatever you want to take, it's up to you, variables, right? So I want to return what I want to return. I want to return a plus b plus c. That's it. Now what is this return, guys? Return is basically a statement that will be returning some values. It's not gonna print. You can see in the previous line we were printing the answer, right? So answer was directly printed. But just suppose if we want to store that output somewhere, like this thing, okay, this thing, the 50 you want to store somewhere. So can you store it somewhere like if you have printed? No, we can't store, right? So if you have given a return, it will be storing your answer in some variable if you want to store. Let's say here let's say if in this case, let's suppose if I just create another variable, like here, let's suppose x I'm creating, x equal to multiplication of 5 into 10. If I run this, now you can see it is giving the output. But if I just check the what is my x, if I want to print my x, see, it's storing none, right? But why it's storing none? It should store 50, right? See, here we are writing printing c. So we are saying x equals to multiplication of 5 into 10. So whatever multiplication of 5 into 10, I want to assign it to x. I want to store it to x, and I just performed it, and it just printed the output as according to the function, but it is not storing the value. If we print the x, it is not storing the value. Okay, we cannot do that. So which means if we want to store the value, we cannot print directly, we need to return it. Okay, so once we have used the return, and let's suppose I want to store this in somewhere, let's say in the x I want to store it, x equals to add what I want to add. I want to add, let's say, the sum of 45, 67, 89. That's it. Now if I run this, see, now nothing is going to be printed, but when I check the value of x, what is my x? Now this is the x. Now this is x, that is the addition of 45, 67 and 89. When we are creating a normal function, okay, we are printing the output. So whatever output is there, it's gonna directly print, right? Like, which means the output. So why we are using return? Let's suppose the answer that will be getting returned, the answer that we'll be getting in the function, if you want to use it for the further reference, like you want to keep that answer so that you can just use that answer somewhere. Okay, let's suppose if you are just, I'm giving an example. Let's suppose you are making a result of students, right? So you have very firstly, you are doing what? You are just adding the students number, like say marks of students in each subject. You just add them. Okay, let's suppose you are create a function in which you will be adding the numbers of students. So after adding the number, you will be getting a total numbers, right? Total number you got. But if you just only use the print, right, only use the print, so it will be just printing the total numbers. It will be just printing the total numbers. But if you want to use that total number for the future reference, that is, you want to also take out the percentage from them, Okay, you want to take out the percentage among from that. Let's say I'll give you a small example. Okay, so after adding this, see, you can see, let's suppose these are the marks of the students ABC. After adding this, you want to do what you want to calculate the percentage also for these three subjects, right? But if you haven't stored this value somewhere, how can you just calculate the percentage, right? That value need to be stored somewhere. Now just suppose if I just directly do this, and instead of return, if I just check here print, if I just do here print, and here what I'll be doing, I'll be just doing a plus b plus c. Okay, so it's giving me 201, right? But now if I want to calculate the percentage with the to this one, how we can calculate? Like, just suppose the output is hidden from us, we cannot see that. We don't want like 201 to be right divided by, like, let's say 300 to calculate the percentage or something like that, right? So what we want, if I want to store this output somewhere, so we cannot, if we try to store it in the x, let's say I'm writing x equals to this, so it is writing here, but if I just print my x, it's giving me none, right? So which means x is not storing anything. Okay, x is not storing anything. So okay, why do we use, okay, no, so actually I just put it by mistake. Yeah, this is not required. Yeah, Shilpa, is it clear? It was just put by mistake. Okay, so yeah, what I was saying, so after adding this, you want to store it somewhere. So if you try to store it somewhere, you cannot store. You can see in the x, nothing is being stored, it's saying none, right? Why? Because we are not returning the value, we are just printing the value, and once we are printed, the task is completed. That value is not saved somewhere, right? So you want to save it somewhere. So in that case, instead of printing, you have to return it like this. If you return it and see, now it's fine. So here you can see after adding this, so whatever the sum is there, we have used here in 2000. So if we check the value of x, that is fine. So now if you want to calculate the percentage, so my percentage will be equals to, let's say, x divided by 100, sorry, divided by 300, because 3 subjects are there, and we will be multiplying it with 100. Okay, that's it. So if we just check the percentage, so 67.6% you are having. Okay, so how we can have that? Because we know the x, we have stored the values, the addition of that in the x, right? But if we just print it, we cannot store the value somewhere.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data science course in collaboration with IIT Madras. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of data science from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data science.
So how you can just check your if-else condition in your strings is, let's say if here I'm going to use, let's say if I'm going to apply a string, let's say a is a string like this, and let's say anything string, let's say my name is Tanmay, like this kind of string we are having, right? So now what we have to do is we have to apply here if-else condition, if you are saying, right? So how you can apply, let's say if, let's say anything, let's say we want to check, let's say another, we are having b, right? B equals to, or what else we can do, let's say I'm applying a for loop here, for I in a, if I equals to t. See, I'm applying here a string, right? If I equals to t, then what I want to do is print, and here I'm gonna print, let's say I. Okay, so here is a condition I have applied. Was asking, I guess Shafari was asking. So yeah, here is a condition that I'm applying. You can see I'm applying a for loop in which I'm applying a condition if I is equals to t, which means I is basically referring to the each element of my a, that is my string, and I will be pointing to each element. So I'm just checking condition if I got I equals to t, right? Here you can see whenever I'm putting a condition, I'm putting a double quotes. So if I equals to t, I'm gonna print the t, and if I run this and you can see the T is going to print. If T is not present in the string, then it will not going to print. Okay, so as one of, okay, so let me just change it now. Okay, so this is the one of the query of one of your learner. Okay, I hope the query is now resolved. Like we can also apply conditions in strings also, right? Let's just move to the next concept, that is functions. Okay, we're going to start from the functions. So here are the functions. Yeah, so basically what are the functions, guys? So functions are basically the built-in code. Okay, the built-in code, we can say, right, that we can use in our program anywhere if you want to repeat your if you want to reuse your code. Getting it? Let's say I'm giving you an example. Okay, you might have also heard about the loops, right? So loops are, we use the loops just to repeat the task again and again, right? So we use the task just to repeat the task again and again. We use a loop, but by using the loop, we can just repeat the task in only in some specific particular position in our program, right? But if you want to use that task again and again in different position of your program, right, entire program, in that case we use a set of functions. Okay, so what functions are? Basically we just define any functionality, any task in some lines of codes, and then we save it, and then whenever we'll be calling that function, that task will be performed again. Okay, let's say how we can create a function. Okay, let's say what are the types of function if we do discuss. So basically we are having two types of function, that is built-in function, and then other we are having, that is user-defined function. Very firstly, what are the built-in functions? So built-in function, guys, you might be already familiar with some built-in functions. Let's say I'll give you some examples. Let's say append we are having, right? So append is a method, list method we are having. So append we use to add elements in the list, right? And let's say we are having a range function that we use to specify the range in our loops and everything, right? Let's say anything. Let's say what else we are having? Let's say len function to calculate the length of something, right? So these are the very built-in basic functions that are already created by your Python developers. Yes, some is also there. Yeah, but some is there, right? So such kind of functions we have already available in Python, that we don't need to define them, right? But we can use them. Getting it? So we don't need to define them, we can directly use them. Why? Because these functions are already defined by your developers, Python developers, so that we can use them in our program just to reduce the complexity of our program. All right, so these are the built-in function. But what if you want to create your own functions, if you want to create some your own functions that will perform some specific functionality in your program? So in that case, we will be coming to the user-defined function. So these are the functions that developers have already created and stored in the Python library. Now we will be creating our own functions. Okay, that is called as your user-defined functions. All right, I hope everyone is getting the point. Now, what is the user-defined function? Let's say how we can create our own function, right? So to create that function, we need to follow some syntax. That is, very firstly we need to use this define keyword, def keyword. So def basically stands for define. So we are defining a function. Let's say I want to create a function that will be adding two elements. Let's suppose that will be adding two elements, and then I want to use that function at different position of my program, right? So let's say defining, let's say I'm going to use here a function add. So add function I'm using here, I will be passing some parameters in the add functions. Okay, now what are the parameters? Parameters are basically nothing, just a variable to the function. So whatever values that you're going to use, that you want to access, fetch from the user, whenever user will be calling the function, that variables you can define here. Let's say, as I'm saying, I want to create a function that will be giving me the sum of two numbers, right? So which means those two numbers I will be definitely getting from the user, or maybe the developer who is calling that function. I want those numbers, values of those numbers from the user itself, right? So in that case, I need two numbers. So that's why I will be choosing here a comma b. Let's say x, y, z, whatever it is. Okay, these are basically variables to your function. Okay, having a local scope. So now I will be putting a semicolon and pressing enter, and you can see there is an indentation, which means it's defining. Now the next thing is belonging to this function. Okay, it's a part of this add function. Now what I'll be doing is, let's say I'm going to take a variable c equals to, let's say a plus b, and I want to print my c. So this is a function I have created, okay, a very small function I have created in which I want to add two numbers. Okay, I want to add two numbers, and after adding those numbers, I want to print that value. Okay, there's sum. So let's say how if I run this block, let's say if I'm gonna run this block, you can see nothing. I can see. Why I can't see nothing? Because right now I am not calling my function, I am just defining my function. I am just defining if someone call this function, then what tasks to be performed. That's what defining is called, right? We are defining what task to be performed when someone call this function. So until we are not calling this function is not going to be executed. So right now if we are running it, so nothing output we can expect. Okay, so how we can expect the output? Let's say we can use here add. Okay, we will be calling them. So how we can call them? So we will be calling them by their name. Let's say add is there in the function name, so we will be calling them like this, add. Like here I'll be passing, let's say value, any value, let's say 34 and 56. So if I run this, see 90 is the answer. Their addition will be returned. Okay, here I've even got it. How we can create a function. This is a very basic example, right? Having just to show you the syntax, like how to create a function using def keyword and whatever things you have to include here. Okay, so this is what we have done, addition. Okay, now what is the importance of function is, like you can see, we can call wherever we in our program, wherever we want to check the addition of two number. Okay, we have created this function. And just an example of addition, just suppose if you want to create a complex examples, right? In that case what you have to do is you have to basically what we can say, call this function again and again in the program. Basically what we are doing is, whenever you're going to create a function, you need to create a define keyword, right? So very firstly, once you have given the define keyword, then a name should be given to your function. Name could be anything, depends on you what name you want to give. And yeah, so you might have already studied about rules for naming a variable, right? Rules for naming a variable, how you name a variable. So same rules will be applicable to name of functions also, right? So you can choose any name, but yeah, the special symbols are not allowed except underscore. You cannot start with a number, right? And spaces are also not allowed. So these three rules you have to follow whenever you're going to create your functions. Okay, after that, in the braces, what you have to put is you have to put some parameters, those parameters that you want to take from users. Let's say here from the user I want to take 34 and 5. So two values I'm going to take. So I'm just going to give a reference variable name. Let's say for the 34 I'm going to give a, for the b I'm going to 5 I'm going to b. So what is just happening, guys? So a and b I'm taking two parameters. Now in the c variable I'm just doing what? A plus b. Basically whatever a and b value user will be entering, those will be getting summed, and that will be getting printed. Okay, so what is just happening here? What is the flow of program here actually? So whenever the addition function is getting called, so this 34 value will be passed to the a, and this 5 value that we are writing here will be passed to the b. So basically a plus b, that is 34 plus 5b, that will be stored in the c, and that c is gonna be printed here. So you can see we are getting the output c as in here printed form. Okay, this much is clear, guys. I'm not pretty sure about it, but I think sometimes what happened, like overriding some kind of thing is happening. Let's say if I use a len. Okay, let's say it depends on the concept of your polymorphism also. Let's say here I'm going to use a len. Let's see. Well, we couldn't use len because you can see there is it's in a green value, right? So that's why we can't use it. So it will not gonna work. Let's say it is giving the value actually, but yeah, that's a concept of your function overriding. Okay, so the latest definition of your function is overriding the meaning of your that concept. Okay, so what we're going to discuss is, okay, whenever we'll be moving to the oops, there is a concept of overriding. In that way, in that time, you will be getting more clear picture of this thing, why it is still printing them. Okay, so see, len is already your built-in function, but still we are using it. So that is basically the concept of function overriding that we'll be discussing it later on. Okay, very firstly, you need to run the first block, right? The block in which you are defining the function. Let's say you're defining this function and you are just directly running this code. Just very firstly run this block. Okay, once you will be running this block, then you will be able to run this one. This is how this is called a camel casing, right? So you can other ways you can use this also, right? All right, but you can give any name in Python if you want to give any name, right? But just always be prepared, be careful, like if it's not already a built-in function. Okay, or exactly if you want to be like secure, like by mistake if it is having the same name like the built-in function, so you can just follow the camel casing as suggested by Sushil. Okay, so you can use that camel casing. Okay, all right, then I guess now I think everyone is clear with this define keyword. Okay, yeah, I'm going to discuss this return type also, Sushil. Just wait a minute. So this is all about your function, right? Your user defined function. Now next point is coming about the return thing. Okay, let's say now let me just clear this, and here I'm gonna change the name. Let's say addition.
Let us take a look at a quiz question, guys. Which of the following is used to read user input in Python? Your options are input, read, get, or scanf. Please drop your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data science course in collaboration with IIT Madras. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of data science from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data science.
Okay, so guys, you can see right now I have printed my output. Okay, you can see I'm using here a print statement. See, so it is gonna print. But now just suppose, guys, if I want to save that output somewhere, okay, if I want to save that output in some variable so that I can use it further, in my program, that value I want to fetch. So how can I do? Right now it's going to print it, right? It's not getting stored somewhere. So if I want to store it somewhere, let's say X, I want to store in the X, I want to store the value 39. That is addition of these two numbers. So can I store it? Let's see, it is giving 39. So if I want to check my print, if I want to check the value of X, what output I can expect, guys? Will it be storing this 39? Okay, let's see. If we run this, see, it's giving us the none type, right? Because right now we are not see this function. Okay, this function is not returning any value. Until this function is not giving any value, that value could not be stored in the X. Getting it? So basically we are just printing the value. Whatever the function is returning. So how we can just resolve this? So in that case, what you have to do, guys, you have to return this value. So instead of printing, what I'll be doing is I will be doing return. Okay, so I'm just writing here return C. That's it. So I want to return, what I want is this function to be return C. So C is basically the addition of A and B. It will be returning the C. So when I will be running this, and now whatever it is returning, C. So the value of C will be replaced by this. Okay, so here I can write like this also, right? So this is I mean, just to explain you, like this means addition of this entire function. Whenever I'm calling this function, it will be returning the value of C. So whatever value the C is returning, that is going to be stored in the X. So now if I run this, okay, and now if I just print my X, now you can see it is going to print the X. Okay, so wherever I want to use the X, it will be working. Okay, in my program, let's say wherever further I want to use X plus something, X minus something, or any functionality I want to perform with X. Okay, that I can perform. Let's say X plus 20 if I do, so that will be a 59, basically 39 plus 20. Okay, so such kind of things we can do. Okay, let's suppose this value I want to use further. Let's say I want to create another program. Let's say define. Here I want to use, let's say define, let's say percentage. Let's say further I want to calculate the percentage. Okay, percentage of this program. So let's say I'll be passing here what should I pass here? I guess out of marks, let's say y I'm passing. Okay, so I want to do what? I want to check, let's say PER equals to, let's say, X divided by Y into 100, right? So let's say return per. Okay, so what I'm doing here, guys, let's suppose now I'm gonna call a function like this function, and I'm gonna call the value. So what I have to do is I have created two different functions. Okay, two different functions I have created, in which I will be doing what? I will be calculating the percentage. Okay, so very firstly I have created a function to calculate the addition, and the value that I got in return from that addition function, I will be checking the percentage of that. Okay, so let's say very firstly I'll be performing addition here. Let's see. Okay, so here I'm going to perform addition using this function. Let's say I'm parsing the marks of two subjects. Let's say in one subject I'm getting 89, and other I'm getting, let's say, 91. Okay, so if we check the addition, let's say if we check addition, what is the addition of there? That is a 180, right? Now what I'll be doing is I'll be just passing this 180 here. Okay, so I'll be just, let's say, running this function. Now I want to check the percentage, so I will be called percentage, and here I'll be passing the values of, let's say, x, and the y I'll be passing, let's say, out of 200. So you can see it's giving me the percentage. Basically, why I passed y is basically I am giving out of, okay, out of marks. Let's say this is 200, because we need right, how many subjects. If you don't want to pass y, you can directly write here 200 also, right? It's up to you, but I just want to make it more user defined. So y is basically out of how much. You can see two subjects are there, 100 marks, so out of 180 out of 200. So I'm just calculating the percentage. I'm passing out of 200, and here I'm getting the percentages. Okay, yeah, everyone, is that clear now? That's, what I'm doing is, see, y is not here the mandatory, because you can see, the two subjects are there, you can directly divide by the two. Why I'm writing here, guys, just to show you the more example, like how we can take the user defined values. So basically I want to divide this x with the y is basically 200. Why I'm taking 200? Because two subjects are there. I want to calculate that. So see, how you can calculate the percentage. So this is, let's say, 100 marks. Out of 100 I'm getting 89, out of 100 I'm getting 91. So if we add them and divide, we have to divide by 200, right? Because two subjects are there, 100 marks, so 200 we have to divide. So why I'm passing here, let's say, so it's just, suppose if your total exams are, let's say, 7 exams are there, 700. So but you are getting only two subjects marks, so you will be getting less percentage, like this. Okay, like that. So this is what why I'm choosing here the y. Someone is asking why 180 stored in the x. So this is, you can see, yes, here you can see I'm just returning the value of c, and that returned value, you can see I'm just calling this function is equal to x. So whatever this function will be returning, that function will be automatically stored to the x. Okay, but if in case if you are printing it the c, then it will not be storing. So I think, guys, this is all about your functions we're having. So you will be more clear if you will be having more and more practice about these functions. Okay, like whatever the things you can include in function parameters you can have, right? ABC parameter. So okay, what are parameters? You might have heard about the parameters and argument, right? So what is the difference between parameters and argument, guys? So basically the variables that you're going to use in your function, right, a and b you are using, that is basically your parameters, and the values, the actual values that you are passing to those variables, you can see this 89 and 91 we are passing to this variable, right? So these 89 and 91 are basically your arguments. All right, okay, I think everyone is clear with the functions. Okay, so now let's just move to the lambda function. Okay, you guys have to have more practice of this function. Okay, then you will be more clear. Next we are having the lambda function. Okay, there is a concept of lambda function. That is a very small concept. Okay, so here we are having the lambda functions. Now what lambda function is, guys? So lambda function is a very small anonymous function. Okay, a small anonymous function that we can use to reduce the complexity of our program. Okay, so basically it is having the same functionality like the previous functions, but the other function that we are having, you can see this define function. Okay, define keyword we use to create a function. We can create as much as large function we want to create, right, using this define keyword. But with the help of lambda function, we could not create large functions. We can only create a small anonymous basic functions. Okay, just to reduce the smaller complexity. Now you can see this addition task. Okay, let's say the addition task, it's very small task, right? Well, we do have some function also, right? But just suppose if we don't have such kind of function. Okay, let's suppose percentage function. Okay, percentage function is there. So if you want to check the percentage of something, right? So we don't have right now for percentage function in a Python, right? And this is very small function. Getting it? This is a very small task, and we don't want to write again define, then percentage, right, then putting the variables and everything and returning that value and then again calling that value, right? Just to perform a very basic task, we don't want to do such much kind of formality, right? So in that case, what we can use, make the use of lambda function here. So what lambda function is, let's say I'm going to create a function, let's say a variable, let's say v is there, right? So v will be holding, let's say, lambda. Here I'll be passing values, let's say a comma b, basically the parameters of your lambda function. So a comma b, what you want to perform with a comma b, now here you have to put a colon. Okay, variables, what you want to perform with a comma b, so that is, let's say I want to perform here, let's say a divided by b. This is how we calculate the percentage, right? Yeah guys, like this. So this is a function that, let's say p, I'm saying like, just to specify, this is for the percentage calculator. And if I run this, and now how can I check the percentage? Let's say p, here I'll be writing, let's say I'm having 300 marks out of my 500. Here I'm going to put comma, 300 marks out of 500. If I run this, see, 60% I'm getting. All right, so this is a small lambda functions, how we can perform a basic task. Okay, you can see only in one line, entire thing I'm gonna do in one line. We don't need to write a define keyword, we don't need to write a return, we don't need to just store that return to something, right? Just a one line function I'm creating with the help of lambda function. So this functionality and even this calling I'm doing only in this one line. Okay, yeah, is it clear? So what is the syntax of lambda function is, very firstly, just define a variable, right? Where you want to create, where you want to call, with which you want to call this lambda function, that is p. Then write a lambda keyword, and here you need to put a variables, let's say a and b. Okay, a and b, and then colon, and then you will be specifying what task to perform. Here is the task. Okay, a/b into 100. So it will be calculating me the percentage. You can want to check with the different values, you can do that. Okay. All right, so even now, what is the difference now? If you think, okay, why we don't use, if lambda function is so easy, it's not having that much formalities to write define keyword and all that, so why don't we choose a lambda function? Why we only choose a previous define function? Why? Because lambda function is only applicable for the small functions, because you can see after that, you can see this is, I'm giving the variables a, b, right? Only a, b parameter. You can give b, c, d, any number of parameter you can give here, but the function, the statements that you want to perform, you can give only one line statement. Okay, you can see this is a one line statement, that's it. You cannot move to the next line. You can see here in the previous one what we were doing, we were just adding them, and then you can just perform some other tasks also. Okay, let's suppose if you want to create a function, let's say in the define function, let's say if we are having some such kind of function, let's say here, let's say I'm going to create a define, let's say xyz function I'm having, and let's say a comma b, right? So I want to create a function such that, very firstly, I want to create a c that will be a plus b. Okay, then c should be equals to c into c, that is I want to scale my c, right? Whatever the output of the c will be there, and then I want to print my c. Okay, now if I just call this function, let's say xyz, and here I'm going to pass some values. See what it is returning? The c, that is square. Very firstly, it is just adding them. After adding, the c is stored here, right? That is whatever the sum will be there, and that value will be getting squared. So you can see I'm just multiplying that. Okay, so again and again, so basically I'm just multiplying it with itself again, right? So you can see here I'm putting multiple statements. This is statement 1, statement 2, right? Even I'm saying to print, and statement 3, like this. But in lambda function we can write only one line function, right? What about if we want to perform this task? We can't. Okay, so that's why a lambda function is an anonymous function that we can use only for a basic tasks. Okay, let's see the queries are there. Sushil is saying how to define the lambda function and why. Definition of lambda function. Yeah, definition of lambda function, that's what I'm saying. Lambda function is a small anonymous function, okay, that we can use to reduce the complexity of our program. Okay, so we don't need to give any particular name to that. We can give just like a variable, we can give any name, x, y, z, p, anything, all that, and using the lambda keyword and giving the parameters and then the statements that you want to execute. No, in the lambda function we can't use the loop, but in the loop we can use a lambda function. So this is all about your lambda function, guys. Okay, so anything else if you want to ask, you can ask regarding your lambda function or anything. Okay. Okay, Nivetha is saying something. If they can only execute small fine, why we need them? Nivetha, that's what is told in the definition of your lambda function. That is to reduce the complexity of your program. Because for the small functions, okay, for this percentage, for this small function, we could not write this code again, entire code, right? So again and again, defining this code in a program will be definitely gonna increase the complexity of a program and nothing, right? It will be just, you can see, right? When it comes to, you see, right now we are going to create a small program, right? But when it comes to the large projects we are having, then the codes will might reach to the 1,000 lines, right? Let's say 2,000 lines. Such kind of codes we have to create, right? Whenever we're creating a huge line. So in that case, we could not increase the lines by just to create these things. Okay, and you can see, as interpret in a Python, as Python is an interpreted language, so code is explained, okay, line by line. So line by line execution is there. So executing each line, it will be taking more and more time, right? So instead of creating such function in different lines like this, we can create in a single line like this. Okay, so a shortcut just to create that small thing. Okay, so it will be reducing the complexity of our program. Okay, so we don't need to write again and again, define and all that, and as well as it will be just helpful to run our program more faster, because only in a single line it will be executing. Okay, so Sushir is also sending lambda function don't hold any return type by itself. Yeah, itself actually it will be just evaluating the function. It will be just whatever the evaluation of that function, that will be returned itself. Yeah, no name to it. Yeah, correct. Lambda function keyword is used. Yeah, correct. It is good for the complex programs. Yeah, correct. Correct, Sushil. Correct points you have given for the lambda function. Okay. All right. So I think now, okay, we have to start from our second half. That is oops concept we have to discuss here. Okay. So let me put it as a heading. All right. So we are going to start with our OOPS concepts, guys. So basically what is OOPS is, that is your object-oriented programming language. Okay, let's say object. Okay, object-oriented programming, if we call it as if we include S also, then structure. Okay, so what is object-oriented programming structure, guys? So basically, just suppose, okay, whatever we have learned in our Python basics and all, okay, that is not enough to to deal with the real life problems. Okay, whatever the real life problems we are having, real life instances we are having, right? So that is the only basics is not enough to deal with them. So we need to use this OOPS approach just to have hands-on in some practical life problems. Okay, like what? Just as you know that if we choose a real life problems, that is basically your what? That is your hierarchical problem, is that right? So every time we are having a hierarchical data or something like that, so we could not deal with that also. So if we just give a small brief definition of OOPS, basically OOPS is programming language, is a language that we use to instantiate the real life problems. Okay, so let me give you a small example here. Let's suppose just suppose here is a class. Okay, there is a class. Now this class is not a technical don't relate it to technical class. Okay, I'm just giving a small example. Let's say a class, let's say your class where you study, let's say 12th class, 11th class, or 9th class, any class is it, right? School, in the school. So in the class we are having what? We are having students, right? Let's say student 1 we are having, let's say student 2 we are having, student 3, and let's say student n, right? Till let's say 40, 45, any number of students we are having, right? Now just see, guys, here these all students will be having some different properties, right? Different properties. Let's say, okay, they will be having the same properties, but different values they might be having, right? Let's say this student 1 is having name, as well as this is having a roll number. This student is also having a rank in a class, right? Position in the class, and let's say his marks. Okay, so same thing will be also held by other student. Other student also having a name, also having a roll number, also having your marks, also having your rank. Okay, so same things will be going for SN, S3 and SN, and for all the students. So guys, you can see this data, right? This data is a kind of a hierarchical data. in which we are having sub properties, and after the sub property we are having more and more sub properties. Let's see, in the name we are having the first name, okay, we are having first name, then we are having the last name. Okay, so in order to deal with such kind of complex hierarchical data, right, so if we want to solve any problems of on the basis of such data, so that will be very difficult with the help of your Python basics. Okay, with the Python basics you couldn't do that. So that's the purpose why we use our OOPS, that is object oriented programming language. Why? Because just to deal with such kind of data. Okay, so let me just give you a small example here. Okay, I hope everyone is having a basic idea why we use object-oriented programming, right? So let's say now, just suppose, as I said, like student and all that. Okay, let's suppose there is this. I have created a list. Let's say S. Here I'm gonna put, let's say, a roll number of student. Okay, roll number of student. Let's say the name of student. Let's say I choose my name, and let's say the marks of student. Right, like this, and let's say gender of student, that is male, right? So this data I'm holding here. So this is the thing that I'm doing now. Here I'm not clear what is this, right? I have no idea what is this. I already told you this is a roll number, that's why you have idea this is a roll number, but we haven't mentioned anywhere this is a roll number, this is a name or something. So how we can just specify this is a roll number, this is a name, and this is your marks, and this is what? So we can do, okay, in the Python basics. Okay, let's just do this thing with the Python basics only. So if we go to the Python basics, we can do this with a list, dictionaries, right? We can do with the dictionaries, isn't it? Yeah. So with the dictionaries, we can give a key as in roll number, and then give a value this key as in your name, then this value, then key as your marks, and this value, right? So we can do that also. But what if we are having sub datas? What if, and this is only for the student one. Let's suppose we want to create this same thing for all the students. Let's say 40 students are present in the class. So for all the 40 students, we have to create such kind of records. We have to deal with such kind of problems or something like that. So in that case, Python basics is not enough. So that's why we have to use your Python OOPS. Okay. Yeah, everyone, is that clear? Okay. So now let's just start. Let's give you I give you a brief content. Okay, what all things we have to discuss in our Python OOPS. Okay, how we can start with our OOPS. So basically the topics that we are having in our Python OOPS, the very firstly we are having the classes, then we are having the objects, then we are having the concept called as constructors, then we are having, see, right now I'm not going to explain all of this. Right now I'm just writing the name of all the concepts that we will be studying by the entire week, by this entire week. Okay, all the concepts that we are having. So then we are having encapsulation, then we are having inheritance, okay, then we are having polymorphism, and then the final one, abstraction. Let me just put another cell here. What are the classes, guys? Okay, before moving to the classes, I want you to know what objects are, and then you will be having a more clear picture of your classes. Let's say objects. So what are the objects? So what are the objects, guys? Any idea what we call, why we what are the objects? Guys, basically objects are what? Objects is any entity, okay, any entity, real-time entity that may hold some properties, okay, that may hold some properties, right, that we can define in our classes. Okay, so for example, that is basically called an object. For example, if I just give you an example here, this one. So in this diagram, guys, you can see here I have created a class, right? I have created a class in which students are there, their names, roll numbers, rank, marks are there. So may I know what are the objects in this class? Yeah, guys, like in this example, what is an object? Which can I rate it as? Students, correct. Yeah, S1, S2, students, correct. Why students? Because students are the objects that are holding properties. right? You can see student 1, student 2 are holding some properties. Those properties are similar for all the students, but the values of those properties are different, okay, but their features are basically same. That is basically, so subject student 1, student 2, student 3, these are basically objects we are having, right? And these objects are holding some properties, that is name, roll number, rank, marks, and all that. So everything it's holding, that is basically its properties. Okay, so I hope objects are clear for everyone now. Okay, so let's say if I just give a definition of object, objects are basically instances of class. Let's say for the basic, I'm saying any entity, any real life entity holding some attributes, some properties in the class, or we can say that is instances of class. Okay, so this is what we are having, like this. Okay, okay, then this is what we are having, objects. Okay, now if we just talk about classes, what actually classes are. Classes, so what is the classes, guys? Class, if we talk, what is a class in objects? So yeah, so blueprint of an object, which means it will be giving a structure. Okay, it will be giving a structure of an object. Yeah, template, we can say. Yeah, that will be template. Like it will be telling us like what functionalities, what features do the old classes holds, right? It will be telling us, yeah, skeleton or structure, we can say, right? So this is what we are having in our classes. Classes are basically a detailed description, or we can say template of what object will be like. Okay, basically it gives the specific specifications or the attributes of the objects. What are the object will be doing, right? What things, the behaviors of the object, everything will be included in your classes. So that's why we called it as a blueprint of an object. Okay, so that is your blueprint. All right, so that is a blueprint of object, okay, holding properties of object. Blueprint holding properties of object. Okay, so this is what the definition of classes we are having. Okay, so how, let's just take a now a practical example. This is what we discussed theoretically, right? What actually classes are, what actually objects are. If we now just have a hands-on in such practical hands-on of these classes and objects. So let's say how we create, very firstly, how we create let's say creation of classes and objects. Okay, so here let's say I'm going to create classes and objects. Let's say very firstly how we can create a class. So for that purpose we need to create a class keyword, right? We need to write a class keyword. So CLASS. So this keyword we have to use whenever we want to create a class. So let's say you can give any name to your class, all right? Let's say student. Let's say student class I'm going to create. Let's say student. Okay, you can give any name. Again, the same thing, the same rules that you follow to name your functions, then to name your variables. So same rules you have to follow to name your classes. Okay, so here let's say in this what you're writing is, let's say anything you want to. Okay, so what a class actually contains, the class actually contains two things. The first thing is, let's say, members. Okay, and other is behaviors. Okay, so these two things is contained by your class. Okay, members and behavior. So let's say very firstly I just only explain the members, not the behavior. Let's say I'm gonna write, let's say name equals to, let's say, anything. Let's say from the chat box I'm saying, let's say Sushil is there. Okay, so this is a name I'm giving, right? And let's say I'm giving the roll number. Okay, so these are the members of my class. Okay, these are the members of my class. That is where whatever variable data you are storing in your class, that is called as your member. Okay, and if you want to declare some functions, define some function that could be performed by your objects, that is basically called as a behavior. Okay, so let's say this is what I'm writing: student name this, roll number this. So and if I run this, and now I'm going to create an object of the student class. Let's say object obj. You can give any name. Let's say S1 I'm giving. Let's say S1 equals to, let's say And now how you can create an object of that class. So let's say I want to create an object. So let's say S1 student1, as you know, you can see now that example I was showing you, student1, student2, student3. Let's say student1 I'm going to create. So very firstly I need to declare that it belongs to my students class. So what I'll be doing is like this. Okay, so I will write the name of the class and then I'll be putting here the parenthesis like this. So if I run this, and now this S1 belongs to the student class. Okay, now all the details whatever we're having in the students will be held by S1 also. Now if I just check, let's say S1, I want to print what I want to print. I want to print S1. Now what details you want to fetch from S1? I want to fetch the name. Okay, so let's say S1 dot name. So you can see if I just run this, see, I can fetch the name. Okay, let's say I wanna fetch here, I wanna fetch the S1 dot, let's say roll number. This is the spelling, yeah. So if I wanna fetch the roll number, so if I run this, you can see 1345. All right, so this is how you can fetch the details of from your classes, right? But just suppose guys, as I'm taking here the members, okay, as I'm taking here the members, so if I just want to check for student 2, let's say for student 2, then that student also belong to this student class. Okay, the same class, it belongs to the same class here like this. And now if I run this, and let's say for the student 2, if I want to check something, if I want to check something for student 2 instead of student 1, let's say I'm writing here student 2. And now if I run this, see, again I'm getting the Susil name, right? But what I want is I want different values, right? I want them to hold the same property, but the value should be different. Getting it? The value should be different. So Sushil is saying something, we can set a new value also. Yes, we can do, but right now you can see if we set a new value instead of here, see here, if in the name I give the new value, then S1 will be also holding the same value. So how we can do that? Like every student must hold the different values, but the same properties must be there. Okay, all the students should hold the name, roll number, everything, but the values should be different for each and every student. So how we can do that? So in order to do that, we need to use here, that is self keyword. Okay, yeah, constructor, right now we will not be using constructor, Adarsh. Very firstly we need to use self keyword. Okay, so and in that case we should also use behaviors. Okay, we will be creating here the behaviors, that is the name members are not enough just to instantiate the multiple students. So in that case we need to put the behavior. Now what is the behavior? As I said, in the data the variables that you are using called as members, and if you create some functions, that function is called as your behavior of your object. Okay, so what we'll be doing is the same example we'll be taking. Let's say this time I'm going to create another class. Let's say that is also the name of student. Okay, student here. This time what I'll be doing is I'll be just writing here. Okay, so this time what I'll be doing is, let's say instead of taking a, what we can say, member, I'll be just using here a behavior. So how we can use a behavior? Let's say I'll be defining a function here. So which function I can use? Let's say how to create a function. So yeah, just now we studied how to create a function. So that is with the def keyword, right? Yeah, correct. So here we will be using a define keyword just to create functions. So let's say the first function I'm going to create, let's say define. Let's say what name should I give? Let's say save function, so that I can save details of the students. Okay, save function I'm going to create, and here I'm putting parentheses, and here I'm keeping, let's say for now I'm keeping it as an empty, and here I'm doing what, let's say, so here let's say I will be using a self keyword. Now what is the self, guys? Here I'm just writing, especially I'm just writing the syntax, and one by one I'll be just explaining all the syntax. So let's say the function name, then function name, define keyword, function name, and then a self keyword I have written, and what all things you want to do. Okay, let's say the first thing I want to take from the user, that is the name. Okay, next I want to take, that is your roll number. Okay, these two things I want to take from the user for each object. Okay, so in the function I will be writing like this, and here I'll be using self dot name. Basically this is the syntax. I'll explain the syntax. That is basically your name, and self dot, just a second, and I missed the F. Yeah, so self dot, and here we'll be using role, that is equals to your role. Okay, so Sushil is saying something, self is a reference variable as like this in the Java. Yes, correct, Sushil. If you are already aware from the Java, so in the Java we use this keyword, and here we'll be using the self keyword, right? That is basically your reference variable. Okay, so now this is the thing what I've done. And now let's suppose if I run this, and now you can see, guys, I want, what is this self? I'll be just telling you. Okay, just give me a moment. Very firstly, let me just show you the output, then you will be more clear. Okay, so name and roll number I want to take from the users. So what I'll be doing is, guys, whenever I'm going to create here a class, let's say I want S1, that is student 1, that belong to your student class, like this, as well as I want to declare S2, that belongs to your student class also. Let's say the S3 also, that is also going to belong to your student class. Okay, so these 3 students I have declared here, that belongs to your student class. If I run this now, that's fine. Right now, if I want to check the s1.name, let's say right now, because we haven't given any value or something like that, so it will be definitely going to give me an error. Why? Because no attribute to the name right now. Okay, so what we can do is, now we need to call this function. Okay, this function that we have declared here to save the values. Now just suppose for the student 1 I want to save the value, so I will be doing what? Student1 dot the function name. What is the function name? I will be calling this function. Now whenever we are working on object-oriented programming, how we call function name? That is with this save, with this dot. Okay, that is the object, which object is calling that function, and then putting a dot, then a function name. Let's say like this. Okay, you can take any function name. Right now I'm just taking a save, just to save the value, just to save the details of your students. Okay, so s1.save. Now in the braces, okay, how many parameters do I need to pass, guys? Okay, I agree, we need to pass here the 2 parameters. So isn't like, okay, according to the definition of functions, if we see that the number of parameters we are having, the same number of function values, arguments we have to pass. So if we are passing here 2, will it not be violating the rule? Like we can see, we are having 3 parameters, self, name, role. But if we pass only 2, will it not be violating the rule? We will be passing only 2 parameters. Okay, we will be passing only 2 parameters. It will not be violating the rules, because why? This value will be or definitely having some argument, and that argument we are not providing directly. How this value will be getting the argument, I'll let you know. Okay, just give me a moment. Let me just very firstly run this output. So let's say student1 dot save, let's say the name, let's say Tanmay is there, and the roll number, let's say this is my roll number. Running this, and let's say for student 2 also I want to store, let's say student2 dot save, right? The here, let's say I'm going to put some other name, let's say Saurav, and here I'm going to put, let's say, the roll number of Saurav, and let's say for student 3 dot save, and some different values, let's say some other Adarsh. Okay, and here I'll be passing some values like this. Okay, all right, so you can see right now I'm storing the 3 students details, student 1, student 2, student 3. Now if I just check, print my s1 dot name, that is the name of your student 1, that is your Tanmay, correct? Now let me just check the print the s2 dot name, the name of student 2nd. See, it's giving me the Saurav. If I want to print something else, let's say s3 dot roll number, that is going to give me his roll number, that is a other roll number, right? So now what is just happening here, guys? Now let me just explain. So everything, now you can see we are having different values for different students, right? Either they doesn't matter, they belong to same class, but they are having different values for different things, right? So how it is happening? It is happening just because of only one word, that is this your self keyword. Okay, now what is the self, how the self is working? So self is basically nothing, it's just a reference to your object. Okay, it's just giving a reference to the object. So as I said, we are putting here self, and we are having 1 2 3 parameters are there, right? But we are passing only 2 values, so it will be violating the rule or not? So basically it should violate the rule as we are passing the 2 values, but actually what is happening indirectly, this self is automatically getting the value, it is automatically getting the argument. From where it is getting the argument, you can see here is, this is the object, so this self is automatically replaced by your objects. Okay, so you can see who is calling, Who is calling? You can see s1 dot save. So s1, that is object 1, is calling this function very firstly. So this s1 will be automatically taking the place of self here. Okay, so this self will be taking the automatically place of this s1. Okay, so just suppose now this self is replaced by s1, just suppose. Okay, and the values that we are passing, name will be replaced by this name, and this value will be replaced by your roll number. Okay, now just suppose we have replaced self with s1, name with Tanmay, and roll number with 2342. Okay, so in that case, now you can see self here. I'm writing self dot name, right? I'm using here self dot name. So just suppose self is now taking the position what? S1, right? So which means I am writing S1 dot name. So S1 dot name, in the S1 dot name variable, what I'm assigning? I'm assigning the name. And what is the name? That is Tanmay. So a variable has been created, that is S1 dot name. Okay, a variable has been created with S1 dot name. And in the name, what value is being stored? That is your Tanmay here. Okay, you can see because we are assigning this self dot name, basically self is referencing to the s1, so which means s1 dot name, and s1 dot name is holding the value of name. And what is the name? Name is Tanmay. So that's why we are able to fetch in further. You can see in this step last we are writing s1 dot name, so that's why it is fetching the name Tanmay. Okay, this is what is happening here. Now you can see, now again we are writing as self dot roll number, which means s1 dot roll number, because right now self is pointing to s1. So s1 dot self dot roll number means s1 dot roll number. So s1 dot roll number is holding what? That is holding this roll. And what is this roll holding? Roll is holding this value. Okay, so that's why if I just check s1 dot roll, so this value will be returned for me. Okay, so this is how a self keyword is working as your reference. Okay, so basically self is automatically taking the value from object. So rule is not violating that self is not having any argument or something like that. So self is automatically take the value from the object. So basically whatever the object calling that function will be automatically moved to that self keyword. Okay, so this is what happened in the first time. So just suppose for self s1, s2 and s3 just happened. Now what will be happening? Again we are calling this same function, but this time we are calling for the s2. So again same thing will be happening. S2 will be moved to here self, and this Saurav will be moved to here name, and this value will be moved here in the 42, this roll number. So again the same thing, instead of self dot name, it will be like s2 dot name. So s2 dot name will be stored with Saurav. So let's say s2 dot roll number, that is roll, that is will be stored with your 2442, like this. Okay, and the same thing will be go for s3 also, s4 also, and for all the students it will be going the same. Okay, so that is the that is why we are getting the same different output. Okay, you can see for s1 name, s2 name, we are getting different output and all that. Okay, so this is how a self can point to different objects. Okay, is that clear, guys? Just take care whenever you are working in your object-oriented programming, right? Every time you have to use this self keyword. Okay, doesn't matter if that function is performing anything or not. So but if you are writing function inside a class, so self keyword is always a mandatory keyword. If you remove this self keyword, it will be definitely going to give you the error. Okay, like whenever you could not create a class inside, sorry, you could not create a function inside a class until you are not using a self keyword. Okay, doesn't matter that function is not working anything, but still even if there is an empty function also inside a class, every time you need to write a self keyword. Okay, because a function always needs a object to point. Basically it always needs a reference, like which object is calling this function. So that's why every time if you're creating a function inside a class, you need to give a self keyword here. Okay, let's say if you run it without self keyword, and if you get the output, you can see an error will be there. Yeah, everyone, any idea? Like instead of self, can we write anything else? Like is it mandatory like every time we can use only self? Instead of self, you can use something else also. Let's say instead of self, if I want to say any name, let's say I'm going to say XYZ. So here I can take XYZ also. But the difference is what? Everywhere, wherever you have used self, there you have to use XYZ. Let's say XYZ here. And here also I will be using XYZ. So if I run this, see, now it's working fine. Not showing any error, still giving the same output. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, it is a good practice to use self. Why? Because in industries, right, when we will be working on your industries, right, IT industries, so in that self is basically standard keyword. You can give any name, but you know what just happened? You have to work in a team. in the industry, IT industries. So whenever you're working in a team, like every team must be know, right, what is this? And just suppose you are taking XYZ, so team will be thinking you are taking some variable like that. Okay, so how they will be knowing that this is a reference keyword? So in that case, we always take a standard value, that is your self. Okay, that is self we are having. So well, you can take any other name also, but self is a standard that is everyone is using. Okay, just for the standardization purpose we use self. Okay, so this is about this class. Okay, let's take one more example if we want to take more example. Okay, let's say here what I'll be doing is I'm going to create another example. Let's say class I'm going to create. Let's say, okay, one more thing. Okay, just suppose if we took members also, can we take members also? Yes, it's not mandatory either. We can take members or we can take behavior only. We can take members also. Let's say here I'll be taking members. Let's say class. Okay, now it's a class. Let's say standard I'm saying, because class will be standard. Okay, in which standard do they study? Let's say I'm writing here the 12th standard they belongs to. Okay, so now you can see, guys, now one thing you have to note, in the members, in the class member, you will be putting only those details that is common for all the students. Okay, because you can see in the previous example also, when we were putting the name and roll number, that will be common for all of them. Okay, because we are not creating their behaviors, we are not creating self keyword or anything, we are just directly giving the members. So if we are just writing the member, then those members will be, those members will be what we can say similar for all, constant for all. So right now I am writing standard 12, which means now if I run this, run, and here let's say I'm gonna print the s1 dot standard, that is your 12th. And if I want to check s2 dot standard, that will be also correct. Okay, you can see 12th, it's giving me the 12th. Okay, so for the s1, s2, s3, all the members of your this class, okay, all the objects of this class will be holding the same data. So basically what I'm saying is, if you want to put something that belong to all the student, okay, you can see if you want to put different details, let's say s1, s2, s3, we are calling a function just to give them a different details, let's say different names, different roll numbers, right? So for that purpose we are using a function and we are using a self keyword, correct? But just suppose if there are something common in between all the students, let's say all the students belong to the same class, right? Because we are creating a class, we can see here in this example. Yeah, in this example, you can see students are different, they are holding different properties. But what is the common? That is they belong to the same class, right? Common thing, that is just suppose 12th class, they belong to 12th class, right? A single section we can say. So if there is common between all the students, then all those things you can put in as in your data members. So this data member, whatever you're putting in a data member, that will be common for all the students. So here I'm creating a variable standard equals to 12. So for the s1, s2 and s3, you can see for the s1 also 12th, s2 also 12th, right? Even if you check for s3, that will be also 12. Okay, so for all the students it will be a 12th standard. So basically, if you're writing any variable inside your function, that will be your local scope. It will be holding a local scope. But if you are just creating it outside, that is, if you're creating it as in your data member, then it will be a global, that it can be work with your all the objects. Okay. See, in function parameter, we use this. When just suppose in Python, see, in other programming language we use it as, let's suppose if you want to create a list pass a list or something like that, in that case we use. Just a second, Kumar Manoj saying share the file. Yeah, Kumar Manoj, I'm just going to share the file and all that. Okay, so what I was saying is, okay, so when you'll be just moving into that NumPy, right? In the NumPy array, when you want multiple values you want to take from the user, right? In case of your NumPy array, in that case we use the star variable. Okay, in other programming language we use that, but right now we'll not be using in the basics. When we'll be moving to the NumPy, okay, then I'll show you the example of that where we can use a star variable up there. Yeah, one more doubt was there, I guess. I just remember here. I'll take an example. Let's say, so list comprehension is what? Let's suppose if you are already having a list, let's say a list I'm having, let's say this is my list. Here I'm having elements 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, anything. So, okay, you're asking list comprehension, membership comprehension. So that's what I'm saying. Membership comprehension is basically a defined, right? a heading, we can say topic, membership comprehension. Under this membership comprehension, we have this list comprehension. These two are not different things. Okay, membership comprehension is a topic under which we have list comprehension, dictionary comprehension, set comprehension, and all that. Okay, so why we call it as membership comprehension? Because we use a concept of membership operator. I hope you all are clear with this in operator, right? This is your membership operator, right? So why we called it as a membership comprehension? Because we use here membership operator, right? So what is this membership operator, guys? Basically, now what is this list comprehension? Just suppose you are already having a list and you want to create another list from your existing list. Let's say this is my list 1 and you want to create your list 2 that will be basically taking a reference from the previous list. So how we can do is, list I'm going to create here. What I'll be doing is, let's say x. So what is this x? You can put any variable. Let's say x for I in L1. So what I'm doing is, basically I am putting, this is called a comprehension, right? Basically I'm taking a reference from another list and I'm taking elements from that. So what I'm doing is x, here I'm gonna write 4, right? Here I'm gonna write 4. So x for I in L1. So what is this 4 referencing is, I'm putting here the x value where I'm using a for loop where I is a reference to the L1. Okay, so where I belong to all the elements and from here. Okay, so if I just check here, sorry, here we're using x, same values. So x, where x belong to all the elements of a list. If you just create this, and now if you just run this true, just a second, if you now run this L2, so you can see L2 will be also holding the same element that is also belong in your L1. Okay, you can manipulate this also. Let's say x into x. Okay, let's say x into 2 if you say. Okay, so what will be happening? So now you can see, you know how to apply a for loop, right? So for here, x is referencing to all the elements, that is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Now all the elements will be in the, you see, multiplied by 2. Now if I run this, you can see 2 4 6 8 10. Okay, basically why we use list comprehension? To create a list which is already based on the previous list. So even you can just do this also. Let's say plus, like you can say x plus 2, or let's say x plus 5, anything. So x is pointing to each element of the list, and that is going to store here after manipulating it by plusing them 5, like this. Now you can see 1 plus 5, that is 6, 2 plus 5, that is 7, and this and all that. Okay, this is what called as a list comprehension. All right, so similarly we are having dictionary comprehension, we are having sets comprehension, tuple comprehension, same thing we can do. Okay, so if you want it for tuple, you can just choose this, like here round braces and all that. For the dictionaries, you can use curly braces and all that. Okay, so this is what we are having, the membership comprehension.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data science course in collaboration with IIT Madras. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of data science from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data science.
We don't use oops in our data science. There is only in the data science field, we only use the field like whatever the libraries we are having, in which we will be just manipulating, we will be just using the data sets like pandas and all that, and further machine learning, and I mean whatever these algorithms we are having, right? These things are more significant in case of your data science. So oops we don't use in our data science, but still it is in the curriculum just to have you a small knowledge of it. Okay, so that's why we don't teach oops in so much detail. Okay, it's just a basic concept. Like in data science, we don't use oops. Oops is helpful when you want to go for your development side, right? When you want to create your softwares or websites, whatever you want to create using Python. So then in that case, your oops will be applicable, but not in the field of data science, data analytics, ML, AI, not there. So let's suppose I'm creating a class. Let's say this is a class. Let's say I took the yesterday's example. Let's say student is there. Okay, let's say I took different example if you want me to implement different. Let's say I'm creating a class animal, right? So in the class, I'm gonna create a function. Okay, let's say I'll choose, let's say I'll be using a function or a method called as, let's say, information class, right? So I'm going to give an information class in which I want what all things I want to store for the animals. So let's suppose I want to keep a record of different animals we are having, right? So let's say first of column I'm choosing, let's say category. Let's say category, and let's say only C I'm writing. Okay, C resembles the category, and let's say color. Let's say what else? Let's say anything. Let's say weight. I choose the weight of an animal, color of animal, weight of animal, and category, like which animal is it, like cat, dog, whatever it is, right? So these three things I wanna take from user, right, for the class. Now here what I'll be doing is, okay, one more thing I'm missing here, that is my self keyword, right? So I'll be using as self, because whenever you're implementing your function inside a class, you always need to put this self keyword because it's a mandatory keyword, right, in your Python ops. So what we will be doing here now, let's say self dot c, that is category, that will be now equals to c, and similarly self dot color equals to color, and self dot weight. All right, so this kind of class I have created. And now if I let's say if I run this, and now if I create objects, let's say a1, I'm having animal 1, that belongs to which class? That is animal class. Okay, and what all things I want to put, let's say very firstly for the C, let's say I'm saying animal is, let's say dog. Let's say the color, let's say brown. Let's say weight, let's say not much, let's say 20 kgs. Let's say in 20 we are taking, okay, in the numerical value, let's say 20. Okay, so this is a1, this is for a2. Let's say the a2 I'm choosing animal, and here I'll be referencing, let's say it's a cat, color is, let's say black, and the age, the weight, let's say 15 or 12 kg. Okay, so this is the detail I'm feeding. If I just run this, let me just check what is missing. Okay, sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm passing here values, just forgive me. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was about to implement the constructor, but yeah, I didn't explain the constructor yet. Okay, so this is what I did. I just declared two variables, right, a1 and a2, which belongs to the animal class, right? Now normally what we do, let's say now if we want to feed this information, so how we do that, we will be doing like this, a1 dot information, we have to call this class, right, this function. So you have to call this function, only then we will be able to feed the details and all that, right? So what we will be doing is, let's say a1 dot information, here what I'll be doing is I'll be just putting all the values, let's say this values. Okay, this value I'm going to put here like this. Okay, so a1 dot information we are having. So here what we'll be doing is this is my regularly without a constructor, how we implement this function. Okay, we are just implementing this function, calling this function, and we are feeding the information. So similarly, let's say a2 we are having a2 dot information again. Okay, information, here what I'll be doing is, let's say this is what I'm having. Okay, second details like this. Okay, so now let me just print anything. Let's say I want to print a1 dot name. Okay, so this is what I want to print. Okay, let's see. Sorry, name is not in there. Let's say what all thing is there. Let's say color. Like say here I'm writing category. Okay, and now let's say implementing this. Now I want to fetch, let's say a1 dot category. Which category does it belongs to? That do we can we just put all the things together, like other properties of this animal, like again, right? So what we can do is, let's say a1 dot category, you were doing like what, dot, let's say you want to check color also, so you were doing like this, right? So this is not possible, but what we can do is comma, here we can put a1 dot color like this, a1 dot category comma a1 dot color. In this case, if we run this, now we can see dog, that is your of brown color. Okay, yeah, is it clear everyone? So this is how your basic implementation is to be done, right? But now what will be happening now, just suppose now you can see these details whatever we are putting. Okay, so this detail whatever we are putting these details we are putting explicitly, right? So every time we want to like put these details for each object, every time we need to call this function, right? But we don't want that, because we know that if we are creating an object, right, if we're creating an object that belongs to that particular class, so every time we must pass some information to that, right? We must pass, which means passing the information is a mandatory task. Getting it? So passing the information is mandatory task. So why we always call this function again and again just to pass the information? So that's why in that case we use the make of constructors. Okay, so what actually constructors are? So basically what you will be doing is you will be creating a such function. So basically if I took the definition of constructors are basically self-invoking functions that will invoke automatically when its respective object is being created. Okay, so what will be happening, and all the mandatory tasks, whatever you think that these tasks are mandatory and it should be done whenever an object is created, otherwise object cannot be created, right? If you want to do that, so every time you need to create it as any your constructor. Okay, like now it's the same thing. How we can do this? Let's say this is without constructor, right? So now let's say I'll be implementing the same thing with constructor. Let me just go here, and here let's say I'm gonna put a comment without, now this time with constructor. Okay, with constructor I'm gonna do. So here let's say what I'll be doing is this, let's say the class, and this time what we will be doing is I will not be giving any particular name to a function. This time I'll be erasing this and I'll be writing what, let's say def space, then this double. Now just look carefully guys, this is not a single underscore, this is a double underscore, right? So you can see 1 2, so I'm using here a double underscore, then I have to write in it, and then again double underscore. Okay, so this is what we can say syntax of your constructor, right? So now what is the difference? So what is the difference now if I just make changes here? Instead of taking a name, I put here in it. So what is the difference? Now if I just try to run this, the same thing. Okay, let's say I'm gonna create new what we can say new objects. Let's say this time I'm gonna take a1 and let's say a2, a3 I'm gonna take, and here I'm gonna take a4. Okay, so this time again I'm going to declare the objects, right? And now in the previous one you can see when we declare this, if we run this, yeah, it was run perfectly, right? In the previous one, let's say, yeah, see, it was running perfectly. But now if we try to run this one, will it work? No. Why? Let's suppose if I just try to run, see, it's showing me error. Why it's showing me error? You can see init function missing 3 required positional arguments, C, color, and get weight. So basically what they're asking is they're asking in the function, in the class, we have a class that is called, which have a function that is your init, which is a constructor. So which means whatever the things are required in the constructor, let's say C is required, color is required, and weight is required. So this is a mandatory task. So we have to provide these data at the time of declaration of itself. Okay, so whenever we are declaring an object, whenever we are creating an object, at the time of creation, at the time of declaration of your object, we need to pass these values. Okay, so you can see we couldn't proceed the creation of object until we are not passing these values. Okay, so you can see a3 and a4 could not be created until we are not passing these 3 values. So how we can pass these 3 values? Let's say now here I should pass in the basic, this basis itself, which means when we are using a constructor, we don't need to create another, we don't need to call another function just to save the values or just to perform any of the tasks. All these tasks must be performed by the implementation or by the declaration of your objects. Okay, so how you can pass here values? Let's say here we'll be passing, let's say I'm having let's say any other animal, let's say tiger we are having. So this is like, let's just a second, let me just see the chat box. Just a second guys. So Shelly is saying it's not the constructor, please admit me, it is instance method information. Yeah, it is. Okay, where the B is saying at the time of object create creation, constructor will be invoked automatically. Yeah, exactly. So whenever we'll be creating constructor, like creating an object is basically constructor is a self-invoking function, right? So that's why the moment you create your object, the constructor will be automatically called, and whatever the things we have required in your constructor, that must be given here by the time of declaration. Okay. Kirana is saying, what is C? C basically I just took for the category, right? So you can, if you want to change the name, you can change. In the below I have changed here. Let's say here also I just make it category, just so that you will not be getting confused. Okay, now it's fine, I guess. So C is basically is a category. Okay, so I just give a short symbol for that, but now I'm writing the complete thing, that is category. So okay, so now you can see the moment I create a object A3 and A4, immediately the constructor will be invoked, and constructor is asking for some variables, that is category, color, and weight. So which means whatever things we have done, whatever task we have done inside the constructor, it will be automatically done once we are creating here their object. So you can see in the constructor we require category, color, and weight, so we need to provide them. So let's say category tiger, color let's say yellow, and where it is black, basically black strips. Okay, yellow and black we are having, and let's say the other thing we are having, that is weight. So weight, let's say it might be, let's say I assume 100 kgs. Okay, so and the second element, let's say if I just take elephant, and here I'm gonna take, let's say color, let's say gray color, and let's say here that is almost 200 kgs, just suppose. Okay, so now you can see, now if I try to run this, see, now it's working fine. Now we don't need to create this, I call this additional function just to feed the values. Once we declare the objects and then we are passing the values, we can directly access them. How? Let's say I want to print what is the value of A3 dot, let's say category. So that is your tiger. And if you want to see the color also, let's say A3 dot color. That is also gonna find tiger, yellow, and black. So we need to print all the values. Now it will not print, it will just give the type, like this belong to a class. You can see it's giving the object. See, main animal object, that is it is an object of your animal class, it is showing. Okay, so it will not gonna print it. So what we did is, in previous code, you can see here we are not creating a constructor. So what we did is, we very firstly create a class, right? In the function I give the function name. Okay, so when I create the class, when I was trying to run this, let's say very firstly I'm running this and then running this, it's running perfect. No, it's not showing output, which means we can keep we can create an empty object right now, because see, we are not feeding any values in the object, right? So it is A1, A2 are objects, but they are not holding any properties, they are not holding any values, right? So because we haven't called this information class yet, the information function yet. Okay, so once we will be calling this information function, then A1 and A2 will be storing some properties, storing some values of whatever data we are having, right? So see, just to store that info. Okay, let's say if I took here like this, let's say I'm gonna create here one more, and let's say I'm running this. Now if I want to check A1 dot name, okay, not the name, let's say color. So you can see it will be giving me an error. Why so? Because animal is having no attribute color, because right now we have just declared the A1 and A2 as an object, right? We haven't just declared what is the color of that A1, what is the weight of that A1. We haven't defined the properties, right? So in order to define the properties, we need to use here a functions. So we called a function, let's say this is a function information, this, right? Two information classes functions we called just to pass the information of A1 and A2, right? So passing the information, and here what we got the output. But now if we talk about constructors, so constructor will be letting us to invoke whatever mandatory task, right? So basically, just suppose every time you want to give the information, so it will be definitely calling that function will be automatically called. You don't need to separately call that function. Okay, got it? So basically in the previous one we were explicitly calling this function to feed the information, but in this case this function will be automatically called. We don't need to call another function just to feed the values or all. Self is a mandatory keyword here. So because self is a reference to the object, right? Let's say A1, A2, A3, whatever these object we are creating, a self is giving reference to this. Okay, so yesterday also I taught like This is a self-reference variable, reference keyword, which will be giving reference to the object. So what will be happening when we are putting here, let's suppose when we are putting here this self. So for self will be giving the reference to this thing. That is, self will be giving the reference to A3. This is when I'm calling using this one. Okay, so self will be put it here, A3 will be put it here, then category, in the category this thing will be put it here, in the yellow and black will be put in the color, and this will be put in the this thing. Now self dot category means, so self is replaced by A3, so that is your A3 dot category. Okay, that is your A3 dot category. So in the A3 dot category, you got the value of category. And what is the category? That is your tiger. Like this is how we are feeding. So that's why every time, whenever you're working with your oops, right? Whenever you're working inside the classes, so whenever you're creating a functions inside the classes, every time you need to specify a self keyword. If you are not giving a self keyword, it will not work. Okay, it will just give you an error. All right, but yeah, instead of self you can use any other keyword also. Let's say instead of self, if you want to use xyz, you can replace all of them, right? Let's say if I just took here like this, see, if I replace all the selves, instead of self I just put, if let's suppose x, right? So that is also gonna work fine. You can see it's still working. So that's why self, we always need to pass a reference variable here that will be giving a reference to the object. But yeah, you can use xyz anything, but yeah, for the standard purpose we use self. Okay, yeah, is that clear? I think who was asking. Yeah, this is, I think I have already explained. Like constructors, we use normally we use functions. Let's say if it depends on you, like whether that functionality you want to perform or not. In that case, you can choose functions. But if you want that functionality as in your mandatory task, in that case, you can choose your constructors. Don't get confused. You know what is just happening, guys? The thing that you are writing here, you can see now, let's suppose A3 dot category is this, right? So this A3 dot category now is created as a variable, right? Because you can see we are just directly saying A3 dot category equal to category like this. Okay, when we are calling, so these are now variable. So normally as you deal your normal variable, like you can print in a single line, double line, wherever you want to print, you can use it using it like daily, like a normal variable. Okay, you can use them like a normal variable. So you can see, if you are saying, let's say can I print A3 and A4 together? So let's say I will say here A3 dot category, and here I'm gonna choose, let's say A4 dot category. Okay, so it's not always like only for only single object you can print in the single line. It's not like that. See, so it's tiger and elephant. Okay, so this is how, like you deal your normal variables. Just suppose this is a x, this is a y. In the x, tiger is there, in the y, elephant is there. So similarly you can print x as y. So similarly you can print this A3 dot category and A4 dot category. Okay, these are variables. Now you can deal them as a new variables. All the mandatory tasks that you want to keep, you can keep in the constructor, and the rest of the things you can create another function. In the another function you can keep. Okay, I'll be giving you the examples of that, don't worry. So let's suppose I'm going to create a class. Again, let's say let's say my aim is what, I will be creating a class, and for all the students I need to very firstly save the record of the result. Okay, and then I need to find out their result, their percentage and all. Okay, all right, so let's say I'm going to create a class. So a student class I'm going to create, and in this, let's say okay, as I said, my aim is what, I want to fetch the record, basically result. Okay, just suppose exams are done, so after exams I want to create the result card of your exam, of your student, right? Every student, I want to check their percentage, like final percentage on the basis of their marks and something like that. Okay, so now in this case, just let me know, guys. Okay, to calculate the percentage and all, I can create a function. But what are the mandatory things in this aim? Yeah, everyone. Like as I said, mandatory thing we need to put in the constructor, and rest of the things I will be putting in the different functions. But as I said, like to calculate the result, in the class, I should have some data, and on the basis of that data, I need to calculate their result, their percentage. So what is the mandatory thing here in this task? I want to create a record that, so that I want to make such things like once I write the students that student one, and then student one dot percentage, so that will be come out. Such kind of thing we not. Yeah, so all these things, roll number, marks and all that, right? Total marks. So everything, these things, yeah, these things very firstly are mandatory. Why? Very firstly, I need to feed the information. After feeding the information, then I will be calculating the result on the basis of that, right? So basically, yeah, everything is mandatory, like roll number, marks, and whatever things we are having. But the mandatory step is to feed this information, right? And later on, then we can calculate the percentage and all that with other functions and all. But the mandatory thing is feeding the information for all the students. Only then we can take out the result. Is it possible, like, okay, if I make it optional, like for some student, I am feeding the option, and so that I can calculate their percentage. But if for the some student I am not feeding the information, still I can calculate their percentage. No, right? So we can't without their information we can't calculate their percentage, right? So that's why feeding the information is a mandatory task. So what I'll doing is I'll be just feeding the information part. I'll be just choosing that part in your init, that is your constructor. So how you can create a constructor? Let's say define. Now, as who was asking, I guess, yeah, Shilpa was asking syntax of your init function. So how we can do this, Shilpa? Very simply, normally as we write define, just to create a normal function, define, then take a space, then underscore, double underscore you have to use here. Okay, it's not a single, it's double underscore, then in it. You have to write this in it, and then again double underscore. That's it. And then in the braces, what you have to put all the things that you need. But yeah, as self keyword is mandatory in all the functions, so very firstly write the self, right? Then choose what all things you want to get from the user. So let's say the name of the student. Let's say, okay, we can also type roll number also, but let's say let it be, we'll be just figuring out with the, let's say, name and all that. Okay, so let's say name, and what all I want, let's say marks. Okay, let's say there are only 3 subjects. Okay, there in only 3 subjects whose total will be calculated and all that. So let's say I'm gonna create, let's say S1, let's say subject 1, comma subject 2, comma subject 3. So what all things I want from the users, that is the name of the student, so marks of student in subject 1, subject 2, and subject 3. Just suppose right now I'm taking this. You can take more also, let's say class, whatever we are having, right? So this is a marks in your subject 1, subject 2, and subject 3, right? So now what I'll be doing is self dot name. Well, basically this is what I'm doing is initialization of your variables, that is self dot name will be equals to whatever the name I'm putting here. Okay, that is name. Now self dot subject 1 is subject 1 equals to subject 1. Then self, okay, let me just copy this thing again, and here let's say for subject 2, just a second. Subject 2 is there, and next is, let's say, subject 3. Okay, so this thing I have done, you can see in which I'm just doing only a declaration. I'm just saving this information. Okay, so for saving the information, I'm using this init constructor. So now when let's say I'm going to create a student 1 that belongs to your student class. If I directly declare this will not be working. Why? Because now constructor will be automatically invoked. The moment I create this object, this constructor will be automatically called. So which means whatever things it is asking, we need to provide. So whatever things it's asking, let's say the name of the student, let's say Tanmay is there. Let's say, and then let's say that in the subject 1 I'm having marks, let's say 89 out of 100 I'm taking. Okay, in the subject 2 I'm having, let's say 88. Let's say in the subject 3 I'm having 93, like this. Okay, so this is for student 1. So okay, we got. And let's say for student 2, that is, let's say that is also belongs to student class, and here let's say I'm gonna pass some values. Let's say Shilpa is there, and let's say getting the marks 94, 93, and let's say 87, like this. Okay, this is the Shilpa's marks. Let's say I'm going to create 3 students, different students. Student equals to student. Here, let's say Mathan, I can see right now. And here are the marks. Okay, so here I got the marks. So if I run this, now as of now, what I did is, let's say if I just want to check something, let's say print the name of something, s1 dot name, I got the name. Okay, I got the s1 dot name. Okay, I got. But now let's suppose this is a half of the task I have completed, that is a feeding the information, and that is a mandatory task. That's why I took it in the constructor. Now the other thing is we need to calculate the percentage of these all the students. So in that case, I'll be creating another function. Let's say here I'm going to create define. Let's say, let me put some space so that you can see more clearly. So define, I'm going to create another function. Let's say percentage. Okay, so percentage, and how let's say here I'll be passing some variables. Let's say self is there, and here I'll be doing what? Let's say self, I'll be creating a new variable. Okay, let's suppose self dot percentage equals to, so how to calculate percentage? Basically self, that is, so self, just suppose you can give a reference to your object. Okay, as whenever I'm writing self, you can take assume any of the object. Let's say I'm talking for s1. Okay, so self dot percentage means s1 dot percentage. So s1's percentage, I'm creating a variable that is s1 dot percentage, and the value I'm putting, what value I'm putting? Let's say self dot, let's say subject 1 plus self dot subject 2. Okay, plus self dot subject 3. Okay, so basically 3 subjects we are having, right? So instead of only writing subject 1 subject 2, we should need to write subject to self dot 1 subject 1 and all that, because self is giving reference to the all the objects whatever we are creating. Okay, now let's say once we add them, and then we'll be dividing them by, let's say 300, because 3 subjects are there, and then, or else what we can do is, let's say multiply it by 100 and then divide it by your, what we can say, 300. Okay, like this. Okay, so I hope everyone know how to calculate the percentage. I think this is the basic thing. So now here what will be written? Let's say I'm going to print my self dot percentage. Okay, so you can see this is the second function I'm calling percentage. So if I run this, now running this, now for the student 1, now what I want is, let's say now just tell me whose percentage I want to calculate. Let's say I want to calculate the percentage of student 1. So I'll be just creating here, let's say instead of percentage, okay, instead of percentage I took result, so it looks more good, like we are creating the results. Okay, so here I want to check the results of what? Let's say s1 dot result. Here I want to check. So here what I want to check is, I want to check that is results of, let's say s1 dot result. Okay, so see, I'm checking the s1 dot result, and you can see 90% I got. Okay, that is your Tanmay's that is mine result. Let's just check s1 s2 dot result. That is basically, okay, s is capital, like this. So you can see Shilpa's result, and let's see s3 dot result, and here let's say this is Matan's result. Okay, so this is how we can calculate the result by providing information, and we called another function just to check the results. Okay, so you can see until I'm not calling this result function, it is not going to implement, right? Because it's a normal function. But constructor is not like that. If you have done these things, okay, just suppose if you have done these things inside this, so that will be automatically self-invoking. You don't need to create another function. Okay. Okay, I'll try to put comments also. Okay, Vardavi is asking, can we use return? Yeah, definitely, Vardavi. If you just see, right now I just want to show the output, that's why I use print, right? So instead of print, even if you're using return, that is also fine, because rather we should, if you want to store that result somewhere, so rather you should always give a return like this. Okay, like this. So in this time, let's suppose now if I just use like wherever you want to store, let's say s1 result, let's say results, let's say Tanmay, in a Tanmay variable, I wanna say, let's say s1 dot results. Okay, in that case you can see now if I type my Tanmay, so on that, whenever I will be typing this Tanmay, I will be getting my percentage. Okay, so if you want to store that result somewhere, that definitely you can use return, or otherwise if you want to just print, then you can print. Okay, all right, I hope it's fine now. Okay, so this is yeah, this is how we can just use, you can see another function also, as well as in constructor, as well as another function. Okay, Okay, so this is what we are having, right? You guys can also try to take different examples, create some more functions, more classes, okay, so that you will be having more good hands-on. Okay. Okay, now let's just move to our next concept. So I think we have done almost everything with your constructor. So next concept, we are having your inheritance concept. Okay, so what actually inheritance is? Okay, let's say inheritance. So you already might be familiar with inheritance, many of you, right? So but some might be from non-technical background, so let me just do that again. Okay, so this is your inheritance, let's say. Now, so inheritance is what? Like the basic word, a basic meaning I want to ask. Okay, well, IT, like students, those who have already studied at the programming language, they might already know. But like if others who don't know, like may I know what actual inheritance is? Like any idea about the inheritance? So yeah, inheritance, correctly, inheritance is basically what? In which a class, okay, if I just go literal meaning of your inheritance, that is we used to say na, like this property, let's say I'm having some habit, so I have inherited this property from my parents, from my grandparents and all that, right? Which means passing of property, like from one generation to other generation, like this is what we are having in our normal language, right? But similarly, in technical terms, what we can say, like inheritance is basically the passing of properties from one class to other class. Okay, so what will be happening if there is a class that is holding some properties, and the same properties is inherited, basically is uh, taken by other class. Okay, so that is called as your concept of inheritance. For example, let's say here, suppose in a normal language, in a normal world, let's say this is your parent, father, let's say this is your father, and father is having some properties. Okay, let's say from instead of properties, let's say I just choose a physical property so that you can have more good visualization. So let's suppose your father is having a car, right? And let's suppose you are his son or his child, and you are also having your car. Okay, you're also having your car and your father is also having your car. Now if your father will be saying, okay, this is my son, your father will be giving you will be inheriting the father's property, which means now you can use your car as well as your father's car also, right? So this is what inheritance means, in which now you can just assume like this is a class A, this is a class 1 C1, and this is a class 2. So C1 is having some functions, that is some properties, right? Let's say this is my function 1 or property 1 or whatever it is. And C2, the class 2, is also having some properties. Okay, that is your function 2. So C class 2 is already having its own function, but still if a C1 is giving access to the C2, that is C2 is inheriting the properties of C1 class, in that case C2 can use F2 as well as the function of previous class, that is F1, like this. Okay, so this is what the concept of inheritance is called. Now let's just have a small demonstration of inheritance. Okay, so let's say I'm going to create a class here. Let's say a class. In the class, what I'm writing is, let's say any name. Let's say I'll give name parent. Okay, you can give any name. Let's say dad or whatever I can do. Let's say dad. Okay, so dad class is there, in which let's say I'm having a function. Let's say I'm creating a very basic function. Define, let's say, show function, right? So right now, let's say here I'm gonna write print. Let's say hello. This is parent class. So, and yeah, one more thing, we need to put here the self keyword. Doesn't matter even if we are not having any variable, right? I'll show you how. You can see if I still try to run this. Okay, so let's say if I just create another class also, let's say class is there, another class I'm creating. So another class I'm having, let's say class, that is your child. So let's suppose now another class I'm creating, a child class, right? And child class I'm gonna create, and here I'm gonna print. Let's say I'm gonna create a function, define, let's say display, or any other function, let's say display, basically to display your output like this, any other function. Okay, so here I'm gonna take, let's say print, let's say hi, this is child class, this is my child class. So now you can see if we run this, and let's say I'm going to create a, let's say variable, let's say object1, let's say obj1. Okay, you can give anything, but let's say I'm giving object1, that belongs to, let's say, child class. Okay, that belongs to child class. Now if I try to run this, and if I just check, just a second, let me just revert it to code. Yeah. So now if I just try to call this function, let's say I'm calling this show function, and let's say this is a child variable I'm creating, right? So in the child we are having this display function. So if I just call it, let's say obj dot display, so you can see it will be giving me an error. Why? Let's suppose, okay, obj1 it is, let's say 1, still it will be giving me error. Why? We can see why, what it is saying. Display function takes 0 positional arguments, but 1 was given, which means you can see here self is not given here. Okay, self is not there. So basically we need to pass here the self keywords, only then it can call the function. Let's say self here and self in this function also. Now we can see when object1 is calling that, okay, obj1 dot display, it's giving what? Hi, this is a child class, because definitely this function display belongs to the child class. So definitely, all right. So if you this is what display class is, right? Now just suppose this is the object of child class. If you want to call the functions of previous class, let's say the dad class, can we call that? No, directly we can't. Let's say obj dot, we are having here, let's say dad class. Let's say obj dot one dot, we are having, let's say show function we want to do, and in the show function, let's say, you can see we cannot call it, right? Yeah, what I was showing is, guys, so you can see right now I'm creating two different classes. One is dad class, one is child class. Okay, so right now if just suppose if child class object, let's say object belongs to the child class, it is trying to access its own function. Yes, it can, but if it try to access the function of other class, that is show function, show is belong to other class, right? So you can see when I'm trying to implement this show function, it is not accessing, it's just giving me child object has no attribute show, right? So in that case, how we can access the properties of other classes? In that case, we have to use the concept of inheritance here. Okay, so how we can perform the inheritance? Just suppose if you want to fetch the properties of previous class, let's say your dad class in the child class, right? So what you will be doing is here in the braces, along with your child class, what you will be mentioning, you will be mentioning like which class you want to inherit, like whose property you want to inherit. So here you will be writing, let's say, dad. That is, from you want to inherit the properties of this class, dad class. So once you write here, and then let's see if I run this code, running this code, running this one code, and now if I try to run this obj1.show, now if I run this, you can see, hello, this is parent class, which means now we can access this class also, right? Getting it? So which means, like, only with the concept of inheritance, here we are using the concept just because of this small thing, just this braces, and we are putting the name of the class whose properties we want to inherit. So here we are inheriting the properties of dad class, which means whatever functions are defined in the dad class, all the functions can be used by the object of your child class. Okay, so you can see obj1.display, it was using prior, but show was not working. But once I just inherit the properties of previous class, so you can see the show function is also working. It is giving the same output, that is, hello, this is a parent class, you can see, which means it is accessing the functions of your parent class. We can use Shifali if you use constructor. So what will be happening? Let's suppose if some constructor is there like this. Okay, so when and child class, let's say this class object is also calling the previous class function, let's say inheriting the previous function. So which means that function will be automatically called for this object also. Okay, the object of child class also. So instead of functions, we can also use the constructors also. All right, so this is what we are having the basic idea. Okay, very basic idea of your constructor. Now we'll be moving to the further types of inheritances also. So what all inheritance types we are having, let's say, and now let me just discussing the types of inheritance. Okay, before that I should write here so that you will be having more visualized picture. Let's say here I should put. Okay, so let's say I want to say the types of inheritances we are having. Okay, so what types of inheritances we are having? So let's say the first type I'm having, let's say single inheritance, and let's say then we are having multiple inheritance. Then let's say I'll be explaining all these guys one by one. All right, I'm just noting down all the types, right? Multi-level inheritance, and then we are having, let's say, then we are having hierarchical inheritance, and then we are having hybrid inheritance. Okay. Okay, so these are the types of inheritances we are having, right? So basically, well, majorly we use these three. Okay, so but the rest of the two are basically just based on the previous one. Okay, so that is what the concept of now the further types I'm going to explain you. Okay, so let's say this is a single inheritance. So single inheritance we already discussed, like the basic thing in which a single class is there, parent class, which is giving the property to a single child class. Okay, that is called as your single inheritance. Now let's just give me I'll just give you a diagrammatical representation so you can see. Let's suppose this is a class 1 I'm having, let's say C1, and this C1 is giving the property to your C2. Okay, this is C2 I'm having. Okay, C2 I'm having. So this is the example of your single level inheritance, in which single inheritance basically, in which a single parent class is there and a single child is there, right? Now, if we talk about multiple inheritance, what multiple inheritance is, second type I give. So multiple inheritance is what? Basically, let's suppose a single child class, single class is there, C1. That is, let's say parent class it is. Let's say if I just give a name P, a parent class is it. So if it is giving the properties to class 1, it is also giving the properties to class 2, also giving the properties to class 3, which means 3 classes are there, 3 child classes are there, right? So which means this is called as your multiple inheritance, C1, C2, let's say C3. Okay, so this is your multiple inheritance. And then we are having, let's say, the third one, that is your multi-level inheritance. So what is a multi-level inheritance? Just suppose here is a class, right? This is a class 1, and this class 1 is giving the properties to class 2, that is C2, and this C2 is giving the property to class 3. Okay, like this. So you can just assume as an example, just suppose this is your grandfather. Your grandfather is having some properties that is inherited by your father. This is your father, and your father's properties inherited by you basically. Okay, that is you. So this is called a multi-level inheritance, in which the properties will be inherited level by level. This is level 1, level 2, level 3. Okay, this is a multi-level inheritance. So multi-level, multiple, and this single. Okay, these three majorly very firstly we'll be discussing, and hierarchical and hybrid will be discussing later on, once we will be having the practical implementation of these things. Okay, let me see, some doubts are there. So I was saying, if parent and child class have both the constructors, okay, class have both the constructors, okay, and only child class object is created, okay, then will the parent class constructor will be called? See, it depends. Yes, both will be called if you are inheriting the property. See, just suppose if you are saying there is a class A and class B, both are having their own constructors, right? So if you are creating an object of class B and that object B is called is being called, so definitely object B's its own constructor will be called, right? But just suppose if you do have a constructor in other class and you are inheriting the properties, which means constructor of both class will be called. So basically it will be called, but yeah, I guess but there will be a priority, right? So which one will be called in that moment? So if there was the same name, because constructors are having the same name and all that, so super keyword we use as answer given by, I guess, who gave the answer, whether be also. So super keyword we use for that. If I just move to that, okay, when I'll be moving to the function overloading, in that you can just have a more demonstration of duck typing. Basically, duck typing is nothing like a dynamically typed. So basically, duck typing means a Python is dynamically typed, which means like it automatically takes the what we can say, it automatically takes the type of the data, right? What type of data is it? Because if you have already worked in other programming language, you might observe like in other programming language, we do what? We need to put the type of data that we are storing. Like just suppose in other programming language, if we are doing like, let's suppose x equals to 20, so we can't, in Python we do like this, x equals to 20, right? But in other programming language we can't. Other programming language we need to put the type, like which type is it. So we need to mention like it is an int type, like this int x equals to 20, or it is a float type, like this. Okay, we need to mention that, like which type of data we are storing. But Python is dynamically typed, so it already automatically predict the type of data we are storing, right? So similarly, as you said, duck typing, so what just happened, let's suppose if I'm going to print this, so as I said, Python automatically predicts the output. So let's say I'm going to print here, let's say 12, let's say plus 3, so it will be giving me 15, right? But if just suppose instead of this 12 plus 3, if I write any string, let's say like this. Let's say hello plus, let's say I'm going to use world. Okay, if I do like this, see, I'm adding two strings right now, and here I'm adding two integers. So if I just if I run previous one, I got 15. If I run this one, you can see I got their concatenation. Okay, see, both will be merged if I use plus. So basically that's what the duck typing of Python is saying, in which the Python automatically predicts, okay, automatically predicts like which kind of data it is, right? So here it is automatically predicting it's an integer, so that's why in the integer we have to add them, in the strings we have to just concatenate them. Okay, so this is the duck typing of your Python. All right, I hope is it clear. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Method overloading, when we'll be using, we will be more clear, because that is in the method overloading what we do. We are having the operator that works as differently. When if you can use it with string, it will be working as in your concatenation. When you'll be working with your integer, it will be working as your addition, like that. Now, just suppose, okay, what we did is, this is what we did, a single inheritance, right? Let's say in this, this is my, let's say I'm commenting here, let's say creation of parent class, and this is my creation of child class. Okay, so these, you know, the functions, so we called it here. Let's say if I cut this one, yeah, so here I'm doing what, let's say creating object of child class, and this one I'm just gonna do what, that is calling function of child class. Okay, here I'm calling the function of child class, and here I'm trying to call the function of, let's say here, the function of parent class, which was not possible when we were not applying the inheritance. But right now you can see we are applying the inheritance, and then we can also fetch the function of your parent class. Okay, this much we completed before going to the break. Right now, let's just start with our next inheritance, that is your multiple inheritance. Right, multiple inheritance. Multiple inheritance we are having. So in the multiple inheritance, as I already mentioned, like in a multiple inheritance, what will be happening? Just suppose this is your father, right? And it's the father is having some car. Let's suppose your dad is there. Dad is having a car, and you are his son. Let's say son, and you are also having your car, right? So you can access your father's car if they will be providing the inheritance, and then you, let's suppose there is your siblings also. Let's say son 2, and let's say son 3. Okay, so this is what we are, okay, this is actually what we are having. This is hierarchical inheritance, what we are covering. Okay, so what will be happening in the multiple inheritance? Let's suppose there is I'm sorry, this is my bad. Actually I was working on hierarchical inheritance, I thought. Okay, so in the multiple inheritance, what will be happening? We will be having, let's say this is my classes 1, classes 2, and classes 3. Okay, this is I'm having. So let's suppose this is class 1 I'm having, class 2 I'm having, and class 3 I'm having. Okay, so here let's suppose this is class 1. This, let's suppose this is my dad, this is my mom, and this is another other relative, right? So let's say this is other relative. Okay, so now these 3 parents are there. So let's say I am the single child. Okay, I am the single child. Okay, so what will be happening? Let's suppose I am also having, let's say my dad is also having a car, mother is also having a car, and my uncle is also having a car, right? So let's suppose my dad will be giving me the access so that I can use the dad's car. My mother is also giving me the access. I'm inheriting the mother's property, as well I'm inheriting the uncle's property. So which means right now how many cars I'm having? I have my own car, my uncle's car, my mother's car, my dad's car, which means right now I'm having 4 cars. That is 4 properties. So this is called your multiple inheritance, in which multiple classes will be there. Okay, multiple classes will be there, and a single child will be there that is going to be inherit the properties. Okay, so Previously I was just teaching hierarchical. I'm so sorry, it was my bad. Okay, so let's just how we can implement this thing. Okay, so maybe idea was clear, but still we want to do a practical implementation. So still, let's say I'll be taking the basic examples, not that much advanced, so that you will not be getting confused. Okay, so let's suppose again I'm going to create a class. Let's say dad class dad. Okay, and here I'm going to use a create a function. Let's say any function. Let's say again a show function I'm going to create. Here I'll be putting self and like this. So I want to print, let's say you are accessing dad's property. Okay, so basically right now I'm writing here you are accessing the dad's property. This is my class A, that is class dad. Let's say was first class. Let's say again I'm going to create another class. Let's say another class we are having class 2. Okay, that is your, let's say instead of dad I'm going to write here mom's class, and here let's say mom's class, and that's it. Let me just change the function name. We should always take the function name different right now. Why? Because there is a concept of polymorphism that we'll be discussing, right? So but right now let me just take different function name. Why we can't take the same function name, I'll tell you when we'll be discussing in the polymorphism, concept of polymorphism. Okay, so let's say class uncle, the third class I'm having, and in this again I'm going to define a function. Let's say this function only. You can give any name. Okay, I'm just using this for the demonstration purpose, so that's why. So in the print, let's say
Let us take a look at a quiz question, guys. What is the purpose of the pass statement in Python? Your options are: it is used to skip the current iteration of a loop, it is used to terminate a loop, it is used as a placeholder for future code, or it is used to define an empty function. Make sure to drop your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data science course in collaboration with IIT Madras. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of data science from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data science.
So here, let's say this is the properties of, okay, servicing. Please use constructors in parent and child classes. Then we shall be able to see which constructor is getting code. Yeah, definitely. I'll do. Well, let me just complete this example, then I'll do. Okay. So, okay, let's say here I created 3 different classes. And again, the 4th class I'm using here, that is class, let's say the child, or let's say son, or whatever class you want to do. So in this child class, let's say I'm going to create define. If you want to create its function or not, it's up to you. Let's say define my function. So here, let's say self I'm writing, and here I'm going to do print, and let's say this is my class. Basically, I'm considering my as a child. Okay. So now, as you can see, if I just try to do what, that is, let's say I'm creating an object that belongs to which class? Let's say child class. Okay, so object is belonging to a child class. So if we run this, and now this object will be trying to fetch what, let's say object dot its own function, that is my function. So my function, it can easily access. Okay, if I just try to run this, you can see this object is easily accessing my function. Why? Because this is already present in your child class, right? So now if I just check obj dot, let's say display, that is functions of your let's say I write this, that is function of your uncle class, that is not working fine. Let's say I just access the function of your mom's class, that will also not be accessible. If I just try to fetch your dad's class, that is also not accessed, right? So you can see I'm trying to do what? I'm trying to access the properties of, let's say, your mom's class, father's, dad's class, and uncle's class. But right now I can access only my own class, this one, my function, right? The rest of the functions I couldn't access. But how can we access? For that purpose, we need to implement the concept of multiple inheritance. So which means here you can see this is what we are having. So this is self. What we'll be doing is, let's say dad, let's suppose this child class want to access the properties of what? Let's say uncle's property. So in the child class, we will be doing like this, definitely uncle, right? So this is a single inheritance. If we just look only this part, so this is a normal single inheritance, which means we can inherit its own property as well as its uncle's property, like this will be inherited. Okay, just a second, this just a second. Okay, here I didn't change uncle's property. Yeah, so you can see you are accessing uncle's property. But if I try to access my mom's properties, so now it will be still giving me error, which means I also have to access my mom's class also. So here, let's say mom. Okay, now if I just try to run that, and you can see my mom's property is also accessible, but still not for the dad. Now again I will be applying here uncle, comma mom, comma dad. Okay, so basically I'm inheriting three different classes only in a single child class. If I run like this, you can see you are accessing dad's property. So this is a concept of multiple inheritance, guys, in which what will just happen, there are three different classes, dad, mom, uncle, like whose properties we want to access. So multiple, that's why we called it as a multiple, like a single child is accessing the class, accessing the properties of multiple classes. That is basically your multiple inheritance, right? So I hope everyone is clear with multiple inheritance. So basically, okay, I mean show method is present in dad, mom. Okay, so basically if you want to see the show, if I just put all the like show in all the three classes, right? So well, there will be what we can say overriding of function, right? That is a concept of your polymorphism. So that we will be discussing like in tomorrow's session. Okay, because today we have to complete the inheritance and how, why. That's why I said right now I'm just taking a different name. Why I'm not taking the same name, I'll be just telling you in the function polymorphism. Okay, whenever we're having a polymorphism concept. What we are saying, I think it's called MRO, method resolution order. No, method resolution order will be there. See, that we are having, that is when we are having in the same class we are having. But in the different class, if we are having different name of the function and we are inheriting it, right? Let's suppose if there is a conflict between, let's say here is also show and here is also show, and we are just calling the function, we are just inheriting the properties of previous one. In that case, if there is a conflict, that is called as in your function over method overriding. In that concept, that is in method overriding. Okay, that will be really studying, don't worry. So like if we create it as in your, what we can say, constructor, right? If we create it as in your constructor, let's say if we create constructor in both the classes, right, then which one will be called, right? So definitely by default the constructor of your child class will be called. Okay, let's suppose I'm creating a class, let's say here, let's say class A is there, right? And in this, let's say I'm creating a constructor define, let's say, okay, so in it, now just suppose if I use here self keyword, okay, let's say I'm not putting that much thing in this thing. Okay, I'll just do here print anything just for the basic implementation, that which one will be called, okay, which constructor will be called. So let's say this is constructor of class A, right? So here I'm creating a constructor of class A. Let's say copying this, and let's say I'm going to create class B also. And here I'm saying this is a constructor of class B, like this. And here a class B is there. Now if I try to run this, and right now let's say I'm going to create an object obj that belongs to B. Okay, that is belonging to B class. Now here if I just try to run this, now you can see because we know that the function will be automatically called constructor. So right now you can see I'm just calling creating this as in your function of class B. So once I run this, so right, so that is object of class B. So you can see which constructor is being called. This is a constructor of class B, which means this constructor is being called, right? So this is what we are having a rule like in which the function what we can say that constructor of your child class will be automatically called, right? But just suppose in some cases, if you want to if you want that the constructor of previous class should be invoked, right? Not that this class should be invoked. So in that case, you can use a super keyword, right? In that case, what you can use is you can use a super keyword. So here, let's say inside this, what I'll be writing is, I'll be writing here in the inside of this, I'll be writing that is super, then dot, then the function of previous one. Okay, so the previous function I will be just copying it and typing it here like this. Okay, so now just a second, it's showing me error. Let me just see what I did mistake. I think I don't need to put this self. Yeah, okay, still it's printing the second class. Okay, just a second. Okay, I haven't inherited the p. Okay, I'm so sorry. Just a second. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, so yeah, let's see, let me just go back. Yeah, so let me just inherit the a here. Yeah, in that case also you can see we are getting the init function of your b class. Okay, now if I use here a super keyword, super here, and here I'll be using at like this, so that is init. You can see, so very firstly it is taking, so we are saying before this, before whatever the implementation is, we need to implement this one, that is init function. So we are calling the init of with the super keyword, we are calling the init that is constructor of your previous one. So because of that, it is accessing, it is giving the constructor of your previous one, which means this one is invoked very firstly, and then whatever we have written in the your second constructor, and then the second one will be invoked. Okay, super is super is a keyword that we use to which is particularly used to access, give the priority to your parent class. Okay, let's say if anything you want to access from your parent class, let's suppose because some overriding is there, right? So yeah, it is a keyword, it is a keyword, super keyword, which is being used to provide to access the functions of your parent class. Okay. Okay, so now, okay, this is what we discuss is, let's say single level inheritance we have done, then this is your multiple inheritance. Okay, now let's just discuss the multi-level inheritance. So in the multi-level inheritance, as I already mentioned, like if we are having this three classes, let's say this is your grandfather, this is your father, and this is you, that is child. So if grandfather is giving to father and father is giving to child, so level by level passing will be there, that is level by level inheritance will be there, that is called as your multi-level inheritance. Okay, so now we will be having a practical implementation of this here. So let's see how we can implement. Let me just comment it down. Let's say multi-level. Okay, so this is what multi-level inheritance I'm going to implement. Let's say I'm going to create a class. Let's say grandfather. The grandfather, let's say I'm going to create a function define. Let's say anything. Let's say, okay, let me just add the here comments also as told by Nandim, calling the constructor of parent class. Here we are calling the constructor of parent class, right? Okay, so in this one, now you can see let's say I'm going to create another, again I will be just doing the same thing, that is creating a different functions in different classes. Okay, so just to show that how we can access the multi-level access we can take. Okay, so let's suppose again I'm having a function, let's say anything, let's say xyz function we are having, and inside this function let's say self is there, and here I'm going to print like this class, let's say you can access the grandfather class. Okay, so you can access the grandfather class, and let's say now similarly creating such kind of similar functions here. Grandfather is done. Now let's say this time I'll be creating father. Okay, and then let's say a child. here is the child now. This will be my child class, and just a second. Okay, so now I have created a grandfather class in which if this function is being called, so you can access the grandfather's class. Otherwise, if this function is called, then you can access the father class, and you can access, let's say, only your class. Okay, so let's say now also changing the function names also, right? So that, let's say ABC. Let's say now here I'm gonna use anything, let's say DEF, no, not the DEF. Let's say anything name, let's say PQR. Okay, I'm gonna give. So these three functions I'm gonna create, and let's say I'll be creating an object of, let's say, object of child class. Now you can see, if we try to access again the object of, let's say, as you know that without applying any inheritances, we couldn't access the functions of other classes, right? Definitely. So let's say if I write it, let's say very firstly PQR, if I want to access, let's say, okay, I'm just giving the dot obj dot. Okay, so you can see we can access, a child can access it's his own class, right? But cannot access the father's class. Let's say father's class, so let's say ABC. If I try to print the function of father class, it cannot access, even if this child is trying to access your what we say, object of your grandfather's class, that is your XYZ. That is also not accessible, right? Because we don't have any relation yet. So let's suppose, as we already studied single level inheritance, so let's suppose this child is inheriting from father. Child is inheriting from father, which means now this function can be accessible, ABC, so you can access the father's class, right? So but XYZ is not accessible. Now, as we did in the multi-level inheritance previously, sorry, multiple inheritance, what we did, just suppose now, right now, we this child class also want to access the father's property as well as grandfather's property. So if we put here comma like this, like previously what we did, we put here like this, like both the class name, right? Grandfather, we did like this. So still it's running, but this is not a multi-level inheritance, right? This is what we again implemented. Again, we implemented the multiple inheritance, because we can see we are inheriting the properties of two different classes, grandfather class and father class. So this is a multiple inheritance, right? But what we want is, we want to implement a multi-level inheritance, which means multi-level means this class, child class, does not want a direct access to the grandfather, it wants an indirect access. So what will be happening, child will be accessing the father's class and father will be accessing the grandfather's class. So basically it's like that. Just suppose you are asking something from your grandfather, right? You're asking something from your grandfather, but grandfather is not giving to you directly. So you will be going to your father, that father, I need that thing, please ask grandfather. So your father will be asking your grandfather that please give this thing. So grandfather will be giving that thing to your father and father will be passed that thing to you. So it's basically indirect access. If you want to say, whenever you want an indirect access, you should implement a multi-level inheritance. Okay, so we will not be inheriting this grandfather class here. So father will be there, and this father will be inheriting the properties of his father, that is a grandfather. Okay, so this is if I inherit this, if I try to run this, and you can see still we can access. So what is the difference we got? The difference we got is, you can see in the grandfather class, in the previous, in the multiple inherit level, okay, multiple in the multiple inheritance, what we got is, you can see we are accessing class 1, class 2 and class 3, all the three class together, right? But in the multi-level class, but we, in this case, we are having the direct access to the uncle, direct access to the mom, and direct access to the dad's property. But in multi-level inheritance, we don't have the direct access, we have the indirect access. You can see we are only accessing the grandfather, you were only accessing the father's class, right? Child is only accessing the father's property, but still he is able to get the properties of grandfather. You can see he's able to see the fetch the grandfather's property, that is your XYZ. Okay, so this is the indirect access, that is called as your multi-level inheritance. Okay, fine. So this is what we are having, the multi-level inheritance. Okay, so let's just see how much time we have left. Okay, we have 7 minutes still. Okay, So I hope everyone is clear with this multi-level inheritance. Then now we just discussed 3 types of inheritances. Let's say single level inheritance is done, in which only one parents, one class. Now let's just summarize the 3 types. Okay, then we'll be moving to the further types. So in the single level inheritance, we are having what? Let's say single class and single parent, right? In the multiple inheritance, there were multiple classes, parent classes, and single child. Previous one, single parent, single child. In this, multiple parent, single child. Okay, and in the multi-level, we are having a passage, a level by level passing of the properties, that is grandfather to father, which means what we can say, there will be a parent, then his child, and then we're having his subchild, like that. Okay, so are we saying, can child call grandfather class function using super? Using super. Let's see. Let's just try. I never tried, but let's see if we can work or not. Let's say we can try to do that. I don't think so it will be working. It will be working. See, whenever we are using the super class, so super class is only applicable for its parent class. So when we are using the same thing, okay, so in that case, the constructor of this one, that is B class, will be accessible, not the A class. Okay, because parent, it is super class is always working for the parent class. So in this case, for the parent of C is father, not the grandfather, right? So it will be always working for this one. Let's just run. If still, let's say if I just delete this one, and if let's suppose if I, this is a printing a class B, and let's say right now if I'm using this C, now the same syntax I'm using, let's say this is for class C, and let's suppose now again I'm using a super dot init, okay, in this, so then it will be just giving the B and C, I guess. So if I run this, and let's say obj that belongs to your class, let's say class C, the constructor of class B and the constructor of class C. Okay, so because super is only for its parent. Now right now our direct relation we will be giving for parent, that is your B class. Okay, so it is giving this for this one B class, not for the A, and also for this one. Okay,
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data science course in collaboration with IIT Madras. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of data science from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data science.
single inheritance, what we can say, in which only a single class will be there, parent class, and a single child class will be there, right? A single child will be there who will be inheriting the properties of a parent class and all. Okay, so that is a basically single inheritance. Then we will be having, let's say, multiple inheritance. Then in the multiple inheritance, what we did is multiple classes will be there and only single child will be there, parent class. Let's say here, if I just give a summarization, let's say one class, one parent, and one child. Okay, so this is a brief summary of your single level, single inheritance. And for the multiple, we can say one child, or we can say multiple parent and one child. Okay, that is what your multiple inheritance. Now let's just talk about multi-level inheritance. So what was this multi-level inheritance, guys? In which we were having level by level passing, which means parent will having child and child will be having subchild. Okay, like child parent then having child, and child will be having for the subchild, and he's having more child and all that. So such kind of level by level properties of passage will be there, right? Passage of properties will be there. So let's just talk about hierarchical. So in the hierarchical, what we are having is an hierarchical inheritance, and then we'll be discussing the hybrid one. Okay, all right. So before discussing the hierarchical inheritance, let me show you diagrammatically what hierarchical inheritance is. So if you just talk, okay, as we already discussed, the multiple inheritance, right? What was a multiple inheritance? A single class will be there. Okay, sorry, multiple parent will be there like this, Let's say this is dad, this is mom class, this is uncle class. This is what example I show you yesterday. So this is a child basically. So this child is having properties from dad, properties from mom, as well as properties from his uncle, right? So this time you can see we are having multiple parents, right? Giving the properties to a single child only. Only a single child will be there. That was what? That was your multiple inheritance, right? Now, if I give a contrast between multiple inheritance and hierarchical inheritance. So hierarchical is exact opposite of your multiple inheritance. In the multiple inheritance, we used to have multiple parents and a single child, but in hierarchical inheritance, we will be having multiple childs but single parent. Okay, multiple children and a single parent. Let's say you can give an example. Let's suppose here is a parent class P, and let's suppose this is U, that is child 1. You are sharing the properties of your parent. Let's say you are also having another sibling. Let's say your brother is there. Let's say that is your child 2, that is child 2 of your parent. So that will be also having this access to the same properties. And let's suppose a third sibling is there, that is your child 3, and he's also sharing the properties of parents. Okay, so which means this thing, hierarchical inheritance, is exactly opposite of your multiple inheritance, in which we are having, in the multiple we were having multiple parents, single child. In the hierarchical we will be having a single child, single parent, multiple childs. So you can see it's kind of a hierarchy, like from 1 there are 3 more or 4 more, like this. It's kind of a hierarchy, right? So that's why it's called as an hierarchical inheritance. All right. Hey everyone, diagrammatically, like, concept is clear, so that now we can move to the practical implementation, if this much is clear. Okay, fine. All right guys, now we'll be now moving to the practical implementation. Let's say here I will be writing, copy this, and here I want to use a hierarchical inheritance. So how to implement the hierarchical inheritance? Let's see. Very firstly, again the same, if I took the same, some more examples, let's say anything. Let's create a class here, class A, and here let's say I'm going to create a function, define. Let's say I'm going to define here, just a second, let me just check the chat box also side by side. Yeah, okay. So here what I'm going to create a function, another, any name of the function, let's say abc xyz, or whatever function you want to give the name. Okay, let's say abc, and here I'm going to create, let me just put here self, right? So as I'm going to print here, this is class A, right? That is your parent class. So this is my class A. Now let's see if I'll be making multiple childs. So here, yeah. So this is my class A, class B, and let's say class C. Or let's say if I give a name, let's say parent, and here I'm gonna give, let's say, child 1, and I'll do here, let's say, the child 2. Okay, so here I'm having child 1, child 2, and let's suppose if I create one more class, that is child 3. Okay, let me just copy this and pasting it here. Okay, so this is what I'm having, child 3. So let's suppose this is class A, that is parent. This is class child 1. This is class child 2, and this one is class child 3. Okay, so this is what I'm having, a different classes I have created. Now let's see if I just create an object of obj of that belongs to, let's say, obj that will be, let's say, let's belonging to the child class. Child, which one? Let's say child 3. Okay, so now I have created an object. Okay, let me just put here a capital C. Yeah, so this is, I have created an object of child3. So again, if we want to access the properties of the previous classes, okay, let's say if I want to see, let's say child, and here let's say I'll be writing obj dot, let's say, okay, I also have to take the rename the function also, abc ghi jkl mno. So I'm giving any name. Okay, so this is the functions I'm creating, and now let's suppose if I want to access abj dot, let's say mno, that is fairly acceptable and it will be giving me the output. If I want to try the obj, okay, now let's suppose this is a child. Now what we have to perform right now, we have to perform the hierarchical inheritance, right? So what will be happening in the hierarchical inheritance, guys? You can see this is my parent class, right? And the rest of the guys are, rest of the classes are child class. So child 1 can access the properties of parent, child 2 can access the property of parent, even child 3 can access the properties of parent, right? Which means these three classes can access the properties of parent only. It doesn't mean that they are also having relation between like in between them, right? They are not sharing any bond in between them. So what will be happening, let's suppose right now, let me just clear this, clear, right? And here I'm going to create objects of, let's say here, let's say obj1 that belongs to your child class 1. Okay, that belongs to your child 1 class. Then there we are having obj2 that belongs to your child class 2, and then the third one is there, that is obj3, that is belonging to your child 3 class. So right now, let's say I'm running this, and right now what I'm doing is I'm just creating an object. I'm just creating an object of class child 1, child 2, and child 3, like all the child classes. Now let's suppose if object 1 is trying to access its own function, that is obj1 is trying to access its own function, that is ghi here, it is accessible. Let's say obj2 is trying to access its own function, that is jkl, right? This is from child class object 2, right? Child class 2. So here if I run this, that is also acceptable. Let's say then, let's say like this, that is also acceptable. This is child class 3, child class 2, child class 1. But if any of them try to access the parent class, that is not possible, because right now we are not giving any kind of inheritance relation, right? Let's say if I want to try obj1 is trying to access the parent classes function. Which is the parent class? That is your in function of parent class, that is abc. So if we try to access the abc, so right now this is not possible, it will be showing me an error, right? For this also, let's say for obj2 also, that will be also going to show me output error, and for obj3 also, that will be also going to show me error. Why? Because all the three classes right now are not sharing any kind of relation with its parent, right? So in such case, if you want to give a relation, what you will be doing is you will be writing the parent's name, okay, in the braces of, let's say for the child 3, then for the child 2, and then for the child 1 also. Okay, so this is a hierarchical inheritance. You can see child 1 is accessing the property of parent, child 2 is also accessing the properties of parent, and child 3 is also accessing the properties of parent. So this kind of inheritance is called as hybrid inheritance. Now you can see this one is able to run, this one is able to run, but when object 1 is trying to access the properties of parent class, that is also working fine. Okay, let me see, I think I haven't run it before. Just a second, let me see what issue I'm having. Name abc is not defined. Okay, I'm putting here equals to, here I should put a dot, right? Dot here also and here also. I'm sorry guys, so dot should be there, right? So now, as of now you can see if I try to access this function, if I run this second child, still that is also able to access the parent class, and this one is also able to access the parent class, that is object 3. Okay, so this is what hierarchical inheritance is, in which like multiple childs will be there who are accessing the properties of a single child. Now it doesn't mean that they having a relation in between them, right? So you can see if I just try to access obj1, this is an object of class, let's say child 1 class, right? So can it access the properties of child 2 class? So in the child 2 we are having jkl. So if we try to do like this, obj1 dot jkl, like this, and if you run, see, it will be showing me an error, right? Child object has no attribute JKL. Why? Because child 1 is not having any kind of relationship with your child 2. Okay, you can see it's only giving the relation with parent, not with the child 2. Yeah, if you write here like this, you also mention the name of your child 2 class, right? Then it will be able to access the properties of child 2. But right now we don't have given any specific relations between child 2 class, so they will not be having interrelations, right? So they will be having only relation with the parent. Getting it? All right, fine. Yeah, one more thing, guys. Let's suppose if I'm creating an object, let's say P object I'm creating, P obj, that is the object of your parent class, right? So let's say I'm going to create a parent, and here I'm running. So let's suppose here I need a P, capital P. Yeah. So just tell me, guys, I'm creating a P object, that is object of your parent class. So this is my object, that is, let's say here P obj. So just tell me, guys, as let's suppose this child 1 class is there, right? Child 1 class is there. Child 1 can access the properties of parent, right? So is it possible like parent can also access the properties of child? Like if parent have shown the relationship with parent, you can see here I have written parent. So which means child can access the properties of parent. So can it possible like parent can also access the properties of child? That is GHI. So can I write like this? POJ, like object of parent dot GHI. That is the function of your child class. Is that possible? Let's see your answers. Okay, Kavya no, Rashmi no, okay, Pooja no. Okay, yes, correct. So basically, you can see if you run this, it will not be gonna give me output. Why? Because inheritance is not a kind of a vice versa thing in which if a single, it's not a kind of a like a what we can say, it is not having a duplex relation, right? It is only having a simplex relation, which means only one sided relation it will be there, right? Not for the both sided. So that's why if one child is accessing the inherit properties of parent, only then it will be having the access to the parent's property, not parent will not be having the access to the child's property. Okay. Okay, just tell me one more thing. Okay, now you can see here child is accessing the properties of parent. Now just suppose in the parent I am writing here the child 1. See, parent is accessing the properties of child and child is accessing the properties of parent. So in this case, now just tell me, can this code will be running or not? Will this code run or not? Like, will the object of parent class can access the property of child class this time or not? So this time, before they were not having any interrelation, right? But this time I give them an interrelation. So if I just now run this, now you can see this is child class, right? So because they are sharing interrelation, parent is accessing child's property and child is accessing the parent's property. So they are sharing an interrelation, which means now they both can access each other's property. Okay. You can implement as like you want, like, as you're saying, like 2 parent classes are there and 3 childs are there, you can do that also, but it's not like you strictly like this only this thing you have to implement or something like that. So basically what we are doing is we are categorizing the inheritance types, right? If such kind of relation occur, then we can say this is a hierarchical inheritance, right? We don't need to specially implement, it's not like for implementing hierarchical we need to follow some rules or something like that. Strictly restriction is nothing is there, right? Just and giving a name to the orientation. Like if such kind of orientation is there in which single parent is there, multiple childs are there, then we can just name it as in your hierarchical inheritance, right? It's just a metaphor. It's not a strictly rule in which we have to like follow the strict rules and all that, right? So it's just a metaphor. It's a name given to such kind of orientation in which single parent, multiple childs are there, right? If you want to create such scenario in which you are saying, let's say 2 parent and 3 childs will be there, you can create that also, right? That will be also fine, but that is not having a particular orientation, because standard types of inheritances we are having these 5, right? So if you create that, that will be also working fine. That will be definitely giving you the desired output, whatever you want, right? But that orientation is not having any particular name. Okay. Okay, if Nivita is saying if 2 parent classes are there, doesn't it mean like multiple inheritance? Exactly, that's what I'm saying now. So if you make the combination of, let's say here you are using 2 parent classes and 3 childs, right? So 2 parent classes, so it means each child is having the access to both the parents, which means that is your multiple. And just suppose if you are and in the vice versa, let's say parent are also having access to the 3 child, which means that is your what, hierarchical also. So it's a combination of hierarchical and multiple. Getting it? So basically these things is just to give the name to such kind of orientation. You can combine these orientation and all that, and basically what you are saying, that is your hybrid inheritance, in which we will be considering the combination of two or more. Okay, yeah, right now I'm going to discuss the hybrid one only. Okay, so this is, I guess this one is clear, right? So now I'll explain you the hybrid inheritance. Okay, we can do like this. Let's say we are creating a class in which we can create some functions and storing the data or something like that. So if from the other class object, if other class object want to access that object of like data of previous class, that we can access, like very simpler thing, that is right. But some real life examples are very much complex, like that you will be using in your projects or something like that, right? So that is we can't discuss right now. Right now we can just only discuss this small example just for your understanding purpose. See why I'm taking these small examples, because I just want you to clear the concepts only, like what is the rule actually, right? Because examples, you can take whatever examples you want to take, and even when you're working with a larger project or something like that, in that case also you will be more clear. But right now the purpose of these sessions is to clear your basic things like concepts. Okay, like hierarchical means what, like what is the meaning of that thing, and so these examples doesn't matter. These examples just to show you. You can see I'm not implementing anything. I'm just showing you like this is class A, this is class child, which means you need to know, okay, it can, whether it can access or not. Accessibility, you need to know about that. Okay, not the functionality, just the accessibility right now. Okay, okay then. So this is what we discussed, our hierarchical inheritance. Now one type we have left, that is your hybrid inheritance. Okay, now as the name suggests, hybrid. So what is the meaning of hybrid? Hybrid mean what? Like that is a combination of something, isn't it? If we say if something is a hybrid, let's say we say this dog is a hybrid dog. So hybrid means that is a combination of mutation of 2-3 breeds of dog, right? So that is a hybrid. So hybrid means what? We will be combining other types, which means we have already discussed four types, that is single inheritance. Let's say here, yeah, so here you can see we have discussed four types, that is single inheritance, multiple inheritance, multi-level inheritance, and what we can say, hierarchical inheritance, right? These four types we have already discussed. Now hybrid inheritance will be the combination of the previous one, right? So one of the example, Nimitha, that you have taken, right, that is 2 parent classes and 3 child classes. So that is also a hybrid inheritance, which is a combination of your multiple inheritance as well as hierarchical inheritance, right? So in which we will be combining the previous types. Okay, so these are the major types that we use, but hybrid, that is a combination of other, like whatever orientation you want to create for your classes and objects, that will be your hybrid. Okay, let's say I'll give you an example here. Just suppose just tell me guys which type of inheritance is it. Okay, just suppose this is a class 1, let's say A class, this is A, and this A is giving the properties to class B, and B is giving the properties to class C. Okay, so which type of inheritance is it, guys? Yeah, everyone? Okay, all right, correct. Multi-level, because level by level passing will be there. This level 1, that is L1, this is level 2, and this is level 3. Correct. Okay, this is what multi-level inheritance we are having, right? Now just see, just suppose I am having, let's say this is class 1, let's say ABC, let's say class D, let's say class E, let's say class F. So all these classes are giving the properties to class, let's say G. Okay, so let's say G is also inheriting the properties from D class, G inheriting properties from E class, G inheriting properties from F class. Now which type of inheritance is this, guys? This one? Multiple. Yeah, correct. So this is what we are having, multiple, and this is we are having multi-level. Now we will be combining them. Just suppose I give a relation between the last member of this class and the last member of this class. So let's suppose you can give the relation between among also, right? It's up to you. Let's say I'll give you this one example. I'm giving a relation between G and C, right? So now just suppose I will be doing the both classes. Let's say I'm sharing here a two-way relation. Just suppose C class can inherit the properties of G class, and G class can inherit the properties of C class. So this kind of double relation I'm going to give. So now just suppose, what is the benefit of this thing? Now you can see what is the benefit of creating such hybrid inheritance. Now you can see sorry, just a second. So yeah, so you can see A is giving the property to B. Okay, just a second. Let me just now combine it here. I'll give you another example. Let's say here so this is the last member of multi-level, and this is the last member of your multiple. Now let's say I'll be creating here another class, that is your hybrid class. Okay, that is your hybrid class. Now this hybrid class is having having the properties of G class, as well as sharing the properties of C class. Now you can see A is giving the property to B. See which classes hybrid class can access. Let's suppose some properties of A we are having. So let's suppose C is having some property. So hybrid class can directly access the C's property, right? Direct relation we are having. And for the G also, G is having a direct relation with hybrid class, which means hybrid class can access the properties of G also, right? Right now, B is giving the property to C, which means hybrid class can also access the properties of B. Yeah, guys, can I say like this? Because B is giving the property to C and C is giving all those property to the H, which means indirectly hybrid is having the property, hybrid class is having the access to this B class. Yeah, guys, can I say like this? Yes, correct. So B is giving the property to C and C is giving all those property to the hybrid, which means hybrid is indirectly having access to the B class. And similarly like that, A is also giving the properties to B and B is giving the properties to C and C is giving all those properties collectively to the hybrid class, which means hybrid class is also having the access to the A class also. Correct. Now let's come to the right hand side. It is having access to the G class. Now D is giving a property to G, this property, and E is also giving its property to G, and F is also giving the properties to G. Like all three properties G is having. So which means H can indirectly access D class as well as access E class as well as access the F class. Okay, so this hybrid class is having the access to all the classes in such structure. You can see it can access the properties of all the classes. That is called your hybrid class. Okay. Yeah, guys, is that fine now? So this is the power of your hybrid class. You can access the properties of each of the classes that is present right now on your screen. Okay. Yeah, guys, is that fine now? Did you go the concept diagrammatically? Okay, fine. Now we will be just implementing such complex thing. Okay, so these classes, multiple classes we will be creating. Okay, so right now, as I said, we will be taking only basic examples just to show, okay, is it accessing or not, like accessibility is there or not. So we'll be just checking the accessibilities. So let's suppose right now I'm going to create a class here. Let's say now we'll be doing the implementation of hybrid class. Let's say here I'm writing implementation of hybrid class. Okay, so implementation of hybrid class we are going to do. Let me just put here more cells. So let's say, so very firstly what I'm doing is, let's say a class A. So very firstly what we need to implement, as I said, we will be doing the combination of something, right? So let's say here I'm going to implement, let's say substructure. I'm just giving a name, okay? Substructure multiple inheritance. So this is what I'm doing, multiple inheritance right now. That is, I want to create a substructure, that is the right hand side which I was taking. So let's say I'll be creating a multiple inheritance class. Let's say P1, that is parent 1 I'm having. Here, let's say class parent 1 I'm having. So here I'm going to define a function. Let's say define. Let's give any function name. Let's say ABC I'm giving. Okay, let's say A function, so that we can basically have more. That's what I'm saying. Now we don't follow here a strictly rule. The way we are inheriting the property, that is basically classify as your name. Okay, the classification name have been given according to which type you are just accessing the property. So there is no any restriction. Wherever you want, which type of inheritance, which you want to like inherit the properties from whichever class you can perform, right? There is no restriction. It's up to you, like how you want to inherit, right? And the way you are inheriting, that way will be given a specific name. That is a type of inheritance. If you are performing combination of something, that is your hybrid, something like that. All right, so here is just having a class A, let's say self, and let's say here again I'm writing print, this is class P1, that is a parent one. And let me just copy. Let's suppose if I just create only 2 parents, okay, right now, let's say instead of creating 3 parents, I'm going to create only 2 parents. Okay, so let's say this is my child class. Okay, so in the child class, I'm going to access, let's say, P1 and P2. P1, and let me just rename it P2 and P2. And here I'm accessing P1 comma P2, right? This is child class. Yeah, you can see now, is this a multiple inheritance, guys? You can see here what I'm doing is I'm just accessing the, see, this is a class P1, class P2, that is parent 1, parent 2. And this child is accessing the properties of parent 1 as well as parent 2, which means multiple parents and single child, right? That is a multiple inheritance, isn't it? Now let's suppose I will be creating a sub multi-level inheritance, substructured multi-level inheritance. So guys, this substructure is not any kind of type or something. Let know. I'll just for the reference, because that in the diagram I just created two different structures, right? One for the multiple, one for the multi-level. So just for your reference, I'm typing here. It's a substructured multiple. It's not a technical word, something, right? It's just for your reference. Okay. So okay, multiple inheritance, multi-level inheritance. We are going to construct now. Let's suppose this time A, B, P1, P2 is there. Now let's say class. I'm going to create, let's say, the class. Let's say grandfather. Let's say grandfather class, in which, let's say, defining a function that is, okay, let me just change the functions here also. A, this is my B function, and this is my, let's suppose, C function, right? And here, let's say, defining function ABC, then let's say D here, and this self I'm writing here, and let's say print. Okay, so this is a grandfather class in which, let's say I'm writing here, this is class GF. Okay, that is grandfather class. Now let me just copy this all, and okay, this is grandfather class, this is father class, and this is, let's say, your son class. And let's say father, and let's say son. Okay, so let me change the function's name also. D, let's say here E, and here I will be doing F. Okay, so you can see now, right now, let's just make it as an multi-level. So how to make multi-level? Let's say son is accessing the properties of father, right? And father is accessing the properties of grandfather, right? So guys, is this the multi-level, right? This is what we are having, multi-level inheritance, and the previous one was multiple inheritance. Okay, let me just see if they are, yeah, correct. Okay, so yeah, this much is clear, guys. We are creating two different types. One is multiple I did, and second is multi-level, right? This much is clear. Now what we'll be doing is we'll be creating, let's say, creating hybrid class. Okay, a hybrid class I'm creating. Now in the hybrid class, what will be happening? Let's suppose here I'm creating a class, let's say hybrid class. You can give any name. Right now, just for the reference, I'm just taking class hybrid. See, I'm taking the name hybrid. Okay, just to show you, this is my hybrid class. Now in the hybrid class, let's say here I'm going to write define a function. Let's suppose let's say h function, that is hybrid function. So here, let's say self is there, and here I'll be doing writing print this class is hybrid. Okay, so right now I did what? I just create a hybrid class also. And let's say I'm going to create a, what we can say, let's create an object of hybrid class. Let's say obj is there, obj equals to hybrid class, that belongs to your hybrid class, that belongs to your hybrid class. So right now, see, right now I have created what? I have created this multi-level multiple inheritance and multiple inheritance, but I haven't connected them both, right? They are two separate classes. So how can I connect them? Let's suppose I will be taking what? The last class of this multiple inheritance, that is a child class, and the last class of this, that is your multi-level inheritance. I will be inheriting them in my hybrid class. Let's say which class? Let's say this child class. Okay, copy this, inheriting in the hybrid. And let's say the other class we are having, that is this S class, that is son class. Okay, let me just write the name. Okay, it's a small s only. So I'm also accessing the properties of son class, that is the last class of your, the most descendant class of your multi-level inheritance, right? So I'm inheriting that property also. Now, okay, let's suppose before inherit. So now you can see object of I'm just creating an object of hybrid class only, right? So in the hybrid class, object should only get the properties of this hybrid class, that is object.hf. If I run, obj capital O is there, right? Okay. So you can see right now we can able to access the hybrid class, its own function, right? Now this object, let's say obj. Now it will be also accessing the properties of, let's say, now let's suppose whichever class we have created. Let's say for class S, let's suppose, okay, not the class S, the function of class X. What is the function of class S? That is this one, the F function, right? So here, okay, let's say all the function I'm writing here. Let's say OBCA, and let's say, oh yeah, P is capital. So let's say this is obj of A. The same thing I'm gonna copy. Let's see, copy, paste, and let me take more cells. Okay, so class A, let's say class B, sorry, not the class, function B, let's say function C, function D, and function E, and function, I think till E we have created, right? F, till F we have created. Okay, till F we have created. Okay, now we can see the A, B, C, D, E, F till F belongs to different classes. See, A function belongs to P1 class, B function belongs to P2 class, C belongs to child class, D belongs to GF, that is from other structure, and this E belongs to the father class of your multi-level, and this F function belongs to the son class of your multi-level. Now, because of this hybrid relation that we have declared here, you can see we can access function of your, let me just run again, and right now you can see now we can access the properties of object function A. Yes, we can also implement function B, that is belongs to class P2. You see, function C, that is having child class. Let's say function D, that is having grandfather class. Function E, that is your father class, and function F, that is your son class. Now you can see we have created only single object that belongs to only single class, hybrid class. Now only this single object can access the properties, all the properties that we have defined in the previous two types. Okay, it can access all the properties, and if we are not giving the direct relation, see, we can also do this if we are just writing the name of all the classes here itself. That will be also fine. That is your multiple inheritance singly. Okay, in which we are having multiple childs and multiple parents and all that, right? But we don't want direct access, such kind of direct access. So that's why what we did is we directly just use a concept of hybrid inheritance. Okay, so you can see we are indirectly accessing the previous classes. You can see all the classes are accessible. So this is all about you guys, your what we can say, the hybrid inheritance, right? See, what I'm doing is in the hybrid, I'm taking two arguments, that is child and S. So basically it's not an argument, basically it's an inheritance, right? So why I'm inheriting child and S? You can take any other name also. It's not a mandatory. Just to give such kind of orientation in which I can access the previous older classes. So that's why I'm choosing these two, right? So just suppose why I choose this two, because you can see in this orientation, in the first orientation, P1 is there, P2 is there. Like in which is the class? See, what I want to create is, my aim is what in hybrid, right? You can take any of the orientation, but right now my aim is to access all the properties of previous classes. So in that case, what I should do is here, see, P1 is P2 and having both are having some properties, and all the properties, all the classes, like properties of all the classes are accessible by this child, right? Which means child is having the key to go to the rest of the classes, right? So that's why I'm accessing this child class only, right? Here I'm accessing child class. And similarly, S in this orientation multi-level, so you can say GF is giving the property to F and F is giving to the S, which means now S is having the keys to move to the rest of the classes, right? To access the properties of rest of the classes, F is having the key. So that's why I'm accessing the properties of F also, right? So that's why, sorry, this S also. So that's why I took this. You want to take others classes, that will be also fine. Okay, then fine. Okay, some other doubt was also there. What is HF, sir? HF, where is it? See, it's a hybrid function. Now you can give any name also. Right now, just for because I was not able to find any name, so I just give a function. Like, say you can give any name, just like previous one. You can see here I'm giving D, E, F, something like that. So just to show it is a function of that belongs to the that itself class. It's class only. That is hybrid class only. So that's why I took HF. You can give any name. Okay. Yeah, Manoj, is that clear? Okay. Zubian is saying something. We can create object for parent class also. Yes, you can. Whatever you want to do, whatever relation you want to share in a hybrid class, you can do that also. Right? Why just I took only this example because in this kind of orientation that I have created, I'll be able to access all the previous classes. Okay, I'll be able to access all the previous classes. But just suppose instead of object of hybrid, if you are creating the object of parent class, right, that will not be able to access the properties of all the classes. But that is still a hybrid. Still, if you are combining two types, that is definitely a hybrid. But if you are not able to, in that case, you will not be able to access the all classes. But it's not mandatory every time that in the hybrid classes will be able to access all the previous classes. But only in this case, you can see the case I have created, I'll be able to access all the previous classes. Okay. Yeah, we do. Like we have, but so like when we are in runtime, I guess we are having method overloading and all that, right? So all that we cannot have directly, but we can achieve it by somehow. Okay, we'll be discussing it by today's session also when we'll be moving to the polymorphism. Okay, after that we'll be having a encapsulation, and after encapsulation we'll be discussing the polymorphism. Okay, all right. So I guess this much is clear about everyone is clear about this. Okay. Okay, let's see some more doubt. But obj A equal from second class, right? Let's say object of A, let's say this one, obj A. Yeah, I'm calling it from the second class. You can see here. Not the second class, that is, you can see P1 class of your multiple inheritance. HF is not class here. HF is a function. You can see that is a function of itself. That is the function of hybrid class. You can see very firstly, I'm creating an object of hybrid class. So this object is definitely able to access its own function, right? HF is its own function, its own class function. That is definitely going to accessible. But I'm also trying to access the previous class's function. Yeah, can I access? But directly we can't access. But that's because I give this relation. You can see here I have given the relation that child's property. So child is accessing the previous property. So the properties are basically passing. Okay, so that's why I'm able to access this thing also, and this thing also, the rest of all the things. So now next concept is basically encapsulation. Okay, now what encapsulation is? Let's say here concept I'm gonna use encapsulation. Okay, so encapsulation is what, guys? Like encapsulation, as the name suggests, right? Like that is a capsule. You might have already heard about the capsule. So what does the capsule do? Like the normal capsule we are having in a market that we use a medicine or something, right? Okay, by the way, saying something enclosed variables and method within the same class. Yes, correct. This is what the definition of your encapsulation is. So as like I was saying, like in the real life example, we used to eat take pills, capsules, right? Medicines. So why we call it as capsule? Because that outer layer is protecting something. That outer layer is protecting something that is important. That is a main medicine we are having, right? Inside that. So it is protecting that. It is basically enclosing it, right? Enclosing it and saving it, protecting it. So the same thing we have to do here in encapsulation. In encapsulation, what we do is whatever the variable methods we are having, functions we are having, everything, we will be enclosed it within the class so that it could not be accessible outside the class. Okay, it could not be accessible outside the class. So, but before moving to the encapsulation, you should know about the access specifiers. Okay, so access modifiers, sorry. So you might have, so those who are already from technical background, they might have heard about this access modifier, right, in other programming language. Okay, so access modifiers, you might have heard what are the access modifiers. So basically access modifiers are the things, are the, we can say, keywords that we use to provide the access. Like if that object need to be that thing, whatever thing we are specifying, that need to be publicly accessible or protected or private, it should be there, right? So yeah, correct. So we are having three types of access modifiers. Let's say very firstly public, and then we are having, let's say, protected, okay, and then we are having private. Okay, so guys, let me just explain you what access modifiers are, right? So if you, let's suppose this is a class I'm having. Let's suppose I'm creating a class. Inside the class, let's suppose my class starting from here, class starting from here and ending from here. So now if it is a public, which means everyone can access from the outside, whatever the things we have written, let's say data type we have written, it could be accessible from the outside. If it is protected, which means it could not be accessible from the outside but can be accessible in the subclasses, that is inherited classes. And if it is private, which means it cannot be accessed from the outside, neither from the in the inherited classes, right? Let's say I'll give you some of the examples. Okay, let's suppose this is about address specifiers. Now let's suppose I'm going to create a class, and here the class, you can see, let's say class xyz, and here you can see if I just write anything, let's say anything, let's say x equals to 20. Okay, right now I'm not taking function anything. Okay, just 20 I'm taking. So if this function is private, right, let's suppose this is a class, right? So if I just create an object of that class, let's say obj dot xyz. Okay, so obj dot xyz sorry, equals to xyz. I'm creating an object of class xyz. So here, let's say running this. Okay, just a second. Oh, sorry, capital C is there. Yeah, so object is created. So let's say obj dot, I'm gonna call this value x. So that is, it's giving me the value, right, 20. So but just suppose if this is your public, right now it is in public, guys, you can see it is an example of public, because you can see I'm not using any of them, public, protected and private. So that's why can be accessible outside directly. You can see this is inside the class and we are accessing outside the class here. Okay, obj.x, so it is accessible. But when we will be making it as an protected or as in your private, right, in that case it could not be accessible outside. Okay, so let me just show you how in Python we implement public, protected and private. Okay, so in public we don't mention anything. Right now we can see we haven't mentioned anything, so that's why it's a public. If you want to make it protected, so what you will be doing is you will be using it as underscore. Okay, a single underscore you can apply there. And let's suppose if you are using this double underscore 1 2, so which means that is your private right now. And just suppose if I'm making it as in private, let's suppose if I'm making it as private 1 2, you can see I'm using 2 underscores, which means now this data, this x is now private. Okay, this is a private, I cannot access it outside. You can see before when I was not using this, I was able to access outside, right? I can access the value. But just suppose if I use here double underscore 1 2, so now if I try to access 1, see, it's not giving the answer. Or if we, let's suppose if you, and you have to access like this also, like this, see, still it will be showing the no output. Okay, why? Because of this naming convention that we have used here, because of that, this is called basically your private access specifier, access modifier. So here, because of this, you could not be able to access it outside the class. Okay, here everyone, is that clear about the private? Now for the protected, guys, let's suppose I'll give you an now here is a point, something that is different in private, like those who have already worked in Java and something like that, right? So they might know what is public, protected and private is, but they will be getting confused here when I'm going to implement the protected. Why? So I'll tell you. Just suppose here is a x is equal to this, right? And here I'm going to create, let's say, class, let's say another class I'm going to create, let's say here abc class is there. And here I'm gonna write, let's say, okay, this is my ABC class, let's say x, let's say y equals to 30, any other variable if I want to take, right? So x is going to take 30, I'm taking. And now just suppose I'm inheriting the previous class x, y, z. Okay, I'm inheriting this previous class x, y, z. So if I run this, and if I run this, okay, now you can see, guys, I'm gonna create an object of, let's say this time x, y, z. Instead of x, y, z, I'm gonna create ABC class, ABC. Okay, you can see now object dot, let's say, dot x. See, I can access it directly. Why? We can see this x belongs to the previous class, that is, this is my parent class, right? Let's suppose this is my parent class, and this is my, I'll give you a name also, parent, right? So because you will be getting confused in xyz or something, let's say parent, let's say this is child, and here also I'm inheriting parent, and here let's say I'm creating a class from child. Okay, So yeah, so now you can see this is my parent class, this is my child class. In the parent class, I'm taking a data member that is x is equal to 20. You can do with the functions also, but right now let me just give you a small example with the data members, then I'll do with the functions also. So you can see right now it's x equal to 20, right? So this is a variable or data type data member that I have given in the parent class. So as my child class is accessing the properties of parent class, which means this access I can access this x I can access with the help of object of your this class, that is your child class. So here I'm writing object of child class, and if I object of child class is accessing y, so y is accessible, right? Even if you can access this, the object or data type of your parent class, let's say obj dot x, we can access it. Now what was a private was like it could not be accessed outside the class, right? So protected means what? Protected means public was like everyone can access, private means no one can access, only within the class we can access, right? So protected means what? Let's say if we keep here only a single like this, okay, if we're keeping it only a single underscore here, so which means it can only be accessible, it cannot be accessible directly. If I directly write, let's say the object of this this class, let's say if I create the object of parent class, something like that, if I try to access it outside, it will not be accessible. But if I try to access inside this class, okay, within the what we can say the derived class, in that case we can access it. Okay, let's say whether we're asking something within the same class and subclass same module. What I was saying, within the same class and subclasses same module. Yeah, in that class, yeah, protected. This is what do Prathapi. But one point that I'm going to reveal here is this is the what I'm explaining you the meaning of protected, right? That you could not access it outside. You can see you can write it just access it only in here only, right? You can answer should not be available at this point. If I just try to access it here like this, let's say if I just do c equals to, let's say y plus, let's say this one x, right? This x, so in that case c will be available. Okay, just a second. Okay, so basically like whenever we're doing protected, so you can inherit it in the derived class, right? So you can see but when we are trying it outside, right, it will not be accessible. You can see when here writing, you can see x is not accessible even if I choose the correct full name also. Okay, right now it is accessible. So why it is accessible, that's what I was about to tell you. But output should be what? As I said, according to the definition of protected, it should not be accessible outside, right? It should not be accessible. But if I try to run this, you can see it is accessible. Let's suppose like this. See, it is accessible. I can access the value. But what protected is saying? Protected is saying it can only be accessed. Let me just show you here. Protected means it can only be accessed within the parent class, as well as I can use it here also, as well as I can access it here also, right? But I cannot access outside the classes, outside the itself class, as well as in the parent class, subclass, child class. We cannot access outside, right? This is what the definition of protected. But that's what I'm gonna reveal now. In Python, it's not like that, right? In Python, we can either access it inside class or even either outside the class also in case of protected, right? So just that's why we don't use protected in our Python. We are still having a conventions for that, right? So you can see we use this symbol for to make it as a protected, but it will not strictly prohibit to to be accessible outside the this class, right? So Nandini is saying it's not supported. It is not supported. No, we couldn't say like it's not supported because we do have this symbol, right? We do have this for the protected thing. But what is that? There is no any strictly rule like it shouldn't be accessible outside. We can access it, but still we are providing this just for a convention, just for because programmers have already created such kind of things in other programming languages like protected, private, and all that. So just to give a convention, we put the Python developer have created this one, but this will not follow that rule. Okay, it's just for the symbolization purpose, like okay, we will be dealing this element as in you're protected. Okay, whenever you're working with a huge program and project, so it's just for the symbolization purpose. Yeah, okay, this will be dealt as protected, that is we can only use it in parent and child class. Like you can also use it outside the class, but just for the symbolization purpose, like we will be only using it inside the parent and the child class only. We will not be using outside. Rather we can use outside, but we will not be using, just to give the convention. Okay, so that's why protected, we are having the symbol for that, but that is not working here. So protected is exactly, it will be behaving same like public, Yeah. So even Nivita is showing something. So in Python, protected behaves like public. Yeah, correct. It is exactly like public, but just to give it's only a convention, just a format is there, so that because Python developers have already, another programming developer have already created such things, right? So just to give a symbolization, okay, this variable, okay, now if I'm using this variable, right? So whenever any programmer is going to use this code, okay, so it is a symbolization to the programmer, okay, I will be dealing this variable as in your protected, which means I will be using this here only and here only. Doesn't matter, he can use, he know that he can use outside also, but still he will be using here just to follow the rules and only. Okay, it is acting as a public, but still just for the rules, for rule purpose, we are using here. Okay, we will not be using outside. Still we can use outside, but we will not be using the outside, just for the symbolization. So encapsulation we will be doing. Encapsulation we only do with the private. Okay, just only private. We don't use protected for the encapsulation. Only with the private we have to do. Okay, so they basically some, you know, in somewhere, if you study somewhere, they will not even tell you about the protected, because protected and public are exactly same. Just for the symbolization purpose we use the protected. Okay, otherwise there are majorly we can only assume like public is there, that is open for everyone. Private, that is no one can access with except the class, right? So that's why protected no one will be telling, but still we have the symbolization of your protected, like this is how with a single underscore you can use, but still you can see outside the class we can access it, right? But we will not be accessing whenever we are working on project. If we see such kind of thing, okay, we will not access it outside, we will only access it in the inside the class as well as in the derived class, like that. Okay, it's just for symbolization purpose. So as of now, just you can just think what thing public means open for everyone, right? Private, see, right now, just suppose I'm not talking about Python, I'm talking about just normal concept what programmers have created. Public means accessible by everyone. Protected means accessible within the class as well as in the derived class, and private means it cannot be accessed anywhere, only inside the class. That's it, right? This is the definition of that. Now protected, as I said, only accessible in the class as well in the derived class. Now this concept is not true here right now, because definition is correct, but in the Python, now if I talk about the Python, so protected can be accessed outside the class also, right? So now let me just move to the private one, because private is strictly prohibited, right? So with that private, we just perform the encapsulation and all. Okay, so now let me just show you what private is. Okay, so that is when I'll be performing the private, which means that I'm performing the encapsulation, because encapsulation can be only performed by your private. Okay, so let's suppose right now I'll giving an example of encapsulation or a private. So let's say private I'm having. Okay, so let's suppose I'm going to create, or even you can just apply this private thing to the functions also, not to the only data members. Let's suppose function. Let's suppose right now I'm going to create a function for that. Let's say I'm going to do what? Let's say class I'm going to create. Let's say this is my class. Let's say Intellipaat. Okay, so Intellipaat class I'm creating, in which I'm going to create, let's say, a function define. Let's say I'll be creating a function as well as variables also. Like, okay, let's say x equals to 50, and here let's say I'm going to create a function define function, let's say access. I'm giving the function name access or anything, whatever you think. Okay, here I'll be writing self, and here let's say I'm going to print yes, you can access the function outside the class. Okay, so you can see right now I'm creating a class Intellipaat in which I'm having a data member, as well as I'm also having a data behavior, that is your function, right? Members as well as behavior. So let's suppose I will be doing what? I'm creating object, let's say obj dot, let's say obj dot, here I'll be using, okay, object of Intellipaat. Okay, object of Intellipaat class. So here let's say if I try obj dot x, okay, we can access it outside directly. Okay, let's say obj dot access, we can access that function also, right? Yes, you can access the function outside the class. Now just suppose if I make it as in private. So as I said, for the private, we don't use a single underscore, we have to use double underscore, double underscore we have to use. So what I'll be doing is, let's say here in the x I'll be using underscore double underscore, right? So if I run this, now you can see here, if I make some changes, let's say here also if I make underscore, now you can see I'm not able to get. Intellipaat object has no attribute this, okay, which means it is a protected, which means I can only access inside the class, right? Inside the class, how? Let's suppose here I'm creating another function, let's say. Okay, I'll be showing you the getter and setter method also. You might be aware of that. Okay, Manoj is saying, can we take break? Yeah, Manoj, just let me just complete this encapsulation, then we'll be having a break. Okay. Okay, so right now you can see this X is not accessible outside, right? Even we can make private functions also. Let's say in the access also, I'm just going to take the name like this one, 2, double underscore here, right? So if I just try here, here, see, double underscore. Now if I just run this, and you can see this function is also not callable outside, right? Because of what? Because of this private thing we are having. Okay, because of this private thing. Okay, so how no someone was asking me, but okay, these are private, so how we can access them outside? Like, how is it able to can we able to access it outside? So yeah, we are having 2-3 methods for them. That is, we are having getter and setter methods for that. Okay, so what we'll be doing is, let's say I'm going to create a method here. Let's say I'm going to create a define function, a traitor function I'm going to create, right? You know what is a traitor? Like who give the, basically a traitor, right? So let's say a function I'm going to create here, let's say give or get function I'm going to say. So here what I'll be doing is, guys, this time self. So basically it's a traitor function that will be definitely betraying. You can see, because right now this data, this x50 is basically your private data, right? Which means we cannot access, we cannot read outside the class, right? It can only be accessed within the class. But how we can access it outside? So what we'll be doing is, we'll be creating a traitor function. So what this traitor function will be doing, see, this traitor function will be saying, okay, I'm working for you. Basically this traitor function will be saying, I am the part of your class. So this get function, so which means this function is now having the access to this one, right? Because that is a part of the class. So if I just say here, let's say, I'll be doing here, let's say print. I'm going to print what I'm going to print. I'm going to print this variable like this, like this X. Okay, so now it's working fine. And right now you can see, if I just directly, okay, let me just remove this thing. Okay, here, if I just directly want to access, let's say obj dot, let's say this function I want to access here. See, I'm not able to see the value, right? I'm not able to see value. But how can I see the value? I will be say my function, by this get function, please give me the value of that thing. So it will be taking the value and it will be returning me. So let's say how I will be doing, let's say obj dot get, and here you can see, okay, just a second, I think maybe I'm mistaken with spelling somewhere. Name, I guess. Okay. So here some issues might be there. I think that's what I'm thinking. I didn't run the program, I think. Let me just see. I am running well. No, we don't need to put the under the double quotes. We don't need to put that, because that will be printing it as it is. If we just code it like this, then see, it will be going to print it as it is. So basically the issue is what, let me just see. So yeah, self we can do, but if we have taken the self in here, okay, let's suppose if instead of creating this variable here, I will be creating variable inside this function. Okay, so let's say self dot, let's say x I'm writing here. Okay, so here I'm giving x, let's say 50. Okay, so okay, now it will be fine. No equals to, we don't need to do now, equals, now it will be fine. You can see now. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to access a global variable. Now let me just make it as in local, so now we will be working fine. You can see right now. And here, just a minute, obj.get, just a second, guys, it should be working here. And here I'll be writing, let's say self dot this, because here I'm using self dot this, right? So let's say self. Okay, just let me just write it again. I think some issue will be there. Okay, let me see. Class Intellipaat, I'm just accessing this one. Can you see like this thing I have written somewhere? Because it's showing me the error like this does not exist, but I haven't used this somewhere. The combination of this, let me just check. Okay, let me just write this entire program again. Okay, and the below maybe some issue where they will be in the code. Okay, let's say I'm going to create a class. Here, let's say anything I'm writing. Let's say instead of Intellipaat, I'm writing X. Let's say hello, class name hello. And here I will be writing, let's say, but it should be, this one should be also working fine, equals to 50. And let's say this is all. And here I'm using, let's say, define a function get method. And here, let's say, print X. Let's say I'm going to create object of, let's say, hello class, and obj is, let's say, obj is trying to access, let's say, 5x. That is going to print it. Okay, now let's see if I just try obj dot get, that is going to find, okay, x is not defined. Okay, x is basically for the outside variable. Okay, so which means, yeah, at get I'm giving my own name, Manoj. Okay, just a second. So it is an outside variable, that's why. So but what we can do is, let's say I'm going to create another function define, let's say anything, let's say xyz function, and here I'm going to set, let's say, self. Here let's say self dot x equals to, let's say, 50. Okay, and here I'm going to print, let's say, self dot x. Now it should be working fine. Yeah, sure, just a second. Okay, so yeah guys, now I just fixed that problem. Actually the problem was happening, what I was just creating that variable like inside here, right? Like inside here I was creating. So it doesn't matter if it's a global, we can access inside the functions also. But the issue what was I doing is, see, I have already created this function as in your private, right? So inside the function, private function, I'm creating a private variable, and that I was accessing here. So inside a private function, if there is a private variable, we cannot access it, right? So if it is outside the global, right, if it's a global, then still we can access it, right? Like this. Okay, so let me show you how. So just a second, let me see comments if. So now you can see I'm going to do what here. I'm created a private function also. Okay, let's say here I'm gonna do this like this. Okay, see, this is a private function as well as a private data member. Okay, so if I try to access private thing directly, like, see, I have created now Intellipaat class. This is a private data I'm taken, right? Private data we have in double underscore. So if you just directly try to access it outside, let's say once it's running this, let's say I will be doing obj dot, let's say here obj dot, let's say x. If I try to access like this x. Okay, this variable I want to access outside, right? A value of x. If I just run this, see, I cannot access. Intellipaat object has no attribute this, right? But now if I want to access this value, how can I access? To access that, what we'll be doing is, we'll be just calling this function. Now this function have the access of this variable, right? This variable is directly not accessible outside, but this function have the access to this variable. So we are just going to use it, right? We can use it here wherever for whatever calculation we want to use. But let's say just to show you, I'm going to use print self.x1. So I'm using here self, and it's for this one. Okay, I'm going to use here, and here what I'll be doing is, let's say now I'll be doing obj dot get. Okay, obj dot get. Now if I running this, you can see now I can able to access this x variable, right? Directly I wasn't able to access it, but using this get method, okay, you can give any name. It's just a metaphor, like get and set method we use for to access the private variables, right? So you can give any name, any function, right? So that's why I use here get. Okay, Shilpa is saying not clear. Okay, I'll tell you, Shilpa, what is happening here. So very firstly, as I said, whenever I'm creating a private variable, right? So private variable means what? Like, suppose this is a private variables, which mean I can only retrieve the value. I can only see what is the value of x, or I can only use it here only, like inside the class. only here. Whatever the functions I'm writing, whatever, even in the outside, wherever I want to fetch the value of x, that is x equal to 50. So I can do everything here only, okay, in this class only. But outside the class, I will be not able to access it. Like how? Let me just tell you. You can see if I just directly try to implement it, let's say if running this, and you see I'm directly trying to access this. I want to see the value of x. I want to print the value of x. You can see if I try to print here, I want to print the value of obj.x. So it's not going to print. See how it's not giving the output. Why it's not giving the output? Because it's a private data, right? It can only be accessed within the class. It cannot be accessed outside the class, and we are trying to access it outside the class, right? So, but as you ask, like some of you were asking, like how to access it. If you want to still want to see outside the class that value, how we can see that value. So for that purpose, we have created another function, right? That is a trader function, you can say. A function we have created. Now, function we have created inside the class, which means now this function will be able to access this value, right? Because function belong to that class only. And all the members who are present in that class having this access to that, right? And that person and that sorry, that function is giving the value to us. Okay, it's like I'll tell you. Okay, just I'll tell you, I'll give you a small example here. So just suppose in an organization, right, there is a Wi-Fi is Wi-Fi connection is there in a particular organization. So only those people who work in that organization, they only know the Wi-Fi password, right? Not the outside person. So can the outside person who are staying outside the organization, can they access the Wi-Fi? No, right? Why? Because the password is protected. The password is protected, right? But just suppose your friend is working in that organization, right? Your friend is working in that organization, and your friend will be also having the access to the Wi-Fi password, and your friend will be giving that password to you. So which means you can access that Wi-Fi outside, right? So similarly, so if this value is protected only for this class only, right? So only for this class. Now we cannot access it outside. So if we want to access it outside, so what we will be doing is we will be creating a function that will be working for this class, that is a part of this class, but this will be giving that that hidden value to us. It will be showing the hidden value to us. You can see object.get, we are this when we are performing, you can see we are just getting 50. Why? Because we are saying to print the value of x. That is, you can see here we are getting. Scatter and setter method are not some particular method, right? It's just a metaphor that we are giving, like getter and setter, which means just to get the value and set the value. So basically, you know, in Python we don't use it, but let's say in other programming language, what we'll be doing is to access the private variable. Very firstly, we'll be creating a function with the name set. Name, I will anything name you can give. Now the set will be assigned to a different variable. Now in the get variable, we will be creating that, printing that variable in which we are assigning the value of this. Okay, so what will be happening, just suppose if you are creating a set function, so set function will be including like this. Let's suppose we will be doing in the set function that is like this. Let's suppose I'm creating a set function like this. A set function is there. Inside this set function, what will be there? Let's say I want to fetch this value. So let's say I will be creating a variable, let's say y. I will be setting it to, let's say, like this. Okay, like this. That is your double underscore x. Okay, so whatever the value this is holding, that will be stored to the y. So this is, I have created a set function. Okay, after setting, I will be doing a get function. So a get function will be doing what? Get function will be returning or printing the value of y. So whatever value of y is holding is the same value that this variable will be holding, right? So it is an indirect method of getting the private data. Okay, so that's why I didn't complete the setter function also, because we don't need that setter function. We can directly create a single function get, and we can directly access self.x, right? So that's why directly, if we are doing like this, okay, if we just do like without self, okay, like this, then it's not gonna be work. Okay, so which means we need to use here a self. Basically the reference we need to give, right? Reference for which object we are calling it. So well, I hope now everyone is clear with this one, right? This concept, what is this concept is. So this is a way like yeah, self is mandatory, guys. Zubian, like because you need to give the reference, like which object is calling it, right? Which object is calling it. Okay, so well, this is the one way, and other way we are also having just to fetch the value of what we can say the private data, that is called as your name angling, right? So let's see if I show you what is name angling is, and let me just write here. Okay, now still it's not working. I think it's taking the previous one. I think still the same issue again. Maybe it's due to because the kernels actually, I guess. Let me just restart the kernel. Okay, So other way, I'll tell you what is the other way to do that. Okay, so very firstly, let me just implement this one. Okay, so directly if you want to access, it is not going to be accessed, but with the help of this get method, we'll be able to access it. Okay, now other method we are having, that is your name mangling. So what is this name mangling, guys? That is a specific what we can say format to name a variable, so that along with that format we can use it. So that's why I'm saying in Python we don't specify such kind of we can say privacy of data, security of data. We don't provide that kind of thing, just for the convention. So because we are also having alternatives to access them. Let's suppose if you want to access this private data outside without this get method, so how we can use, you can use the name mangling. So this is a format of name mangling. Let's suppose you will writing the name of the object. Let's say object is obj. Let's say obj. Then you will be accessing dot, then underscore, and then to which class it belongs to. It belongs to Intellipaat class. So Intellipaat. Okay, and here again underscore. I think maybe double underscore, but let me just check am I true or not. So here I'll be writing the variable name, that is double underscore x. See, here I'm writing obj dot from the Intellipaat class. What is the variable name? This is the variable name. Okay, so you can see directly we can access the value of this 50. We don't need to create any function or something like that, right? So this is how we can do that. Okay, this is a name mangling we are having. So this is all about your what we can say, this is all about your encapsulation. Okay, now we don't have much topic left. We have only polymorphism and abstraction we have left. Okay, so polymorphism, let's say starting with polymorphism. So now let's just move to the polymorphism concept. Now what is this polymorphism, guys? As the name suggests, polymorphism, which means many form. Poly means many, right? So polymorphism means what we are having, that is having multiple forms. Okay, so in the polymorphism we are having three types, right? Let's suppose we don't classify them in a runtime and other one. Okay, but let's see directly if we are writing the type. Let's say whether one we are having is, let's say very firstly method overriding, and then we are having method overloading, and then we are having, let's say, operator overloading. So these kind of polymorphisms we can implement in a Python, right? But you know, Python directly, some of them are like this one, method overloading. Python directly does not support method overloading, but by some indirect methods we have to do that. Okay, what is next is now method overriding. So overriding, it's a very simple concept, guys, which means overriding means what? What is the literal meaning of overriding? That is just what we can discarding the previous one and taking the new value, right? You know, when in our schools, what we when we write something, right? When just we write anything, let's say here I'm writing my name like this. Okay, when there is a spelling mistake, just suppose something like that, so we just override it and just write a new name like that, Tanmay. Okay, so this is like this, and teacher used to say don't override it, please don't do the cutting and all, like replacing it, right? So this is the concept we are having, the method overriding, in which the new method will be replacing the previous one. So let's suppose I'm going to create a class, and this is a concept where you know, now here is a concept why in the previous lecture I wasn't taking the same name for all the classes, right? So that's why for all the function I was not taking the same name. Why? Let's suppose I'm going to create a class, let's say class A, let's say parent, let's say again a parent class, and here let's say I'm going to create a function, define a function, let's say a show name function. A function name is show, which will be showing the output, and here I'm going to print this is parent class. Okay, here I'm going to write, and here also let's say class. Okay, another class I'm writing, that is your child class. Okay, so in this child class I'm going to create a function, define, let's say again I'm going to take the same name, show self. Here also I need to put the self, and here I'm going to print, that is this is child class. Okay, so now you can see two classes I'm creating, parent class and child class, and let's say the child class is inheriting the properties of parent class. Okay, so right now let's say I'm creating an object of child class, Yeah. Now just see why I wasn't taking the same name in the previous cases. You can see here I'm taking show, here also I'm taking show in the both the classes, parent class as well as in the child class, the same name function I'm doing, right? Now it will be a confusion like this. Suppose obj, I'm going to create obj dot, let's say show function. I'm just going to call show function like this. So when I'll be running this, then what should interpreter will do? Like it should perform the show function that belong to child class or the show function that belong to parent class. Which function it should perform? Yeah, guys, any idea? Correct. So exactly that's what I'm saying. This is very small concept, that's what we call the method overriding, which means it doesn't matter if the same name function present in the parent class. So every time if they have the same name, so every time the function that belongs to a child class will be overriding the function of parent class, because this is a previously we defined the show function, and the current new definition of saying what like this. So this is basically a function of your child class and function of parent class. So child class function will be definitely every time overriding the function of parent class if same name are existing. Okay, if they all are having same name, then definitely the child classes functions will be definitely overriding the previous one. So this concept is called as a method overriding. So basically, if you give the definition of method overriding, it is a concept in which the child classes function override the parent class function. Okay, so this is what a formal definition of your method overriding. Okay, getting it? Yeah, everyone. Okay, so this is all about, this is a very small concept. This is all about a method overriding in which the child class function will be definitely going to replace the parent class function like that. So this is method overriding we are having. Now we will be lefting with method overloading and operator overloading. Okay, so these two things will be covering tomorrow. Okay, by the tomorrow session, and we'll be covering completing the polymorphism and abstraction. Abstraction is also very small concept is there. So after completing these two things, tomorrow we will be having some assignment questions also. Okay, some questions we'll be discussing, assignment questions. Okay, let me just save this file. Let's say what's the name today, date today 0902, and here let's say oops, day 3. Okay, someone is asking Demon Hills, what is the next agenda, week of agenda? Next week agenda, right now I'm not sure, but let's say if you are from data science and all that, right? So then it will be definitely NumPy and Pandas and all. Like as I know, like some of are from DevOps and all that, the cloud and all that. So for them, maybe it might be different. I'm not sure for them, right? So, but for the data science, might be there will be NumPy. Okay. Yes, tomorrow you have class in which we'll be discussing rest of the parts of OOPS, as well as we will be doing some assignment questions also. Okay. Okay, let me just paste this file in the chat box. Okay, I haven't downloaded it. Nandiman, no, Nandiman, I'm not sure. Maybe I will not be there. I guess some other trainer will be there. But it's not mandatory like every time, like same trainer will be there. It depends on their requirement. Like if there is other requirement for machine learning or something like that, so maybe I have to take those machine learning classes and all. Okay, so some other trainer will be there who will be taking NumPy classes, could be, or if could be if the requirements are not there, then I'll be available for that. Okay. All right, so guys, I have already shared a file in the chat box. Okay, yes, Jatish, we have class tomorrow. Like it will be till Friday, right? Yeah. Okay, so guys, I have shared a file. Please let me know if you got the file in the chat box. No, you don't get the file. Okay, let me just share it again. Well, I have already shared. Okay then. Okay, fine. So, okay, yeah, Saurav is asking for homework. Yeah. So homework, for the homework, guys, what you can do is, okay, let me see what we discussed today. Okay. Okay, so maybe last time also I gave such kind of thing, right, in which you have to create results or something like that. So just do one thing. I'm not giving you exact statement, but let's say you just try to do what? Try to create the results or such any kind of data. Okay, any data you can take, whatever kind of data. I'm just give you a roadmap like how to go through any kind of questions or something like that. Okay, so just choose any of the data, whatever you want to store. Let's say you can take the same example like the results and all that. Okay, so in that case, just try to implement it using any of the inheritances type. Like try to do, in the last session also I just give you to inherit the data from other class, and then in the new class just create the result or something like that. So just you can perform something like that, and just try to implement with the new kind of inheritances that you studied. Just try if you can with the do with the hybrid inheritance, that will be very fine. Otherwise basic will be, that's okay. So try to do all that thing with the hybrid inheritance, as well as the add one more function. The whatever the results you are having, okay, whatever results you are creating, I don't want that result to be accessed outside the class. So that's why just store the result in the private access modifier. Okay, so this is your small task. You just try to implement if you can, right? It's not mandatory. So whatever the result you are creating, student result, just try to give them a private access modifier, right? So it will be private, it could not be accessed outside. So try to access it using the get function, or maybe using a name mangling like this. This is a name mangling we are having. Let me just type a name mangling. This is your name mangling. Okay, using a name mangling, or this is a getter method, or any method that we'll be having here. Okay, Jatesh, okay, is that fine? Are you clear with the homework, right? If you want to implement, it's up to you, right? If you think it's an easy, you can do. Otherwise, you can ask me tomorrow. Okay, so Jatesh is saying something till Thursday only. I'm not sure, Jatesh, but in my schedule, they have given me till Friday class. Okay, well, you can ask your respective LMs, right? But for me, I think they have given me a schedule till Friday. Okay, all right. All right then, guys, I have shared the file also. Okay, I think now we should end the session. So thank you so much, guys, for joining the session. All right. So see you tomorrow. As tomorrow we'll be covering the rest of the part of your we are having in the polymorphism and abstraction. Two topics we will be lefting, and then we'll be moving to some assignment questions also. Okay. All right. So all right, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Pooja is saying something. Share. What should I share, Pooja? The same file, today's file. Well, I have already shared 2 times, but let's say for you, let me just share it 3rd time. Yeah. Yeah, Pooja, I've shared again. Yeah, Pooja, you got the file? Okay. Okay, then. Thank you so much, guys. You can leave the session now. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data science course in collaboration with IIT Madras. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of data science from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data science.
Okay, so let's see this code is working now or not. Let's say this is a multiple inheritance, multi-level inheritance, and the hybrid of both. Let's say sun and the chat. Okay, hybrid is created. Let's say obj.e. See, it is giving now. Okay, so you can see this is in the red one, right? So whenever you're getting your cell highlighted with the red, which means that isn't your output. Okay, that is the value that we can draw from that. Okay, let's say if we directly call the function, directly, how do we print? We print like this, like printing like this, obj dot e we do. Okay, this is what we do here. Okay, so that's why it's giving the our type of its. Okay, so basically when you directly print its type. Okay, so right now, see, if we execute this, if we execute this, it will be only giving the value. But if you are printing it, okay, so what will be happening, it will be just giving the type of also. Okay, you can see it is giving the type, like this is a none type, because object is calling some function, so this particular thing is not having any type, right? So that's why it also gives the type of that is your none type. Okay, so in this case you can see every time we have to execute us in only a single line. Okay, let's say like this you have to do. Okay, if you're just doing in a different line like this, okay, so you can see now we'll be getting the clear output. Okay, but you are putting commas and all that, so interpreter is not taking it as your function calling. It will be just giving the output as well, but also it's showing the printing the output like that. It's giving the none type for all of them. Okay, so you can do like this, not in a single line, every time you have to put in the next line. So what we discuss method overriding. What was the method overriding? Basically, if we create two classes, one is parent class, another is child class, and both parent class and child class are having a same common name of function, right? And they are sharing a relation of inheritance basically. So in that case, every time the child's function will be executed, right? If they are having the same name, so if we call that function, so child's function will be executed from child class, right? So which means the child class function will be overriding the previous one, right? This much is clear, I guess. From the last session we discussed that, right? In the last session we discussed that. All right, so now what we'll be doing is method overloading and operator overloading. Okay, so okay, before moving to the method overloading, I want to jump to the operator overloading, which is the easiest one, and you have already done. Okay, you have already done this thing. So let me just give you a small thing, introduction to operator overloading. We don't have much things here. Now here, let's say operator overloading, right? So operator overloading is basically similarly, just suppose I'm going to create a class, right? Class, let's say let's say I'm going to create a class, anything, let's say Tanmay, my name, class name is Tanmay, right? Anything. So here I'm going to do what? Let's say I'm going to create a function. Let's say I'm creating a function, define, let's say operate. Okay, any name I'm taking here, operate, and here I'll be passing, let's say, two parameters, a comma b. I'm creating a function as well as self also, because as I said, whenever we are working on our object-oriented programming, self keyword is mandatory. If you're not passing the self, it will be definitely showing you an error. Okay, so self keyword I'm doing, and what I have to print is I want to print, let's say, a plus b. This is what I want to print, right? So now let's say I'm going to create an object, that is object of, let's say, Tanmay class, object of Tanmay class. So here when I run this, okay, just a second, just and this, yeah, so you can see Tanmay class is there. Now I'll be just calling this function obj dot, let's say, operate. Okay, so here I'm calling operate function, and let's say I will be passing arguments for them. Let's say I'm going to pass here, let's say 45 comma 67, but with the output, if I run this 112, that is addition of their, right? That is a simpler one. But when if I'll passing the strings, that is anything, let's say hi, and let's say there. Okay, when I'm going to pass a string, then they will be concatenated. So you can see hi there. If you want to put some spaces, so you can put space like this, right? So this is a very small concept here we are having, that is operator overloading. Overloading means behaving differently depending on different scenarios. Okay, so you can see when we are passing here, as this plus operator is there, right? That is your plus operator. So when we are passing the integer values, okay, see if I just call the same thing here, when we are passing the integer value, in that case it is gonna add the numbers, right? It's gonna perform as an addition operator. But when we are gonna pass the string, it is gonna perform as concatenation. So here we can say like here, let's say I'm gonna comment, so plus operator, okay, this operator is performing as concatenation operator with strings. Okay, with strings it is performing as your concatenation operator. Okay, Now let me just cut it down and I'll write here. Okay, so you can see plus operator is performing as concatenation operator with strings, and similarly here the plus operator is performing as addition operator. Okay, addition operator with integers or float or with numbers, whatever we are having, right? So this is what concept is called as, that is operator overloading, when operator will be behaving different, right? It will be, see, that's why it comes under the polymorphism. Polymorphism means many form, right? Like one entity is having many form, multiple forms. So similarly this plus operator is a single entity having different form. It is having the form of concatenation operator as well as have the form of addition operator. A very basic thing it is, right? We don't need to need much about it. This asterisk symbol we are having. See, why we use this asterisk symbol? See, in other programming languages, when we are working on, see, this symbol also act as multiplication, right? And when in other programming languages there is a concept of pointer. In that case we also use this symbol. And in Python also, let's suppose when you will be creating an array, right, in the NumPy array, when you will be moving there, so when you are creating this star symbol with any array in your function, so which means you are providing the privilege. This function is acting as providing the multiple arrays to be passed as in your parameter, right? So it is providing the privilege for that also, as well as it is also providing the multiplication operation. So this star symbol is also there for your overloading. Okay, so this is all about your overloading of your what we can say operator overloading. Okay, so now we will be discussing about your method overloading. So operator method overriding is done, operator overloading done, and then we'll be talking about method overloading. So actually we called them as a function, but yeah, the Python developers definitely like specifically called it as your method. So even if you're calling a method or even if you're calling a function, it's both the same thing. But especially if you're especially working on Python, so I just every time just try to say it's not a function, it's a method, just try to say, okay, but the both are same. This is a method. In other programming language this is called as a function, like that. Okay, so both are same. Why I choose the class? Because right now we are working on OOPS, so that's why I choose the class. You can just implement it directly without class also, definitely, right? All right, so this is what you are having, guys, your operator overloading. Now next concept we are having method overloading. Okay, now what is this method overloading, guys? So as I said in this, okay, in this example, okay, let me just write here. Okay, just tell me, as I said, overloading means what I said, where operator was performing differently, right? Operator was here, operator was on the basis of different scenarios, right? On the basis of different input parameter we are getting. See, on the basis of string parameter it is giving concatenation, on the basis of integer parameter it is giving the addition. So this is what the meaning of operator overloading. So will there be the same meaning for method overloading also, which means yes. So that is method, this time no, this time operator will not what can say behave differently. A method will behave differently depending on the circumstances, depending on the what value we are passing to them. Okay, depending on the parameters we are passing, method will be just overloading differently. Okay, it will be showing its different forms depending on the parameters we are passing. Okay, getting it? Now let's just take an example how method overloading will be working, so that you will be having a more clear picture of how it is working. Okay, so method overloading. So let's suppose right now I having a class, let's say class, let's say any class, let's say let's say anything, Intellipaat, let's say again, class Intellipaat, and here let's say I'm going to create a function, define, let's say I'm going to perform here a function, any function. Let me just think what function we can do. Okay, let's say addition or multiplication or anything, addition, and here I'll be taking, let's say, a comma b. Okay, so here I'm gonna do what? Let's say I'm gonna print my a plus b. Okay, this is the simplest thing. Okay, now just suppose guys, I'm gonna create another function, define. Oh yeah, thanks for reminding, Saurabh. Yeah, self will be there. Yeah, okay, so define, I'm gonna create another function that is also with the same name. Okay, again I'm taking the same name, So you can see that's why we were not taking the same name in the previous examples, because all these concepts, when we will be using the same name, it all comes under the polymorphism. So when we were having the method overriding, in that case we were also taking the same name function. In the method overloading also we will take the same name function. So addition, and again I'm in the same class, I'm choosing again, let's say here I'll be using self, and let's say A comma B comma C. See, this time I'm only, the difference is that I'm passing 3 different parameter. Okay, I'm passing 3 different parameter, and here I'm gonna write A plus B plus C. Okay, A plus B plus C. So if I just run this, and if I create an object of, let's say object of obj that belongs to your Intellipaat class, right? That belongs to your Intellipaat class. Now just tell me guys, when I'm gonna call this obj.addition, right? Obj.addition. So let's say I'm gonna pass here 45 comma 32. Okay, so just tell me, when I'll be running this, which function will be executed? See, both are same, addition. So there is addition with 3 parameter and other addition with the 2 parameter. So which function will be called when I'm running this, when I'll be running this line, which function will be called? This one, the first one, or the second one? So what's just happening guys? Okay, before moving to the Python's exceptions, I wanted to discuss what actually the meaning of operator method overloading that is defined by your programmers, right? As I already discussed, the earlier in the previous one, like private protected was like it could be only accessible in the class and the derived class, right? But in Python was there was an exception, right? In Python we can also access the outside also, right? So similarly, method overloading is different as per the point of view of developers, but yeah, in Python there is an exception, right? So what is an exception, I'll tell you. So what is happening in case of other programming languages? In other programming language, what is the meaning of method overloading? That, as I already said, overloading means performing differently depending on the parameter we are passing. So similarly, in other programming language, what just happened now, when I'm calling the same name function we are having, only parameters are different, right? So when I'm passing, see, right now I'm passing two parameters, which means which of the function is having 2 parameters? This one, the first one is having, right? 1 2 parameter will be have but there. So which means this function will be definitely gonna perform. Okay, this function will be run. Okay, or okay, let's say, let me just make it more, okay, just think, okay, I will make it complex later on. So when I'm having two parameters, in that case this function will be executed. If I'm having 3 parameter, if I pass here 3 parameter like this, then this one will be executed. Okay, so this is called your method overloading, that is depending on the number of parameters, right? So function will be chosen, like if 2 parameter I'm passing, then this will be executed. If 3 parameter I'm passing, then this will be executed, right? But this is the concept. Okay, this much is clear, I guess, what method overloading is. But this is the concept that is only applicable for other programming languages, not for the Python, right? So in other programming language, if I run this code, let's say I'm passing the 3 values here. So definitely, let's say if I run this and running this, now you can see when I'm passing the 3 values, 1 2 3, then this 3 parameter one is going to execute, that is A plus B plus C, right? And if I pass here 2 values, right, now if I pass 2 values, now by the rule this function should be executed, right? This function should be executed. But if I just run this and see, it is giving me error. What it is giving the error? That is additional missing one requirement positional argument for the C, which means this time again the same function, this function is going to be executed, not the previous one. Doesn't matter if the values are 2. That happen in other programming language, but in Python doesn't matter, like if parameters are 2 or parameters are 3 or what. But in Python we follow the same rule, that is that we have already discussed previously, that is the latest definition of a function will be considered. You can see here we are defining a function, and again we are defining the same function, which means the latest definition. This is the latest definition of function, right? The updated definition of your function. So every time this will be executed, not the previous one. So this is what exception of Python is, right? So you can see every time we are running this function, now this is the latest definition, so it will be considering only this one. It is just overriding the previous one. Now previous one will not be considered by the Python. Okay, so here this function can be, you can assume it as this function is not at all existing right now. We can see if we are passing the two values, even that case also, even then also this function is not going to be executed, only still this is going to be executed. Okay, so that's why it's showing error, which means it is showing you need to pass one more value, because in the function defined function we need 3 parameter and you are passing 2, right? So that's why it's giving an error for the C. You can see you're mentioning here C argument is required. Okay, getting it? Okay, so in so directly we can say, if someone is asking like is method overloading available in Python, then what would be your answer? Yes, method overloading is not available. Okay, no, Python does not support method overloading. This will be your first answer, right? Now what will be second answer? I'll tell you, just to give me a moment. So directly, if someone asks method overloading is possible, you can say no, method overloading is not supported by Python, because Python always consider the latest definition of the function. So as per the latest definition, it will not be considering the previous one. Doesn't matter even if we are passing the two values, right? So method overloading is not supported by the Python, but some external methods are there with the help of which we can perform the method overloading. Okay, let's suppose if you want, like if you wantedly want do that, if you want to create such function to that will be performing differently. Okay, okay, we cannot create two different functions, but yeah, we can implement that functionality. Okay, what I mean to say is, if someone say method overloading is possible, so you can say no, it's not possible because Python does not support method overloading, but somehow due to with some external ways we can just achieve the implementation of method overloading. Okay, which means only implementation we can achieve. It is not a method overloading, but we can achieve the method overloading implementation. How? Basically, what we are trying, just suppose if method loading was supported, so what we are trying, we are trying that when we pass two values, it should add the both of them, and when we pass three values, it should add the three of them, right? This functionality we want to implement, right? That we don't want to restrict to the number of arguments, like only 3 arguments we have to pass, we can't pass less than 3. If we don't want to restrict to that argument, that rule, right? In that case, we need to use the method overloading. So how to implement this method overloading in this Python? So basically we will be using here the default parameters. Okay, so we will be using here default parameters or default arguments, we can say arguments. Okay, by the use of default arguments, we will be using to implement method overloading. Okay, so how you can just implement such functionality in which if you pass two value, then it will be working for the two arguments. Otherwise, if you're passing 3, then it will be working for the 3 of them. Okay, so what will be happening here, guys? So what you will be doing is you will be just passing here some default values. Let's say I'm gonna create the same thing. Okay, let's say again I'm gonna create the same thing. Copy this, and this time let me just change the class name. Let's say overloading class. Okay, I'm giving just an overloading the name. Okay, so if I run this, and let's say if I create an object of obj1 that belongs to, let's say, overloading. Okay, spelling mistake is there. Okay, yeah, anyway, I got it. So now you can see how we can implement such thing, like if we want to pass, let's say, obj dot addition. What I want is, now when I'll be passing the two values, it should still work. It should not return the error. When I'm passing 3 values, then again it should return the it should return the addition. It should not return the error. Like it should not be restricted. Like I cannot give less than 3, and more than 3. Okay, more than 3 we are still restricted, but it should not be restricted. Like we cannot give the less than 3 numbers, right? So in that case, how we can implement? Okay, right now if we are working on 3, it is giving, but if I just run it using it 2 variable, so it is not giving, right? It's giving me error. But what I want is still it should show the sum of two integers, 2 parameters. What I can do is, let's say I'll be just deleting this one. Let's say here I'm writing comma C. Okay, now what I mentioned here, that is default argument. Default arguments are what? Very firstly, arguments are what? That is the value that we are passing, right? So default argument means default values, which means we will be passing the default values to the parameter. So let's say what we will be doing is, here let's say I'm gonna do C equals to 0. That's it. Now, what is the meaning of the C equals to 0? Now, let's suppose I am passing C equals to 0, which means if user is not passing the third value, let's suppose here user is not passing the third value. So by default, choose the value as in 0, which means it will not generate an error. So by default, the third value will be automatically taken as 0. You can give any value here. It's not like 0 always. You can give 1, 2, whatever, up to the requirement of your question, right? So that's why I'm passing 0 here, because you can see if we add 0 here, right? So it will not cause the impact to the addition of previous two numbers, right? It will not create any impact. So that's why I'm choosing here 0 as a default argument. So when you run this, and here you can see when I'm passing the 3 value, that is working fine. And when, let's say, I'm passing only 2 values, let's say 2 plus 6. Just a second. So still, just a second. I think default argument is not working. Just a second, guys. See here, and let me just pass the value of 0, A. Okay. Yeah. We have to print A plus C. Yeah, we'll be doing that also, but let me just give the default arguments are not working. And let's say C equals to 0. And here, let's say printing A plus C. So it's saying addition. Okay. I got it. OBJ1. Yeah. OBJ1 we have to call. That's what I'm thinking. Everything is correct. Yeah, thank you, Zubain. So here you can see, guys, now even if I'm passing the 3 values here, so it will be giving the sum of the 3. Even if I'm passing the 2 values, still it's gonna give me the sum of them. Okay, you can see 8. And just suppose, even if you want to make it more flexible, let's say I'm gonna create it 0, and I'm also gonna give the default value to the A also, that is 0. Now you can see, now it is more flexible. Now you can see if you're passing 3 values, it's still giving the sum. If you're passing the 2 values, still giving the sum. If you're passing the only 1 value, still giving the sum. That is, we are passing only 1, only 2. So sum of all the values that we are passing, that is 2, definitely. If we are passing none of the values, in that case also, see, even we can keep it empty also if we are giving the default values to the all the parameters. So you can see, even if we are keeping it empty, which means you are not passing anything, that is your sum is 0. Okay, so you can see how we are performing. We are not performing here method overloading, but we are implementing the functionality of method overloading, right? That is, depending on the number of argument we are passing, it should act differently. Okay, let's suppose make it more let's say make it more like this. Let's say I'll give you here another example. Let's say like this. Okay, let me just check another example. I shouldn't disturb the functionality of this one, so that you can have a reference. Okay, so if we pass here, let's say 22 this. Okay, this is the thing, one thing I'm doing. Let's say I'm going to create another class, another example I'm going to show you. Let's say class. Okay, class. Here I'm going to write, let's say, XYZ. And here, let's say I'm going to create a function define. Let's say perform. Function name I'm doing perform. And here I'm going to pass, let's say, self, comma, A, comma, B, comma, C again. And here what I'll doing is, now if, okay, so what I want is, now this time I want to change the functionality different. So previous one, what was happening, like we were adding, right? Every time we were adding it. Like if 2 values are there, then add them. 3 values are there, again add them. But if we want to perform different functionality on the basis of number of arguments we are passing, then what we'll be doing is, let's say C equals to, let's say if I choose here none. So none type means it's an empty, basically. Okay, so what I'll be doing is, let's say if C equals to, let's see, if type of C, or we can say no, not the type. Let's say if C equals to none. Okay, if C equals to, I'm just putting here some conditions just to make it perform different functionality depending on the number of arguments. If C equals to none, then print A plus B. Okay, else print A into B into C. Now you can see, guys, here, let's say I'm going to create object. Let's say O is an object. O equals to, let's say, XYZ class Z here. Now you can see I will be performing O dot perform. So here O dot perform function I'm going to call. So just suppose if I'm passing 3 values. Okay, let's suppose this. So when I'll be passing the 3 values, it will be multiplying them. Okay, so if I just run this, you can see their multiplication. 4 5s are 20 and 26 are 120. Okay, multiplication. If I just pass the same thing, okay, if I just change the number of parameters, if I just put only 2 parameters, okay, in that case, you can see it will be adding them. Getting it? You can see depending on the number of parameters, we are achieving different functionalities. If 2 parameters are there, then add them. If 3 parameters are there, then multiply them. So that's why you can see here the default value what I'm taking is none. None means empty. Basically, if I'm not passing the third value, the by default is none. Basically, null value we are storing. So if we are checking if C is null, if the C is null value, that means we are having only two values. So just add 2 values. If we are not having 2 values, that is we are having 3 of them value. That is C is not null. In that case, multiply out of the value. Okay. So this is how you can achieve the different functionality by using your loops and if else, whatever you have done, right? And you can pass your different functionalities. Okay. So this is how you can implement your method overloading, guys. All right. You can just do the sum of 10 variables. Even if you have less, right? Even if you have less, so you can put the less values also by using the method overloading. But just suppose if you are not using method overloading, if you have created 10 values, so which means definitely mandatorily you have to pass the 10 values somehow. Even if you don't have value, but still you have to pass some values. Okay. So just to make it less complex, right? So that's why we use operator overloading. So I guess now polymorphism is clear to everyone, right? Polymorphism is completed. Now the last concept we are, that is your abstraction. Okay. So abstraction. So guys, one more thing I'll tell you, like before starting, that is abstraction isn't a topic, kind of a topic that we can discuss by taking entire different examples, right? We can't directly implement the abstraction, like we can't perform here the abstraction, right? So we can just give you, I can just give you the syntax of abstraction. What is abstraction? I'll tell you. So abstraction is basically what? That is hiding the unnecessary data. Okay. So just suppose I'll give you an example. Let's say not the technical example. Let's say if you are, just suppose you are using your phone and everything, right? So phone, your laptop you are using. So just suppose I'm just clicking here, I'm just typing here, whatever thing I'm writing, right? It's directly typing here. So what is the inner implementation is there, right? How it is getting typed, how inner processors are working. So it is, everything is hidden from you, right? You cannot see how they're internally working. So that is what you're hiding, right? So similarly, the same thing happen in the abstraction. Whenever you're going to perform any function, whenever you're going to create your program, softwares and all that, in that, when you want to hide some implementation, right? So that is your unnecessary data, that is just an implementation, that isn't any use for the user, right? That is your only inner working is there. So if you want to hide it somewhere, that in that case abstraction can be used, right? So how we can perform abstraction, right? So right now I can give you, I hope the definition is clear to everyone for the abstraction, right? Now, how I can not give you the live example of abstraction, but yeah, I can give you a syntax how to use your abstraction. Okay. So basically, if for the people, let's suppose in the restaurant, as but we have given the example, that is, if restaurant people, the people who visit to eat cake or something like that, so they will be only meant for the cake, not for their recipes, right? So that's why restaurant is hiding the recipe, which means they are just hiding the implementation. They just only directly provide the product, right? So this is the same thing that we are having in abstraction. Whatever you are performing, everything backend task will be every time hidden, and the front end will be always visible to the users. Okay, so such kind of thing we have to do in the abstraction. Okay, so right now we couldn't give the live example just to perform here. Okay, because abstraction is a thing that is usable in bigger projects. Okay, let's suppose as I already said, the entire Python oops is only usable if you are creating your softwares, right? For the software development purpose, we use the oops, software development, web development we are having, right? Only for the development purpose, not in the data science. So that's why abstraction is a concept that we can only use when we're creating a huge software, and we can just give you the demonstration up there, but not right now. Right now we couldn't give you the demonstration for abstraction, but yeah, still we can implement it. So let's say how to implement it. I'll give you a syntax for the abstraction, right? So whenever we want to implement, or we can say use an abstraction, so syntax for that is, see, directly in Python basics we don't have abstraction, so we need to import some classes, some libraries from the abstraction. Okay, so abstraction is basically what? That is hiding the implementation, right? Like just suppose you are creating a website, so any functionality website or software, any functionality you are creating in your website or software, so that functionality will be visible to user. But how you have implemented, what is the code for that, is that visible to user? No, right? So that is hidden from user. So see, exactly that's how we can just hide our inner working of your anything, whatever you're applying in your software, right? So implementation you can hide, only the front end you can just make it visible to the users. So right now, as I said, like it will be only applicable in bigger projects, so we couldn't demonstrate it right now, but yeah, still we can take a small example just to demonstrate how to write the syntax. Okay, just for the syntax. So okay, let's just start with the syntax of abstraction. So basically, we don't in Python basics directly we can't perform the abstraction, we need to import some libraries. So how to import some libraries, so I will tell you. So very firstly you need to import let's say from abc. So abc is basically a library that is for abstract class. Okay, basically for abstract class it is a library, okay, to perform the abstraction. So you need to perform like this: from abc import, what you have to import, that is capital ABC. Now this ABC is a class that is already declared in this library, okay, Python library, whatever we are having. So it is a class. Now from import ABC comma abstract method. Okay, so this is the basically syntax, guys. This is not a kind of implementation I'm doing, it's a syntax like how we can implement your abstraction. So from abc import abc abstraction method, right, like this. So if you run this now, let's suppose I'm going to create a class. Here I'm going to do anything. Let's say what I'll do here, let's say anything, like any class, let's say abstraction. Should I name the abstraction, because we are performing abstraction, right? But don't get confused, like you don't think like every time we have to write this abstraction only. I can change my name also. Let's say implement like just an abstraction. Okay, now here now in the abstraction I will be just importing, I will be just inheriting the properties of this class. As I said, abc class is already defined in this abc library, so we need to import that here, not import, basically inherit the properties of abc class. Okay, so this is how you can inherit the properties of abc class. And here let's suppose we'll be using now what, let's say here I'll be using decorators. Okay, now what are the decorators, guys? So here you can see I'm using decorator abstract method. Okay, so decorators are basically an element of your programming. See, very firstly, what is the purpose of decorator using here? So decorator will be specifying the our interpreter that the next line, whatever the next line we are writing, right, that will be your abstract method. So you can see that's why you're writing an abstract method. So whatever the next method, whatever the next function we are creating, that is your abstract method. Okay, that is specifying to your interpreter. And especially we use this decorator just to in next class we will be just creating another function. So this function will be just called in that function basically automatically. That is called as your wrapping of function, right? Wrapping of function is their concept. So this is your decorator. Well, it's not that much usable right now. It's just signifying sorry, it's just specifying the next function a method we are writing is, that is your abstract method. So let's suppose I'm writing define a method I'm writing, let's say any name, let's say multiplication. You can give any name. Right now I'm giving this multiplication. So here I'm writing self. So here what I'll be passing is, I'll be passing, let's say multiplication comma a comma b. Okay, multiplication of two numbers if you want to perform. And here I'm going to write pass. Okay, let me just write the entire syntax, then I'll explain you what are the things we are having, right? So pass is basically a function, is a keyword that we use if you want to implement your function like without putting anything. Right now we are putting a function and we don't want to include anything in the function. That's why I'm using here a pass. Okay, so pass, it is there. I'll be explaining all the thing entirely again. Okay, now let's say again I'm going to create another class. So that class is let's say new class. Here I will be I will be inheriting the properties of previous class, that is this abstraction class here. And here we'll be writing, let's say define, again the same function name, let's say the same thing. And here I'll be doing, let's say print a into b. Okay, so this is, we are having a new class and that's it. So here let's suppose I'm going to create an object obj that belongs to class, let's say new class. Okay, so new class is belongs to, and now we will be calling the object dot multiplication. And okay, just a second, I'll need to pass some values. Let's say multiplication of, let's say 20 into comma 5. So now this is the implementation of abstraction, guys. Now I know you will not be having a clear picture like how it is going to be inherited and where we are hiding the things. As we said, abstraction is basically what? Hiding the unnecessary data, or implementation. Let's say hiding the implementation, right? So now you will be asking where you are hiding, right? So basically what is happening, guys, let me just explain you here a small example I have taken. So abstraction, this is my abstract class. Very firstly, whenever you're going to create abstraction, perform abstraction, you need to import your from your ABC library, you need to import this ABC class and abstract method, right? So here you can see I'm creating abstraction class. Here I'm putting a decorator which is telling the next method that we are using, and that means this one is my abstract method. Okay, this is your abstract method, which means whatever things I'm going to hide here only. Okay, so here, and the new class I'm going to create the same thing, and I'm just performing the implementation. Now you can see I am just whatever the results I'm having, that is print, I'm just writing it in the new class that user will be seeing. You can see user is calling this function and you will be getting the 100, right? Now this thing, whatever the things we are going to put here will not be visible to the users. Okay, so let's suppose what are the inner working we are having, inner code we are having, we can hide it in this function. Okay, so let's suppose I'll give you a live example. Let's suppose you're creating a software, something like that. So you might be putting up their graphics, right? Like a GUI components you put, like a graphics user interface we are having, right? Anything, whatever we are having. So everything we will be enclosing that in this thing, like in this define function, in this function that is abstract method. Right now I just give any name. Okay, so this is abstract method. So whatever you things you are hiding, that will be putting in the abstract method. So right now we don't have anything to put here, right? Because we don't have any GUI component, any graphic things that we can hide. So that's why I'm writing here a pass. So basically pass I'm writing because I want to keep my this put this function as an empty. So if we don't use pass, it will be giving me error. Why? So you can see like this. Okay, let me just, this is an indentation, so that's what you can give the indentation, right? So because we cannot keep the function empty. Okay, so we need to give here a pass like this. So pass means we want the function to be run empty. Okay, now here we are hiding, here we can hide the implementation and the actual thing that we want to show to the user, that we will be printing here in this part, that is in the new class. But in this abstract class, whatever the hidden whatever things that we need to hide, we will be hiding in this abstract class and abstract method. Okay, so right now this is not the actual implementation, but this is a syntax how we can do implementation. We could do if we are right now working in a very huge project. In that case we can show the implementation, but not now. So majorly right now what you have to do is only you have to just understand the just the definition and just understand the syntax. Like in case if someone asks what is the syntax of abstraction, how we can implement it, so this is the syntax. See, right now in my example what I'm doing is I'm just doing the definition of function here and the implementation of the function, that is the output of the function here. So basically in this class I'll be doing only the unnecessary thing, that is definition. Right now we took the definition, right? But when we'll be working on projects, we'll be putting some GUI components and all that extra stuffs. So basically what I mean to say here is, see, right now you have the code in front of you, so you are getting confused. So basically user, let's suppose if we are creating software something, so user will be able to see only what is happening in this function. User will not be able to see what is happening in the abstract method, right? So everything we are putting in the abstract method, that will be hidden from the user. Okay, so this is how the hiding of data becomes. Pass I use, as I said, because right now we don't have anything to put in the function, in this function, right? So that's why I put here the pass. So pass means pass will be help me to execute the code without even putting anything in the body of your function. Pass is not every see, Niveta, if you have a code to hide something, right? If you have your backend code that you want to hide, in that case you can put all that code here like this. Okay, but right now we don't have anything, that's why we are using pass. Okay, pass basically if you want your function to be implemented without putting anything in the body of the function, in that case we use pass. Okay, it's not a mandatory if you have already something to hide in your project, right? It's not a mandatory, but right now we are not working in a project, we don't have anything to hide, so that's why we are using here pass. Okay, there is the functionality will be different. You can see that's why we are mentioning here. See, that's why we are specifying here. If we don't specify here like directly like this, okay, that will not execute it because they are same name, right? But that's why we are using a decorator, and with that is we are specifying this is an abstract method, and abstract method will be having different properties that is defined inside this libraries, and we don't know what properties they are, how they are being defined, right? They are just a backend of the whole thing. Okay, so guys, this is all about your what we can say your oops Python oops we are having. Okay, so we have completed with your object-oriented programming. This was the last topic of your OOP, right?
Let us take a look at the quiz question, guys. Which of the following method can be used to remove an item from a list in Python? And your options are remove, delete, pop, or all the above. Please drop your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data science course in collaboration with IIT Madras. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of data science from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data science.
In this session, we'll build a handwritten digit recognition project using Python. Now, this project is going to contain two components, and we'll discuss what these are in a moment. But basically, it will be a project in which you will be building a model and a graphical user interface. We'll take care of how to do both of these, and we'll try and show you how you can deploy a real-world working model into an application in this project. In this project, we'll also make use of a lot of technologies, and we'll show you how to use them completely from scratch. The prerequisites for working along with this project in this video is going to be that you need to know a little bit of Python, TensorFlow, Keras, and NumPy, and all the other libraries that are necessary for working with machine learning, deep learning models, and so on. Even if you don't know these, don't worry. Just stick with us till the end. Maybe you'll get to know all of these things as we are beginning completely from scratch. We'll also use Python and build a graphical user interface using it. So you need to know Python as well. And there are certain libraries that we'll be using along the way. So with that, let's begin by taking a look at what is handwritten digit recognition. So handwritten digit recognition is used to analyze and understand images or of digits that are handwritten by people and be able to recognize which digit is it. So if you've ever come across something called OCR, optical character recognition, handwritten digit recognition is something similar. OCR is a really important technology, but it took a lot of time for us to build the OCR technology. Here what we'll be doing is we'll be using a handwritten digit recognition. Now to do that, we need access to data, and we'll be using the MNIST dataset. Don't worry if you don't have access to the dataset. I'll show you how you can gain access to that as well. The important aspect here is that when you are writing something on a piece of paper and you show it to a computer, before deep learning was possible, it was really difficult for the computers to make sense what the data inside the digit is. It would very well understand that this is an image, what kind of colors are there in each pixel, and how to represent this and transfer this information from one computer to another. However, it was all like a black box. It understood how to display it, but our systems were not able to recognize what kind of data is present inside an image. If it's text or numerical, how to extract that data, all of that was just not possible. With the help of deep learning, we are now able to train machine learning models that can do this heavy working task for us. This is one of the most important aspects of deep learning, is that we don't have to handwrite the code that needs to do this kind of heavy work. We don't have to write the conditions and loops and all of that. We don't need to know what these are to train the model, but the model will take a look at the information that we have, which is labeled data, and it will be able to classify patterns and figure out how it can classify digits based on what the content of the image is. Don't worry if this sounds a little bit abstract. Stick with us till the hands-on, where we'll be building the model from scratch, and you can take a look at how it works. So with that, let's take a look at the components of the project. In this project, or in this handwritten digit recognition project, there are two major components. First is the classification model, and second is the graphical user interface. Classification model is the model that will be performing the classification part, which is it will take the image and tell us what is the digit that is contained inside the image. Second one is the graphical user interface. This is the interface using which we'll be building our own handwritten digit recognition system. This interface is what is going to be there between the user and the model. So user is going to interact with this, take the image, push it to the model will return the result, and that result will be displayed on the screen. And we'll combine these two things as well so that they work in tandem with each other. But before that, let's take a look at these one by one. Firstly, the classification model. Now, a classification model, in case you are not aware, is a model that is used to classify. In our case, we will be using it to classify the images of the handwritten digit into one of the 10 digits or one of the 10 labels, 0 to 9. So all the user is able to do as of now is draw a symbol that represents either 0 to 9, and any one of those numbers could be represented inside that image. And then our job is to classify it and tell the user what they have written. Now, this may seem trivial, but if you know anything about traditional programming, you know that this is really, really difficult to do. So in cases like this, we make use of classification models because it makes this task trivially easy, as we'll see in a few moments. Now, for this to work, we'll be building a deep learning model using Keras and TensorFlow. Deep learning makes use of neural networks. So in case you've never worked with deep learning or neural networks, you can take a look at this tutorial and understand how this works. If you're someone who has never built a machine learning or data science model, don't worry. We'll guide you through the code entirely. However, there may be some aspects of the code that seem a bit esoteric to you because you have never written a deep learning code. Don't worry, it's not to worry at all, but you need to understand how things are working, and we'll try explaining it as much as possible. For this, we'll be using Keras and TensorFlow. These are the two libraries that we are going to use in order to generate the model. Keras and TensorFlow are really important libraries when it comes to building deep learning models, especially in Python. However, you don't need to install them or configure it on your system. We'll even give you a way in which you can use it without installing anything on your system, and it'll work just fine. Now let's take a look at the graphical user interface part. This is the part that the user will interact with. So a graphical user interface, or GUI, will be connected to the model when a user draws a digit on the given canvas. We can use that digit to make the classification. So the user will be given a canvas on which the user can draw something. When the user draws that thing, we can then push that image back to the user, back to the model, and the model will take care of classifying that image for us. So with that, let's take a look at what else. So for this, we'll be using tkinter. Tkinter is a user interface creation tool that allows us to write code that can create the user interface for our code. This will be used for building the graphical user interface, and it is a very popular GUI library in Python. There are many other libraries available as well for building the graphical user interface. However, tkinter is the most popular one. It's very easy to use, and it's a library that has been used for a long period of time by many developers. So it's been around for a long period of time. It has been battle tested. Any bugs or code that you come across are going to be very rare. So we recommend that you use that as well. Finally, let's take a look at the hands-on. In the hands-on, we'll be building the model first. Then we'll take a look at how we can build the graphical user interface, and then we'll connect the two. So let's take a look at how we can do that. The building of the model part of our entire project. The first thing that we have to do here is we have to build a deep learning model. Now there are several ways to do so. One way of doing so would be to install the deep learning packages in your own system. These will be TensorFlow and Keras, and then train the model on your own system by using a Jupyter notebook or simple Python scripts as well. This depends on how you wish to build your entire system. I would recommend that you don't install these libraries and train it on your own. However, you can use another library or another platform rather to do exactly this. This is Google's Colaboratory, or Google Colab for short. Now, you don't need to use this platform only. There are many other platforms such as Kaggle and all, but I would recommend that you make use of this because it's very easy to use. All the files that you create will be stored on your Google Drive, and you can make use of it as much as you can. Now, to use this, the first thing you have to do is go to the URL of colab.research.google.com. Make sure that you have signed in beforehand, and let me just go out of this. As soon as you log in, you will get this. It is the welcome page on the Google Colaboratory. You can download this code here. This is just an introduction. However, what else you can do is you can click on the file menu here, click on new notebook, and it will open up a new notebook folder. This notebook will be connected to a cloud computing server on the Google Cloud platform, and then you can use it with that. So I already have it connected and created, so I'll just close this one out. Yes, I will leave this. I have it connected. As you can see, the RAM and disk are the things that I'm being shown. This is the current session. I can terminate it and create a new session. Now, just to show you that it works, I'll just write some Python code. And if I run this, as you can see, the output of the code is being shown here. So it's very similar to the Jupyter notebook that we have been using. It's just backed by a Google Cloud platform. Now, if you have a Jupyter notebook on your own system and you want to just connect it with this user interface, this is also possible. There are many other things that you can do. We won't be covering all of them. So the main reason why I want you to use this over your existing setups in your system is because this already contains all the libraries that you will need in order to use. So for instance, if you want to use TensorFlow, Keras, NumPy, Pandas, whatever library you want to use, don't have to install anything here. This will all be installed already on the system that you wish to use. All you need to do is just write the code and then make sure that it runs. That's all you need to do. The configuration part is already taken care of for you. So let's just import the libraries that we want to import. The first thing that we want to import is Keras itself. Now from Keras, there are going to be several libraries that we want to install. First thing is going to be from keras.datasets, and as you can see, we get auto completion. I want to import MNIST. MNIST is the name of the dataset that we'll be using. Let me just show you what it looks like. When you search for it, as you can see, there's a handwritten digit database on this website. You can take a look at the images first to understand what the images will look like, and this is what it looks like. So it's a grayscaled image. Everything here inside the box is one digit, and it contains 28 by 28 pixels image data, ranging from 0 to 255. 0 meaning that the pixel is completely black. 255 meaning the pixel is completely lit up, so completely white. So as you can see, first row has 0 all the way, second has 0 and that way. And when we reach somewhere around 5 to 10, we start getting some white pixels. This is all arranged in a single list, and this is how it works. So this is what the images will look like once we make use of them. So we'll import that. The second thing that we have to import is the sequential model. So again, from keras.models import EQUEN sequential, and you can make use of the code completion hints that are given by Google Collaboratory. With sequential model, now we need to import the layers. So from keras.layers import, and from here we'll import everything that we need to import. We start by importing the dense, dropout, and flattened layers. So let's write them. Dense, dropout, flatten, and of course there are other layers as well that we need to import, such as the 2D convolutional layer and max pooling 2D layer. Con 2D and max pooling. Max pooling 2D will be the one that we'll be importing. And finally, that's about it what we need to enter. Finally, we'll run the cell. To run the cell, hold down the shift button and press enter. This is how you run the cell. Each one of these rectangular boxes in which we write the code is called a cell in a Jupyter notebook. The extension of a Jupyter notebook file is IPYNB, which stands for Iron Python Notebook. Now that we have installed everything, let us load the dataset, the MNIST dataset that we want to. This will give us 2 tuples. Inside the first tuple, we will get the training data, and inside the next tuple, we'll get the testing data. So we'll just get the xtrain and ytrain. These are the training data for x and y variables. X is the image data, y are the labels. Similarly, we'll go x test, y test, and we'll use the MNIST.load data function. I run this. This will work pretty fast, and as you can see, it is done. Let me just show you what the X test looks like. These are the images. We get array of arrays, and these are the arrays that we get. Similarly, we can also get y test, and you run the code. And as you can see, these are labels ranging from 0 to 9. So the first image is supposed to contain the number 7, then we have 2, then we have 1, and the last 3 are 4, 5, and 6. The data type is unsigned integer of 8. The data type doesn't really matter, but these are the kinds of things that we have to make sure that we understand. The X variable contains the image data. The Y variable contains the label that we want to make the prediction on. After this, let's take a look at the shape of the data. So we'll just print it. Just to understand how much data do we have. I think I forgot to print X. Okay, so we have 60,000 images. All of them are of the shape 28 by 28. Similarly, if you want to take a look at the X test, TEST, and you run this, you will take a look at 1,000 images. So we have 60,000 images for training and 10,000 images for testing. Now that we have gotten that, let's take a look at how we can reshape the data into something that we can work with. So let's do this. We will have xtrain and xtest, and we'll have to reshape it. Xtrain, and since it is given to us by mnist.load data, which comes from Keras, we can call several methods on it. So we want to reshape it into a shape of 28 by 28 and by 1. So this is how we're going to make use of it. The first thing we have to do is type xtrain.shape 0. So we want to convert it from that to the shape that we want to convert it to, and for that all we have to do is type in the shape, which is going to be 28 by 28 by 1. Let's see if this works, and if it works, then we'll have to just do the same thing for training data set. So this is done. Training is done. Now let's take a look at the testing data. Test, and again we have to do basically the same thing. So we run the code, it should work, and it does work. So we have gotten the data that we wanted to get, we have reshaped it. Finally, we need to define an input shape. 28 by 28 by 1. And we have gotten that as well. Now, let's take a look at how we can use the ytrain and ytest one. So we have values here. We need to convert them into categorical values since they are going to be labels. So let's just do this. Ytrain is equals to ytrain.categorical. And you can, when you are trying to create the categorical variables, instead of using the categorical function, you have to use two categorical, and this will convert the numerical input into the categorical variable so that our input can be understood by the entire data set. So we have to use it. Oh yeah, I forgot. It is supposed to be keras.utils.toCategorical. So spelling is correct. Now here we have to pass in the data and the number of labels that we want. So this is just part of pre-processing the data. So if you have ever worked with machine learning models, you have to pre-process some of the data and make use of the data that you already have. So when we run this works fine, and we have reshaped the data and created a categorical variables as well. Now what we need to do is, after reshaping the data to categorical, we need to convert the training and testing data into float type. Float is more better understood by the entire machine learning process. So we'll convert it into a float type. To convert it into a float type, firstly we'll convert the xtrain data to float type. To do this, we have to type xtrain.as type, and inside the type we need to give a string that represents the type we want. So we want float 32. Similarly, we want xtest to have the same thing. So we train, we remove it and move it to test, and we do the same thing here. After doing this, we want to make sure that the pixels are in range from 25. So xtrain is equals to 10 divided by 255. So 255 is the number of values that it ranges from 0 to 255. 255 means completely white, 0 means completely black, and everything in between is going to be shades of that. Again, this may seem a little strange to do, so using Python we can just change it to this. Similarly, we have to do the same thing for xtest as well. Now xtrain is done, xtest is done, and now finally all we have to do is run the code. And this works as well. And now we need to create the model training pipeline. To do so, firstly we need to define some variables. These variables will describe how our model training process will go. The first one is going to be the batch size. Batch size describes BATCH. Batch size will describe how many images will it take for one single batch of processing. That it will make it understand how we can use it better. So 128 is the batch size. Then we'll tell it the number of classes that it's going to classify this into. Number of classes are going to be 10 because we are going to classify it from 0 to 9, and 0 to 9 are going to be 10 distinct values. Finally, we need to define epochs. Epochs means how many times are we going to run the training process. The more number of epochs means more number of times the training process is going to run, and the more number of times the training process is going to run, the more number of times we are going to get, the better accuracy we're going to get. However, it's going to take a lot more time to train. Now, let's take a look at how we can build the model. So to do though, we have to firstly create a model. Our model is going to be the sequential model that we have taken a look at. Sequential model means each layer is going to be executing after the next layer. Now we need to add a few layers. So I'll just write the code to write it. So model.add. Inside it, the first one is going to be a convolutional layer of 2D convolution. As we have already imported it, we're just going to use this. Inside it, I have to write the shape of the convolution and the filters and kernels and so on. So we need 32 pixels. With the 32 pixels, we need the kernel size to be, let's see, kernel size. The kernel size is going to be 5 by 5. And convolution is basically a small filter or small array is going to rotate on top of everything. And we're trying to figure out some pattern in each of these small subsections of the entire image. This is where you can use your entire artillery of knowledge, and we can also change the structure of the entire model if you wish to. If it's not giving you a good result, then you can change that as well. Now let's determine an activation function. For this one, I'm going to use ReLU. You can use any function that you want, but the ReLU is considered to be better in this case. Finally, we need the input shape, and we have already defined the size of the input shape here, so we don't have to worry about that. There you go. So the input shape is given. Now we need to add another layer, and to do so, we just have to write model.add. Inside the model, I'm going to add a max pooling 2D layer. So max pooling 2D is already imported. That's why we're getting this code completion. And all we have to do is give it a size of the pool. So pool size is going to be 2 by 2. So this is how it's going to take a look at it. It's going to create a 2 by 2 matrix, going to convolve over all the pixels and going to take the maximum value in all of those four cells that it has with a 2 by 2 size. Now again, we are going to create a convolutional layer. So we have to write the same thing that we have written thus far. Model.add con 2D. Inside it, we are supposed to not write all the things that we have written thus far. We're just supposed to write 64 as the filter size, then 3,3 as the filter size, and finally we have to write the activation function. Activation is going to be ready. We move ahead using this. After this, we are going to write the after writing the convolutional layer, max pooling layer, then convolutional layer. Again, we're going to write the max pooling layer. It's going to be exactly the same that we have written thus far. So I'll just copy it here, paste it here. And finally, I'm going to add another model. In this model, I'm going to add a flattening layer. So that will make our data easier to work with. Since we have already imported it, that's why it was at the top of our suggestion. After this, I'll add a dense layer. Dense layer is going to be added the same way we have added the convolutional layers. Model dot add a dense layer. Inside the dense layer, we're going to type the size of the dense layer. 128 pixels are going to be there, and we want the activation to be 0. So we've done that. So now that we have added the flattening layer, we have added the dense layer. Now we need to add a dropout layer, and it's going to be of the dropout convergency of 0.3. So model dot add drop out, and all I have to do is pass in the rate, which is going to be 0.3. You can read more about these layers when you're writing them, as you can take a look at the documentation, which is provided right into the notebook. So you can take a look at that as well. Now let's add another dense layer. This time it's not going to be the same as the one that we have written. We're going to make a few changes, not a lot. The first thing is, instead of it having 128 as the first parameter, we're going to pass 64. And the activation is always going to be redo. And finally, we are going to add another dropout layer. And in the dropout layer, instead of 0.3, we're going to have 0.5. Finally, instead of doing this, now we are supposed to add another dense layer, but the final dense layer will convert the shape to the size that we want to convert it to. Since we have 10 number of classes, I'm going to write num classes, and we'll have it 10. And finally, activation function here is going to change from relu to softmax. Run this. Let's take a look at it. I think we've run into some issue. Unexpected end of file while parsing. So it means that we have forgotten a brace or a parenthesis, and now it works. So that was a syntax error. Now we have gotten the syntax error out of the way. So model.compile is going to be our next process. In the compilation process, it's going to take all the layers that we have created and generate a model out of it, which we can then fit to train. So now we need to just tell it some parameters so that it can understand what we want it to do. The first thing is loss. How is it going to calculate the loss? Loss basically means how far away is it from the result, how accurate or inaccurate is it. So for the loss or accuracy function, we're going to use the categorical cross entropy function. So for this, all I have to do is use keras dot losses dot, and here we'll get a list of all the crosses, but here we'll be using the categorical cross entropy function to make the entire process easy for us to use. Now after this, we need to use an optimizer. Again, there are many other optimizers that you can use. Let's just take a look at this. Optimizer is going to be keras dot, and since keras is there, we don't need to code out these optimizers ourselves. They are already available for us to use. Keras is really important, that's why. And we are going to use the ADA delta. There are others such as Adam, AdaMax, AdaGrade, and all others. So you can take a look at this. And now finally we'll use the metrics. Metrics are going to be determining how we're calculating, or what is the thing that we're going to be calculating in order to calculate whether we're doing well or not. It's going to be accuracy. However, you can have many other things there as well. Now that we have gotten the accuracy here as well, let's run this. It runs, it works completely fine. So we didn't make any error in the syntax. Finally, let's just fit the model. So for that, all I have to do is type model dot fit, and that's how we're going to use it. Now model dot fit, as you may or may not know, takes in the, let me just type it and it will show you, and it takes in the data. So the data that we want to fit it on is the training data, and then we use the things that we have already taken a look at. So firstly, let's type the training data, which is the x train, y train, given x and y. We have to type the batch size, which is 128, but since we have already written the batch size, it's there. Epochs is going to be the number of epochs that we have already written. And now the epochs are done. We are supposed to configure a few other things. Verbosity is going to be 1, and we need to pass in the validation data as well. So Verbose basically means what is the level of output we want. We want everything that has been written, everything that's going on underneath the model training process, or do you just want to see a progress plot? So we want all the data that is available to us. Finally, we want the validation data, and that will be a tuple inside which we will pass in the X test and Y test, which is our validation data. Now we run this. Okay, we run into an error. Oh yeah, X-ray. Now we run this, and this is how the model training process is going to go. This will take a little bit of time, so we're going to pause the video now, and when the training process is complete, we'll show you how you can make use of the model then. So let's take a look at that. Now that our model is trained, we now need to save the model and use it in our own system, where we'll be developing the graphical user interface. Now to do so, firstly, let's take a look at the model. It took 10 training steps to train it entirely. The accuracy that we've gotten is 54% right now. This was just to show you how you can do it. In case you want to make the model more accurate, raise the number of epochs from 10 to 20, 25, 30, 45, whatever it takes. It's also worth noting that when the versions of TensorFlow changes or the Keras changes, the training process is going to yield different results as comes to accuracy. So when we have this, now we need to just save the model here. And to save the model, all we have to do is write the model dot or model dot, and we can use the save method on the model. Inside it, we need to type the name of the model. The name of the model could be anything. I'm going to call it model.h5. You can call it anything that you want. You can also call it mnist.h5. Run this. And after running this, as you can see that we have this tab here. We open it up. We get mnist.h5. Now you can click here, download the file. It will download it. I already have it downloaded, so it may not show you the same name, but it's going to download. So it's downloaded now. Every model that we wanted to use is now downloaded, and now we can make use of this model in our graphical user interface. So let's take a look at how we can do that. Alright guys, now it's time to write our graphical user interface. For that, we have already downloaded the model that we needed to use. We have used the mnist.h5 extension, and the name of the model is mnist. Now to do this, you can use any code editor that you want to use, any libraries that you want to use. Firstly, let me just show you how I'm going to do it. So I open this up. Now there are certain libraries that you need to install. So to install this, use pip install, and then type the name of the libraries separated by spaces. So the first library that I need you to install is Keras. Then, firstly install TensorFlow. Then install Keras. Then you can install another library called pywin32. pywin32, in case you are not aware, pywin32 is a library that is going to make it easy for us to interact with the Windows 32 graphical user interface system. If you're working with Windows. If you're working with Mac and Linux, there could be other similar libraries as well. But right now our focus is on to make it work on Windows. You can also do platform detection using the operating system package that already comes with Python, and you can make sure that you are using it for the correct platform. In case it's not available for the platform that you're using, you can just show a method saying this is not available for the platform that you're about to use. And now, after installing this, you also need to install Pillow, which is an image manipulation library, a very sophisticated one that you can take a look at here. Finally, after this, you have to use, or you can make use of NumPy. NumPy is going to be used to translate and transform the image data from a vector to a matrix and so on. Reshaping the data is going to be there. Now, I already have these packages installed, so I'm not going to do that, but this is the command that you need to run in order to install all these packages. Do bear in mind that TensorFlow is going to take a lot of time because it's a huge package. I think it's around 310 megabytes. And to install it, or after installing it, you can open up the code editor. I'm using Visual Studio Code, so I'll just open it up using the command line. Any code editor that you want to use is going to be fine. Just make sure it saves no formatting information. Now, if you take a look at the mnist data, I click here. This is something that's stored in a binary format, so you won't be able to understand what's inside it. If I open it anyway, it's going to show me this, and it makes no sense. So now that that is done, I need to create a new file. I'm going to call it app.py or Python. After that this is done, let me just collapse the sidebar, and this is the thing that we have. Now for the graphical user interface, we're going to be using tkinter. This is already something that we can use with the Python tools. This comes installed for us, so we don't need to make use of any other graphical user interface system. Do make sure that you understand that the graphical user interface system that we're using here is just the front end. You can also deploy this model in a backend web service, for which you can create a front end with React.js or any other kind of thing. This is not necessarily the only way to do it, but this is a preferred way because we are writing all our code in Python. Now let's write the code. Firstly, let's import from Keras, import a function called load model. If you remember, we have already saved the model and we have copied it into the folder where we have created app.py. So this is the function that will help us load the model. Once we have loaded the model, now we can, from tkinter, we can import a few things. And don't worry if you don't understand them right now, I'll show you in a moment. So main loop and w. What these are not something that you should be concerned about. You can make use of it here, or you can also use from tkinter import star. That way you have imported everything that you needed to import. Now after this we can import tkinter, the entire package itself. So import, and inside the import statement we're going to import tkinter as tk. Now again, this is just a convention. You can choose to import it in some other way as well. Now we will import win32 GUI. GUI stands for graphical user interface, and this is what we'll be using. This says unexpected end of file. So let's see. Import stuff. Yeah, it will work. I think there's some error with the Python extension. It's analyzing some things in the background, so it will work in a moment. Yeah, it works. Now we have to make sure that we can access the image. So from PIL, which is the Python image library, which is now renamed to Pillow, we will import a few things. First one is going to be called image grab. So IMAGEGRAB. Second thing is going to be just the image constructor. That is going to be useful there as well. And finally, the image operations. So IMAGEOPS. Make sure that you are taking care of writing the capitalizations as I have written here. You are writing I capitalized, O capitalized, and everything in between. It should be written exactly as I have written. No messing up of the commas, and the capitalization of the letters is going to be tolerated because Python is going to throw an error. Now we need to import NumPy as well. So for that, I'll just import NumPy as NP. Say this, it works. Let's see if we've run into some actual errors. So I'll just write py app.py and run, and it's loading the TensorFlow library and everything as well. If you run into this error, this means that you have not set up a TensorFlow GPU backend in the system, which is fine. It doesn't really matter that you need to import it. If you can, if you don't want to, but it doesn't really matter that much. Now let's take a look at this. Okay, we've run into an error. Cannot import load model from Keras. Okay, take a look at this. Oh, that's because we have to write Keras dot models. Now it should work. Run this again, and it should run without any error. So in case you have not set up a TensorFlow GPU backend, this may show you this kind of warning. It's fine. We're not using a GPU based system and we didn't run into any errors, so we have imported everything successfully. In case you run into some errors, you may need to rerun the installation commands that I have shown you at the beginning of, this GUI coding session. So make sure that you do that. Now let's load the model. I'll just load it inside a model is equals to load model, and in the load model I'll type in the name of the model. Here it's mnist.h5. Now that the model is loaded, I can use it to make the classifications and make the predictions. To do this, let's just create a function. So def predict, or you can also call it make prediction. It will take in an image and it will return a classification label and the accuracy. Now, after getting the image, firstly we need to resize the image. So image is equals to image dot resize 28 by 28. After resizing the image, we need to convert it into a grayscale image. As we have already seen in the MNIST dataset, when we're training the model, the data is going to be converted into a grayscale image. To do that, all we have to do is use the convert method inside our IMG. So to convert it to grayscale, you can take a look at this in the documentation as well. We use the L, we need to pass in a string that says L. So now after this, we need to create a NumPy array of the image. So all we have to do is image is equals to np dot array and image. And the reason why we convert it into grayscale is firstly because that's how the model is trained, and secondly, this will convert the image data from 0 to 255. There might be some outliers, and we'll take a look at that in a moment. Now we need to reshape the data. To do so, img dot reshape and pass in the shape 28, 28, 1. So after this, we get one array of size 28 by 28 by 1. We have reshaped the data as well. And finally, we need to make sure that all the data is in the range. So we just divide it by 255.0. And now the data is divided into what we need for it to work with. Now that we have done that, we need to make the predictions. And this is going to be really easy. All we have to do is use the result, which is going to be equal to model dot, and we have the predict method on it. And inside the predict method, we need to pass in an array of the image. So we pass in the image and we get the result. This result is also going to be an array, but since we want the first one, I'll just assign it to that. And finally, we need to return the NumPy dot. And the argmax function is going to return the index of the number that has the highest value. So we have the result. This result is going to be an array of 10 values. Whichever one has the highest probability of being, that will be returned. And finally, we are going to be returning the max of result. So the value and the label associated with it are going to be returned here. Once we have returned all of that, that means we have returned the accuracy and the label and the accuracy in that order. Now let's create the application's graphical user interface. Now this is going to be inheriting from tk inter, from tk.tk. After importing it, since we have imported tk inter as tk, we can do this. We have imported everything that we needed to import, and we have inherited the class. Now the first thing we have to do is create a constructor. So def __ init __ and write in self. Inside it, we want the tk.tk, which is going to be the class that tk inter is going to use, and we're going to call its constructor. This is just a necessary step to configure the tk inter graphical user interface properly, and we need to pass in the self, and it's done. So now we have bootstrapped our tk inter process. Now let's create x and y. So what is going to be the coordinate? Let's see. Self.x is going to be self.y. Make sure that you're typing the spelling of self correctly, and all of this is equal to 0. So we're going to start from here, the top left corner. Then we're going to create a canvas. To do so, all I have to do is write self.canvas, canvas, canvas is equal to, and we need to create a canvas using tk.canvas. Canvas is going to be where we're going to be able to draw everything that we wish to draw. So here all we need to do is pass in the reference to the current frame. We can specify a width and height and the background. So width and height are all going to be 300.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides online Python certification training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
You can maybe reshape it if you wish to, but it works fine. And then background is going to be WHIT. So we have width which is equal to 300, height, which is equals to 300, background, which is white, and we can also write cursor. So see what's the problem here. I think I have, instead of using a comma, I used a full stop. Okay, and now cursor is going to be cross. This will change the cursor from being this pointer that you see on the screen. Yeah, right now you see this white pointer on the screen, which is the default, and it's going to change it into a cross, which will communicate to the user that you can draw something here. So now that we have changed the cursor as well, let's create a label, classification button, and a clear button. So for the label, all I have to do is use self.label is equals to, and again, as we have done earlier, we need to instantiate a label from the tkinter class. Inside the label, we need to pass in reference to the master frame. Here it's this, or the self. Then we need to pass in some text and font information. So text is going to be the default text for draw a digit for the label. And finally, the font information is going to be a tuple. Tuple is going to contain two things. The first thing is going to be the name of the font. Second thing is going to be its size. Again, you can play around with it. Helvetica is going to be what I use, but you can use anything that you wish to. Helvetica is just a choice that I'm making. The spelling is incorrect here as far as I'm aware. The spelling of Helvetica is Helvetica. Now for the size, I'm going to choose 48. Again, this is just pure speculation. If the size turns out to be larger than I want it to be, I can shrink it down as well. Also, if I have a Photoshop mockup of the entire design, I can just follow with that. But right now I don't, so I'm going to use this. Now I'm going to create two buttons. So let me just do that. Self.two buttons are going to perform the task of classification and clearing. So classification button is going to be equal to tk.button button. Inside it, again, the master is going to be self, and here we can pass in a few options. First thing is going to be text. Now the text is basically just what we want for the text to show. Here we're going to type it classify, or you can also call it recognize, but I'm going to call it classify. And then finally, the last one is going to be the command. Now command is going to take a function. So I think it's going to be called classify handwriting. I've not made the function yet. I'll make it. Classify and writing. This function needs to be created. I'll create it in a moment. Let me just create it here. Def classify handwriting self. And right now there's nothing there, so I'll just call it path. Similarly, I have to create the clear button. So I'll just write clear button. This will again take the same parameters as it did earlier. I have written button. I'll call it clear and clear. That's it. So now that we have created the graphical user interface, now we need to place them on the grid itself. So we need to create a grid, or a grid is by implicitly created on a graphical user interface surface, and we need to place these things on the grid. So to do that, all I'll have to do is, let me just do this, self.canvas.grid, and the grid is going to the grid in our case is going to take row, column, padding on the y-axis, and some other parameters. So let's see. So the row is going to be 0, column is going to be 0, padding on the y-axis is going to be 0. So we don't want any margins or paddings here, and sticky is going to be w. So the sticky here is going to show us how is it going to stay within the frame, or is it going to spill out. So we want it to stay in the frame. So we have done that as well. Now that that is done, we need the label, the classification button, and the clear button as well. So the label is also going to be part of the 0th row, and we're going to do the same thing. So let's do this. Instead of canvas, we're going to now add label. So 0th row, but the column is going to be 1. Now that we have added the label as well, we need to add the padding y and padding x. Earlier the padding y was 0, here padding y is going to be 2, and padding x is going to be 2 as well. Let me just make sure everything works. Done. Yeah, so everything looks the way it's supposed to. Now that grid is done, now the other two things that we need to add are the classification button and the clear button. And the classification button and the clear button are going to be used the same way that we have used grid. So the label is there. Now let's add classification button. It needs to be on row 1, column 1, and the padding x and padding y are going to remain the same. Finally, we need the clear button. So for that, clear button is going to be row 1, but the column is going to be 0. And after this, when we have added 0 to the column, we just need the padding y to be 2, and everything else we don't need. Now finally, what happens when the person is dragging their mouse through the canvas? How do we want it to draw things on the canvas? This is what happens when we are going to use the self.canvas.bind method. To do this, we'll write self.canvas.bind. Inside the bind, we need to firstly write in the sequence, and this is going to show what action do we need to perform on what event. So the event is going to be v1 motion, which means using the mouse when the user is drawing on the canvas, what we want to do. v1 motion is there, and we want to call the function self.draw. Now that is done, we are done with writing everything that we needed to write. And now finally we have to use the methods that we have defined here. First one is draw, second is clear, third is classify handwriting. So let me just see. Yeah, so it's matching. Now let's write this. So to do that, firstly let's get the canvas information. So we go to self canvas dot, and in the canvas there are several methods. The method we're interested in is Windows info. And inside the Windows info, we just want the ID. So win info underscore ID. This is a method, and it will return the identifier for this object or this widget. Once we've gotten the identifier, now we need to create get the coordinates or the rectangle that is bounding this canvas. So to do this, I'll just write rectangle, which is going to be equal to, and this rectangle is going to be equal to the win32 GUI that we have imported, and we're going to get the get window rectangle. So it will give us the coordinates of the canvas, and since we have already gotten the hardware identifiers, we have gotten that. Now we'll use our image grab function to grab the image. So going to be image grab dot grab, and using this. So what happens is now our Python code is going to take a look at the coordinates and going to get the image that is on the coordinates that we have provided. After getting the image, what we need to do now is again the same thing that we had done earlier: convert it, invert it, and then convert it again. So to convert it, all I have to do is image is equals to im dot convert l, im is equals to im dot invert. This is to convert the image into a grayscale image. White colors will be converted to black, and black will be converted to white. Or not this way. I have to make sure that image grab dot invert image. Now that we have inverted the image, we need to convert it to make sure that everything's working, and this is the final step in which we make sure that everything is converted the way it's supposed to. Now that we have converted the image, we make the prediction, get the digit and accuracy. So digit comma accuracy is going to be, and the function that we had created earlier was make prediction. To make prediction, inside the prediction we pass in the image, and now that we have gotten that, all we need to do is put the text that we have gotten into the label. So for that, I have to write self dot label dot, and inside the label we need to configure it. So config, and here is where we're going to set the text. So to set the text, all I have to do is firstly make sure that text is there. Convert the label that you have gotten into a string. I've called it digit. You can call it anything that you want to. Now we need to concatenate a string to make sure that we are passing it correctly. So adding a comma, and then after getting the accuracy as well, we need to firstly convert the accuracy to integer and multiply it by 100, because the accuracy is in a range from 0 to 1. So we'll just do that. Accuracy multiplied by 100. Once we get the 100 part, we are to convert it to integer. After this, we are to convert it into a string, because the label is going to be a string. And finally, we are supposed to add a percentage here, just to make sure that the user understands that this is the percentage that it gets. So classify handwriting is done. Now we need to write the draw lines method and clear all method. Let me just write the clear all method first, or clear method. Takes in self, and what it will do is just delete everything on the canvas. To do so, we'll just write self dot canvas dot delete. And what do we want to delete? We want to delete everything. Now the method that we had binded over, we use the draw function here, and for the draw function, all we need to do is we need to pass in the self and the event. Self event. Now here's where we're going to perform our code. So we need to pass in the x and y and radius. So self dot x is equals to, and the x we are going to get is from the event. Similarly, self dot y is going to be event dot y, and radius is going to be 8. If you want to draw more thicker lines, then you can change 8 to 16 or some other number as well. And now we need to just make sure that we are drawing the line. So self dot canvas dot, and inside the canvas we are going to create an oval. I'll show you why in a moment. Create oval is going to take in a few parameters. First one is going to be x, second one is going to be y, third one is going to be r, fourth one is going to be the x, y coordinates in the top right, top left, top bottom corners, and finally we'll fill in the color. So for that to work, we need to pass in self dot x minus r, y minus r. This is the top left and top right corner. After we have reduced the radius, then we are going to write self dot x plus r, self dot y plus r, and we need to pass in the keyword self correctly. Now that is done, all we need to do is specify the color. I want the color to be black, so that when it's inverted it becomes white. Black. That's done. Color is converted to black as well. Now finally we need to make sure that we have instantiated the app. The name of the class is app, so we can convert it. All we need to do now is just make sure that we have indented it properly, which we haven't in this case. Okay, and then use the main loop function. This will run the tkinter loop and make sure that the program doesn't end unless the person has clicked the close button on the top left corner. So with that, it should work just fine. I think we've run into an issue here. I think I didn't write np.reshape or img.reshape. Now it will work. So now comes the moment of truth. Let's see if our code is working. So py manage.py, py app.py.
Let us take a look at a quiz question, guys. What is the purpose of the break statement in Python? And your options are exit the current loop, skip the current iteration of a loop, continue to the next iteration of a loop, or terminate the program. Please drop your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data science course in collaboration with IIT Madras. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of data science from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data science.
Enter, and it is going to connect to the backend right now. TensorFlow is going to boot up the TensorFlow package. Now it's going to connect to the backend. It's going to make sure everything runs. I think we run into an error. Oh yeah, tk enter has no attribute tk. That is because the k is supposed to be small. Now let's run this again. It's going to take a little bit of time to boot the entire system again, and again we run into an error, and it's the same error that we had earlier. It's on the line 61, so we'll just go and fix that. Let's just check where we have written tk capitalized. It's supposed to be smallest. Say this, go back, refresh, go back and run the code. And right now let's hope that it works. If there's any other error, that will catch it as soon as we can. So again, it boots up everything, tries to run, and another error. It has no attribute called clear. Okay, let's take a look at the error where we're getting it. Okay, I understand. We have no attribute named clear here, and that is because the method does have an attribute named clear. Let's see what the error is actually about. tk enter tk app has no object or attribute named clear. Let's mean just maybe there's a problem with the code, and just rename it from clear. No, yeah, that is the problem. We need to, now it should work. There was an indentation problem. Again, it's going to connect to everything that we wanted to connect to. So TensorFlow is booting up again, and we're running into the same issue of not having the TensorFlow GPU in the backend. It's okay, we're not using the backend, and now we have the GUI with us. Now let's use it to see if everything is working or not. Alright, now let's see how it works. So if I were to draw an image, click on classify. Okay, we've run into an error. Let me just close this up. As you can see, the GUI was still working. Okay, so we have the error in the code, and okay, so here, oh, instead of image grab, I should have used image ops. Clear that up, run the code again. This time it should work. Let it boot up. It will start in a few moments. So it's connected to the TensorFlow backend. Let me just see if this works. Click on classify, and as you can see, our classification is working. Again, yeah, the accuracy is here, the number is here. You can use any other number from 0 to 9 and it should work. If you want to clear it up, you can click on the clear button. The label is still going to be there. You can make sure that you can change it later on, and you can close it, and the code is going to close here as well. So that is it for the tutorial. We hope you enjoyed the tutorial. We hope you learned what you needed to learn here. So we've come to the end of the entire project session. Hopefully this has been informative. Hopefully you learned how to use TensorFlow, how to use Python to create a graphical user interface, and how you can connect the two.
Consider yourself to be data scientist at a prestigious telecom company, and the name of that company is Neo. And they are facing a major problem, and that basically is their customers are churning out to other competitors. Now you as a data scientist at that particular company have to make sure to stop this churning out, and also to find out the reasons why customers are churning out to other companies. Right, so this is the problem statement, and what you're basically going to do is a bit of data manipulation, data visualization operations, and then you will go ahead and build the ML algorithms on top of this data set. You'll start off with the linear regression algorithm, and then you'll build the logistic regression, decision tree, and random forest algorithms. All right. And we'll be working with this customer churn dataset. So this is our dataset which comprises of all of these columns. So we've got customer ID, gender, senior citizen, partner, dependents, and so on, right? So yeah, so this is our first task, data manipulation. And to do this, let's go ahead and actually import all of our libraries. So I'll just type in import pandas as pd, and then I'll also load the NumPy library. So I'll type in import NumPy as np. I'd also need the Matplotlib library. So I'll type in from Matplotlib import pyplot as plt. So these are all of my required libraries. I'll just wait till these libraries are loaded. Right, this is done. Now I'll also go ahead and load up my customer churn data frame, and I'll store it into an object and name that object to be equal to customer churn. I'll just use pd.read_csv, and inside this I will give in the name of the data frame, which is customer churn.csv. Right, so I have successfully loaded the file and I've stored it into a new object, and also I've named that new object to be equal to customer churn. Now I'll go ahead and have a glance at the head of this. So customer churn dot head, and this is the dataset on which we'll be implementing all of the operations. So this is just the unique customer ID. This column gender tells us about the gender of the customer, whether the customer is male or female. The senior citizen column tells us whether the customer is a senior citizen or not. So if it's 0, then the customer is not a senior citizen. If it's 1, then the customer is a senior citizen. And then this tells us if the customer has a partner or not. This tells us if the customer has dependents or not. This is the tenure of the customer in months, right? So 1 month, 34 months, 2 months, and so on. This tells us if the customer has phone service or not. Does the customer have multiple lines? And this is the type of internet service used. And then whether the customer has online security, whether he has device protection, tech support, streaming TV, streaming movies, and so on. And then this column is for contract. So this just tells you the contract type of the customer. So the contract type of the customer could either be month to month, 1 year, or 2 year. And there's a type of billing, whether it is paperless or not. After this, we have the type of payment method. So the type of payment method could be these: electronic check, mail check, bank transfer, and so on. And then these are the monthly charges and total charges incurred by the customer. Right. So now let's start off with our data manipulation tasks. So this is our very simple task. We just have to extract some individual columns from the entire data frame. We'll have to extract the 5th column and store it in customer 5. So let me do that. I'll type in the name of the data frame first, which is customer churn, and I would use .ilog. I would need all of the rows, and I would need the 5th column since the indexing starts from 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? So this would be my 5th column over here. And I will store this in, let's say, C_5. And I'll have a glance at the head of this, C_5.head. Right, so we have successfully extracted the 5th column from this entire data frame, and this is the head of it. Similarly, we'd have to extract the 15th column and store it in customer 15. Right, so if it's the 15th column, then the index number would be 14, because again the indexing starts from 0. Right, I'll store this in C_15, and I'll also make this to be C_15. I'll click on run. Right, so this is the streaming movies column, and I get the same thing over here. This is column number 15, and I've extracted only this particular column from the entire data frame. Right, this was basic extraction of columns from the entire data frame. After that, we'd have to do data extraction on the basis of a condition. We'll have to extract all the male senior citizens whose payment method is electronic check. Right, so there are 3 conditions over here. The first condition is the gender of the customer needs to be male. Second condition is senior citizen, the value of senior citizen needs to be equal to 1. And the third condition is the payment method needs to be equal to electronic check. So I'll give in all of these three conditions over here. I'll start off by giving the first condition, customer churn. I'll type in gender, and the gender needs to be equal to male, right? I'll cut this and paste this inside this. Of this, I'll use the AND operator and then given the second condition. So the second condition would go something like this, customer churn. After this, we'd have to set the senior citizen value. Right, so senior citizen, this needs to be equal to 1. And then I'll go ahead and give in the third condition. So over here, the third condition, this is for the payment method column. So the payment method needs to be equal to electronic check. Right. So I have all of my three conditions over here. I'll just paste a cell below. Now, what I'll do is I will copy all of these three conditions and I will paste them inside this, and I will store it into a new object and name that object to be crandom. Right, now I will print the head of this, crandom.head. So we see that this, so if you have a glance at this gender column, then you'll notice that all of the values are male. Similarly, if you have a glance at the senior citizen column, then all of these values are 1. Similarly, I'll go to the payment method column, then you'll notice that all of these values are electronic check. So I've given three conditions over here, and all of these conditions have been satisfied. So next up, we'd have to extract all of those customers whose tenure is greater than 70 or their monthly charges is greater than $100. Okay, again, we'll do the same thing. Customer churn, tenure needs to be greater than 70. I'll put this up inside this. Now, what you need to notice over here is we are using the OR operator. So it's either the first condition or the second condition, right? So if one of these conditions is true, then we'll get that particular record. So again, customer churn, and this time it's the monthly charges. So the monthly charges have to be greater than 100. These are the two conditions. So either the tenure of the customer needs to be greater than 70 months, or the monthly charges of the customer needs to be greater than $100. Again, I'll insert a cell below, and all I'll do is cut this and paste it inside this. Right, and I will store this in again crandom. Now let me again print the head of this, crandom.head. Right, now I'll head on to the tenure column. Now you see that none of the tenure or none of the values of the tenure over here is greater than 70. But if I go to the monthly charges column, then you'll notice that the monthly charges are greater than 100. So it's either or. So one of these conditions has to be true. And in this case, we see that the second condition is true over here, right? So if either of the condition is true, then we'll get that entire record. After this, we'd have to extract all those customers whose contract is of 2 years, payment method is mail check, and value of churn is ES. Right. I'll again copy this, paste this over here. Let me delete this from this. Right, so we have these conditions over here. So we'd have to extract those customers where contract is of 2 years, payment method is mail check, and churn is equal to yes. So let me put in all of these conditions over here. First is contract, and this needs to be equal to 2 years. So let me just check, how is it? Contract is of 2 year, right? 2 space year. After that, it's the second condition, and over here the payment method needs to be equal to mail check. Again, I'll put in the double equal to operator, and I'll give in the value, and the value is equal to mail check, and then I'll give in the final condition over here. So customer churn, and this time the churn needs to be equal to yes. Right, so I've given all of these three conditions and I've separated them using the AND operator. Again, I will store this in C underscore random. Let me print this out, C underscore random. So we see that there are just three records, or there are just three customers who satisfy all of these three conditions. So let me have a look at the contract of this, right? So contract is of 2 years for all of these three customers. Next is the payment method, and again payment method is mail check and churn. All of these values are yes, right? So out of all of those 7,000 rows, only there are 3 rows which satisfy these three conditions. Next, this is a question on random sampling. So we just have to extract 333 random records from the entire data frame. And to do this, we'll be using the sample function. So I'll type in customer churn and I'll use the sample method over here. And inside this, what I'll do is I'll give the value of the number of records which I want to sample. So I want 333 records. I'll store this in C underscore 333. Let me print out the head of it. Right, so now what I'll do is, so whenever I run this, every time I'll get a different sample of 333 records. I'll run this again, right? So if you have a glance over here, so all of these values would be changing, the customer IDs would be changing, the indexes would be changing, right? So keep a glance or have a glance at these row IDs indexes over here, right? So again, if you have a glance at this, the row IDs are changing. So this is random sampling. I'm randomly sampling 333 records from this entire data frame over here, and I'm doing that with the help of the sample method. Right, and then this is the final operation when it comes to data manipulation. So I'd have to get the count of different levels from the churn column. So if I want to get the count of the different levels present in a categorical column, I have the value counts method. So first I'll give in the name of the data frame, which is customer churn. After that, I'll give in the name of the column, which is churn, and then I'll just type in value counts, right? So this is it. So let me just wait till I get the result, right? So we see that no, so the number of customers will not be churning out is 5,174, and the number of customers who will be churning out is 1,869. So you can do the same thing for other categorical columns as well. So let's say if I want to get the count values or the number of counts of different levels for, let's say, the contract column, I'll just change the name of the column over here. So I'll put it to be equal to contract, right? So there are 3,875 customers whose contract type is of month to month. There are 1,695 customers whose contract is of 2 years, and there are 1,473 customers whose contract is of 1 year. Right, so these were some basic data manipulation operations. After that, we'll head on to data visualization. All right. So here we'd have to create a simple bar plot for the internet service column. And yeah, we'd have to set the x-axis label to categories of internet service, y-axis label to count of categories, the title of the plot, distribution of internet service, and the color of the bars need to be equal to orange. Right. So I'll just type in plt dot bar over here. Now I'll insert another cell over here. Now what I'll actually do is, so this basically takes in two parameters first. So the first parameter is the names of all of the bars, and the second parameter is the values for those bars, right? So the names of the bars would be coming from the internet service column. So internet service, and I actually want the value counts of this. Value counts, and from this I don't want the values, I just need the keys. And again I'd have to convert them into a list. So I'll use list over here. Now I'll click on run. Let's see what do we get, right? So these are the 3 levels present in the internet service column. So from this internet service column, what I've done is I've used the value counts method. So this value counts method has 2 things, keys and values. Now I don't want the values as such, I just want the keys, and I'll take these keys and I'll convert these keys into a list, right? So this is the list of the names present in this internet service column. Now I'll cut this and paste it over here, and this would be my first parameter, and my second parameter would be all of the values. And if I want all of the values, I'll just remove the method keys from there, right? So this over here would give me all of the values present with respect to this internet service column, right? So fiber optic, or in other words, the number of customers whose internet service is fiber optic is 3096. Number of customers whose internet service is DSL is 2421. And number of customers who don't avail the internet service are 1526. Right? Now again, I'll cut this and I'll paste it over here. Now let me print this out. So this is my basic bar plot over here, right? So this is my bar plot. On the x-axis, I have the names representing these bars over here, right? So this bar is for all of the customers whose internet service is fiber optic. This is for those customers whose internet service is DSL, and this is for those customers who are not availing the internet service. And these are their counts over here, present on the y-axis. Now, we have to do some other things over here. I had to change the color of the bars. So the color of the bars was supposed to be set to orange. And for this, I have the color parameter, and I'll just set it to be equal to orange. I'll run this again, right? So we have successfully changed the color of these bars over here. Now I'd have to set the x-axis label and the y-axis label. So I'll just type in plt.xlabel, and the x label needs to be equal to categories of internet service. Let me type that down. Categories of internet service. After that, I would need to put in the label for the y-axis. So this would be plt.ylabel, and I'll just put it to be equal to count. And then finally, I'd have to give in the title. So plt.title, and I'll set the title over here. And the title needs to be equal to distribution of internet service. Let me type that out. Distribution of internet service. I'll click on run, right? So this is our final bar plot, which gives us the distribution of internet service, and the x-axis label is categories of internet service, and the y-axis label is count, right? So this is how we can create a simple bar plot, and all of this. So these are the basic steps behind before you go ahead and build all of your machine learning algorithms. So the pre-processing, the data pre-processing part is always the main part of your data science life cycle. So this is where you properly comprehend your data set. This is where you understand the structure of the data set. You understand the correlation between all of the columns, the correlation between the dependent variable and the independent variable. So by manipulating the data set and visualizing the structure of the data set, this is where you understand all of the patterns in the data set and you get insights from the data set. Right, so next up we have to build a histogram for the tenure column. So again, it'll be a similar operation, plt.hist, and I'd have to build a histogram for the tenure column. So it'll be customer churn tenure, and I'd have to set the number of bins to be equal to 30, and I'd have to set the color to be equal to green. So I'll just type in color equals green over here. So this is our histogram, and this gives us the distribution of the tenure of the customers. So Yep, so if you look at it closely, so this is basically the count over here, right? So there are around 800 odd customers whose tenure is not even 1 month. So they are churning out before they even complete 1 month. And again, there's a huge peak over here. So there are around more than 600 customers whose tenure is 70 months or more than 70 months. And then rest is pretty much the same, right? So the average customer, this is the normal range of the customer. So it's between 200 to 400. And the average tenure of the customer, you can say, would be somewhere between 20 months to 50 months or 60 months, right? And this is where you have the peak. So you have the peak at the starting and you have the peak at the ending. Again, let's go ahead and add the title. So it'll be just plt dot title over here. And the title of the plot needs to be equal to distribution of tenure. I'll do that. Alright, so I have created this plot and this is the title of the plot, which is distribution of tenure. So we've made a bar plot, we've made a histogram. Now you guys also need to understand the difference between a bar plot and a histogram. So a bar plot is normally used for all of the categorical columns. So whenever you want to understand the distribution of categorical columns, that is when you'll go with a bar plot. And when you want to understand the distribution of a continuous numerical column, that is when you'll go with a histogram. Right, so next up, we'd have to create a scatter plot between monthly charges and tenure. So tenure is on x-axis and monthly charges is on y-axis. So plt dot scatter, x-axis would be tenure, so customer churn, tenure, and then I'll set in the column for the y-axis. This will be customer churn and this will be equal to monthly charges. Let me just run this, right? So this is what we get over here. Now let me also set in the labels for this. So plt dot x label and this would be equal to tenure. Let me type in tenure over here. Similarly, I'll also set the y label over here. So this will be plt dot y label and this would be equal to monthly charges. Right, so now we also get the corresponding x and y axis labels. After this, I'll also go ahead and set the title. So it'll be plt dot title and this would be monthly charges versus tenure. Monthly charges versus tenure, right? So this is our final scatter plot where we have the x-axis and y-axis labels, and this is the title, which is monthly charges versus tenure, right? And finally, we'd have to also build a box plot between the tenure column and the contract column. So tenure needs to be on the y-axis and contract needs to be on the x-axis. For this, I'll just type in customer churn dot box plot, and so now I'll set in this to be equal to customer churn contract, and after this I have the column to be equal to customer churn and this needs to be equal to tenure. Let's see what is the error over here. Columns not found. So let me actually remove this from over here and let's see what happens. Alright, so now we get the result. So we had actually given the name of the data frame initially itself, so it was customer churn dot box plot. And now all you have to do is assign the contract onto the x-axis. So now when I set by equals to contract, what is happening is I'll have one box plot each for the different levels of the contract column. So I have one box plot for the month to month level. I have another box plot for the 1 year level and another box plot for the 2 year level. And over here, the y-axis, this is being determined by the tenure column, right? So this over here, 0 to 70, this is the tenure of the customer. And what we understand from this box plot over here is, so if the contract of the customer is of 2 years, then most probably the median tenure of the customer is very high. So if the contract of the customer is of 2 years, then his tenure or median tenure would be around 65 months. Similarly, if the contract of the customer is 1 year, then the median tenure of the customer would be around 45 months. And then if the contract of the customer is month to month, then the median tenure of the customer would be around 15 odd months. Right, so these were all of the examples of visualization. Now it's finally time to head on to machine learning. Right, so this was your data pre-processing part, where you had understood the structure of the data. You had learned how to extract individual columns, and after that you learned how to visualize the data and get some interesting insights from the structure of the data. We'll start off with our first machine learning algorithm, which would be linear regression over here. And linear regression, as you already know, so over here the dependent variable would be a numerical column, and you're basically trying to understand how does one variable change with respect to another variable. And over here we'd have to build a simple linear model where our dependent variable is monthly charges and the independent variable is equal to tenure.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides online Python certification training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Right, so or in other words, we are basically trying to understand how does monthly charges vary with respect to tenure. So monthly charges, dependent variable, tenure is the independent variable. And these are all of the subsets when it comes to this linear model. So we'll start off by dividing the data set into 70-30 split, and then we'll build the model on the train set, pick the values on the test set. After that, we'd have to find out the root mean square error, and we'd have to print out that root mean square error. So let me go ahead and import the linear regression model from sklearn. So I'll type in from sklearn import linear model. After this, I'll type in from sklearn dot linear model import I need linear regression. Right, so these are my two basic libraries. So I needed linear model, I needed linear regression. Now I would also require the train test split. So I'll type in from sklearn dot model selection import train test split. Right, so this train test split method would help me to divide my dataset into training and testing sets. So now it's time to divide my data into training and testing sets. So before that, I'd have to get my target and the features, or in other words, I'd have to separate my dependent variable and the independent variable. So monthly charges is the dependent variable. So what I'll do is y equals, and I'll extract only the monthly charges column, and I will store it in a new variable and name that variable to be equal to y. Similarly, I'll only extract the tenure column. Right, so I'm extracting the monthly charges column and I'm storing it into a new object, naming that object to be equal to y. Similarly, I'm extracting only the tenure column and I'm storing that column into x. In columns, customer churn. What seems to be the problem over here? Monthly charges. Let me put it to be capital C over here. Right. Now let me print out the head of these two, y dot head and x dot head. Right. So these are the values from monthly charges column and these are the values from the tenure column. Now let me go ahead and divide these two into training and testing sets. So I'll use in train test split. I'll pass in x as the first parameter. So all of the features would be which are stored in x go as the first parameter. After that, I'd have to give in the target labels, and the target labels are which are basically my monthly charges, which are stored in y. And then finally, I'd have to give in the test size. So let me check what was the test size. So the test size was supposed to be 0.70. And then I'll also set a random state. So if I want to use these values again, I can just set the random state to be equal to the same value which I'm giving over here. This is smallest over here, right? So this test size 0.70 basically means that 30% of the records would go into the testing set. Oh, this has to be 0.30. Sorry for that. Yeah. So 30% of the records would go into the test set, and 70%, the rest 70% of the records would go into the training set. Now I'll be getting 4 results over here, and those 4 results are xtrain, xtrain, ytrain, xtest, and ytest. These are actually the labels which we conventionally use. I'll explain what these are exactly. Xtrain, ytrain, and then we have so this would actually be xtest first, xtrain, xtest, ytrain, and ytest. So over here, xtrain represents all of all of those values of your features which are present in the training set. Xtest represents all of the features which are present in the test set. Ytrain represents all of the dependent values which are present in the train set, and ytest represents all of the dependent values which are present in the test set. And whenever we are building a model, we'll build that model on top of the train set, right? So we'll build the model on top of xtrain and ytrain. Let me also show you the shape of all of these. So xtrain dot shape. Let me do the same for the rest. Xtrain dot shape. I'll make this to be ytrain. I'll make this to be xtest. And I'll make this to be ytest. Right. So xtrain, ytrain. So the training set has these many records, and the testing set has these many records over here, right? So these are all of the features which are present in the training set, and these are all of the features which are present in the. Sorry, these are all the features of your dependent variables, and these are all of the features of the independent variables, and these are all of the target values when it comes to the test set, and these are all of the target values when it comes to the your dependent variables. All right. So now that we have xtrain, ytrain, xtest, and ytest, then let's go ahead and build a model on top of the training data. Now I will go ahead and create an. So normally your training data would be bigger because so let's say your splits are either 70-30, 65-30, or 80-20, because the more data you give for training, that is better. But then again, you can't give out your entire data for the training set, right? So the purpose of training your model is to make sure that your model learns the underlying patterns of that data. And once the learning is done, you'd have to also test how well the learning is done, right? And to test, you'd also need a sample space for that test set. So consider this simple case. So let's say you're giving an exam, but for that exam, let's say if you got 100 exercises. So your syllabus comprises of all of the 100 exercises, and you'd have to learn all of those 100 exercises. But when it comes to your test, it will have only 10 exercises from all of those 100 exercises, right? So the training needs to be done, but then again, the test space, it needs to be completely new, which is not learned by the model, during the training phase, right? That is why the training set has to be completely different and the test set has to be completely different. And the division of training and testing set is done to make sure that overfitting doesn't happen. And when overfitting happens, the problem is this model will perform well on this particular data set, but when a new data set comes in, it'll miserably fail. Right? So this is the reason why we divide the data into training and testing set. Right, so now let me go ahead and create an instance of the linear regression model, and I'll name that to be regressor. So I've created an instance of linear regression over here, and I'll go ahead and fit the model on top of the training set. So it'll be X train and Y train. Right, so I've fit the model on top of the training set. Now it's time to predict the values. So it'll be regressor dot predict, and I'll be predicting the values on top of the X test. And I will store this in, let's say, ypred. Now I've fit the model on top of the training set, and I've also predicted the values on top of the test set. Now I'd have to know how well the prediction has been done. And for this, when it comes to linear regression, we have something known as the root mean square error. So the lower the value of root mean square error, the better your model. And again, we have an inbuilt method to calculate the root mean square error. So I just have to import sklearn.metrics, and from sklearn.metrics, I'd be importing mean square error. Now after this, so mean squared error, what we actually want is root mean squared error. So I would need the np.square root, and let me use the mean squared error, and this takes in two parameters. First parameter comprised of the actual values which are present in y test, and second parameter are the predicted values which are present in ypred. So I will cut this and let me ease this to be in this over here. Right, so we get a root mean squared error value of 29.39. Right, so now let's say if we build some other model with some other independent variables. Now we'll go ahead and build the model, and we'll also predict the values. Now after predicting the values, we'll also have to calculate the root mean square error. So this root mean square error is actually relative. So let's say if there is some other model, let's say model 2, and if the root mean square error of that model 2 is, let's say, 39, then this model would be better than the second model. Similarly, if there's, let's say, model 3 whose root mean square error is 19, then that model 3 would be better than this model which you built over here. So here we are predicting the monthly charges values. That is exactly right. So let me actually show you that. So let's see, I'll put in ypred, and let's say I'll have a glance at the first 5 values, right? So these are the monthly charges predicted. Let me also show you y test, then 5, right? So these are the actual values and these are the predicted values over here. Right. So this is not exactly dependent on the churn of the customer. So what we are doing is we are building an entire data science lifecycle process. So over here, we are trying to understand the relationship between the tenure of the customer and the monthly charges of the customer, right? So over here, what we are basically trying to understand is, let's say if the tenure of the customer is at around 10 months, what would be his monthly charges? Again, if the tenure of the customer is 30 months, what would be his monthly charges? Similarly, if the tenure of the customer is 70 months, then what would be his monthly charges? So this is what we are trying to understand over here, right? So this time we'd have to build a logistic regression model where dependent variable is churn and independent variables are tenure and monthly charges. Again, I do the same thing. Let me actually copy these two. So this is what we did over here, Aditya, right? So this is where we went ahead and predicted the values, didn't we? Right? So I have divided my data set into training and testing set, and over here I am fitting the model only on the train set, right? So training is happening on the training set, or the model is learning from the train set, and we are predicting the values on the test set. So this model, this linear regression model, has not yet seen all of the records present in the test set. It has only learned from the values which are present in the training set. So we'll go ahead and build the linear regression model now. Customer churn. Let me also put in Y. I'll do the same thing. So in the logistic regression model, our independent variable is monthly charges. Let me put monthly charges over here, and the logistic regression, the dependent variable is churn. So I have extracted or I have got my features and my target over here. So features are basically my monthly charges, and my target is present in the churn column. And I'd want to understand if the customer would churn or not on the basis of the monthly charges of the customer, right? So I've done this, and the rest of the process would be the same over here. I'll go ahead and divide this data frame into train and test. Right, so this is 65-35 ratio this time. So I'll set it to be 35. So this time 35% of the records would be present in the test set, and the rest 65% of the records would be present in the train set. And I'm storing all of those into xtrain, xtest, ytrain, and ytest. Right. After this, I'd have to import the logistic regression model. So from sklearn dot linear model, I'd have to import the logistic regression model, and I'd have to create an instance of this. So I'll name this to be equal to log model. Alright, so I have created an instance of this, and I'll go ahead and fit the model on top of the training set. Right, the entire process when it comes to implementing this is pretty much the same, right? So Python makes it extremely easy. The sklearn library makes it extremely easy. All you have to do is take in the data, find out your independent variables and your dependent variable, and then go ahead and divide those target and features into training and testing set, build the model on top of the train set, and then break the values on top of the test set, and then you will find out the metrics. So for classification, it's confusion metrics and your normal accuracy score, and for linear regression, it could be either root mean square error, mean square error, or moving averages error. So log model dot fit, and I will fit this model on top of the training set again. So xtrain and ytrain, right? So I have fit the model. Yes, we can also have multiple independent variables, Sharadata. So again, so if we have a single independent variable, then that's that's a simple model. So when it comes to simple linear regression, we have a single independent variable. When it comes to multiple linear regression, you'll have multiple independent variables. Right, so this basically means that we are trying to understand how does our dependent variable change with respect to multiple independent variables over there. And so again, consider this equation. So linear regression equation is based on this. Let me actually open Notepad over here, right? So y equals, let's say, x1 plus x2 plus x3 plus x4. So what happens in a simple linear regression is you just have one independent variable, which would be x1. What happens in multiple linear regression is you have multiple independent variables, which are x2, x3, x4, and so on. Right? And you're trying to understand how does y vary with respect to all of these independent variables. That's pretty much it. Right, so let's proceed with this. We have built the model on top of the training set. Now let's go ahead and predict the values on top of the test set. So it'll be log model dot predict. So here we change the value of x, and No, we are not changing the value of x. We have multiple x values over here, right? So this becomes mx1 plus m2x2 plus m3x3 plus m4x4 and so on. We have multiple independent variables, and you are trying to understand how does y vary with those multiple independent variables. So log model dot predict, and I want to predict my values on top of the test set, and I'll store this in again y pred. Right. So we have predicted the values now. Right. So when it comes to a classification model, we can use the confusion matrix. Right. So let me import the confusion matrix. So from sklearn.matrix, I will import the confusion matrix, also the accuracy score. Now let me find out both of this. I'll pass in the actual values and the predicted values. Actual values are present in y-test and predicted values are present in y-pred. Similarly, accuracy score, I'll do the same thing. Y-test and y-pred. Right, so this is our confusion matrix and this is the accuracy, right? So to get the accuracy, what you'll basically do is you'll divide the left diagonal with all of the values. So left diagonal represents all of your correctly predicted classifications. So this comprises of all of your true positives, right? So this part over here, this is all of your true positives and this is all of your true negatives, right? So when you divide this with the entire sample space, that is when you will get the accuracy. So let me do that. So that'll be 1815 divided by 1815 plus 651, and I get the same accuracy, which is 73.60, right? So I get an accuracy of 73% for the model which I've built. Now I'd have to build a multiple logistic regression model, for the dependent variable is the same and the independent variables are tenure and monthly charges. So now we have two independent variables, so I'll make the changes here itself, right? So Charul, the question which you're asking, what if we had multiple independent variables, right? So over here, we have two independent variables. So this time the independent variables are monthly charges and tenure. And I'm trying to understand whether the customer would churn or not on the basis of these two columns, which are monthly charges and tenure, right? So X now would comprise of these features and Y is the same. And the ratio is 80-20. So I'll change the test size to be equal to 20 over here. I'll go ahead and fit the model. It's the same. Again, I'll predict the values is the same, right? So I build the model. I predicted the values. The only difference which I made over here is I have two independent variables this time instead of a single independent variable, right? Predicting the values. After that, I'll import confusion matrix and accuracy score, right? Now over here, again, I'm calculating the confusion matrix and this time I get an accuracy of 77.50, right? So this time it'll be 935 plus 157 divided by 935 plus 157 plus 106 plus 211. Right, so we get an accuracy of 77.50. So this left diagonal are all of the values which have been correctly classified, and this right diagonal represents all of those values which have been misclassified. So this was logistic regression, and then we've got two more machine learning algorithms left, which are decision tree and random forest. So let's build these two. Right, so for decision tree, dependent variable is the same, which is churn, and independent variable is tenure. Right, so let me manually do this. X is customer churn, and the independent variable is tenure. . Let me also extract the dependent variable. So the dependent variable would be churn. You have to make sure that you put in the spellings correct, and also you have to take care of the small caps and the capital letters over here. Right. Now I will go ahead and also import the decision tree classifier. So from sklearn dot tree, I'll be importing the decision tree classifier. Now I'll go ahead and divide this data frame into train and test. So it'll be the same process. Let me copy this. Let me paste it over here. So the split is 80-20, which is what we are doing over here, right? So this is our feature, this is our target labels, and we have divided the dataset into training and testing set. Now let me go ahead and create an instance of this decision tree classifier. I'll name this instance to be, let's say, my tree, right? And I'll go ahead and fit the model on top of the training set. So my tree dot fit. This takes in two parameters, which are xtrain and ytrain. I fit the model. Now it's time to predict the values. My tree dot predict, and I'll be predicting on top of the x test. Now I'll import the metrics, right? So let me calculate the confusion metrics and also the accuracy score. Confusion metrics. So I'll actually have to store this in a object first. Again, I'll be storing this into ypred. Let me run the cell again. And this again takes in two parameters. First parameter is all of the actual values which are present in ytest, and all of the predicted values which are present in ypred. So this is our confusion metrics now. Let me calculate the accuracy, which would be 965 plus 87 divided by 965 plus 87 plus 281 plus 76. Right, so for this decision tree model, we get an accuracy of 74%. Right, so the process is entirely the same, guys. Right, what we are doing is, again, at the risk of being redundant, so what we are basically doing is finding out our features and target variable. After that, we are dividing the features and target into training and testing split, and then we'll go ahead and build the model on top of the train data, and then we'll predict the values on top of the test data. Once the prediction is done, we'll calculate the accuracy to find out how well our model has learned. Right, so in the entire data science life cycle, our most important part is the data processing part, right? So because to the model building the, so it depends on your problem statement, Aditya, right? So let's say if your dependence on your it depends on your problem statement and what exactly you're trying to find out. So let's say if your dependent variable is a continuous, if it's a continuous variable, if it's a continuous numerical, then you'll go with linear regression. And if you want, if you have multiple categories, right? So if you have multiple categories, then you'll go with either decision tree or random forest. So when it comes to logistic regression, it is a binary classifier. So let's say if you have just two labels in your dependent variable, like this case over here, right? So this is where you'll go with logistic regression. But then again, if you have multiple categories, or if it's a multi-classification problem, then you'll most probably go with decision tree and random forest. And again, when you compare decision tree and random forest, random forest is always better than decision tree because random forest is an ensemble model. So again, through your course, you would have learned that a random forest is nothing but an ensemble of decision trees, and the accuracy or the prediction given by a random forest is better than a decision tree. So that you can actually take for granted, right? So whatever accuracy a decision tree gives, the accuracy given by a random forest is better. So just to verify that, let me actually go ahead and build a random forest model on this same data over here, right? So we'll take the same x and y values. No, so again, problem statement was different, Aditya. So linear regression we use to understand how does monthly charges vary with tenure. But the other algorithms which we've built, that was to understand how does churn vary with other factors, right? So over there, monthly charges was a numerical column, but churn is a categorical column. So we can compare logistic regression and decision tree, right? So let's say if we compare logistic regression and decision tree, right? So logistic regression gives us an accuracy of 77%. Yes, right. So logistic regression till now, yes, has given us the best accuracy, right? Right. So now finally, we'll also go ahead and build an ensemble model, which is random forest. So let's actually compare the accuracy given by this decision tree and the random forest. So from sklearn dot ensemble, I'll import the random forest classifier and I'll create an instance of this. Maybe I'll name this as RF and I'll just create an instance. Right. And I'll go ahead and with the model on top of X train and Y train. X train and Y train I fit the model. Now it's finally time to predict the value. So rf dot predict, and I am predicting the values on top of the X test. Let me build the confusion metrics over here. Right, now let me check the accuracy. So I'll just type in accuracy score and I'll pass in y test and y pred. Y test, y pred. So we get an accuracy of 74.66 and it's 74.66, right? So there's not much of a difference when you compare decision tree and random forest over here, right? So we've got the same values, right? But normally in general, if you're building a random forest model, so you'll either get a better accuracy or you'll get the same accuracy, right? So this is your normal entire data science life cycle. So you'll start off with the data pre-processing part, data exploration part, where you will understand the structure of the data set. You'll visualize the data set and understand whatever is happening underneath it. Right after that, once you understand and comprehend your data properly, that is when you'll go ahead and build your model. Again, when it comes to building your model, you will sort of follow the same procedure. You'll find out your independent variables and the dependent variable. Then you'll go ahead and divide those two into your training and testing set. You'll build the model on top of the training set, and then you'll break the values on top of the test set, and finally you'll calculate the accuracy. Right. So here, so this is your entire end-to-end project on the customer churn dataset, which comprise of data manipulation, data visualization, and implementing all of the machine learning algorithms.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data science course in collaboration with IIT Madras. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of data science from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data science.
The first question is, what is PEP8 and why is it important? PEP stands for Python Enhancement Proposal. A PEP is an official design document providing information to the Python community or describing a new feature for Python or its processes. PEP8 is especially important since it documents the style guidelines for Python code. Apparently, contributing to the Python open source community requires you to follow these style guidelines sincerely and strictly. So what he says basically is that if you want to contribute to the open source development of Python and you are contributing to any of the libraries, let's say NumPy or Pandas, let's say you want to add in a functionality or a particular module inside that, you need to follow a certain guidelines that is provided by the Python community. And these guidelines are called as PEP. So PEP8 is a particular version of these guidelines wherein you have to follow a structure for you to contribute to the open source Python code. Now let us move on to the next question. Python is an interpreted language. An interpreted language is any programming language that executes its statements line by line. This means the source code of a Python program is converted into bytecode that is then executed by the Python virtual machine or PVM. Python is different from major compiled languages such as C and C++ because Python code is not required to be built and linked like code for these languages. This distinction makes for two important points, which is, the first point is Python code is fast to develop. As the code is not needed to be compiled and built, Python code can be readily changed and executed. This makes for a fast development cycle. The next point is, Python code is not as fast in execution compared to other languages. Since the code is not directly compiled and executed, and an additional layer of Python virtual machine is responsible for the execution, Python code runs a little slow as compared to the conventional languages like C, C++, etc. So we also have a pro and we also have a con of Python being an interpreted languages. Alright, the third question for this video is, what is a dynamically typed language? Before we understand a dynamically typed language, we should learn about what typing is. Typing refers to type checking in programming languages. In a strongly typed language such as Python, 1 plus 2, that is 1 as a character and 2 as a number, will result in a type error since these languages do not allow for type coercion. Type coercion here means implicit conversion of the data types. That is, the Python compiler won't automatically convert your data types to the same one and then add it. So this is not applicable for Python. But on the other hand, a weakly typed language such as JavaScript will simply output 12 as the result. It will convert the number 2 as a string and then add the string, that is append the string together and output 12 as the result. But this is not the case in Python programming language since it is a dynamically typed language. Now, type checking can be done at two stages. The first stage is the static stage. Here, data types are checked before the execution. And there is one more type, which is dynamic. Here, data types are checked during execution. That is, while typing out your statement on a single line, your data types are checked whether they are compatible or not. Python doesn't wait for you to compile the whole source code. In fact, it does that line by line, and that is why it is also called as an interpreted language. You can also put the answer this way. Python is an interpreted language that executes each statement line by line. Thus, type checking is done on the fly during execution. Hence, Python is a dynamically typed language. Let us move on to the fourth question. Is indentation required in Python? So the obvious answer is yes, but you will need to expand upon that answer. So let me just do that. Indentation in Python is compulsory and is a part of its syntax. Indentation provides better readability to the code, which is probably why Python has made it compulsory. All the programming languages have some way of defining the scope and extent of the blocks of code. In Python, it is indentation instead of braces. Indentation provides better readability to the code, and that is why they have made it compulsory. Now, let us take an example. When it comes to other languages, let's say Java, when we have to construct a for loop, we have to put the blocks or the statements inside the for loop within a braces. So it goes something like this, and the statements inside the for loop need not be indented or given a space. It can be on the same line as the for loop itself. So that doesn't make any errors. But when it comes to Python, the print statement that is inside the for loop should have indentation, that is 4 spaces. Let us move on to the next question, and guys, this is where the hands-on begins. First 4 questions were theoretical, and this is where things get hands-on. How to print without a new line in Python? The print function is used to display the content in the command prompt or the console. The default functionality of the Python print method is that it adds a new line character at the end. Let us take an example here. Let's say you want to print 2 strings on a new line. So you can do that by using the print statement. So if you type your code something like this, the first string should be hi and the second string will be welcome to Intellipaat. And if you type this in a Python environment, the output will be hi followed by a new line and then the next string, which is welcome to Intellipaat. Now suppose we want to print these 2 strings on the same line, that is, we want to skip the new line character. So how to do that? Welcome to Intellipaat automatically prints in the new line. In order for this string to print in the same line, we have to use a parameter called end. So the print function has one more parameter which is called as end, and you can assign any value to this parameter. It goes something like this. So you use your print function as it is and you print out the string. You add in the string what you want to display on the screen, and then you type a comma and then add the end parameter, and then you assign it a value which is enclosed within a double quotation. So within the double quotation, if you add a empty space, so it will print an empty space. If you want to add another string, you can do that as well. Let us see what the output is right now. So the output will be the first string, which is hi, followed by the second string, which is welcome to Intellipaat. Now if you do not add the white space in the double quotation in the end argument, it will print the first string hi and it will append the second string without any space. Let us move on to the 6th question. What are keywords in Python? Python keywords are special reserved words that have specific meanings and purposes and cannot be used for anything but those specific purposes. They cannot be variables, they cannot be functions or identifiers. You can use the help function to know more about them. And as of today, that is the latest Python version is 3.10. There are 35 keywords that are currently present. And these are all of them. Some of them include true, false, continue, break, lambda, yield, etc. The 7th question is, list all the built-in data types in Python language. The table present on the screen basically lists out all the data types that are present in Python. For the text type, we have string. For numerical types, we have integer data type, floating point data types, and complex numbers. And for sequence types, we have list, tuple, and range. When it comes to the mapping type, we have dictionaries. And for set types, we have set and frozen set. We also have bool for the boolean type. And for binary, we have bytes, byte array, and memory view, which are not commonly used, but still you should be knowing about them. And we also have a special type, which is the none type. And in case if you want to know the data type of a particular variable in Python, you can use the type of function. So the output will basically display the data type of the variable. The type function takes the variable as its argument and outputs the data type of the variable. Moving on to the 8th question. What are the differences between Python arrays and lists? Both lists and arrays are used to store a collection of items, that is data in the Python programming language. Moreover, both data structures allow indexing, slicing, and iterating. So both Python array and list support indexing, slicing, and iterating as well. Coming to the definition of list, a list is a data structure that's built into Python and holds a collection of items. Lists have a number of important characteristics. The first character is list items are enclosed in square brackets, and lists should be ordered, that is, the items in the list appear in a specific order. This enables us to use an index to access any item. Lists are also mutable, which means that you can add or remove items after lists creation. List elements do not need to be unique. Item duplication is possible as each element has its own distinct place and can be accessed separately through the index. Elements can be of different data types. You can combine strings, integers, and objects in the same list. You can also include another list inside a list, so which is basically a nested list. Let us go through the example mentioned in the screen now. So in order to create a list, you must enclose your list items within a square bracket. Now in this example, I have included 4 list items, which is 1, 8.9, J and hello. And this basically shows that you can include heterogeneous data types because 1 is an integer, 8.9 is a floating point number, J is a character and hello is a string. And then on the next line, you can print the list and you can also print the type of the list in the next line. So the output will be the list itself because I'm printing the list called my list, and then the type of list will be list. Now moving on to the array data structure. An array is also a data structure that stores a collection of items. And like list, arrays are ordered, mutable, enclosed in square brackets and able to store non-unique items. To use arrays in Python, you need to import either an array module or a NumPy package. So array initialization in Python has 2 ways. You can either do it by importing a module called array, or you can use a library, which is basically an open source library called NumPy. Let us take an example here. Here I'm using the first version, that is I'm importing the array module. So in the first statement, import array as ARR. ARR is basically an alias. On the next line, I will be initializing a variable and assigning the array to that variable called my_arr. So you have to use the array function here, that is array of. And here array of function takes in 2 arguments. The first argument is the type of data which you will be storing inside that array. In this particular example, I have given small I, which basically means I am storing integer data types inside my array. And then after that you need to include the array itself. Here I have included 5 elements, that is 1 to 5, and I have enclosed that within square brackets. On the next line, I am printing the array which is called as my_arr, and then I am finally printing out the type of the array, that is my_arr. Now let us see what the output will be. The output is, and it also shows the data type in the output as well. And now we will see how to create an array in the second version, that is using the NumPy library. NumPy arrays support different data types. To create a NumPy array, you only need to specify the items, and there is no need to specify the data type of the array. Let us take an example. On the first statement, I am importing the NumPy package, and on the second line, I'm using the array of function again, but here I need not mention the data type of the elements of the array. Instead, I will be directly inputting the array elements. So one more thing to note here is that the array elements need not be the same. It can be of different data types. Hence I have included hello, which is a string, and followed by 1, 2 and 3, which is of integer data type. So it is basically an heterogeneous array. And on the next line, I'm printing out the array called as my_arr, and finally I'm printing out the type of the array. Now let us see the output for this. So the output is the array contents itself and then the data type of the array, which is ND array, which is NumPy arrays. Now, after knowing how to initialize a list and how to initialize an array and various types of initializing arrays, I have consolidated the differences between arrays and lists into 3 points, which basically boils down to these 3. Alright guys, the first point is arrays need to be declared and a list need not be declared. They can be initialized on whatever statement you have to use it, because they are built into Python. In the examples above, you saw that the lists are created by simply enclosing a sequence of elements into square brackets. Creating an array, on the other hand, requires a specific function from either the array module or the NumPy package. And because of this reason, lists are used more than arrays. The second point is, arrays can store data very compactly. They are also more efficient for storing large amounts of data. The third point is, arrays are great for numerical operations. Lists cannot directly handle math operations. For example, you can divide each element of an array by the same number with just one line of code. If you try to do the same with a list, you will get an error. It is possible to do a mathematical operation with a list, but it is much less efficient than arrays. Moving on to the ninth question. What is the dictionary data type in Python? Python dictionary is an unordered collection of items. Each item of a dictionary has a key value pair. Each key value pair maps the key to its associated value. Dictionary elements are accessed via keys. You cannot access them using indices like in other data types like lists and tuple. That is, you cannot call them by defining their index number, that is 0, 1, 2 or whatever it is. You will have to call the following key. The syntax for creating a dictionary in Python is given on the left side. First, you need to choose an identifier. I have chosen my_dictionary, and then you should declare the key value pairs inside a braces. So braces are nothing but flower brackets. And the format is key : followed by its associated value. And you can include how many ever key value pairs inside the pair of braces that you want. Each key value pair is considered as a single item on the dictionary. While the values can be of any data type and can repeat, keys must be of the immutable type. That is, you cannot change the key once you have declared it. And they must also be unique. That is, two keys cannot have the same name. And here on the right side, I have mentioned the different ways of creating dictionaries. The very first way is you put in the elements, that is the key value pairs, inside the flower braces. A dictionary can have integer keys. It can also have mixed keys, as in the second example below. That is, it can be a string and then an integer. And the alternative way of creating a dictionary is using the dic_of function.
Let us take a look at a quiz question. What does the import keyword do in Python? And your options are, it is used to define a new module, it is used to create a new class, import functions or modules from external sources, or it is used to comment out a block code. Please drop your answer in the comment section below.
Okay guys, moving on to the 10th question. Explain the concept of indexing in Python. Talk about negative indexing. Now, before we get started with indexing, let us understand what iterables are and what is their main function. The knowledge of iterables is much needed to get behind indexing. It is a special type of object in Python that you can iterate over, meaning you can traverse through all the different elements or entities contained within the object. It can be easily achieved using for loops. Objects like lists, tuples, sets, dictionaries, strings, etc. are called as iterables in Python. In short, iterables is any thing that you can loop over. Under the hood, what all these iterable items carry are two special methods called the iter and the next method that implements the sequence semantics. Even the for loop in Python is implemented using these special methods. Now that we know what iterables are briefly, let us know about indexing. It is a special type of object in Python that you can iterate over, meaning that you can traverse through all the different elements or entities contained within the object. It can be easily achieved using for loops. Objects like lists, tuples, sets, dictionaries, strings, etc. are called as iterables. In short or simple terms, iterable is anything that you can loop over. Under the hood, what all these iterable items carry are two special methods called iter and next that implement the sequence semantics in Python. Even the for loop in Python is implemented using these special methods. Now that we know what iterables are briefly, let us now go into indexing. Indexing in Python is a way to access individual items within an iterable by their position. In other words, you can directly access your elements of choice within an iterable and do various operations depending on your needs. Now let us take an example. Here I have declared a list in Python and I have called the list as fruits, and I have added 5 elements within that list which are of string type. So we have apple, grape, orange, guava and banana. So let us see how this works under the hood in Python. So in the very first step, Python allocates memory for the list, and each element is indexed as follows. Apple will be given the index 0, grape will be given 1, and so on until 4. In Python, objects are 0 index, meaning that the position count starts at 0. Many other programming languages follow the same pattern. Now as you can see, by default, many people use the positive indexing for their item retrieval. So we have 0 to 4. And there is another concept called as negative indexing in Python, which basically means that the last element of the list is indexed as -1, and the last but one element of the list will be indexed as -2, and so on until -5. And the length of the list is 5. So this is about indexing and negative indexing in Python. Moving on to the 11th question. Explain the concept of slicing in Python. Slicing a list gives us another list instead of a single element. Slicing is an incredibly useful feature in Python. A slice specifies a start index and an end index and creates and returns a new list based on the values of the indices. The indices are separated by a colon. Now let us take an example, but before that, keep in mind that the sublist returned contains only the elements starting from the start index, which includes the start index, but it will exclude the end index elements. So you guys will understand what I mean in the example. So let's say, for example, you create a list of 5 elements, that is 1 to 5, and you call the list as example. In the next statement, you are printing the example by calling it by index length, that is the slicing method. So the syntax for slicing is element colon and then colon, which basically means the first element before the colon is the start index. The second element after the colon means the end element. So the second statement here means that print out the first element until the last element. So the second statement prints 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. In the third statement, we have the start index as 1 and the end index as 5. So it will print from the second element of the list, which is 2, 3, 4, 5. And coming to the last statement, we have 4:5, that is the start index is 4 and the end index is 5. So it will print the last element, which is 5, and the end index element -1, which is the same. Both 4 and 5 points to the same element, and hence it prints only one element, which is 5. You can see the output below. And there is one more trick to slicing, guys. If you leave out the start index, it is assumed to be 0. That is, if you do not put anything under the start index place, that is before the colon, the default value will be 0. And similarly, if you leave out the end index, it is assumed to be the length of the list. And here in the example above, it will be length of the list is 5, so it will be 5. Let us see this with an example. So I have declared the same list as before in the previous example, which contains 5 elements, 1, 2, 5. And in the first print statement, we have :5, that is the start index is not mentioned, and by default it will take the 0th element as the start index value. So you will be printing out the whole list 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. In the second print statement, we have 3 colon and then null element, which basically means it tells the Python compiler to print from the third element to the final element of the list. And coming to the last print statement, the start index is not mentioned and also the end index is also not mentioned. So let us see what the output is. So null value and 5 means the whole list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 3 colon null value means print from the third element up until the last one, and finally null colon null means start to end, that is basically it copies the list. Moving on to the 12th question, explain the differences between list and a tuple. Both list and tuple are built-in data types in Python, and they are meant to store a collection of elements. Both these are capable of storing heterogeneous data. Both of these are iterable objects. Now let us see the differences one by one. Lists are mutable. Tuples, on the other hand, are immutable. That is, once you create a tuple, you cannot change its elements, unlike lists. List is implication of iteration is time consuming. That is, within list, the iteration is time consuming. When it comes to tuple, it is comparatively faster than a list, and for this very reason, tuple is used over the list data structure. Coming to the third difference, the list is better for performing operations, that is insert and deletion. Tuple data type, on the other hand, is appropriate for accessing the elements. That is, if you want to access your elements faster, you can go for the tuple data type. And if you want to make changes to your database, that is, you can use lists. Coming to the fourth difference, list will consume more memory and tuple will consume less memory when compared to lists. The fifth difference is lists has several built-in methods, that is for insertion, deletion, updation, all the CRUD operations. Lists will have the built-in methods for it. But tuple do not have many built-in methods. Coming to the sixth and final difference between list and tuple, the unexpected changes and errors are more likely to occur in the list. But when it comes to tuples, it is hard to take place. That is, the error is unlikely to take place in case of a tuple. Alright, moving on to the 13th question. What are functions in Python? Explain with an example. Python function is a block of related statements designed to perform a computational, logical, or evaluation task. The idea is to put some commonly or repeatedly done tasks together and make a function so that instead of writing the same code again and again for different inputs, we can do the function calls to reuse code contained in it over and over again. Functions can be built-in or user-defined. It helps the program to be concise, non-repetitive, and organized. We can create a Python function using the def keyword, that is DEF, define keyword. You can choose any identifier of your choice for the function name. Then comes the parameters, which are enclosed within parentheses. Now let us see the syntax of creating a function. So as I was saying, the parameters are enclosed within the parentheses. Now what does docstring mean here? Docstring stands for documentation. It is always a good practice to write a short description of what your function does. And then comes the block of statements under that function. It can be of any length depending on the function's complexity. Lastly, the function return statement is used to exit from a function. Return to the function caller and return the specified value of data item to the caller. Now let us take an example of a function. So here the function name is absolute underscore value and it takes in one parameter which is called as num, and after that we have the docstring, which basically says what this function does very briefly. So the docstring in this example says this function returns the absolute value of the entered number. Now what is an absolute value? Absolute value is a number or a value wherein it only gives out the magnitude of a number. Let's say for example, the absolute value of 5 is 5 and the absolute value of minus 23 will be 23. Now that we know what absolute value is, let us see the statements defined below the absolute value function. So the logic is, if the number is greater than or equal to 0, which basically says if the number is positive, you do not do any changes to the number, you just return the number as it is. And in the else condition, you return the negative of the number. That is, if the number is negative, you return the negative of the negative number, which will result in a positive number. And the print statements following that is calling the function twice, and the parameters passed are 2 and minus 4. So the output will be 2. Because it is positive number, it will enter into the if condition and it will return the number as it is. And coming to the second function call, wherein the parameter is minus 4, it will go into the else part of the logic and it will return minus of minus 4, which will result in 4. Alright, moving on to the 14th question of this video. Explain modules and packages in Python. Modules and packages feature in Python is responsible for implementing the modular programming paradigm. A module is essentially a Python file with a .py extension. It can contain any number of functions, classes, or variables. The common practice is to put together a set of related functionalities together in a module so that you can reuse that whenever you want in any Python files. After you are done with creating a module, you can import that using the following syntax in the very beginning of your program. That is, the syntax is import followed by module name. Using this syntax will import all the functions, classes and variables that is present inside that particular module. Now let us take a look at an example and see how a module is used in Python. First, we create a file named CALC, which stands for calculation, which will contain all the functions for binary arithmetic operations, that is addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. Then we create another file where we use this calc module by importing the CALC module. So in the CALC file, that is calc.py, we have defined 4 functions: add, subtract, multiplication and division. All of these functions take in 2 parameters, that is a and b, and the control comes out of the function by returning the appropriate answer. Now, after saving this calc.py file, you create another Python file which is main.py. Here at the very beginning, you are importing your calc module by writing down the statement import calc, which is the module name, and then you are assigning the value of 2 to a and 3 to b. And in the print statement, you are calling the add function by using the dot operator on the module name, which is calc.add, and you are passing in the argument in the main.py file, which is 2 and 3, and 2 and 3 will be passed to the add function. And again, we are calling the multiplication function. Here also we are passing in the parameters as 2 and 3. Now let us see what the output will be. So the output is as expected 5 and 6. So basically when you call the add function in the main.py file, the control goes to the calc.py file, and then here the control goes to the return statement which basically adds 2 and 3 and then returns the answer back to the main.py file, and then it is printed out in the output. The same goes for the multiplication function as well. So this is how a module works. By looking at this example, we can say that a group of functions, that is addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, which is present inside a Python file, will make up a module. So the pictorial representation goes something like this. That is, here in the picture there are 5 functions, and in total you can save it as a .py file, and in turn it will become a module. So in our previous example, we have taken 4 functions, which is add, subtract, multiplication and divide, and we have saved that file and it becomes a module when you import it. Now if we want to add complex functionalities other than simple binary operations, we can create another file and import it as another module. Imagine importing 10 modules like this for your program. It becomes a repetitive task. For this very reason, we consolidate all the related modules inside a directory, and we call that directory as a package. Now it is diagrammatically represented in the picture on the slide. So several modules will be consolidated into a directory, and this directory is called a package. And if you want to work on a very complex project, and which basically deals with databases, web-based functionalities, linear algebraic operations, trigonometric operations, etc., you will have to consolidate several packages and put it under a single directory, and this is what we call a library. So the diagrammatical representation of a library will look something like this. Several packages consolidated into a directory will become a library. So to sum this up, several functions, classes and variables make up a module, and several modules consolidated into a directory is called as a package, and several packages consolidated into another directory is called a library. Coming to the last question of this video, demonstrate any 3 ways to reverse a string in Python. There is no reverse of function for the string library in Python as it is there in the Java language. Therefore, we will have to know these methods to reverse a string. So the 3 ways are using the for loop, using the inbuilt reversed of function, and finally using the extended slice syntax. Now we will be taking a look at each one in brief. Firstly, using the for loop. Okay, let us see how for loop works. Here we have defined a function called as reverse, and it takes in one argument, which is s. It takes in a string. Here we declare a variable called as string, which is basically an empty string, and then you initialize a for loop and iterate over the string, and then you put in the logic in the next statement, result is equal to I plus result, which basically means that you are taking the first element or the first character in that string and adding that to the empty string which is stored in result. So here in the first iteration, the first character will be stored in the result, which is I, and in the second iteration, the second element or the second character in the string, which is n will be prepended to I, and then in the third iteration, the third character t will be prepended on the result string. So now after third iteration, the result will be tni, and then on the print statement, you are printing out the original string followed by the reverse string after going through the for loop in the reverse function. So the output will be as follows. Your original string will be Intellipaat and the reverse string will be TAAPLLENTI, which is basically the reverse of Intellipaat. The second method is the inbuilt reversed method. Here we make use of the built-in reverse function, which basically creates a reversed object which is also an iterator from the original string. Then on wrapping the join function around it, it will prepend each character to the empty string on which the dot operator is used. Now if you guys get confused, let me explain it through an example. So on the very first statement, we declare a string and call it Intellipaat, and then we use the reversed of function on this string, which basically stores a reverse object in the memory. And then on top of that reversed of function, you use the join function. You wrap the join function around the reverse function. What it basically does is it prepends every character to the empty string that is declared by the dot operator before the join, and then the whole result will be stored in the identifier or the variable called result, and then in the final statement you are finally printing out your result. So the output will be the reverse of the original string, which is TAAPILLENTNI. The third method is using the extended slice syntax. Alright, before doing this, let me revise what the slice syntax is. The slice syntax basically says that you use the colon in between the start index and the end index. But here we are using the extended slice index, which basically has 3 arguments instead of 2, that is the start, end and the step. The start index is where the slicing of the object starts, that is the slicing of string starts, and the end index is where the slicing of the objects stop, and finally the extended argument is the step argument, and this is an optional argument that determines the increment between each index for slicing. Let's say suppose you add the value 1 in it. So the increment is 1, that is it will print out in terms of 1 steps. If you put in 2, let's say the list has elements from 1 to 10. Let's say you put in the step as 2, so it will print all the even numbers in the list, that is it will print 0, 2, 4, 6, 8 and then 10. So it basically increases the step by 2, skipping all the odd numbers in the list. Now that we know what an extended slice syntax is, let us take up an example. We declare a string Intellipaat and store it in S, and then you are slicing the string by using slice syntax, null value followed by colon followed by a null value followed by -1. In this example, I have given null values for the start and end arguments, which means it will take default values for start and end index, that is 0 and the length of the string, and the argument for the step function is -1. This will imply start from the last character, because -1 is the negative index for the last character in a string, and then take 1 step backwards until the first character of the string. So this is what -1 means to the Python compiler. And finally the output will be the reversed string of Intellipaat. Alright guys, that covers 15 questions. That's it for today's video. Thank you for watching till the end. Have a nice day.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a data science course in collaboration with IIT Madras. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of data science from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data science.